Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. You're here again, but still not giving me your bank account numbers and passwords. Why are you saving all that money anyway? Come on, share a little with your favorite little brother. And like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Soul Society. South Rukonga District 1. A huge mansion occupies most of the South Rukonga district. The plaque on it is engraved with the two characters of Kukaki. This mansion is the head of the four nobles of the Soul Society, the Kukaki family. In a courtyard in this mansion, a tall banyan tree over 100 meters stands in a cluster. A boy of 17 or 18 was waving a wooden knife in his hand by the banyan tree. Every time the wooden knife in his hand was swung, there was a sound of breaking through the air. He has a handsome face and long black hair. On his head and neck, he wears the hair accessories star-leading pliers that only nobles are entitled to wear. Drops of sweat dripped from his forehead. Flowed on the ground. The eyes are purple, but not half shiny. It's like being blind. The boy's name is Kukaki Shya, a member of the Kukaki family, the head of the contemporary Kukaki family, and the younger brother of Byakuya Kuchiki. 9998,9999,10,000, finally completed. After Kukaki Shya let out a long sigh of relief, he put the wooden knife in his hand aside, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fujitora 1 Smile Template, 20%. Abilities: Observation Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Elementary. Exclusive ability, Not Opened, opening condition requires a sealed state not met. Template progress 20% has been met. The moment she put down the wooden knife, a mechanical voice sounded in Shiraha's mind. This system is the cheat brought by Shiraha when he crossed over. The only function is to be able to extract the template and load it into itself. As the progress of the template increases, the ability will also increase. Swinging the knife 10,000 times a day for 5 years can increase the template progress by 1%. Completing the check-in task can also increase the progress of the template. When Shiraha first opened the template, the progress of the template was 10%. Shiraha's current master's ability, the intermediate observation haki, can perceive everything within a kilometer. The junior armament haki can only wrap around one of Shiraha's hands. But it can also greatly enhance Shiraha's defense and strength. All capabilities of templates are divided into 4 levels. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Complete. The exclusive ability of Fujitora's Smile template is his Gravity Fruit, which can control gravity. Now the template progress has been reached, only the sealed state is left. After Shiraha looked up at the blue sky, he muttered to himself. For him now, the template progress has reached the requirement. If you want to activate the exclusive ability of the template, you only need a sealed state. Master Shiraha, this is the sealed state that the old master asked me to bring to you. At this moment, a servant walked into the small courtyard, bowed to Shiraha, and handed Shiraha a knife with a shiny metallic luster in his hand respectfully. The old head of the servants is the previous head of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Yinling. Also the grandfather of Kukaki Shya. This sealed state is what Kukaki Shya asked Kukaki Silver Bell to bring to him a few days ago. The purpose is to open the exclusive ability of the template. For others, if you want to get the sealed state, you must join the Spiritual Arts Academy to get it. However, for the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 nobles, it is not too difficult to obtain a sealed state. After Shiraha took the sealed state, the servant stooped and walked out of the courtyard. Is this the sealed state? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Shiraha stroked the sealed state in his hand, and using observation haki to perceive the sealed state, he found that it was not much different from ordinary knives. Turn on the template exclusive ability. Shiraha held the sealed state in her hand and said. The exclusive ability is activated. The exclusive ability is successfully activated. As soon as the words fell, a mechanical voice appeared in Shiraha's mind. At the same time, the sealed state in Shiraha's hand began to change constantly. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a stick knife. The blade is about 1 meter long, with a wooden scabbard on the surface. Fujitora 1 Smile Template, 20%. Abilities: Observation Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Elementary. Exclusive ability, Gravity Fruit Mastery Level, can freely control 10 times the gravity within a kilometer radius. After the sealed state changed into a stick knife, a mechanical sound also sounded in Seireiha's mind. In an instant, Seireiha felt himself with an extra ability. Capable of manipulating gravity within a radius of 1 kilometer. Seireiha can manipulate 1 to 10 times the gravity within a radius of 1 kilometer. However, the current Seireiha is still unable to pull meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground. Is this the exclusive ability? It really is Fujitora's ability to manipulate gravity with a smile. Seireiha smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and began to manipulate a stone table more than 1 meter long beside him. I saw that Seireiha manipulated the gravity within 1 meter around the stone table. Double the gravity. The ground of the stone table began to sag slightly. Triple gravity. A large pit appeared directly on the ground, and the stone table was directly submerged in the pit. Only a little bit of the tabletop was exposed. 5 times the gravity. As Seireiha continues to increase the intensity of gravity, this stone table, as if it had been squeezed by some kind, turned into countless small stones. Seireiha's gravity ability is more than just manipulating the surrounding gravity. The inside of the stone table will also be subjected to 5 times the gravity. Otherwise, it would not be squeezed into countless pieces by gravity. And the big hole on the ground also turned into a hole more than 10 meters deep. 5 times the gravity. Can you already achieve this level? What if you use your full strength? After seeing this scene, Seireiha nodded with satisfaction. Seireiha also wanted to know, if she used all her strength, how powerful it is. 10 times the gravity. Seireiha held the stick knife in his left hand and began to pull it out little by little. In an instant, a purple powerful ryotsu burst out from Kukaki Seireiha's body and scattered in this courtyard. Ka ka ka! Everything in the yard, as if being squeezed by some kind of force, began to twist and crack continuously. On the ground, a few cracks began to appear continuously, and then began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, everything within a kilometer of Seireiha was turned into ruins. At the same time, the moment Seireiha bursts out with this powerful ryotsu. In a room of the Kukaki family mansion, an old man with his eyes closed and long white hair felt the sudden burst of ryotsu and opened his eyes immediately. This ryotsu, which is comparable to the captain's level, came from Seireiha's position. Could it be that something happened to Seireiha? Kukaki Yinling stood up, opened the door, looked up at the place where ryotsu erupted, frowned, and his face was a bit ugly. Kukaki Yinling used Shunpo, and the figure flashed and disappeared in place. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Siling Court, in the 5th team's team house. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses, wearing a Shiba outfit as the main body, and a white long-sleeved haori embroidered with the number of the 5th division, seemed to feel something. After putting down the things he was correcting in his hands, he stood up, opened the door of the room, and looked in the direction of Nanrukanga, with a trace of surprise in his calm eyes. He nudged his glasses with his right hand, showing a smile. Did this ryotsu burst out from the Kukaki family? Interesting. The other captains of Seireitei also felt the sudden burst of powerful ryotsu. Among them, the captain of the 13th division, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shijikuni. Immediately, an order to call was issued to all the captains of the Searing Court. After receiving orders from Yamamoto Genryūsai Shijikuni, a team leader came over one after another. 10 minutes later, the 12 captains were all assembled. 12 captains, divided into 2 sides. The person in the middle is the captain, Yamamoto Genryūsai, leaning on a wooden stick, looked at everyone with a serious face, and said slowly, 10 minutes ago, an unknown captain-level ryotsu appeared in the direction of Nanrukanga. Everyone, they must have found out. Ah, old man Shan, the location where the ryotsu eruption seems to be Captain Kukaki's mansion. Kiraku Shunsui pressed the bamboo hat and answered. That's right, the location where the ryotsu burst out is the residence of the Kukaki family. The wooden stick in Yamamoto Genryūsai's hand hit the floor heavily, and said in a deep voice. This is where Yamamoto Genryūsai finds himself in trouble. If it was in other places, he would have already dispatched the second team's secret maneuver. However, the Kukaki family is the head of the four nobles of the Soul Society. Before there is no evidence, Sei Lingting must not launch a secret maneuver. Captain Kukaki, this unknown captain-level Ryutsu erupted from the mansion of your Kukaki family. This mission is led by the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, and a captain is in charge of assisting. Speaking of which, Yamamoto Genryūsai's eyes glanced at the captains before choosing the candidate. The candidate for the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kuchiki, the contemporary head of the family, is the best candidate. Byakuya Kuchiki's complexion was like the frozen ice of 10,000 years and he nodded, expressing that he had no objection. Captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, do you have any objections? Of course I won't object to the captain's order. Captain Kukaki, we're going to the mansion of your Kukaki family later. Please give me your advice. I haven't been to the mansion of the Kukaki family, the head of the four nobles. Ichimaru Jin walked up to Byakuya Kuchiki, squinted his eyes, waved his hand and laughed. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded slightly, ignored Ichimaru Jin, and walked out alone. Ah, Captain Kukaki, wait for me. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and followed behind Byakuya Kuchiki. Well, old man Shan, let me go too? The unknown captain-level Ryutsu, this is a good opponent. Just then, Zaraki Kenpaka stepped forward and laughed maniacally. Captain Zaraki, the task this time is to find out who the source of Ryutsu is. It's not a fiction or a travel accident. You are forbidden to go. Yamamoto Genryūsai opened his eyes and said in a deep voice. The meeting is over. Yamamoto Genryūsai knocked down the wooden staff heavily. In the mansion of the Kukaki family. This yard where Kukaki Shya is located. Ryutsu, who had just exploded with full force from Shya, was destroyed into ruins. Is 10 times the power of gravity so powerful? It seems that the ability to test in the future can't be here. Standing on the ruins, Shya clicked his tongue after observing with observation haki. However, this exclusive ability is very powerful. Holding the stick knife, Shya muttered to himself with a smile on his lips. Shya, what's going on? At this moment, Kukaki Yinling appeared in front of Shya and asked nervously. Grandpa, this is my Zanpakuto ability. Shya held the stick knife in his hand and explained. Template-specific capabilities. It was indeed opened after Shya obtained the sealed state. Shya uses the stick knife in his hand as his own Zanpakuto, and there is no big problem. Zanpakuto? I remember, I just gave you the sealed state today. After Kukaki Yinling glanced at the stick knife in Shya's hand, he frowned and asked. Ordinary Shinigami, even if you get the sealed state. It also takes a long time before the sealed state becomes Zanpakuto. No matter how good the talent is, it is impossible to turn the sealed state into Zanpakuto in less than a day. Grandpa, watch out, double the gravity. Shya reluctantly pulled out the stick knife in her hand, and began to manipulate the gravity around Kukaki Silver Ridge. Immediately, Kukaki Yinling only felt that the pressure on his body had increased a lot. Fortunately, Kukaki Silver Ridge has a captain-level Ryutsu, and the mere double gravity just makes his body feel some burden. It's nothing. Is this your Zanpakuto ability? Manipulating gravity around you? Kukaki Yinling asked after seeing that there was no change in the surroundings, only his body had gravity. That's right, my Zanpakuto ability is to control gravity. Now I can only control 1 to 10 times the gravity within a radius of 1 kilometer. Just now, it's just 1 times the gravity on your body. Shya explained. With that said, Shya lifted the weight off Kukaki Silver Ridge. Regarding the matter of exposing one's own abilities to Kukaki Silver Ridge, Shya didn't think it was a bad thing. Even if he doesn't say it now, he will use it a lot later. It will also be known. Moreover, Kukaki Silver Ridge is Shya's biological grandfather, and it is impossible to be against him. Moreover, as long as Shya's template progress increases, his ability to manipulate gravity will also strengthen. After the progress of the template reaches 100%, it can even pull down meteorites over tens of thousands of kilometers. Can it control up to 10 times the gravity? It's a powerful ability. After Kukaki Yinling touched Whitebeard's chin, his eyes flashed with a gleam. The Ryutsu that just broke out was the first time I used the ability, so I couldn't stop it. Seireitei pointed to the yard that had been turned into ruins, and replied. Haha. It's okay, it's just a yard, you have this talent, even if you destroy the mansion, it's fine. Kukaki Yinling's serious expression finally showed a smile. When Kukaki Seireitei was born, Kukaki Silver Ridge had already tested Seireitei's Ryutsu. Seireitei's future limit can only reach the level of the seat officer. Plus Seireitei, born blind in both eyes. Therefore, Kukaki Jinling did not intend for Seireitei to become a Shinigami and join the Godai 13th squad. Instead, Seireitei is going to be in charge of the Kukaki family's logistics. Now Seireitei's eruption is comparable to the captain-level Ryutsu, which makes him feel very happy. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Seireitei, now that you have your own Zanpakuto and captain-level Ryutsu, what are you going to do in the future? Kukaki Yinling asked. Now Seireitei has Zanpakuto, and has also burst into captain-level Ryutsu. Naturally, he couldn't stay in the Kukaki family all the time like before. I'm going to join the 13th division and become a Shinigami, Seireitei said. Becoming a Shinigami. Kukaki Yinling looked at the sky, as if thinking of something, his expression became a little gloomy. Kukaki Jun, the only son of Kukaki Yinling, the father of Seireitei and Byakuya Kuchiki, became Shinigami. Execute the task and sacrifice. With your current strength, even if you want to directly join the 13th division, it is enough. However, I suggest that you go to Spiritual Arts Academy to study first, and then join the 13th division. Kukaki Silver Ridge gave Seireitei 2 options. One is to directly join the Godai 13th division. The other is Advanced Spiritual Arts Academy study after graduation and then join the 13th squad. For others, wanting to join the 13th division, you must first graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy. However, for the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society, the Kukaki family, it is completely possible to directly join the Godai 13th squad. Sign in task, please go to Spiritual Arts Academy to sign in and become a student. Task reward, Fujitora's smile template increases progress by 10%. Just then, a system beep appeared in Seireitei's mind. Is the reward so luxurious for signing into the task? Seireitei thought to himself. Think of Seireitei for a 1% template progress increase. However, he swung the knife 10,000 times a day for 5 years. I have worked so hard for so many years. The template progress is only 20% in total. Now the reward for a sign-in task can be worth Seireitei's hard work for so many years. Seireitei, which one are you going to choose? Kukaki Yinling asked after seeing Seireitei standing still and not speaking. From the heart, Kukaki Yinling still wants Seireitei to join the Spiritual Arts Academy first. After all, Seireitei has only just acquired Zanpakuto now, and although he has a captain-level Ryutsu, he hasn't been systematically studied yet. Just rashly joining the Godai 13th squad, I'm afraid it's impossible to get any good position. Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I'm going to study at Spiritual Arts Academy first. Seireitei said. This is a reward that comes to your door. Don't be in vain. By the way, what's your Zanpakuto name? After Kukaki Yinling came to Seireitei's side, he patted his shoulder and asked. I don't know. Seireitei shook her head. Seireitei has no Zanpakuto at all. How is it possible to know the name of Zanpakuto? The stick knife in his hand is just an excuse to hide his ability to manipulate gravity. You don't know Zanpakuto's name? So how did you use Zanpakuto's ability? Kukaki Yinling was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Seireitei has changed the sealed state to Zanpakuto, and the name of Zanpakuto should also be known. Otherwise, it is impossible to use the ability of Zanpakuto. After the sealed state becomes Zanpakuto, I can use the ability. Maybe I am not familiar with it, so I don't know the name of Zanpakuto. Seireitei held the stick knife in his hand and told a lie. It's possible. After all, you just got the sealed state today and became a Zanpakuto. It's normal not to know the name of Zanpakuto. In the future, you should communicate with your Zanpakuto more, and know the name of Zanpakuto earlier. Kukaki Yinling frowned, walked back and forth a few steps, and said in a deep voice. Seireitei is able to use Zanpakuto's abilities. Didn't know Zanpakuto's name though, it was weird. However, it makes sense that Seireitei just got Zanpakuto today. I see. Seireitei nodded. If you want him to know the name of Zanpakuto, you may have to wait until the year of the monkey. Seireitei groaned secretly in her heart. Wait a minute, if someone asks you about today, just say, it's the first time you use Zanpakuto's ability, and you can't control it yet, okay? Kukaki Yinling said. Kukaki Yinling is well aware that Seireitei's just bursting out is comparable to captain-level Ryutsu. Sei Lingting must have found out. We'll definitely send someone over to see exactly what happened. Seireitei would be able to evolve into Zanpakuto just after getting the sealed state if it were known to others. Maybe it will bring unnecessary trouble to Seireitei. Understood. Seireitei replied. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the figures of Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin appeared in front of Kukaki Yinling successively. The figures of more than a dozen members of the 6th Division also appeared behind Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain Kukaki, it seems that this is where the unknown captain-level Ryutsu burst out. After Ichimaru Jin glanced at the ruined yard around him, his pupils shrank slightly, and he smiled. Grandfather. Byakuya Kuchiki gave a shout-out to Kukaki Silver Ridge. Kukaki Yinling nodded slightly after seeing Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain Silver Ridge. More than a dozen members of the 6th Division greeted Kukaki Yinling one after another. These 6th team members still know Kukaki Yinling, the former 6th team captain. Captain Silver Ridge, the Ryutsu just now shouldn't be yours, right? After Ichimaru Jin walked over with a smile, he also saw Seireitei standing beside Kukaki Yinling and asked. Captain Ichimaru Jin, are you questioning this old man? Kukaki Yinling snorted coldly. Don't dare not, I don't dare to question Captain Yinling, I just obey the command of the captain. Ichimaru Jin quickly waved his hands. That Ryutsu just now is mine. Seireitei came out from behind Kukaki Yinling with a stick knife, and said. Seireitei knew there was no point in continuing to hide. It's better to admit it openly. Anyway, it's not a shameful thing. Huh? Kukaki Seireitei. Ichimaru Jin glanced at Seireitei with some surprise, and said in surprise. Kukaki Seireitei, the current captain of the 6th Division, is the younger brother of Byakuya Kuchiki. Ryutsu's rank is not high, and he has been staying in the Kukaki family and has not been out much. It seems that the information is wrong. Ichimaru Jin thought to himself. Grandpa, did that Ryutsu just come from Seireitei? After Byakuya Kuchiki frowned, his face was full of disbelief. Byakuya Kuchiki knows well what Seireitei's Ryutsu is like. Ryutsu, who just broke out from the Kukaki family, is comparable to a captain. According to his understanding, Seireitei's Ryutsu is far from the captain level, and is just equivalent to a low-level officer. It is precisely for this reason that Seireitei did not join the 13th squad. Good. Kukaki Yinling said affirmatively. After a pause, Kukaki Yinling continued, just now Seireitei just changed the sealed state to Zanpakuto. It's the first time I use Zanpakuto's ability, and I'm not very proficient. That's why it happened. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the stick knife in Seireitei's hand carefully, and said in surprise. For Seireitei's younger brother, Byakuya Kuchiki still knows very well. Although Seireitei has been staying in the Kukaki family, he doesn't go out very much. However, every time Byakuya Kuchiki returned home, he could see Seireitei training by herself. For Seireitei's hard training day after day, Byakuya Kuchiki still admires it. Unexpectedly, the captain-level Ryutsu just now would erupt from his younger brother. It really surprised Byakuya Kuchiki. I said, big brother, do you really not believe in my ability? Seireitei said a little depressed. Seireitei, brother doesn't mean that, don't get me wrong. After Byakuya Kuchiki saw that his own brother had such a powerful ability, a smile appeared on his ice-like expression. Captain Kukaki, Captain Silver Ridge, since the cause of the incident is clear, I won't bother you. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Sign in task, challenge Ichimaru Jin and stay undefeated for 15 minutes. Task reward, Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Just when Ichimaru Jin and others were about to leave, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. Challenge Ichimaru Jin? Undefeated for 15 minutes. After seeing the completion conditions of this check-in task, Seireitei's eyes lit up. Ichimaru Jin is powerful though. However, as long as no Bankai is performed. With Seireitei's current ability, it's not a big problem to persist for 15 minutes. It just so happened that Seireitei also wanted to know about her current strength and what level she was at. Seireitei stopped in front of Ichimaru Jin. Ah, Seireitei-kun, what are you doing to stop me? Seeing Seireitei stop him, Ichimaru Jin stopped and asked with a smile. Captain Ichimaru Jin, I want to challenge you. Seireitei explained directly. Seireitei, don't be rude. Kukaki Silver Ridge Shunpo came to Seireitei and scolded. Byakuya Kuchiki also came to Seireitei's left without saying a word. The dozen or so members of the 6th division around them were also shocked when they saw that Seireitei actually wanted to challenge the captain Ichimaru Jin. Challenge me? Ichimaru Jin looked at Seireitei with some surprise. Yes, I want to know how far the current me is from the captain level strength. Seireitei replied with a determined face. On the one hand, Seireitei wants to get the mission reward. On the other hand, I want to know how far he is from the captain level with his current strength. Ichimaru Jin happens to be a decent opponent. Okay, since that's the case, I agree to Seireitei-kun's request. Seeing that Seireitei was so determined, Ichimaru Jin did not refuse, and smiled. Captain Ichimaru Jin, please be merciful. Kukaki Silver Ridge opened the mouth. Kukaki Silver Ridge does not think that Seireitei has just acquired Zanpakuto, so he has the strength to defeat the Captain Ichimaru Jin. Even Seireitei just broke out comparable to Captain level Ryutsu. Captain Silver Ridge, please rest assured. Ichimaru Jin replied with a smile. After saying that, Ichimaru Jin used Shunpo, and his figure flashed, appearing on the ruins hundreds of meters away. Seireitei used observation haki, also used Shunpo and also came across from Ichimaru Jin. The distance between the two was only 10 meters away. How long do you think Seireitei can last in the hands of Ichimaru Jin? Kukaki Yinling glanced at Seireitei and Ichimaru Jin in the distance, and asked aloud. Grandpa, with the strength of Ryutsu that Seireitei just broke out, he can hold on to Ichimaru Jin for at least 10 minutes. Byakuya Kuchiki replied. With Seireitei's just bursting out, it is comparable to Captain level Ryutsu. Byakuya Kuchiki felt that Seireitei could at least last around 10 minutes without Bankai's Ichimaru Jin. Byakuya, your brother's Zanpakuto ability is not that simple. Kukaki Yinling said with a smile. Since Seireitei dared to challenge Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd team. Then, it means that Seireitei still has a certain degree of confidence in her own strength. Plus, Seireitei's Zanpakuto, the ability to manipulate gravity around you. Maybe it can bring him a surprise. Seireitei-kun, please give me more advice. Ichimaru Jin looked at Seireitei with a smile and said. Hado's 31 Red Cannon. Ichimaru Jin directly gave up the chant and stretched out his right hand. Call out. The spirit condensed quickly in Ichimaru Jin's right hand, and a crimson fireball shot out from his hand and shot towards Seireitei. The moment the red cannon fired at Seireitei, Seireitei sensed the trajectory of the red cannon with observation haki, and with a slight dodge, he dodged Ichimaru Jin's red cannon. Boom! The red cannon flew past Seireitei, landed on the ruins, and made a loud explosion, blasting a large crater more than 3 meters deep on the ground. As expected of the captain class, Hado even after abandoning the chant has such power. After Seireitei sensed the power of the red cannon with observation haki, she was a little surprised. Ichimaru Jin's red cannon just now, but abandoned the chanting spell. The power is probably only 1/3 of the power of the red cannon after chanting the spell. But even so, the power of the red cannon just now was enough to threaten the life of a low-level officer. Seireitei-kun is amazing, he even escaped, and I'm going to be serious next time. Ichimaru Jin was not surprised when Seireitei dodged chi cannon, and his expression was still smiling. Shoot him, Shinso. Ichimaru Jin pulled out a short sword from his waist, pointed the short sword at Seireitei, and said, "This short sword is exactly Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakuto, Shinso." Swish! In an instant, the Shinso in Ichimaru Jin's hand quickly stretched forward, turning into a white light, and quickly attacked Seireitei. In just a moment, he came to Seireitei. 5 times the gravity. Seireitei began to manipulate the gravity within 10 meters around her. As soon as Ichimaru Jin's Shinso came within 10 meters of Seireitei, he was affected by 5 times the gravity, and his speed began to slow down. And Seireitei, taking this opportunity, sensed Shinso's position with observation haki, wrapped armament haki with his right hand, and grabbed Shinso. Clang! Seireitei's right hand wrapped around armament haki, and directly grabbed Ichimaru Jin's Shinso, and the moment his right hand touched Shinso, sparks shot out from the two. What? When Ichimaru Jin saw that Seireitei had grabbed Shinso with his hands, his pupils shrank suddenly, a little surprised, and with a slight movement of his right hand, he took the Shinso back from Seireitei's hand. If we say, Seireitei blocked Shinso's attack with Zanpakuto in his hand. That, Ichimaru Jin can still accept. But Seireitei blocked Shinso's attack with one hand. Asterisk. Chapter 5. To catch Captain Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakuto with his hands. It's just a monster. As expected of Captain Kukaki's younger brother. The surrounding 6th Division members were stunned when they saw Seireitei grabbed Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakuto with his hands. Ichimaru Jin's slash just now, even for them. Don't even dare to grab it with bare hands. Seireitei actually grabbed Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakuto with his bare hands? The gravity around Seireitei seems to have changed just now. Grandpa, is this Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability? Seeing this, Byakuya Kuchiki, who was watching the battle not far away, asked with a look of surprise in his eyes. Although Ichimaru Jin didn't use his full strength just now, people below the mid-level chief executive couldn't resist Shinso's attack at all. The strength displayed by Seireitei really surprised Byakuya Kuchiki. Yes, Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability manipulates gravity around her. Kukaki Yinling replied, looking at Seireitei with a hint of admiration. Just acquired Zanpakuto to be able to have such power. A worthy member of their Kukaki family. Captain Ichimaru Jin, the power of your Zanpakuto seems to be a bit weak. Is this the only strength you have at the captain level? That's too disappointing for me. Seireitei said with a smile on seeing Ichimaru Jin take Shinso back. Just Ichimaru Jin's Shinso, fast. If it weren't for Seireitei's use of observation haki, coupled with the use of the surrounding gravity, it's not necessarily possible to grab Shinso with your hands. Still a bit arrogant. Seireitei thought to himself. Even though Seireitei wrapped his right hand with armament haki, he managed to catch Shinso. The impact of Shinso's impact still left a bloodstain on his right hand. At the end of the day, Seireitei's current armament haki is just the lowest. After the progress of the template is improved and the ability of armament haki is improved, such a situation will not occur. Ah, I was underestimated by Seireitei-kun. Ichimaru Jin glanced at the wound on Seireitei's right hand with a smile, and said, "Is Seireitei-kun's Zanpakuto capable of manipulating the surrounding gravity? It's a terrifying ability." Ichimaru Jin asked. Ichimaru Jin is still very clear about the speed of his Zanpakuto Shinso. The moment Shinso was within 10 meters of Seireitei, the pressure increased sharply. As a result, the speed at which Shinso attacked Seireitei also slowed down a lot. Will be caught by Seireitei with bare hands. Captain Ichimaru Jin, you'll find out later. Shiraiha smiled lightly. 10 times the gravity. After saying that, Shiraiha pulled out the stick knife in his hand, and a wave of purple Ryutsu spread out, covering Shiraiha within a kilometer range. Shiraiha used Shunpo and disappeared in place. Ka ka ka. Everything around, affected by 10 times the gravity, made an overwhelmed sound, and began to collapse continuously. Byakuya Kuchiki and Kukaki Silver Ridge are also affected by the tenfold gravity. With its own captain-level Ryutsu, it resists 10 times the force of gravity. A dozen or so members of the 6th Division around them bent down and fell to the ground, crawling on the ground, unable to move. And Ichimaru Jin was affected by the sudden tenfold gravity, so he couldn't help bursting out his own Ryutsu to counteract the effect of gravity. 10 times the force of gravity. Not only the surface of the body is affected by 10 times the force of gravity. The organs in the body will also be under the pressure of 10 times the force of gravity. Where? After seeing Shiraiha disappear, Ichimaru Jin senses Shiraiha's position with Ryutsu. Captain Ichimaru Jin, how about my ability? Shiraiha's voice appeared to the left of Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin looked to the left, but did not see Shiraiha. Shiraiha's figure appeared behind Ichimaru Jin, and the stick knife in his hand stabbed straight towards Ichimaru Jin's body. Relying on his rich combat experience, Ichimaru Jin immediately turned around and blocked Shiraiha's attack with the shinso in his hand. Stab! However, the captain-level Haori on Ichimaru Jin was still cut by Shiraiha's sword. Clang! When shinso collided with the wand and sword, there was the sound of weapons being exchanged, and sparks burst out. The aftermath of the attack between the two set off a wave of anger. The members of the 6th Division who were lying on the ground were sent flying tens of meters away. His body fell heavily into the rubble. Shiraiha's right hand was wrapped around armament haki, and he quickly swung the sword in his hand, slashing at Ichimaru Jin. Clang clang! Ichimaru Jin calmly blocked Shiraiha's attacks one by one with the shinso in his hand. Just for a short while. Shiraiha had slashed hundreds of times to Ichimaru Jin. All the slashes were received by Ichimaru Jin unscathed. Shiraiha-kun's Zanpakuto ability and Kendo ability are really powerful, and they almost hurt me. Ichimaru Jin touched his head, glanced at Shiraiha, and said in surprise. Ichimaru Jin exerted a slight force in his right hand, and the Ryutsu on his body increased sharply. Shiraiha only felt a huge force coming from the stick knife in his hand. The shinso in Ichimaru Jin's hand turned slightly and sent Shiraiha flying. After Shiraiha was sent flying more than 10 meters away, she barely stopped her backward body. Phew, as expected of the captain rank, the power is really terrifying. After Shiraiha breathed a long sigh of relief, drops of sweat flowed from his forehead to his handsome face, he shook his numb right arm and smiled wryly. Successfully sign in and get a task reward. Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Fujitora 1 smile template, 30%. Abilities, Observation Haki Advanced, Armament Haki Intermediate. Exclusive ability, Gravity Fruit Control Degree is Intermediate, can control 15 times the gravity within 5 km, can add gravity to the weapon, and cooperate with its own swordsmanship to give the enemy a powerful blow. It can also apply huge gravity to the enemy through weapon contact. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Shiraiha's mind. In an instant, Shiraiha only felt her own abilities, being strengthened again. A stronger Ryutsu than before. From Shiraiha's body, burst out. How come? Ichimaru Jin felt the Ryutsu on Shiraiha's body, and when it became stronger in an instant, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he was a little surprised. Captain Ichimaru Jin, now, I'm going to get serious. Shiraiha smiled slightly. 15 times the gravity. As soon as Shiraiha came up, he added another 5 times the gravity towards Ichimaru Jin's body. Boom! The position where Ichimaru Jin was standing was under tremendous pressure from this sudden intrusion. He was severely suppressed in place, and could only support himself with his own Ryutsu. Ichimaru Jin's feet sank deep into the ground. Shiraiha uses armament haki, which is wrapped around the stick knife, and the entire right arm is also wrapped around armament haki. After armament haki reaches the intermediate level, the power that can be exerted is enough for Seireitei to wrap the entire arm and cover the weapon. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Where Kukaki Silver Ridge and Byakuya Kuchiki are located. Not 15 times the gravity exerted by Seireitei. Now they are still under the pressure of 10 times the gravity. Grandpa, Seireitei's Ryutsu has been enhanced again. Sensing that Seireitei's Ryutsu had become stronger again, Byakuya Kuchiki frowned and said. Well, the old man saw it. A gleam flashed in Kukaki Yinling's eyes, and said. Seireitei Ryutsu that instantly strengthened. Even Kukaki Yinling didn't know why this happened. After thinking about it for a while, Kukaki Yinling didn't come up with anything. He could only attribute Seireitei's change to Seireitei's Zanpakuto. Seireitei Shunpo came in front of Ichimaru Jin. With his right hand, he raised the sword that had already covered armament haki, and slashed at Ichimaru Jin fiercely. Although Ichimaru Jin was affected by 15 times the gravity, he couldn't leave the place for the time being. However, the shinso in his hand was still crossed in front of him, blocking Seireitei's attack. Clang! It was only when Seireitei's sword that covered armament haki touched shinso. Ichimaru Jin only felt a huge force coming from shinso. Boom! Ichimaru Jin felt a huge pressure from the shinso in his hand to his whole body. It is the gravity that Seireitei attaches to the hand of the staff sword, through the collision with shinso. Passed to Ichimaru Jin's body. The ground beneath Ichimaru Jin's feet began to sag slightly. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to collapse as if it couldn't bear the huge pressure. However, Ichimaru Jin's body, under the great pressure of 15 times the force of gravity, can only use its own ryutsu to barely resist, and is still unable to move. It seems that Captain Ichimaru Jin can't move anymore, so I have to take advantage of this opportunity. Seireitei smiled slightly. After Seireitei saw that Ichimaru Jin was still staying in place, he knew that Ichimaru Jin would not be able to break free from his 15 times of gravity now. Such a good opportunity, if you don't seize it, it will be wasted. Clang clang! Seireitei bullied Ichimaru Jin with the sword that covered armament haki, and slashed at Ichimaru Jin's body one after another. Although most of the attacks were blocked by Ichimaru Jin with the shinso in his hand. However, there was still a small part of the attack that cut through Ichimaru Jin's Captain Hayori. Pfft! After Seireitei's stick knife cut through the clothes on Ichimaru Jin's body, the stick knife covered with armament haki in his hand just pierced the surface of Ichimaru Jin's body, and was blocked by ryutsu on Ichimaru Jin's body. At this time, Ichimaru Jin no longer has the style he had just now. The feathers on Ichimaru Jin's body are now tattered, like a Rukanga beggar, and there are various small wounds on the surface of the body, which are constantly bleeding. The whole person became a little embarrassed. Boom! When the staff knife in Seireitei's hand collided with shinso, Seireitei stretched out his right foot, covered armament haki, kicked Ichimaru Jin hard in the abdomen with a whip kick. Seireitei's right foot was greatly enhanced after being covered by armament haki. Kicked Ichimaru Jin's body hundreds of meters away. It hit the ground heavily. And Ichimaru Jin seized this opportunity and took the opportunity to use Shunpo to leave the spot. Withdrew several hundred meters away, holding Shinso's arm, trembling slightly. A trace of blood dripping from the corner of Ichimaru Jin's mouth was also wiped away by him. Seireitei's power is really strong. In an instant, after Ichimaru Jin adjusted his state, he glanced at Seireitei with a smile and said. Seireitei held a stick knife and used Shunpo to come to Ichimaru Jin, just when he was about to make a move. No more fights, Seireitei-kun, I surrender. Ichimaru Jin quickly waved his hand, and said after putting shinso back around his waist. Without bankai. Affected by 15 times the force of gravity. Ichimaru Jin can only be used as a sandbag for Seireitei. Byakuya, see? Seireitei won. When Kukaki Yinling saw Ichimaru Jin take the initiative to admit defeat, he immediately laughed. Kukaki Yinling originally thought that with Zanpakuto's ability, Seireitei could only last a little longer in the hands of Ichimaru Jin. Unexpectedly, Seireitei brought him such a big surprise. Grandpa, Ichimaru Jin didn't use bankai. Byakuya Kuchiki analyzed calmly, and after seeing Kukaki Yinling glared at him, he quickly said, however, Seireitei just got Zanpakuto, and it is indeed very powerful to be able to defeat a captain. Byakuya Kuchiki found that he had really underestimated his own brother. Though Seireitei just beat Ichimaru Jin who didn't use Bankai. However, this is already very remarkable. I really thank Captain Ichimaru Jin for his guidance today. Seeing this, Seireitei lifted 15 times the gravity on Ichimaru Jin, and said with a smile. Seireitei has now received the quest reward. And, by fighting Ichimaru Jin, Seireitei also learned about her own strength, roughly what level it is equivalent to. Seireitei's current template progress is 30%, and his strength is probably between the vice-captain level and the second seat. If the ability to manipulate gravity is used, then the general vice-captain cannot be Seireitei's opponent. However, if you face a captain like Ichimaru Jin. But it's different. Don't look at just now. Seireitei seems to have been pressing Ichimaru Jin to fight. It was only because Ichimaru Jin was subjected to 15 times the force of gravity for the first time. Not very used to it. Plus Ichimaru Jin didn't use Bankai. If Ichimaru Jin has just used Bankai, 15 times the gravity will not affect Ichimaru Jin at all. Seireitei estimates that if you want to have the strength to defeat the captain class, the progress of the template must be at least 50%. After Seireitei relieved Ichimaru Jin of 15 times the gravity, he only felt that the body lightened and all the pressure disappeared. Seireitei-kun, you have such a powerful Ryutsu, are you going to join Seireitei? Do you want to join our third team? Ichimaru Jin invited Seireitei. Captain Ichimaru Jin, thank you for your kindness. I am going to study at Spiritual Arts Academy for a while, and I will think about it after graduation. Seireitei said with a smile, rejecting Ichimaru Jin. Just kidding, people don't know who Ichimaru Jin is. Can Seireitei still not know? That is the subordinate of the big boss Aizen Sōsuke. While Seireitei is completely immune to Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu. However, before she has absolute strength, Seireitei doesn't want to deal with Aizen too much. Ah, that's really a pity, Seireitei-kun, after you graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy, you must think about our third team. I'll be waiting for you in the third team. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Okay, Captain Ichimaru Jin, I'll think about it. Seireitei said with a smile on her face after sheathing the stick knife in her hand. Then Captain Yinling, since the matter has been investigated clearly, I will go back and report to the captain first. Ichimaru Jin turned around and said to Kukaki Yinling. Kukaki Silver Ridge nodded. After saying that, Ichimaru Jin's figure flashed, and he used Shunpo to disappear in place. Grandpa, I'm going back to Seireitei too. Byakuya Kuchiki spoke. Now that this captain-level Ryutsu has been detected, it was erupted by Seireitei. Then, Byakuya Kuchiki also has to go back to Seireitei to reinstate Yamamoto Genryūsai. Well, let's go. Kukaki Yinling waved his hand. Still up. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned and glanced at the sixth team members who were still lying on the ground, then said in a flat tone. Yes, Captain Kukaki. The sixth team members who were lying on the ground supported each other, barely stood up, and shouted loudly. After a while, as Byakuya Kuchiki left, the members of the sixth team also left with Byakuya Kuchiki. At this time, only Kukaki Yinling and Seireitei are left here. Seireitei, your strength is really beyond Grandpa's expectations. Kukaki Yinling walked up to Seireitei, patted his shoulder, and smiled brightly. Originally, Kukaki Yinling thought that Seireitei had lost just now. Unexpectedly, Seireitei's Ryutsu has been greatly enhanced. Also defeated Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd division. I didn't think of that either. Seireitei patted his head and let out a ha-ha. Had it not been for Seireitei holding on for 15 minutes at the hands of Ichimaru Jin undefeated. If you complete the sign-in task. Enhanced his template progression. There's no way to beat Ichimaru Jin either. Why did your Ryutsu suddenly become stronger just now? Could it be because you knew the name of Zanpakuto? Kukaki Yinling asked. Kukaki Yinling thought for a long time, and there was only this conclusion. Shiraiha suddenly strengthened Ryutsu. I am afraid that only learned Zanpakuto's real name. I don't know what's going on. Shiraiha shook her head and replied, pretending not to know. The reason why Shiraiha is able to instantly enhance Ryutsu. Simply because the template progress has increased. Of course, it is impossible for Shiraiha to tell Kukaki Yinling about this kind of thing. Well, although you defeated Ichimaru Jin, don't be proud. Ichimaru Jin didn't use Bankai just now, and your strength is probably equivalent to the vice-captain now. Seeing that Shiraiha was unwilling to say more, Kukaki Yinling did not continue to ask, but pointed out Shiraiha's shortcomings. Kukaki Yinling was the last captain of the 6th division. His own strength is also at the captain level. It can already be seen from the battle between Shiraiha and Ichimaru Jin just now. Shiraiha's combat experience is not rich, the only outstanding thing is Shiraiha's Zanpakuto ability. I understand. Shiraiha also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kukaki Yinling did not continue to ask. In a few days, it will be the start of Spiritual Arts Academy, and then you can go there with Rukia. When Kukaki Yinling mentioned Rukia, his eyes flashed a trace of complexity, and said, Rukia Kukaki is Byakuya Kukaki's adopted sister. Originally a commoner from Rukanga. After the death of Byakuya Kukaki's wife, Kukaki Hima, Byakuya Kukaki found Rukia at Spiritual Arts Academy, withstood many controversies, ruled out the opposition of other members of the Kukaki family, and resolutely accepted Rukia Kukaki as her adopted sister. Moreover, it was also ordered that no one should mention any information about the truth in Rukia Kukaki. Among the entire Kukaki family, very few people know the identity of Rukia Kukaki. After Kukaki Yinling dropped this sentence, he used Shunpo and left the place. Rukia, it's been a long time since I saw her. Shiraiha, who was standing there, touched his chin and smiled lightly. For Rukia, Shiraiha is still very familiar. When Rukia first came to the Kukaki family, no one wanted to talk to Rukia. Only Shiraiha, Byakuya Kukaki's own younger brother, is willing to talk to Rukia. The relationship between the two is pretty good. It's just that after Rukia went to Spiritual Arts Academy, it took a long time to return to the family. Counting the time, Shiraiha hasn't seen Rukia for more than half a year. First Team House. The captain, Yamamoto Genryūsai, stood in the middle, leaning on a wooden stick. On either side of him is the captain of the 3rd division, Ichimaru Jin. Captain of the 6th division, Byakuya Kukaki. It was the one who left the Kukaki family and came to find Yamamoto Genryūsai's return. Captain Kukaki, that is to say, the captain-level Ryutsu that just erupted in Minami Rukanga was caused by Kukaki Shiraiha's first use of his ability after acquiring Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Genryūsai raised his head, glanced at Byakuya Kukaki, and asked. Originally Yamamoto Genryūsai was still in the strange, Kukaki family. Except Kukaki Silver Ridge and Byakuya Kukaki. There are no other captain-level Ryutsu. Now it's finally clear. It turned out to be Kukaki Shiraiha, the direct descendant of the Kukaki family, the Ryutsu that broke out. Ah, Captain, Shiraiha-kun is very powerful, even I am no match for him. The clothes on Ichimaru Jin have been changed again, showing a look of fear. The first time you use Zanpakuto, you can burst into captain-level Ryutsu, and you can also defeat the captain without Bankai. The strength cannot be underestimated. Captain Kukaki, Kukaki Shiraiha, any ideas? Yamamoto Genryūsai ignored Ichimaru Jin. After thinking for a moment, he knocked heavily on the ground with the wooden stick in his hand, and asked in a deep voice. What makes Yamamoto Genryūsai wonder, though? According to information learned by Yamamoto Genryūsai, Kukaki Shiraiha's Ryutsu talent is very poor. Logically speaking, it is impossible to erupt such a powerful Ryutsu. Captain, Grandpa plans to let Shiraiha go to Spiritual Arts Academy to study first, and then join Seireitei after graduation. Byakuya Kukaki said. Byakuya Kukaki herself has never been to Spiritual Arts Academy to study. He directly joined the 6th team and became the vice-captain. However, that's because Byakuya Kukaki already has great strength in his own right. In addition, Byakuya Kuchiki is the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society and the contemporary head of the Kukaki family. Only then can he become the vice-captain as soon as he joins the 6th team. Generally, high-ranking nobles can join Seireitei without graduating from the Spiritual Arts Academy. This is the privilege of the upper nobles. Only commoners of Rukanga need to graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy before they can join the Searing Court. Well, since the matter has been investigated, let's stop here. The wooden stick in Yamamoto Genryūsai's hand hit the floor hard, then turned and left. Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin also walked out of the team building one after another. Chapter 8. The 5th team is in the house. After Ichimaru Jin reported today's battle with Seireitei to Aizen, he said with a smile, "Captain Aizen, the young people nowadays are really powerful. The first time I use Zanpakuto's ability, I can explode into captain-level Ryutsu. Even he was also defeated by Seireitei-kun, as expected of the Kukaki family. Speaking of which, Seireitei-kun and Captain Tuan are also blind, should we get rid of him in advance? Lest he ruin our plan." Ichimaru Jin followed Aizen for so long. Aware of the abilities of Aizen's Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu Shikai. Possesses the ability to complete hypnosis. In the entire Seireitei, there is a captain who is immune to Kyoka Suijutsu's ability. There is only Tuan Kaname as the captain. However, Tuan Kaname has already been accepted by Aizen as his subordinate. And now there is the variable Kukaki Shya. It also means that the next developments are likely to be out of Aizen's control. Silver, not all people or things that cannot be controlled need to be eliminated. The first thing we need to consider is whether this person has value for us to use. If he has a good use value, what if he is out of control? I don't reject killing, but killing is always the lowest method. Aizen put down the brush in his hand, stood up, pushed his glasses with his right hand, showed a smile like a spring breeze, and said gently. As expected of Captain Aizen. Ichimaru Jin's heart tightened, thinking that Aizen had discovered something, but there was no change on his face, and he said with a smile. However, that boy's Zanpakuto ability is quite interesting. He can even beat you. Interesting. Aizen smiled. South Rukanga District 1. In the mansion of the Kukaki family. In a yard. Seireitei is meticulously swinging the stick knife in his hand. 3 days have passed since defeating Ichimaru Jin. In the past few days, Seireitei has been staying in the Kukaki family, familiar with her abilities. Adding gravity to the weapon, isn't it somewhat similar to Kira Izuru's Zanpakuto ability? Seireitei added gravity to the stick knife, put it on the ground, smashed a hole, and muttered to himself. Kira Izuru's Zanpakuto ability continuously doubles the weight of the slashed object until the enemy falls due to the accumulated weight. Seireitei's ability to attach gravity to weapons is somewhat similar to Kira Izuru's Zanpakuto ability. However, Seireitei's ability has a limit, and it can only add 15 times the gravity to the weapon at most. Nowhere near Kira Izuru. My lord, Brother Byakuya said that you also want to enter the Spiritual Arts Academy, is it true? Just then, Shinigami, a petite black-haired girl with bobbed hair, deep purple eyes, single bangs hanging down to the forehead, ran into the yard, and said excitedly after coming to Seireitei. Rukia learned about Seireitei from Byakuya Kuchiki. Also after joining the Spiritual Arts Academy. Immediately ran back to find Seireitei from Spiritual Arts Academy. That's right, Rukia, you've been at Spiritual Arts Academy for so long, and it never occurred to you to come back and see me, your brother? That's not cute. Seireitei showed a vicious look, squeezed Rukia's cheek hard, and then rubbed Rukia's black hair hard, messing up Rukia's hair before letting her go. My lord brother, I can't help it. The curriculum of Spiritual Arts Academy is too tight. I really didn't mean it. After tidying up her hair, Rukia said with some embarrassment. Well, I don't mean to blame you either. Seireitei said with a smile. My lord, Brother Byakuya said you got a Zanpakuto, is this your Zanpakuto? After Rukia pointed to the stick knife on the ground, she asked with a look of admiration on her face. Rukia has been studying at Spiritual Arts Academy for over 2 years. So far, the sealed state that has been distributed has not yet evolved into Zanpakuto. Seireitei was able to obtain Zanpakuto even before she entered school. This made Rukia feel great admiration for Seireitei. Well, Rukia, haven't you changed the sealed state to Zanpakuto? After Seireitei glanced at the sealed state on Rukia's waist, he frowned and asked. Seireitei only knows that in the original book, Rukia already had Zanpakuto before graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy. Specifically, in the year Rukia entered the Spiritual Arts Academy. Seireitei is not sure. Sorry, brother, I haven't changed the sealed state to Zanpakuto, am I too stupid? Rukia lowered her head and said with some embarrassment. Rukia, come on, you can do it. Seireitei encouraged. Oh, my lord brother, I almost forgot the business. Today is the opening day of Spiritual Arts Academy, let's go there quickly. After patting his head, Rukia thought of the purpose of coming this time, and hurriedly pulled Seireitei out. Seireitei shook his head helplessly, waved slightly, and the stick knife on the ground was sheathed again, and Seireitei held it in his hand. Spiritual Arts Academy. Also known as the Shinigami Institute, it is the school that trains Shinigami in the Soul Society. About 2000 years ago, it was founded by Yamamoto Motonyanagi Shijikuni, the captain of Gojo 13. Located in Soul Society Rukanga, West Block. It's not too far from the residence of the Kukaki family. Founded as an educational institution for future Kido, covered mobile, and Gojo 13. The lectures range from the training of cutting fists and walking away ghosts to the practice of soul burial in the present world and so on. The teachers in the academy are all members of Gojo 13th Division, covered mobile, and Kido. The door of students is always open to everyone, even if they are from Rukanga, as long as they pass the exam, they can enter. Shinigami of Rukanga origin are almost all academy graduates. At this time, outside the gate of Spiritual Arts Academy, many people from Rukanga had already gathered. A carriage with a luxurious appearance and the Kukaki family crest printed on the surface slowly drove towards the entrance of Spiritual Arts Academy. This is the head of the four nobles, the carriage of the Kukaki family, get out of the way. Strange. How could people from the Kukaki family come here? Some sharp-eyed people among them shouted after recognizing the family emblem on the carriage. Seeing this, the people around quickly retreated to the sides, opening a road for the carriage to pass by. Those of Rukanga origin dare not show any disrespect to the Kukaki family, the head of the four nobles. The two Shinigami guarding the entrance of the Spiritual Arts Academy quickly lowered their heads when they saw the carriage approaching. It can be seen from here that the power of the Kukaki family can be seen from Madara. The carriage stopped at the Spiritual Arts Academy, where spiritual talent was tested. A man and a woman got out of the carriage. They are Kukaki Shya and Rukia Kukaki. Chapter 9. Brother, we have arrived. This is the place to test your spiritual talent. After getting off the carriage, Rukia excitedly pointed to the test field not far away. Although Seireitei can't see, she still uses observation haki to perceive everything around her. It was immediately discovered that many people were gathering in the testing field ahead. There are roughly two types of people. One is the commoners from Rukanga. The other type of people is relatively small, only a few dozen people. They are the lower and middle nobles from the Soul Society. As for the upper nobles, there are none at all, except for the Kukaki family called Seireitei. The examiners who test spiritual power are divided into two people, both Shinigami, dressed in lower-level noble costumes. One specifically tests people from Rukanga. The other was to test someone from the nobility. Rukia, brother Seireitei, you are here. A young man with bright red hair, usually tied up in a headband and with large blue lines tattooed above his eyebrows, trotted over after seeing the two, with a Zanpakuto hanging from his waist. Renji, why are you here? After seeing Abarai Renji, Rukia was a little puzzled. Today is not the time for their sophomores to take a break. Logically speaking, Renji should have stayed in the academy, so he came here no matter what. If it weren't for Rukia's special request for leave from the students' teachers, she would have to stay in the academy all the time. Aren't I afraid that you can't find your way? I came here specially to wait for you. Renji smiled awkwardly, touched his head, and gave a lame answer. Renji, you are much better than Rukia. You changed the sealed state to Zanpakuto so quickly. It doesn't take long for you to graduate early, right? After Seireitei came to Renji's side, he said with a smile. Brother Seireitei, don't make fun of me. I just got Zanpakuto not long ago. How can I graduate early? Renji replied after stroking the Zanpakuto on his waist. Brother, let's go and test it first. Rukia took Seireitei and walked to the spiritual test place. I can go there by myself, you can wait for me here. Seireitei let go of Rukia's hand and walked to the back of a line. Brother, come on. Your spiritual talent must be very strong. Rukia waved her small fist and yelled. Rukia doesn't know what Seireitei's spiritual talent is. However, in her opinion, since Seireitei is Byakuya Kuchiki's younger brother, spiritual talent must be very strong. Brother Seireitei, then we'll be here waiting for you. Renji waved at Seireitei and said with a smile. Seireitei smiled slightly. Before Seireitei came, Rukia had explained to him that the Spiritual Arts Academy is divided into two parts. Spirit Test and Written Test. The most important of these is the Spiritual Power Test. The Written Test is not that important. As long as you have good spiritual talent, it doesn't matter how bad your written test scores are, you can still enter the school. As for the way to test spiritual power, there have been many methods for thousands of years. In the past 100 years, with the 12th Division Technology Development Bureau, a special device for testing spiritual talent has been developed. It's called Spirit Ball. The test method is very simple. As long as the tester injects his own spiritual power, the spiritual power ball will automatically appear the corresponding light according to the strength of Ryutsu in it. The examiner will judge the level of Ryutsu according to the degree of light that the spiritual power ball appears. Ryutsu is divided into 9 classes, with the first class being the lowest and the 9th class being the highest. 3rd class Ryutsu and above are considered qualified. Like Ichimaru Jin and Hitsuga Toshiro, these two are already the captains of the Godai 13th Division. When joining the Spiritual Arts Academy, both are 9th class Ryutsu. With Seireitei, the Kukaki family of the upper nobles arrives. Isn't this man from the Kukaki family? I know him. He seems to be the current head of the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kuchiki's younger brother, Kukaki Shya. I heard that he was blind from birth. He has been staying in the Kukaki family and has not been out much. It is said that Kukaki Shya's spiritual talent seems to be poor. Why would you want to join the Spiritual Arts Academy? The surrounding nobles who were queuing up to wait for the spiritual power test all looked strangely at Seireitei, who had her eyes closed, and whispered to each other. Onogawa Nishi. The examiner read a name without looking up. The boy who took the first place came forward with a nervous expression, and poured spiritual power into the spiritual power ball in front of him. I saw white light flashing in the spiritual power ball. Spiritual power 3rd class, pass, go to gate number 1 and take the written test. The examiner nodded and pointed forward. The young man showed joy, and after a respectful salute, he left with the wooden sign that passed the examination. The civilians from Rukanga behind him all showed envy after seeing the boy pass the examination, wishing to be able to take the boy's place. Passing the examination means that as long as this young man can successfully graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy, his standard of living will be greatly improved in the future. After a while, it was finally Seireitei's turn. When the examiner saw Seireitei's clothes with the Kukaki family crest, as a lower-ranking nobleman, he quickly stood up with a respectful expression on his face, and said respectfully, Master Kukaki, please inject spiritual power. Seireitei nodded slightly, stretched out his right hand, and began to inject spiritual power into the spiritual power ball in front of him. From the observation just now, Seireitei can see how much Ryutsu strength the spirit ball in front of him can probably withstand. As Seireitei injected spiritual power, the white light in the spiritual power ball began to change constantly. White, blue, red. Seeing this scene, everyone in the test field widened their eyes and surrounded them. Just now, when the other people were conducting the spiritual power test, the spiritual power ball only appeared blue at most, that is, the 6th class Ryutsu. But the color in the spirit ball in front of Seireitei is still changing. Along with the spiritual power ball, a purple light appeared. Also represents Seireitei's Ryutsu strength, with captain rank. Purple light. 9th class Ryutsu. This is captain class Ryutsu. The examiner shouted excitedly. How come? It's a purple light? This is a captain Ryutsu. He actually has a captain level Ryutsu, as expected from the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 great nobles. The people around opened their mouths wide and looked at Seireitei as if they were looking at a monster. Renji, did you see that? Nii-sama and Byakuya-sama both have captain level Ryutsu. Rukia said excitedly. Yeah, brother Seireitei is really amazing. After Renji saw Seireitei's spiritual talent was so terrifying, he was also shocked and clicked his tongue. The spiritual power ball in front of Seireitei, after the purple light appeared, still didn't mean to stop at all, and it still started to change constantly. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the spiritual power ball, and the cracks became bigger and bigger. There was a loud noise and an explosion sound, and the spiritual power ball was directly turned into countless fragments, scattered on the ground. The spirit ball exploded. Blown away by Seireitei's Ryutsu. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Spirit Ball, it's exploded. When the examiner saw the explosion of the spiritual power ball, his face was full of shock, his voice trembled, and he looked into Seireitei's eyes with more respect. Back then, after the Technical Development Bureau of the 12th team produced these spirit balls, the upper limit of Ryutsu was just at the level of an ordinary captain. Even the current captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, and the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. At the time of the entrance test for Spiritual Arts Academy, he only reached the upper limit of the spiritual power ball, the 9th class Ryutsu. And Seireitei's Ryutsu strength actually exploded the spiritual power ball. Then it means that Seireitei's Ryutsu has surpassed the ordinary captain level. Everyone present saw the explosion of the spirit power ball. All of them opened their mouths wide open, staring at Kukaki Seireitei in a daze. They looked at Seireitei as if they were looking at a monster. Renji, did you see that? Nii-sama's Ryutsu talent is too strong. After seeing this scene, Rukia jumped up excitedly, turned around, and said to Renji. When Rukia was in school, the test for spiritual talent was only to reach the 7th class Ryutsu. Yeah, brother Seireitei's spiritual talent is really terrifying. Renji opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but couldn't say anything, but the bitter smile on his face was a little more. Seireitei also knew what she did just now, which was a bit high profile. However, he does not regret it, as the direct descendant of the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. It's not a bad thing to be a little high profile sometimes. Hi, how's my test result? Seireitei asked after seeing the examiner's delay in telling the result. The examiner immediately came to his senses, and just about to answer, he saw the spiritual power ball that had been broken into countless pieces, bent down, and said respectfully, Master Kukaki, the upper limit of the spiritual power ball is the captain level Ryutsu. Your Ryutsu has surpassed the 9th grade Ryutsu, you don't need to continue to take the written test, you can directly enter the spiritual academy to study. While speaking, the examiner handed Seireitei a wooden plaque engraved with 9s with both hands. This is not a wooden plaque for passing the spiritual power test, but a student certificate of Spiritual Arts Academy. Everyone who successfully passed the spiritual power test and the written test will be given a wooden card. The larger the number on the wooden sign, the better the class you are assigned to. The examiner's words were full of respect. Because he knows very well that Kukaki Seireitei is a member of the upper-class noble Kukaki family, plus he has Ryutsu beyond the ordinary captain level. In the future, he will definitely be a captain-level figure. After Seireitei took the wooden sign, the examiner continued, you just need to take this wooden sign and register at the college registration office, and you can officially enter the school. Okay, thank you for your advice. Seireitei nodded and smiled. Do you need me to have someone take you there? The examiner flattered with a smile on his face. Don't bother you, Seireitei waved his hand, turned around, and shouted to Renji and Rukia who were not far away, Rukia, Renji, the test is over, let's go. Rukia and Renji rushed over. Brother, you are really amazing. Rukia said with a look of admiration. Brother Seireitei, I didn't expect your spiritual talent to be so strong. Renji said. Okay, take me to the academy registration office. Seireitei smiled lightly. Just complete the registration. Seireitei's check-in task can be completed. At that time, the progress of the template can be increased by 10%. The ability will also increase a lot. Brother, come with me. Rukia also knows that the most important thing now is to take Seireitei to the college registration office for registration. Rukia led Seireitei into the door on the right, and Renji followed closely behind the two. Although unable to see with both eyes, Seireitei can also feel it when walking past other people. Countless fiery gazes were directed at him. Are the people of the Kukaki family all monsters? Even the spiritual power ball is burst by his Ryutsu. Does this mean that Kukaki Seireitei's Ryutsu has surpassed the captain level? What a monster! Countless discussions about Seireitei sounded around. The three of Seireitei walked in the aisle to the registration office, meeting some college freshmen from time to time. After a while, the three of Seireitei came to the registration office. Seireitei handed the wooden sign with 9 engraved on it to Shinigami who was in charge of registration. After seeing the wooden sign in front of him, Shinigami, who was in charge of registration, knew that Seireitei's spiritual talent was at the captain level, so he raised his head and looked at Seireitei in surprise. It turned out to be from the Kukaki family. The Shinigami muttered when he saw Seireitei's clothes and the Kukaki family crest. Soon, after registering Seireitei's name, he took out a set of uniforms from the Lingju Academy and handed them to Seireitei. Successfully sign in and get a task reward. Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Fujitora 1 smile template, 40%. Abilities, Advanced Observation Haki, Intermediate Armament Haki, Advanced Sword Master Swordsmanship. Exclusive ability, Gravity Fruit Control Degree is Intermediate, can control 20 times the gravity within 10,000 meters, can add gravity to the weapon, and cooperate with its own swordsmanship to deal a powerful blow to the enemy. It can also exert huge gravity on the enemy through weapon contact. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. In an instant, Seireitei only felt that incomparably mysterious swordsmanship experience and skills appeared in his mind, and his own abilities were also strengthened a lot. With the experience of improving the progress of the template several times before, this time Ryutsu has been well controlled by Seireitei after being promoted. After a long time, Seireitei breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the progress of the template has been improved. Is there an extra swordsman level advanced swordsman? Seireitei muttered to himself. The power of Jianhao level swordsmanship. It's already about the same level as the captain's level of swordsmanship. Even, it is stronger than the general captain level kendo. After all, in the Shinigami world, although kendo is in Zhongquan Zugui. However, it only occupies a part. It is simply incomparable with those sword masters in One Piece world. Especially swordsman level swordsmanship, that has comprehended the boundary of slashing iron. Brother, what's the matter with you? Rukia couldn't help asking curiously after seeing Seireitei standing there in a daze after registering. Nothing, just excited. Seireitei smiled. Rukia and Renji's eyes were full of confusion. With Seireitei's spiritual talent, it shouldn't be a joy to join the Spiritual Arts Academy, right? After thinking for a while, the two still attribute this matter to Seireitei's joining Spiritual Arts Academy for the first time. Rukia and Renji were more excited than Seireitei when they first joined Spiritual Arts Academy. Chapter 11. Brother Seireitei, your spiritual power test today broke the historical record of the Academy of Spiritual Art. Renji said with a smile. Ni-Isama's spiritual talent is much stronger than Captain Ichimaru Jin and Captain Hitsugaya. Rukia said happily. Ichimaru Jin and Hitsugaya Toshiro, already Spiritual Arts Academy. For thousands of years, there were 2 people with the highest spiritual talent. But even so, the Ryutsu of the 2 of them only reached the 9th rank. It is simply impossible to explode all the spirit balls like Seireitei. It can be said that the results of Seireitei's spiritual power test today are enough to be recorded in the history of the Academy of Spiritual Art. Okay, you 2 don't need to praise me anymore. Seireitei waved his hands, and said helplessly. Breaking the record of the Academy of Spiritual Art, Seireitei didn't feel much. Among other things, Aizen, the big boss, definitely hid his spiritual talent when he entered the Spiritual Arts Academy. Compared with today's Seireitei and Aizen, there is still a big gap. Rukia, you 2 wait for me here, I'll go change my clothes. Seireitei walked into a locker room with the school uniform in her hand. Soon, Seireitei, who had changed her clothes, came out of the locker room. Rukia and Renji came up to meet them. My lord, it's not the start of school today, so I'll take you around the academy to familiarize yourself with the environment. Rukia said softly after looking at Seireitei, who had changed into her courtyard uniform. The official opening time of Spiritual Arts Academy is 2 days later. However, anyone who can show their outstanding spiritual talent can skip the written test and directly join the Academy of Spiritual Arts. Seireitei nodded. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, just go around the Spiritual Art Academy with Rukia and Renji, and get acquainted with the environment. Headed by Rukia, Seireitei and Renji followed her and walked into the gate of the Spirit Art Institute. As soon as Seireitei entered the Spirit Art Academy, she used observation haki to sense everything around her. The architectural style of the Lingju Academy is quite different from that of the Kukaki family mansion. Whether it is from the overall shape or architectural style, it is more inclined to modernization. The mansion of the Kukaki family is relatively simple. My lord brother, this is where we usually practice sword meditation. Rukia took Seireitei lightly to a wide dojo, pointed to the dojo in front, and whispered. In the dojo in front of me, there were more than a dozen scattered people, kneeling and sitting on futons, with their eyes slightly closed. A handful of sealed states were held in their hands. These students are basically sophomores and above from the Spiritual Art Academy. Seireitei sensed the appearance of the dojo in front of him with observation haki, and said with a smile, not bad. In the following time, Rukia took Seireitei and Renji to stop and go in the Spiritual Art Academy, and almost went around the entire Spiritual Art Academy. Okay, Rukia, Renji, I'm already familiar with the environment here, you 2 go back to study, I want to go to the dormitory alone first. Seireitei grabbed Rukia, who was about to move forward, rubbed her hair and said with a smile. Seireitei just learned from Renji that the Spirit Art Academy does not force students to live in the academy, but allows students to choose freely. However, most of the students of the Spirit Art Academy are commoners from Rukanga, so they will choose to live in the Spirit Art Academy. Okay, my lord brother. Rukia said a little depressed. Brother Seireitei, then Rukia and I will leave first. If you need help, you can ask someone to call me in the first shift. Renji patted his chest and said. Okay, then I won't be polite at that time. Seireitei smiled lightly. Rukia and Renji, bowed to Seireitei one after the other, turned and left. Seireitei smiled and walked towards the dormitory. Since Kukaki Seireitei, the younger brother of Byakuya Kuchiki, the head of the 4 nobles, the current head of the Kukaki family, is in the spiritual power test of the Spiritual Arts Academy. After bursting the spiritual power ball used for the entrance test, in a short period of time, it almost spread throughout the entire Spiritual Arts Academy and the entire Seireitei. Lingling Court. A team is in the house. Captain, the news came from the Spiritual Arts Academy just now. In the spiritual power test of Kukaki Seireitei of the Kukaki family, Ryutsu exploded the spiritual power ball. He is the first person the Spiritual Arts Academy has encountered in the millennium. The Spiritual Arts Academy thinks ask how you want to deal with it. A middle-aged man with white hair and golden eyes, wearing a Shiba costume, a mustache, walked into the team building, and said to Yamamoto Genryūsai in front of him with a serious face. This person is Kojiro Sasuke, the deputy captain of the first team who has followed Yamamoto Genryūsai for more than 2,000 years. Ryutsu exploded the power ball? Then put Kukaki Shya in the special class. Yamamoto Genryūsai raised his eyes, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke. Yamamoto Motoyanagi remembers that Kukaki Shya's Ryutsu is only comparable to the captain level. The spiritual power ball used by the Spiritual Academy to test spiritual power talent can withstand ordinary captain level Ryutsu. Since the beginning of the Spiritual Arts Academy, there has never been a Ryutsu who can burst a spiritual ball. In the last 100 years, there are only Ichimaru Jin and Hitsugaya Toshiro. In the spiritual power test, I reached the 9th grade Ryutsu Bale. Kukaki Shya's Ryutsu was able to explode the spiritual power ball. This surprised Yamamoto Genryūsai. Yes. Kojiro Sasuke replied. The 5th team is in the house. Aizen is holding a brush and writing. Squeak. The door was opened, and Ichimaru Jin walked in with a smile. Ah, Shya-kun's spiritual talent has broken the record of the Academy of Spiritual Arts. It's so scary. Captain Aizen, what are we going to do next? Are we really not going to get rid of him? Ichimaru Jin looked at Aizen with a smile and said. Ichimaru Jin did not expect that Shya's Ryutsu was so powerful. Even the spirit ball was exploded by Shya. Silver, not everything needs to be solved by killing, but Kukaki Shya, this is a variable, and I'm getting more and more curious about him. After putting down the writing brush in his hand, Aizen pushed his glasses with his right hand, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and said gently. Since Aizen took interest in Kukaki Shya, these days, Aizen has collected all kinds of information about Shya. He was surprised to find that when Kukaki Shya was born, his spiritual talent was not very good. And just after getting Zanpakuto, it can burst into a captain-level Ryutsu. Now Kukaki Shya's Ryutsu has obviously surpassed the ordinary captain level. This made Aizen even more curious about Kukaki Shya. Silver, pay more attention to this Kukaki Shya, maybe he can bring new changes. Aizen said gently. I see, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru Jin replied with a smile. Asterisk. Chapter 12. 2 days later. The entrance ceremony of Spiritual Arts Academy took place as scheduled. Shya came out of the dormitory with a stick knife. Is this Kukaki Shya? How is he blind? Hey, keep your voice down. He's from the Kukaki family. If you want to die, don't drag me in. Even if I just look at him from a distance, I feel a huge sense of oppression. He is indeed a genius who can break the record of the Spiritual Academy. Along the way, the students who met Shya talked behind their backs. In the past 2 days, basically all the students in the Academy of Spiritual Art knew that among the freshmen this year, there was such a one as Kukaki Shya, a genius. For the first time since the establishment of the Spiritual Academy, Ryutsu's new student burst the spiritual power ball. Shya didn't care at all after hearing the people around him talking about him, and walked forward calmly. After a while, the entrance ceremony officially began. First of all, welcome to the freshmen. Our Spiritual Arts Academy has been more than 2,000 years since the founding of Captain Yamamoto Genryūsai. We have been nurturing the Kido, the secret mobile team, and the Gout 13th Division for the stability of the Soul Society. I hope all students, don't forget your duty as a Shinigami and protect the Soul Society. After the routine speeches by the dean and teachers. This is the most important division. Shya was undoubtedly assigned to the special class. The special class is far beyond the existence of the first class. Among the students, the spiritual talent is above the 7th grade. However, compared with Shya, the person who exploded the spiritual ball, he seemed a little small. Even if they were sitting in the same classroom, no one dared to sit around Shya. Is he actually assigned to our class? The pressure on Shya-san is too strong. I really want to compete with him. Most of the eyes were on Shya, and they were whispering. Everyone be quiet. After a while, you will go to the sealed state and get the sealed state. After the teacher made a simple self-introduction, he looked at the students below and said. The students in the classroom all boiled up one by one. Sealed state. Nameless Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto's name when it was not a Shikai. More than 6,000 members of the Godai 13 team were temporarily loaned out when they were students, and they were officially awarded the nameless Zanpakuto when they joined the team. Created by Ermiwa Wanjiu alone, it is the prototype of Zanpakuto, and its owner writes his own spirit and belief, thus becoming the only Zanpakuto. Seireitei stores all sealed states in the sealed state place located in Spiritual Arts Academy. Every year after the opening of the Spiritual Academy, all the freshmen will go to the sealed state place to get a sealed state. If you can successfully graduate and join the 13th team, then, the selected sealed state will accompany them for a lifetime. If you fail to graduate, the sealed state will have to be returned. However, for the four nobles, the sealed state is just something that can be easily obtained. Sign in task: after the sealed state is opened, sign in at the door. Task reward: template progress increased by 10%. Just when everyone in the classroom was jumping for joy, the system prompt sounded in Seireiha's mind. Where is the sealed state to sign? There is nothing wrong with this Spirit Academy. Seireiha murmured. In such a short time, Seireiha can already get 2 check-in tasks from the Spiritual Academy. The template progress has been obtained by 20%. If Seireiha swung his knife 10,000 times a day for 5 consecutive years, template progress is only increased by 1%. It will take at least 100 years to obtain 20% template progress. Under the guidance of the teacher, the students in the special class, including Seireiha, walked through a passage and came to the central building of Spiritual Arts Academy. Before entering, every student has undergone strict inspection, in case someone is carrying dangerous items. After all, what the sealed state stores is all sealed states. Once damaged, the consequences will be disastrous. Soon, everyone came to the door of a room. There are 2 stealthy and maneuverable Shinigami at the door, looking at everyone with covetous eyes. There was also a Kido sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes slightly closed. The teacher opened the door of the room, revealing a dark, empty room. Please open the sealed state. When many students looked at the scene in front of them in confusion, the teacher said to the Kido. The Kido nodded, stood up, clasped their hands together, and began to chant the incantation. The wheel of steel, the movement is like the wind, the iron is shining, and it is silent until it is silent. Kun prominent. Coiled. Blocked. Penetrated. Open. As the Kido shouted loudly, a white light shot out from his hand and rushed into the room. The space in the room began to change, revealing its true face. Sword blades gleaming with cold light were inserted into the ground. This is where the real sealed state is. Students, please note that the opening time of the sealed state is limited. Please select the sealed state as soon as possible. The teacher pointed to the sealed state ahead and shouted. Yes. The students around answered in high tones, and couldn't wait to walk in, and began to choose the sealed state that suits them. Seireiha smiled and walked to the door of the sealed state. Successfully sign in and get a task reward. Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Fujitora 1 smile template, 50%. Abilities: Observation Haki Advanced, Armament Haki Advanced, Swordsman Level, Swordsmanship Consummation Level. Exclusive ability: Gravity Fruit Control is Intermediate, can control 25 times the gravity within 30,000 meters, and can add gravity to weapons. Weightlessness Control, make people and objects or areas lose gravity, and make objects float into the air. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireiha's mind. In an instant, Seireiha felt a lot of kendo experience and skills in his mind. And it was only a little bit short of being able to reach the level of a great swordsman. Seireiha estimated that his current level of kendo should be about the same as that of an ordinary captain. It is still incomparable with first-generation Kenpeki, Anohanaretsu Yachiryu. Perhaps Seireiha will be able to compete with it when she reaches the great swordsman consummation level. His own abilities have also been enhanced a lot. Especially Armament Haki, which has been upgraded to a high level, can cover the whole body. Observation Haki is still at an advanced level, and has not changed much from before. Although the template-specific ability has not changed qualitatively, the ability to manipulate gravity has also been strengthened a lot. Especially the extra weightless control, which can instantly lose gravity for people and objects or an area. Seireitei has a vague feeling that maybe adding another template progress, observation haki should be able to reach the perfection level. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Now my strength should be able to beat the vice captain. Seireitei thought to himself. Seireitei estimates that with his current template progress of 50%, he should be much stronger than the general vice captain level. There should still be some gaps from the ordinary captain level. However, Seireitei felt that as long as his template progress increased by another 10%, he should be able to beat it. However, it's far from high-ranking Shinigami like Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki. At least wait until his template progress reaches more than 80%, and unlock more and stronger abilities. Maybe it can be compared with it. Seeing Seireitei staying at the door of the sealed state, the teacher couldn't help but ask after not entering for a long time, "Student Seireitei, everyone has gone in to choose the sealed state, why don't you go in?" "Teacher, I already have Zanpakuto, I just came to see what the sealed state is." Seireitei patted the stick knife hanging on his waist, and said with a smile. Seireitei itself does not have much interest in sealed state. If it weren't for the check-in task, Seireitei wouldn't have come here at all. The sealed state has no effect on Seireitei. The teacher and the two secret maneuvers around Shinigami showed a look, "Are you fooling me? See where the sealed state is? What can you, a blind person, see? Okay, Seireitei, since you already have Zanpakuto, you can go to the dojo to prepare first. I think the students should come out and choose soon." With good psychological quality, the teacher did not complain about Seireitei's behavior, but only looked at Seireitei with a trace of regret in his eyes. In his opinion, Seireitei is the one with the highest spiritual talent among the freshmen. It even broke the historical record of the Spirit Art Academy. And, have your own Zanpakuto without even enrolling. Unfortunately, he is blind. Okay, teacher. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need for Seireitei to stay any longer, she nodded slightly, and walked out. In the classroom before, the teacher had already told them that after selecting the sealed state, they would start teaching kendo lessons. Therefore, Seireitei after leaving the sealed state. So he came to the dojo in charge of kendo training alone. At this time, the spacious dojo was empty, except for Seireitei. Even the kendo teacher hasn't come yet. Other freshmen are probably still choosing sealed state. Seireitei was not in a hurry, and began to get acquainted with the new ability she had just acquired, weightlessness control. This time Seireitei didn't use it with all his strength, he was afraid that the dojo in front of him would be directly destroyed by him. Seireitei first used weightlessness control against a small piece of ground about 1 meter in diameter in front of him. Boom! The ground in front of him began to crack. A stone with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of about 5 or 6 meters rose from the ground. It rose higher and higher at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it flew to a distance of 1,000 meters from the ground. On the ground, only a large pit with a diameter of 1 meter was left. After Seireitei sensed this scene with observation haki, she nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of her right hand, the stone fell back into the big pit on the ground, perfectly stitched. Otherwise, wait a minute, the teacher and those students came over and saw such a big hole in the ground, it would be hard to explain. Seireitei sensed the surrounding situation with observation haki. It was found that no students entered the dojo. Seireitei's current high-level observation haki, the range of perception has reached an astonishing 10,000 meters. Looks like there's still a little time. Seireitei said to himself. Seireitei pulled out the stick knife, held the knife in his right hand, imitated the appearance of the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo, swung forward, and the middle two shouted, "Crescent Moon!" From the blade in Seireitei's hand came a purple crescent-shaped slash. This purple crescent-shaped slash, after being issued from the blade, turned into a slash with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Everything in front of them was split into two by this 10-meter-long slash. A bottomless ravine also appeared on the ground of the dojo. This crescent-shaped slash that was more than 10 meters long split hundreds of iron puppets into two and dissipated in the air 100 meters away. Haha, it seems that the power is not bad. After Seireitei sensed the scene in front of him with observation haki, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seireitei didn't use all his strength just now, but just tried a little bit of swordsman-level swordsmanship. Otherwise, the power is not just like this. Seireitei figured he was firing on all cylinders. This dojo must be destroyed by him. After Seireitei sheathed the stick knife again, she leaned aside, wanting to rest for a while. Yo, Seireitei-san, I kept you waiting. The teacher waved to Seireitei. Behind him was a group of students with sealed state around their waists and smiling faces. Seireitei stood up, smiled, and said nothing. Huh? How did the dojo become like this? After leading the students to Seireitei, the teacher said in astonishment after seeing the horrible appearance in the dojo. He clearly confirmed that when he came here in the morning, the dojo was still intact. It's good now, not only the ground of the dojo, it seems to have been plowed by something. Even the hundreds of humanoid iron puppets that were originally used for the students to practice kendo in front of them were divided into two and scattered on the ground. What's going on? Isn't this the dojo where we trained? How did it become like this? Could it be some captain who is training here? The students clicked their tongues after seeing the scene in front of them. Seireitei-san, you didn't do this, did you? After the teacher swallowed his saliva, he asked cautiously. I'm sorry, teacher, when I was waiting for you just now, I accidentally used too much force. Don't worry, I will compensate the academy for all losses here. Seireitei said awkwardly. To be honest, Seireitei didn't expect that this dojo would be so fragile. He didn't even use his full strength. It's okay, there's no need for compensation, damage is inevitable during the training process, and you don't want to. After getting confirmation from Seireitei, the teacher quickly waved his hand and said. My goodness! This is what Seireitei did alone. I just thought it was a certain captain who came to our Academy of Spiritual Arts for training. As expected of Seireitei. Student Seireitei's kendo is so powerful, I guess the kendo teacher who taught us is going to cry. After learning that the dojo in front of them had become like this, it was made by Seireitei alone, the students around widened their eyes and shouted. Sign-in task, go to Karakura town in the present world, and bury a wandering soul. The time limit is half a year. Task reward, Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Did the new check-in task appear again? This time it is to go to the real Karakura town. After completing this, the progress of the template can reach 60%. By then, my strength should be about the same as that of an ordinary captain. After Seireitei saw another check-in task appeared, her face beamed with joy. Seireitei's template progress is now at 50%, just get another 10% template progress. Then, even if it is an ordinary captain level, he dares to fight with it. System, I don't have Zanpakuto, can I perform soul burial? Seireitei was a little confused when he thought that his staff sword did not seem to be Zanpakuto. Although he keeps telling others that the stick knife on his waist is his Zanpakuto. However, Seireitei is well aware that the stick knife is just an excuse to cover up his own manipulation of gravity. He doesn't know whether it is possible to carry out soul burial. Host's stick knife is changed from the sealed state, and it has the function of helping wandering souls to bury their souls. I'm relieved that way. After getting the accurate answer from the system, Seireitei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his stick knife can perform soul burial, there will be no problem. Otherwise, if he is asked to find a sealed state again, it will be difficult to explain. After all, Seireitei already has Zanpakuto in the eyes of others, so what's the need for a sealed state? Hi everyone, my name is Shihaorin Saifeng, and I will be your future kendo teacher at the Lingshu Academy. Now that you have all selected your sealed state, we will start the class. At this moment, a kendo teacher wearing a kendo uniform and a Zanpakuto on his waist walked into the dojo. He was a little surprised when he saw the potholes in the dojo, but he didn't think it was the group in front of him. Caused by freshmen. Shihaoran Saifeng greeted everyone and announced that the class was about to start. Shihaoran Saifeng, from one of the four nobles of the Soul Society, the Shihaoran family, is one of the famous sword masters in the Spiritual Art Academy. He has served in the Spiritual Art Academy for more than 300 years, and he is considered a relatively old teacher. Everyone stood up and bowed to Shihaoran Saifeng to show their respect. Immediately, Shihaoran Saifeng began to practice the basic skills of kendo for the students in the dojo, and explained the kendo experience to them. Among them, more than a dozen students were also asked to fight against him. However, there is no doubt that all the students who fought against him were defeated. Seireitei was sitting quietly among the crowd, thinking whether to apply for graduation in advance, so that she can go to the present world and complete the task of signing in. After all, this check-in task is time-limited, and the time is only half a year. This year's Spiritual Arts Academy Soul Burial internship will be about a month away. If Seireitei wants to apply for early graduation, then within 1 month, master Shinigami's 4 major skills, chopping fists and walking away ghosts. Kukaki Shya, what are you thinking? Come out. Next, it's up to you to fight me. Seeing Kukaki Shya's performance, Shihaoran Saifeng frowned and scolded. In the Soul Society, upper-ranking nobles have a very high status. Therefore, other people will behave grovelingly when facing people with noble status. However, as the Shihaoran family who also comes from one of the 4 great nobles, Shihaoran Saifeng is not afraid of Kukaki Shya from the Kukaki family. Yes. Seireitei responded, stood up, took out a wooden knife from the knife holder beside him, and walked out. Kendo class is a course offered by the Spiritual Academy to train kendo skills. During training, zanpakuto is not used. Instead, sealed state or wooden knives are used. The purpose is to improve the students' kendo skills. After seeing Kukaki Shya being called out by Shihaoran Saifeng, many students showed gloating expressions. They also want to know, Seireitei, the genius who broke the record of spiritual power. What is the attainment in the way of swordsmanship? Although Seireitei has already said just now, he is the one who destroyed the dojo. However, they have never seen Seireitei make a move in person, and everyone is only dubious. Teacher Saifeng, please give me some advice. Facing Shihaoran Saifeng, who is also a senior nobleman, Seireitei bowed politely. Seireitei holds the wooden knife in her right hand, pointing forward. Seireitei, don't you use sealed state? Shihaoran Saifeng frowned after seeing that Seireitei was only holding a wooden knife. I've got my own zanpakuto, the wooden sword is enough, Seireitei said. If Seireitei were to use the stick knife at his waist, he might kill the kendo teacher in front of him with one blow. That's really a crime. Okay, Seireitei-san, please be careful. After Shihaoran Saifeng learned that Seireitei had obtained zanpakuto, he was a little surprised and also took out a wooden knife from the side. Shihaoran Saifeng, holding a wooden knife, staring at Seireitei with piercing eyes, took a kendo pose. It seemed that in the next moment, he was about to rush to the past. Neither of them used Ryutsu, but chose to use the simplest kendo techniques to fight. However, the dust in the dojo began to disperse as if being pulled by some kind of force. Seireitei, come on! Student Seireitei, you must defeat Teacher Saifeng. Let Teacher Saifeng see the swordsmanship of our number 1 freshman. The students around, seeing the mountain-like aura of the 2 in front of them, couldn't help cheering for Seireitei. Shihaoran Saifeng was not angry when he saw this scene. Seireitei classmate, the teacher is coming. As soon as Shihaoran Saifeng's words fell, he held a wooden knife in both hands, and his feet were like springs, ejected out, bringing out a cloud of dust, and his body rushed towards Seireitei quickly. In an instant, the figure of Shihaoran Saifeng came in front of Seireitei, and the wooden knife in his hand slashed fiercely from the right side, bringing a sound of piercing through the air. The sharp wind of the knife made the students who approached feel a little bit of coolness, as if they would be beheaded here in the next second. Clang! Seireitei didn't dodge. He had already sensed the attack trajectory of the wooden sword with observation haki just now. The wooden sword in his right hand stood in front of him and directly blocked the menacing blow. Shihaoran Saifeng only felt a strong force coming from the wooden knife in his hand, and he couldn't move forward. Just when he was about to back away, Seireitei started to counterattack. The wooden knife in his hand turned slightly, and the wooden knife in Shihaoran Saifeng's hand was directly thrown away. The wooden knife was directly thrown tens of meters away and stuck on the ground. Seireitei swung forward, and a purple crescent-shaped slash came out from the wooden knife, attacking Shihaoran Four Winds. If this purple slash fell on Shihaoran Saifeng, even if Shihaoran Saifeng did not die, he would be seriously injured. Block me! At this critical moment, Shihaoran Saifeng pulled out Zanpakuto S from his waist and burst out Ryutsu, barely parrying Seireitei's slash. Although he blocked the slash, he was still forced back tens of meters by the powerful impact. Seireitei classmate, the teacher lost. The clothes on Shihaoran Saifeng's body became tattered, and he knelt down on one knee. The Zanpakuto in his hand was stuck on the ground, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he smiled wryly with horror on his face. Asterisk. Chapter 15. After hearing that Shihaoran Saifeng conceded defeat. For a while, in the whole dojo, there was no sound. The surrounding students saw that Shihaoran Saifeng was instantly killed by Seireitei. All looked dumbfounded. Now they finally believe that it was Seireitei who made the dojo look like this. Only a kendo level like Seireitei can do this. Did you see it just now? Teacher Saifeng lost. Seireitei-san's kendo is too strong. Even the kendo teacher is no match. Student Seireitei is worthy of being the head of the four nobles, the Kukaki family. Not only is he talented in spiritual power, but he is also so powerful in swordsmanship. Immediately, many students broke out into more intense discussions. Kendo. A skill from Zo Fist Zo Ghost. Notoriously easy to get started, but difficult to grandmaster. Seireitei's kendo level is actually better than Shihaoran's kendo teacher. It was simply too terrifying. Thank you, Teacher Saifeng, for your mercy. Seireitei said with a smile after putting the wooden knife in his hand on the knife holder beside him. The template loaded by Seireitei is Fujitora's smile template. Possesses swordsman level perfect level swordsmanship. Not to mention Shihaoran Saifeng, the kendo teacher of the spiritual academy. Even if it is the captain level of the 13th division, except for Anohanaretsu Yachilio, Zaraki Kenpei, and Yamamoto Genryūsai. There are not many captains who can beat Seireitei in kendo. Don't say that, sir, I have used all my strength just now. Seireitei, your level of kendo has far surpassed mine. After Shihaoran Saifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, he stood up, put the Zanpakuto back into its sheath, and smiled wryly. If Shihaoran hadn't burst out Ryutsu in time and used Zanpakuto to block Seireitei's slash just now, it is estimated that his kendo teacher is about to lie on the ground now. That way, he really lost his face. Seireitei-san, those puppets in the dojo and the slash on the ground should be caused by you, right? Shihaoran Saifeng pointed to the hundreds of puppets that were divided into two in the dojo and a bottomless ravine on the ground, and said with a hint of affirmation in his tone. Originally, he thought that this should be caused by kendo teachers from other classes practicing swordsmanship for the students. However, after seeing Seireitei's kendo level just now, he was 90% sure it was caused by Seireitei. Well, when I was waiting for my classmates just now, I was careless and tried a little harder. Seireitei smiled lightly. Student Seireitei, you don't need to continue to listen to the basics of kendo. Shihaoran Saifeng said with a smile. By the way, teacher, if I want to apply for early graduation, what should I do? Seireitei asked. Seireitei has not forgotten that she still has a check-in task. It is a matter of going to Karakura town in the present world and burying a wandering soul within half a year. And the soul burial practice at the spiritual academy is only once a year. Basically, only students above the 3rd grade can register to participate. In addition, students who apply for early graduation can also get the opportunity to participate in the soul burial internship. Student Seireitei, are you going to apply for early graduation just after entering school? After hearing Seireitei's words, the teacher frowned and said. There are no students who apply for early graduation just after entering the school, in the entire Spirit Art Academy. Even Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the third team, graduated early after studying at the Spirit Art Academy for a year. No way! Seireitei-san is going to apply for early graduation. Isn't this too fast? Graduating ahead of schedule requires masters 4 skills of slashing fists and walking ghosts, and successfully challenged an official Shinigami. The surrounding students were also startled by Seireitei's words, and looked at Seireitei in surprise. What they didn't expect was that Seireitei was only on the first day of school. I already want to apply for early graduation. Even if they are all students in the special class. It will take at least 4 years to master the 4 major skills of slashing fists and walking ghosts. Yes, teacher, I want to apply for early graduation. Seireitei smiled. The 4 skills of chopping fists and walking ghosts. When Seireitei stayed with the Kukaki family. It's not just about daily knife swing training. Kukaki Yinling invited the best teacher for Seireitei. Taught Seireitei to cut fists and walk away ghosts. However, due to the fact that Seireitei's template-specific ability was not unlocked at that time, Ryutsu has always been at the officer level. The 4 major skills of chopping fists and walking ghosts have not been going smoothly. However, as the Seireitei template progresses, Ryutsu is enhanced. Seireitei's understanding of Kido, Shunpo, and white hits has also been greatly strengthened. If you want to apply for graduation in advance, student Seireitei, you need to be qualified by the teacher who taught you to cut fists and walk away ghosts within the next month. Moreover, you need to participate in the soul burial practice and pass the qualification after 1 month. Finally, you need to defeat an official Shinigami. After pondering for a moment, the teacher told everything he knew in detail. To be honest, he would not like Seireitei to apply for early graduation right now. Isn't this too difficult? Get qualified by the teachers of Zhanquanzogui within a month. Need to defeat an official Shinigami. That's simply not something we freshmen can do. After learning about the requirements for early graduation, the students around were stunned. Don't say anything else. The only thing is to be qualified by the teachers of Zhanquanzogui. They have to study for at least 2 or 3 years before they can do it. Student Seireitei, among other things, I have personally experienced your kendo ability. You are already qualified with me. I also want to know if you can break the historical record of the earliest graduate from the Spiritual Art Academy. Shihaorin Saifeng patted his chest and said with a hearty smile. Just relying on Seireitei's kendo level that can instantly kill him with a wooden knife. Seireitei's kendo ability has far surpassed him. Thank you, teacher Saifeng, I will not let you down. Seireitei smiled lightly. Student Seireitei, are you sure you still want to apply for early graduation? I think you should study for a year in the Academy of Spiritual Art before considering applying for early graduation. The teacher persuaded. Teacher, you don't need to persuade me. I have already made my decision. I am sure to apply for early graduation. Seireitei said with a smile. Well, then I will report your application for early graduation to the dean later, and you should train hard this month. The teacher opened his mouth, but did not try to persuade him after all. Maybe let Seireitei experience for herself the difficulty of graduating early. Not a bad thing either. Thank you for your help. Seireitei said with a smile on his face. After saying that, Seireitei turned around and left the dojo in big strides. He is ready to train his weak point, Kido. *. Chapter 16. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, Seireitei used her abilities to show that she has the qualifications to graduate early. On the first day of school, Seireitei beat the kendo teacher. In the Shunpo class in the second week, Seireitei was 10 seconds ahead of Mr. Shunpo in the competition with Mr. Shunpo. In the third week, in the white hits class, Seireitei faced the combination of all the students in the special class and the siege of teacher white hits, and defeated everyone in just 1 minute. In the fourth week, in the Kido course, due to Seireitei's own powerful Ryutsu, he has perfected Master 1 to number 80 Kido, and released Heido S73. Shuanglian Kang Huo Pendant and Bakudo S75. 5 Pillars Taiguan 2 High-Level Keto, has been recognized by the Keto teacher. Shireha's strength is so powerful that even those senior students in the Spiritual Art Academy who have been enrolled for 5 or 6 years feel ashamed. When a normal student of the Spirit Art Academy graduates, the Keto abilities that can be mastered are only the Keto from Master 1 to 40. Shireha has only been enrolled for 1 month, and she has already mastered the high-level Keto. Such performance made Kukaki Shireha's name very popular in the entire Spiritual Academy. Even the Shinigami in the 13th squad of Seireitei are no strangers to Shireha's name. Even Kukaki Silver Ridge, the former captain of the 6th team at the Kukaki family mansion, also knew that his grandson, Kukaki Shireha, was going to apply for graduation in advance. After Kukaki Yinling knew about this, he immediately went to the Lingju Academy to meet Shireha. Originally, when Kukaki Yinling wanted to question Shireha why he did this, after seeing Shireha's ability to cut fists and walk away ghosts, he left the Academy of Spiritual Arts with a happy face. Team number 5 Team Sherry. Aizen was writing a few large characters in front of a table with a brush in his hand. Captain Aizen, you should have heard that Shireha-kun has already applied to graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy. It is estimated that this year's soul burial practice, he will also be there. Shall we make some preparations? Ichimaru Jin, who was wearing a captain's haori, walked in with his hands on kabuto, and looked at Aizen with an eternal smile. Silver, Kukaki Shireha's ability is better than I imagined. I have already made arrangements for him. After finishing the last stroke with the brush in Aizen's hand, he put down the brush in his hand and said gently. During this period of time, Aizen, as the calligraphy teacher of the Spiritual Art Academy, also visited the Spiritual Art Academy from time to time. Neither, however, has encountered Shireha. This disappointed Aizen a bit. However, Aizen had heard about what Shireha had done in the Spiritual Academy. Since Captain Aizen has already made arrangements, it's my fault. Ichimaru Jin still had that trademark smile on his face. Regarding whether Shireha can graduate from the Spiritual Academy in advance, Ichimaru Jin had no doubts. I'm curious, which team will Kukaki Shireha choose to go to? There was a gleam of light in Aizen's eyes under the frame of the mirror. Shireha is doing daily knife swing training in a dojo in the Lingju Academy. Although the check-in task can get a lot of template progress. However, this kind of daily training that can be sustained cannot be given up. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Due to Shireha's deterrent power, Shireha is the only one in the huge dojo. The entire dojo seems to have become Shireha's private property. In various places in the dojo, there are slashes made by Shireha. On the ground, there are bottomless ravines everywhere. After training to swing the sword 10,000 times a day, Shireha put the staff sword back into its sheath. Time to go. Shireha breathed a sigh of relief, hung the stick knife on his waist, and strode out of the dojo. Originally, according to the original plan, he was going to continue training his Keto ability. However, today he has more important things to do. That is the soul burial practice, started. Moreover, since Shireha graduated ahead of schedule, except for the 4 major skills of Zhanquan Zugui after passing all of them, there is also a special assessment to be able to participate in this year's soul burial practice. Shireha walked out of the dojo and walked towards the 6th grade campus. Hey, Shireha-san! Shireha! Along the way, many students greeted Shireha warmly after meeting Shireha. Shireha also smiled and nodded politely one by one. There were rumors in the Spiritual Art Academy before that Shireha applied for early graduation after defeating the kendo teacher on the first day of enrollment. Originally, many people did not believe in such outrageous things. Did Shireha really apply for early graduation? I heard that this time, the Academy of Spiritual Art has specially prepared a special assessment for Shireha. After passing it, you will be able to graduate early. Then you will have to fight against seniors. Who said that the seniors must be stronger than Shireha? Shireha Master's Zhanquan Zugui has already been recognized by the teachers. That's right. However, many people couldn't help being a little surprised when they saw that the direction Seireitei was heading to was the 6th grade campus. Soon, Seireitei came to the 6th grade campus. After coming here, Seireitei sensed several familiar figures with observation haki. Brother Seireitei! Brother Seireitei, you are finally here. When Renji saw Seireitei, Kira, who had yellow hair, and Hinamori Momo, who was petite, rushed to meet Seireitei. During Seireitei's month at the Spiritual Academy, Renji and Rukia visit him every now and then. Sometimes I bring Kira and Hinamori Momo with me. All three of Renji have already obtained Zanpakuto even though they are only 3rd graders. Therefore, you can also participate in this year's soul burial practice. So he is Kukaki Shya. Is he the Kukaki Shya who broke the spiritual power test record of the Spiritual Academy? How could he be blind? What is he doing here? Did he also participate in the soul burial practice like us? The shouts of the three of Renji made the eyes of the surrounding senior students turn to Seireitei. Hey! You are that Kukaki Shya, right? You don't look too strong, so don't come here for freshmen. A rough voice came from behind. An obese man with small hair, a broad face, wearing a gold chain and a gold bracelet made by himself, and eating a fried pancake appeared in everyone's sight. Brother Seireitei, this person is called Omida Merekio, a member of the lower noble Omida family. Renji told Seireitei the identity of the person in front of him. Seireitei nodded, signaling that she understood. So, what kind of strength do you think you need to be able to come in here? Seireitei turned around and asked Omida Merekio back. Asterisk. Chapter 17. What kind of strength? At least you have to have the strength of my uncle. With your small body, you should obediently go back and learn. Before Omida Merekio's rough voice could finish, the voice stopped abruptly. Triple gravity. All the people present could only hear Seireitei's flat voice. Ho ho! The triple gravity fell directly on Omida Merekio's body. Under this heavy pressure, his body bent and knelt directly, and fell to the ground. His face was flushed and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Omida Merekio only felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't stand up anyway. He could only be crushed to the ground heavily by gravity. What was that just now? Why did Omida fall down suddenly? It should be Kukaki Shya's Zanpakuto ability. I heard that Kukaki Shya got her own Zanpakuto before she even entered school. When the surrounding students saw Omida Merekio suddenly fell to the ground, they clicked their tongues at Shya's Zanpakuto ability. Omida Merekio's strength is already the 6th reincarnation of the Spirit Art Academy. Also received Zanpakuto. The strength has surpassed most of them. But Seireitei pressed him to the ground with one move and couldn't get up. How terrifying should Seireitei's strength be? Kukaki Shya, please unlock your Zanpakuto abilities. At this moment, an invigilator came out from the crowd and said in a deep voice. Okay, teacher. Seireitei smiled and released the triple gravity on Omida Merekio. Ahem. In an instant, Omida Merekio only felt the pressure on his body disappear. He began to cough continuously, taking a big breath of fresh air, his clothes were soaked in sweat, and he stood up reluctantly, looking at him with fear in his eyes. With Seireitei? How? Now that I have the strength, am I qualified to come here? Seireitei asked gently. Seireitei had just taught Omida Merekio a small lesson. Otherwise, 25 times the gravity will be exerted on Omida Merekio. It is estimated that he can be directly crushed into meat sauce. Yes, you have this strength, I was rude just now, I apologize to you. Omida Merekio hastily apologized to Seireitei and bowed his knees, and the address was changed to an honorific. For a moment just now, Omida Merekio thought that he was going to be suffocated to death by the huge pressure. In the Academy of Spiritual Arts, the hierarchy is not as strict as in the Sishing Academy. However, it is still in a place where strength is respected. Brother Seireitei, you are really amazing. After Renji came to Seireitei with an excited face, he said with a smile. Yeah, Brother Seireitei, that Omida Merekio is a 5th-generation senior. It is said that he was only a little bit short of being able to perform Shikai. You were able to defeat him. Kira Izuru said. Brother Seireitei, I want to become as strong as you in the future. Hinamori Momo looked at Seireitei with a look of admiration, and suddenly became Seireitei's little fan. It's nothing special, he's just too weak. Seireitei smiled and said nonchalantly. Teacher, I don't know what the special assessment given to me by the Academy of Spiritual Art is. Seireitei asked. Omida Merekio is nothing more than a blip. The most important thing now is to pass the special assessment given to him by the Spiritual Academy. Then go to the present world and complete the sign-in task. Kukaki Shya, after the decision of the Dean and the teachers of the Spirit Art Academy, your assessment task is to persist for half an hour in the siege of 105 reincarnation students. During this period, you cannot use Zanpakuto ability, you can only use Zhanquan Go Ghost. The assessment teacher said slowly. Obviously the Spiritual Art Academy also knew the power of Seireitei's Zanpakuto. The reason why the Academy of Spiritual Arts proposes such an assessment content that is almost impossible to complete in the eyes of others. The purpose is to make Seireitei quit. In the siege of 105 returned students from the Spiritual Art Academy, they persisted for half an hour. And not yet able to use the Zanpakuto ability. Even for the chairman of the 13th Division, it is difficult to complete. Not to mention Seireitei, a freshman who has just entered school for a month. What is the examination content of Kukaki Shya so difficult? Oh my god! Under the siege of 105 returned life, no one can do it for half an hour, right? It's over, Kukaki Shya can't pass. The content of the special assessment directly surprised everyone present, and none of them thought that Seireitei could pass this special assessment. Siege by 100 people? Interesting. There was a smile on the corner of Seireitei's mouth, and he stroked the stick knife at his waist. Even if you can only use Zhanquan to walk away ghosts. Seireitei also has this self-confidence and can pass this special test. Teacher, please start the assessment. Seireitei said with a smile. Okay, come with me. The invigilator took a deep look at Seireitei, as if he wanted to see where Seireitei's confidence came from. The proctor and Seireitei walked towards a dojo ahead. Seeing this, the three of Renji quickly followed. Many senior students around didn't want to miss this wonderful scene, so they followed. In the dojo at this time, the 5 reincarnations of the Spiritual Art Institute have already gathered. The proctor and Seireitei just walked into the dojo. Is this Kukaki Shya? How dare he really come to participate in this special assessment? This kind of impossible assessment task, what's the use of him coming here? Does he still naively think that he can hold on for half an hour under the siege of our 105th returned students? The gazes of all the 5th reincarnation students in the dojo were all focused on Seireitei, looking at Seireitei with surprise, doubt, curiosity, disdain, and so on. Kukaki Shya, please leave your Zanpakuto to me first. The invigilator stretched out his right hand towards Seireitei and said. During the assessment process, no one is allowed to hold Zanpakuto, including the sealed state. Seireitei didn't care, he untied the stick knife at his waist and handed it over. After taking the stick knife, the invigilator took out a list from his pocket and began to read the names on it slowly, San Arashi, Sato, Omida, Yamashita, Nishikido, Shiina, Nakama, Ninomiya. As the invigilator walked down, a 5th generation student came out from the crowd, each holding a wooden knife in his hand. The fat 5th generation at the head was Omida Merekio, who had just been taught by Seireitei. Seireitei took out a wooden knife from the knife rack on the side, holding the knife in his right hand. After a while, a total of 100 reincarnations, armed with wooden knives, scattered in 6 directions and surrounded Seireitei. Asterisk. Chapter 18. San Lan, under the mountain, the two of you lead 10 people, attack first from the left and right sides. Holding a wooden knife, Omida Merekio directed the two of them. The scene of being taught a lesson by Seireitei just now is still emerging in Omida Merekio's mind. He didn't want to fight Seireitei unless he had to. Only by standing in his position can one know what a terrifying person Seireitei is. Yes. 30 Arashi and Yamashita each led 10 returned students, armed with wooden knives, and attacked Seireitei together. Swish! 25 returnees headed by Sansan Arashi and Yamashita came in front of Seireitei. From all angles, he slashed out the wooden knife in his hand, without giving Seireitei any chance to dodge. Taking this opportunity, Omida Merekio also began to chant the mantra, Kun Komer. Mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, what bears the name of human beings? Truth. With this kind of strength, you dare to come to participate in the assessment? Just when they thought the attack had hit Seireitei successfully, smiles appeared on their faces. However, their smiles froze soon, and the wooden knives in their hands directly penetrated Seireitei's body, making a sound of piercing through the air. The figure of Seireitei in front of her began to slowly dissipate. After image. Sansanlan, Yamashita and the 25 returned students around him widened their eyes in disbelief. Then, they started looking around, trying to find Seireitei. Heido number 4 White Thunder. Seireitei's figure appeared hundreds of meters away, stretched out his index finger, and pointed to the 22 people below. I saw a very thick thunder and lightning, issued from Seireitei's finger, shooting towards Sansan Arashi, Yamashita and others on the ground. Heido S33, Blue Flame Pendant. In Omida Merekio's hands, the spiritual particles began to gather quickly, and a light blue fireball shot out from his hands, shooting towards the lightning bolt. Boom! The blue fire pendant issued by Omida Merekio was directly crushed by Seireitei's Heido 4, White Thunder, and turned into a little bit of flame, which dissipated in the air. How can I defeat my blue fire pendant with only Heido 4? How is it possible? After seeing this scene, Omida Merekio felt as if he saw a ghost, and couldn't believe it. Immediately, the thunder and lightning continued unabated, and directly landed on the bodies of 35 returned students including Sansanlan and Shanshida. Tsitsaiza. In just a moment, Sansanlan, Yamashita and other 25 returned students were stunned by the lightning and fell heavily to the ground. No. Is Kukaki Shya so strong? Just Heido 4 can instantly kill Sanarashi and Yamashita. This kind of shunpo and this kind of Kido ability are worthy of being a genius who dares to apply for early graduation. The students below were stunned when they saw that Bai Lei defeated 22 returned students so easily. That's great. Brother Seireitei is indeed the strongest. Renji squeezed his fist and said excitedly. Brother Seireitei's Kido is really good. Hinamori Momo was overjoyed. One day I want to be as strong as Brother Seireitei. Kira Izuru showed a firm look on his face. Are you also weak? That would disappoint me so much. Seireitei shook her head, disappointed. BD. Don't underestimate us. A mere freshman. Sato blushed and roared. Let's go together. Don't let this freshman look down on us. If we continue like this, we will only be defeated by him one by one. With a wave of his right hand, Sato took the lead, holding a wooden knife, using shunpo, and rushed towards Seireitei. More than 70 reincarnations headed by Omida Merekio also dispersed, used shunpo, and rushed towards Seireitei. Oh! Let me teach you, what is the real swordsmanship. Seireitei smiled slightly, and after using observation haki to sense that everyone was attacking him, he didn't panic at all, holding the wooden knife high in his right hand. Violently in 6 directions, it slashed out the 6 paths purple crescent-shaped slash. Immediately, a series of crescent-shaped slashes exuding terrifying pressure, which were more than 10 meters long, attacked the surrounding 5 returned students. 39 of Bakudo Round Gate Fan. The 5th generation students, after seeing the purple slash attacking towards them, all took out their best Bakudo, trying to block Seireitei's slash. A round shield appeared in front of them, trying to block the 6 paths purple slash. Ka. When the 6 paths purple slash touched the circular shield, it directly crushed their defense, causing the shield to turn into a little bit of spiritual particles, which dissipated in the air. After the 6 paths purple slash defeated the Bakudo of the 5th reincarnation, there were only 3 slashes left. Unabated, they continued to attack those 5th generation students. Others, or use Kido to try to withstand the remaining slashes. Or use Shunpo and dodge the attack. Finally, all the purple slashes were broken up. Although they had no casualties, the price they paid was a great consumption of their physical strength. Who? Is this Kukaki Shya a monster? It doesn't matter if Shunpo and Kido are so strong, and Kendo is so strong. How can we fight this? Just admit defeat. I thought I could teach this freshman a good lesson this time, but I was taught a lesson by a freshman instead. The 5th generation, headed by Omida Marekyo and Sato, thrust their wooden knives into the ground, barely supported their bodies, and panted heavily. I have a plan, Sato. You take 30 people later to entangle Kukaki Shya, I will take the rest of the people, and chant Hados 33 Blue Fire Pendant. Remember, we must buy time for us. Omida Marekyo whispered to Sato beside him. As everyone knows, their words are all perceived by Shiraha's observation haki. Everyone else, follow me. Give Omida time for them. Sato barely stood up and yelled behind him. Yes. 35 returned students followed behind Sato and shouted feebly. Although it barely resisted Shiraha's slash just now. However, it also greatly consumed their own physical strength. Now that he can barely stand up without fainting, it is considered pretty good. Omida Marekyo led the rest of the 5 reincarnations, with a dignified expression, and began to chant the mantra, Kun who comes. Mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, Yubo, who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance. Courage is commendable. Shiraha shook her head. Shiraha wouldn't just stay where she was, waiting for their attack. Shiraha has several Shunpo one after another, his figure is like a ghost, shuttling back and forth among the crowd. Either with fists or with feet, he directly knocked out a 5th-born student. Asterisk. Chapter 19. In less than 3 seconds. The 35 returned students headed by Sato were all knocked out and fell to the ground. Now, you are left. Holding a wooden knife, Shiraha looked at Omida Marekyo and others who were chanting, and smiled lightly. The 5th generation students who can still stand around. Only the 5th generation led by Omida Marekyo are left. At this time, Omida Marekyo and others saw Sato and other 35 returned students, all of whom were knocked down to the ground. I also saw Shiraha approaching them with a wooden knife. Beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead. At this time, Omida Marekyo and others also finished singing. Hados 33, Kanghuo Pendant. Groups of light blue fire clusters gathered on their hands, and from their hands, they shot at Shiraha from all directions. A series of light blue fireballs fell directly on Shiraha's body. Several light blue fireballs hit the open space around Shiraha, making loud noises. The dust on the ground enveloped Shiraha's figure. We hit him. The person next to Omida Marekyo shouted with a beaming face. The rest of them sent out dozens of Hados 33 blue fire pendants. Although it is only a low-level Kido, as long as it can hit the front. Even the chairman of the 13th division will lose his ability to fight. Let alone Shiraha who has not yet become a Shinigami. The other 5th generation students who were still standing also showed joy and cheered endlessly. Is it really that easy to get rid of him? Omida Marekyo still couldn't believe that Shiraha could be dealt with so easily. Just now Shiraha was so easy, and he eliminated more than half of their companions. Could it be that easy to be defeated by them? No way. Is that how I lost? Being so strong just now, was defeated by Omida and the others. It's okay to lose. After all, it's just a freshman who has been enrolled for a month. How much spiritual power can he have? It's already amazing to be able to persist for so long. After seeing Shiraha being hit by dozens of blue fire pendants, the 5th generation students in the dojo showed a trace of regret on their faces. Among other things, Shiraha was able to defeat most of them under the siege of 100 Wohuisheng. Such a powerful strength is enough to make them feel admirable. Brother Shiraha, you will never lose here so easily, I believe in him. Renji said with a firm look on his face. Renji, accept the fact that under so many Kido attacks, Brother Shiraha has lost. Kira Izuru comforted Renji after patting Renji's shoulder. Kira didn't think that Seireitei could resist so many blue fire pendants head-on. I believe brother Seireitei, he won't lose so easily. Hinamori Momo shook her pink fist and said stubbornly. What a pity. The invigilator in the dojo looked at Seireitei, who was covered in dust, with a look of regret in his eyes. Wait, no, it seems. Just as the invigilator was about to make a move to save Seireitei and end the battle. He couldn't perceive Seireitei's signs with Ryutsu at all, and felt something was wrong in his heart. 81 of Bakudo Splitting Void. Seireitei's flat voice echoed around. As the dust surrounding Seireitei dissipated, a huge protective wall of transparent color appeared in front of Seireitei. Just now, the blue fire pendants of Omida Merekio and other 5 reincarnations were all blocked by the transparent protective wall in front of Seireitei. Ka ka ka. The transparent protective wall in front of Seireitei shattered after blocking all the attacks, turned into countless spirit particles, and dissipated in the air. Oh! It's still a little bit reluctant. After sensing the scene in front of her with observation haki, Seireitei muttered to herself. Take Seireitei's current Ryutsu level. Abandoning the chanting mantra, although it can be cast instantly, it is still a bit short for the current Seireitei. Can't have good control. Therefore, the splitting void used by Seireitei dissipated immediately after blocking all attacks. How is it possible? It's actually Bakudo's 81 splitting void, and it's also chanting abandonment. How could a Kido of this level appear in the hands of a new student? The surveillance teacher widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Bakudo's 81 splitting void, he is not familiar with it at all, this is already a high-level Kido. Even the vice-captain of the 13th division, it is difficult to use it. Only captain-level Ryutsu can use it. What's more, Seireitei didn't chant the mantra just now, but directly chanted the broken mantra. Nani? It's actually a high-level Kido. Omida Merekio looked at Seireitei in shock, horrified by what he saw. Omida Merekio, as a lower-level nobleman, is not at all unfamiliar with the high-level Kido, the splitting void. This is Bakudo that can completely defend against number 89 and below. Such an existence is simply not something we can deal with. The remaining 5th-generation students were also frightened, their faces were dull, and the wooden knives in their hands couldn't help but came out. The methods Seireitei just showed are all crushing them. Whether it's Kido or Kendo, or White Hits, or Shunpo. They crushed these 5th reincarnations in all aspects. A mere freshman who has just entered school can perform chants and use high-level Kido, which is simply a monster. It's unimaginable that this is something a freshman can do. Even if it is the chief executive of Seireitei, it is impossible to destroy the high-ranking Kido, right? The 5th-generation students in the dojo all stared wide-eyed, showing shock on their faces, and looked at Seireitei with a hint of fear in their eyes. Is this really a freshman who has just entered school for a month? Are the current freshmen already this scary? After only 1 month of enrollment, I was able to chant the high-level Kido. Haha, Kira, I've already said it, brother Seireitei, it's impossible to lose so easily, do you believe it now? Renji directly hooked Kira Izuru's neck with his arm, pulled it in front of him, pointed to the front, and laughed. I didn't expect brother Seireitei to be so strong. There was disbelief on Kira Izuru's face, said. Brother Seireitei, he is indeed the strongest. Even high-level Kido can be used. Hinamori Momo looked excitedly at Seireitei not far away. Do you want to continue? Seireitei walked up to Omida Merekio and the others, and asked with a smile. No. Seireitei classmate, you won. After barely standing up from the ground, Omida Merekio shook his head quickly, and after looking at each other with the remaining 5th-generation students, he dropped the wooden knife in his hand, bent down, and shouted in unison. Chapter 20. Teacher, please announce the result of the assessment. Seireitei looked at the invigilator below, and said with a smile. Seireitei-san, you are a true genius. After the invigilator came to Seireitei with a shunpo, he looked at Seireitei with admiration, returned the stick knife in his hand, and said in a deep voice. The invigilator has been teaching at the Spirit Art Academy for so many years. I have never seen anyone whose ability is comparable to Seireitei. Now I announce, Kukaki Shya passed the special examination. I have the qualifications to graduate early and participate in the soul burial internship. The invigilator glanced at the tragic situation of Omida Marekio and others, and said slowly. And Omida Marekio and the fifth-generation students next to each other supported each other and walked down. No doubt. Start from this moment. Kukaki Shya name. It will be heard throughout the Spiritual Arts Academy. It will even be recorded in the annals of the Spiritual Academy. Facing the joint siege of 105 returning rebirths, they not only managed to easily defeat them. Furthermore, he also chanted the high-level Kido that was destroyed. A freshman actually passed such a difficult test. I must be dreaming. This Kukaki Shya is nothing short of a monster. Have we witnessed history? With his current strength, even if he directly joins the Lingling court, he is still qualified. The fifth-generation students in the dojo looked at Seireitei's not tall figure. After a moment of silence, a heated discussion broke out. Seireitei's performance of Zhanquan Zugui and Ryutsu made them admire very much. They asked themselves, even if they are the 13th squad chief, if they can't use Zanpakuto. It is also very difficult to defeat the joint siege of 105 returned students. The three of Renji also ran to Seireitei's side from below. Brother Seireitei, I told you that you will definitely pass the test. Kira doesn't believe me. Renji pointed at Kira Izuru. Forehead. Kira Izuru smiled awkwardly and patted his head. Great, Brother Seireitei, now, you can also participate in the soul burial practice with us. I don't know if we will be in the same group. Hinamori Momo exclaimed with joy. Very likely. Seireitei smiled. Seireitei was some time ago when Kukaki Silver Ridge came to him. I have already got rid of Kukaki Silver Ridge, and through the ability of the Kukaki family, arranged the location of his soul burial practice in Karakura town. Seireitei didn't want to go to the soul burial practice with great difficulty, but because she was not assigned to the soul burial place in Karakura town, the sign-in task failed. Now, all the students who want to participate in the soul burial practice, please follow me. The invigilator said in a deep voice. After a while, a group of people followed the invigilator and came to an open space. After bringing Seireitei and others here, the invigilator left alone. His mission this time was mainly to assess Seireitei entrusted by the Spiritual Art Academy. Now that Seireitei has passed the assessment, he has to go back and report to the Spiritual Academy. At this time, many 5th return students and 6th return students had already gathered in this open space. In the center of the open space, there are more than a dozen world transmitting gates, which are tightly closed. Is this Kukaki Shya? I heard that he just defeated a siege of 100 reincarnations. This new student even used the high-level Kido, it's really scary. This time he came to participate in the soul burial internship. It is said that he applied for early graduation. After the surrounding students saw Seireitei, countless eyes turned to Seireitei, and there were endless discussions about him. The world transmitting gate built by the Spiritual Academy for you is the only way to the present world, and it is very safe. However, there are many unknown dangers in the passage, please be careful. At this moment, a teacher came over and began to explain the precautions for Seireitei and others about the crossing gate. Many students showed doubts on their faces. How could the world-traveling gate built by the Spiritual Art Academy be dangerous? And they all looked at the teacher. Brother Seireitei, we shouldn't be so unlucky, just in danger. Renji asked nervously. As a student who has only been enrolled for more than 2 years, Renji is concerned about matters related to the world crossing gate. Not very clear. Don't worry, as long as you follow the arrangement honestly, there will be no danger. Seireitei smiled lightly. Regarding the matter of passing through the boundary gate, Kukaki Yinling had sent a special person to explain it to him a month ago. The transmigration gate is the passage of the soul society to the present world. The only danger may be the possible disconnection and obstruction in the passage. Generally, it occurs once every 7 days. It's hard to tell if the boundary is broken. However, every time the Academy of Spiritual Art wants to go to the present world for soul burial practice, people from the Technology Development Bureau of the 12th Division will be asked to investigate in advance. Therefore, there will be no major problems. Haha, you students don't have to worry too much. After passing through the gate, as long as you follow the Hell Butterfly, you can reach the present world safely. In every team, there will be the chief of the 13th team. As your team leader, you will not be in any danger as long as you follow their orders. The teacher smiled heartily. Every time the practice of soul burial, Seireitei will send the chief officer of the 13th Division to act as the leading teacher of the students. The trainees going to Karakura Town are Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo, Kukaki Shya. All students, please go to the designated area according to the assigned location. The teacher began to assign the soul burial places of the students. Each student went to their respective areas according to the assigned soul burial place. Only 3 Renji and 24 students remained around Shya. Great, brother Shya, the 3 of us have been assigned to a place with you. Hinamori Momo said happily. After arriving in this world, act in groups of 3. After looking at the rest of the students, the teacher said. Like the original book, Renji, Kira, and Hinamori Momo are in the same group. The remaining 24 students also formed their own groups. Shya was left behind. Seeing that Shya was the only one left, the teacher had a headache, and persuaded him, Student Shya, why don't I rearrange another area for you? If you go to the present world for soul burial alone, the risk factor will increase greatly. The only way now is to let Shya go to other soul burial places. Perhaps in this way, we can find someone to team up with Shya. No, I can do it alone. Shya refused. Shya didn't want to team up with other people in the first place. It might be better for Shya to go it alone. What's more, with Shya's current strength, it is still very difficult to encounter danger in this world. Asterisk. Chapter 21. This, well, since Shya, you insist, then make a decision like this, but be careful, if there is any danger, please contact your leading teacher immediately. Seeing this, the teacher did not continue to persuade Shya. Thank you teacher for your understanding. Shya smiled lightly. By the way, your team leader this time is the vice captain from Seireitei 10th Division, Matsumoto Rangiku-sama. The teacher said. As soon as the words fell, a sexy beauty in a deadly costume appeared in front of everyone. Hi everyone. I am your team leader this time, Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku extended his right hand and waved to the crowd with a smile on his face, saying hello. The moment they saw Matsumoto Rangiku, the surrounding students, especially the male students, stared blankly. The female students all looked at Matsumoto Rangiku's proud figure with envy. Matsumoto Rangiku has long orange wavy hair and a beauty spot on his lips, which is choppy. He is wearing a black death suit with a pink shawl and tied the belt side of his trousers into a bow. The uneven figure is perfectly outlined. Matsumoto Rangiku? Does a mere soul burial trainee need to send a vice captain? Shya was a little surprised by Matsumoto Rangiku's appearance. Logically speaking, in the soul burial practice, Silent Court can send an attendant to act as the team leader teacher, which is already quite qualified. Now Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice captain of the 10th squad, will actually appear here. This surprised Shya a bit. Well, why is no one saying hello? Matsumoto Rangiku squinted his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile. Vice Captain Matsumoto, hello. After the surrounding students reacted, they immediately bent down and shouted. That's right. Matsumoto Rangiku smiled brightly. Let me find it. Matsumoto Rangiku touched his chin with his right hand and began to look around as if looking for someone. When she saw Kukaki Shya not far away, with a handsome appearance, a stick knife hanging from his waist, and Kukaki Shya with his eyes closed all the time. Hey, I found it. It's the same as what was written in the information. He looks really handsome. In an instant, Matsumoto Rangiku locked on the target of her trip. Shya-san, hello. Matsumoto Rangiku walked up to Seireitei, stretched out his slender hands, and smiled lightly. When the surrounding male students saw this scene, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. "Hello, Vice Captain Matsumoto." Seireitei smiled, stretched out his hand too, and shook hands with Matsumoto Rangiku, then let go without any hesitation. "Ah, you don't need to be so serious, Seireitei. You can just call me Miss Rangiku. I'm here this time, just to see what you look like, who broke the historical record of the Academy of Spiritual Arts." Matsumoto Rangiku was a little stunned by Seireitei's behavior, retracted his hand, and chuckled. After seeing Seireitei's ignorance of good and evil, the male students around him wished they could take Seireitei's place. "Vice Captain Matsumoto, please get down to business, I don't think you just came to see me." Seireitei smiled lightly. Seireitei doesn't think that Matsumoto Rangiku is a vice captain. Came here specifically just to see what he looks like. "Student Seireitei, join the 10th squad, I'll give you the position of the 3rd seat, how about it?" Matsumoto Rangiku said softly. As soon as the words came out, the students around all looked at Seireitei with surprise on their faces, and wanted to wait for Seireitei's answer. The gold content of an invitation from the vice captain is not so high. As long as Seireitei is willing to nod, not only can he directly join the Godai 13th squad. You can also directly become a 3rd seat. I don't know how many people dream of it. Ordinary Spiritual Arts Academy students, even if they successfully graduated, joined the 13th team. It's just starting from the lowest team members. Only those students who performed well in chopping fists and walking ghosts in the Spirit Art Academy. Only when he joins the 13th division can he become the seat officer. Moreover, he can only become a low-level officer. It is simply impossible to become the 3rd seat, a position that is only inferior to the vice captain. "Sorry, I decline." Seireitei rejected Matsumoto Rangiku's invitation directly. Seireitei has seen it. Matsumoto Rangiku came here, probably because he wanted to invite Seireitei to join the Juban team. And, based on Matsumoto Rangiku's performance, it doesn't appear to be the Juban's decision. It is her personal behavior. Refused? Actually refused. This is the right to become an officer as soon as you join the team. If it were me, I would have nodded and agreed. The surrounding students wondered why Seireitei refused Matsumoto Rangiku's invitation. This is an invitation from the vice captain of the 10th division. Have you forgotten, Seireitei, but he comes from the head of the 4 nobles, the Kukaki family. How could he join the 10th division? Even if he did, he would join the 6th division. Someone said. Yes, Seireitei comes from the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society, the Kukaki family. Among the 13th division, the 6th division captain and vice captain positions. Throughout the ages, it has been held by members of the Kukaki family. Not to mention, Byakuya Kuchiki, the current captain of the 6th division, is Seireitei's eldest brother. Thinking about it this way, the doubts in everyone's hearts were resolved. Seireitei-san, you're not worried about Captain Kukaki for your direct refusal, are you? Don't worry, if you really want to join the 10th division, Captain Kukaki, I'll ask Captain Hichugaya to tell him. Matsumoto Rangiku patted the choppy waves and chuckled lightly. It's nothing to do with this. I'm not interested in joining the Juban team. Vice Captain Matsumoto, sorry. Seireitei smiled. Well, really, Seireitei-san, you are too uncut. Originally, I wanted to see who is better between you and Captain Hichugaya after joining the 10th squad. Matsumoto Rangiku showed a bright smile. Ahem, Vice Captain Matsumoto, the time is almost up. After coughing a few times, the teacher pointed to the world transmitting gate in front of him and said. Ah, I almost forgot the business, sorry. Matsumoto Rangiku smiled apologetically. Students, this is a device developed by the Technology Development Bureau. It can record how many wandering souls you have buried. Please be sure to carry it with you. After correcting the color, Matsumoto Rangiku took out a black metal hexagonal device. The teacher took a tray and distributed the devices to the students one by one. Students, your teacher has explained to you the precautions of the world crossing gate just now. After arriving in the present world, I only have one request for you. If there is any emergency, please contact me immediately. Matsumoto Rangiku said. Yes. The surrounding students answered loudly with excitement on their faces. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Very well, let's go then. Matsumoto Rangiku smiled and walked to the crossing gate. The students headed by Seireitei, divided into two teams, came behind Matsumoto Rangiku. Untie the ingot. As Matsumoto Rangiku's voice fell, the portal in front of him slowly opened, revealing a passage that radiated light. Let's go. After Matsumoto Rangiku dropped these words, he strode into the portal. Seireitei and other students also walked into the world transmitting gate. In the boundary, Matsumoto Rangiku led the way forward. It turns out that this is the boundary. It looks a bit gloomy. After we walk through this passage, we will be able to enter the present world, right? Look, the walls here are all purple, so strange. All the students, except for Seireitei, looked at the boundary curiously. Renji, this time the soul burial practice, do you want to compare and see who has more wandering souls in the soul burial? How about the loser, please eat for a month. Kira Izuru came to Renji's side, wanting to compare with Renji. Okay, Kira, don't deny it when the time comes, the loser must be you. Renji said confidently. Matsumoto-sensei, there doesn't seem to be any danger here. Hinamori Momo opened a pair of big eyes, looked at everything in the broken world curiously, and asked. Hinamori students, don't relax your vigilance at any time. There are many unknown dangers in the boundary. After you become an official Shinigami in the future, don't have such a fluke mentality, you will die. Matsumoto Rangiku turned around and glanced at the many students before warning. In the broken world, there are some unknown dangers, even if she encounters them, it will be difficult to retreat completely. It's not right. Seireitei's observation haki sensed the walls on both sides and began to tremble slightly. Although the trembling frequency is very small, it is clearly visible to Seireitei who has observation haki. After entering the portal, Seireitei immediately sensed everything around her with observation haki. Vice Captain Matsumoto, we may have encountered a prisoner, let's go. Seireitei said with a serious look on his face. Arrest flow. It is the airflow formed in the boundary to prevent the invasion of virtual and other foreign enemies. If it is covered by the detention flow, it will be left in the boundary forever. Every once in a while, Kuru will appear in the broken world. If Kuliu really appeared, it meant that Kuto would follow. Well, classmate Seireitei, don't be so nervous. Before coming, the people from the Technology Development Bureau have checked carefully, and there will be no arrests in the past few days. Matsumoto Rangiku smiled slightly after looking at the surrounding walls. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't notice any signs of Kuryu around him. I just feel that it may be Seireitei's first time breaking the boundary and being too nervous. Every time before going to the present world, the people from the Technology Development Bureau will check the boundary in advance to see if there will be any arrests. Brother Seireitei, there really isn't a Kuryu, is there? Compared with other people's unbelief, Renji still trusts Seireitei very much. Listen to me, go now, Seireitei said. Suddenly, the walls on both sides began to collapse slowly, and their shape became like mud. Renji, Kuru has appeared, let's go. Seireitei sensed this scene with observation haki and said. Seireitei ran forward, Renji and the three saw that Kuru had really appeared, and quickly followed Seireitei to run forward. Teacher Matsumoto, look, the surrounding walls are beginning to collapse. Several students pointed at the walls that were constantly sinking, and shouted with horror on their faces. It's not good, it's really Yulio, let's go. After seeing this scene, Matsumoto Rangiku shouted at the trainees with a nervous expression on his face. Matsumoto Rangiku led a group of students and began to run forward quickly. Damn it! Are those people from the Technology Development Bureau worthless? They didn't check carefully to see if there was any arrest. Matsumoto Rangiku cursed as he ran forward. The walls on both sides began to collapse continuously, and the road they walked on also began to collapse continuously. Brother Seireitei, how did you find out about Kuru? Renji couldn't help but wondered. Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo also looked at Shiraiha suspiciously. Even Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain, was unable to detect the appearance of Kuru in advance. Shiraiha was able to find out ahead of time. This can't help but make the three of Renji a little confused. Intuition, let's go, if you are entangled by Kuru, you will be in trouble. Shiraiha perfunctory. The three of Renji nodded, and couldn't help but quicken their pace. Kun is coming. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, wings high. During the run, a student saw Kuru getting closer and closer, showing panic, stretched out his right hand, and began to chant the mantra. Idiot! Don't use spiritual power here, or you will be entangled by the prison. Didn't the teacher of the spiritual academy teach you? Before he finished chanting the mantra, Matsumoto Rangiku stopped his behavior and yelled loudly. The radiant portal was only a short distance away from them. As long as they enter this portal, they will be able to reach this world. Buzz! In the continuously collapsing stream, there was the sound of some kind of creature advancing. A dazzling light shot forward. A cylindrical creature with a halo on its head quickly approached everyone. Matsumoto-sensei, what's that? After hearing the voice, some students turned their heads and glanced, and asked with a look of horror on their faces. That's Jutsu, a scavenger that only appears every 7 days, how could it appear at such a time? What exactly do the people from the Technology Development Bureau do? In short, stop talking and run away. Its speed is very fast. Fast? Matsumoto Rangiku explains. The students nodded obediently, speeded up, and ran forward. Shiraiha took the three of Renji and ran into the portal in front of them. Immediately afterwards, Matsumoto Rangiku and many students also ran in. Present Karakura town. Over an abandoned factory. A world transmitting gate slowly appeared. The three of Shiraiha and Renji walked out from the world transmitting gate and fell to the ground. The hell butterfly following them also turned into spirit particles and dissipated into the air. Afterwards, the figures of Matsumoto Rangiku and the 24 students also walked out of the world transmitting gate one by one and landed on the ground. The faces of many students showed a look of survivors, panting heavily. Is this Karakura town? Shiraiha used observation haki to perceive the surrounding scene, then murmured. The guys from the Technology Development Bureau are really a bunch of idiots. You can't find Kuryu and Jutsu when they show up. I must complain to them when I go back. Matsumoto Rangiku looked around the crowd, and said annoyed when he found that all of them had come out. Asterisk. Chapter 23. I just thought I was going to die. That's right. It's so dangerous in the broken world. Is that just Kuryu and Jutsu? It's really scary. The surrounding students showed joyful expressions. The sudden appearance of Kuryu and Jutsu just now. It frightened them directly. Brother Shiraiha, thanks to your reminder just now, hi. Renji said while panting heavily. Brother Shiraiha, you are too good. Hinamori Momo said with a smile. Kira Izuru sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath, with a look of fear on his face. It's just a small matter. Shiraiha waved his hands. However, Shiraiha faintly felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that the students of the Spiritual Art Academy are before going to the present world for soul burial practice. Sealingting's Technology Development Bureau will investigate the situation of the boundary in advance. There should be no flow and conflict. Unless someone has tampered with it. Aizen. Besides Aizen, Shiraiha couldn't think of anyone else who would do that. Well, now that you have arrived in the present world, then, all students, please start your soul burial practice. Teacher, I also want to have a good time. If there is any emergency, please contact me. Matsumoto Rangiku walked up to the students, waved his hand, and smiled lightly. Matsumoto Rangiku specially applied to lead the team to this world this time. The main purpose is to play in this world. It would be the best if Shiraiha could be invited to join the Juban team. Yes. Matsumoto-sensei. The students stood up in unison, bent over, and shouted loudly. Vice Captain Matsumoto, you didn't apply to be the team leader for this soul burial practice just to play in this world. Seireitei said a little speechlessly. Case solved. Seireitei knew that Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't have invited him to join the Juban team. Only then became the trainee teacher this time. It turned out that Matsumoto Rangiku came to act as the team leader because he wanted to play in the real world. Ah, Seireitei-san, I was discovered by you. You don't know how boring the 10th team is. There are endless things to deal with every day. Matsumoto Rangiku patted his choppy chest and smiled lightly. This scene stunned all the male students around. In short, if there is any emergency, you must contact the teacher in time. Goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, Matsumoto Rangiku called a shunpo and disappeared in place. Brother Seireitei, how do I feel? Mr. Matsumoto is a bit unreliable. Renji whispered. Student Abarai, don't talk about the teacher behind his back. Matsumoto Rangiku's voice sounded behind Renji, so scared that Renji immediately closed his mouth and kept looking around. After seeing Matsumoto Rangiku leave, other students followed the group formed before. With Zanpakuto on his back, he spread out quickly and went to different areas. Only Seireitei was left, staying where he was. Time to go. After Seireitei let out a long breath, he murmured. Seireitei didn't forget the main purpose this time. He has now reached Karakura town. His sign-in task is already half completed. Now it's just a matter of burying a wandering soul, and the sign-in task can be completed. Seireitei Shunpo came to the air. Gather spirit particles under its feet and walk in the air. Start hunting for spirits with observation haki. After the death of human beings in this world, their souls will leave their bodies and become wandering spirits. The wandering souls buried by Shinigami souls will be sent to the Rukanga of the Soul Society. And those who are not buried by the soul of Shinigami will stay in this world forever. Wandering souls wandering in this world are generally called Zheng. If the wandering soul has been wandering in this world, it will be swallowed up by the void. Or it will degenerate into nothingness because of the evil thoughts in the heart. Shinigami's duty is to help these wandering souls, bury them, and send them to the Soul Society. There are monsters, so cold, so scary, no one can see me. In a small alley, Seireitei used observation haki to find a little girl about 8 or 9 years old, curled up in a corner, her voice choked up. Found it so quickly. Seireitei muttered to himself. The soul burial practice of the Spiritual Art Academy requires each student to undergo more than 3 soul burials before they are considered qualified. As long as the soul burial has been carried out, the badge Seireitei carries can be recorded. Seireitei Shunpo came to the little girl. Big brother, you look so good looking. You are also like that monster. Do you want to eat me? Just like eating your mother. The little girl curled up in the corner trembled when she saw the sudden appearance of Seireitei, and she was a little scared. Seireitei sighed helplessly, he understood that the monster in the little girl's mouth was false. The little girl's mother probably sacrificed herself to save the little girl, and was eaten by Su. I will not eat you, I am Shinigami. Seireitei smiled. Death, God? Are you taking me to hell? The little girl opened her eyes wide, her face full of doubts. The name Shinigami, she had only seen on TV and in storybooks. Don't worry, it's not hell, it's a place where you will forget all your pain. Seireitei said softly. The wandering soul that has been buried by the soul, after going to the Soul Society. In addition to their own strong spiritual power, they will lose all memories. After finishing speaking, Seireitei pulled out the stick knife at his waist, held the knife in his backhand, and touched the little girl's forehead with the handle. The word soul appeared on the little girl's forehead, and her body began to dissipate gradually. Go over there and start a new life. Seireitei said softly after sheathing the stick and knife. Brother, thank you, I feel so warm, like my mother's arms, if only my mother could be with me. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, her body disappeared completely. Successfully sign in and get a task reward. Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Fujitora 1 smile template, 60%. Abilities, observation haki perfection level, armament haki advanced level, Swordsman level, Swordsmanship perfection level. Exclusive ability, Gravity Fruit Control level intermediate, can control 30 times the gravity within 50,000 meters, can add gravity to weapons, weightlessness control, use weightlessness, make people and objects or areas lose gravity, and make objects float into the air. The casting object can be chosen by oneself, and the affected object can be freely manipulated. Gravity Knife Tiger, accumulate gravity on the knife, swing it out, and release a huge horizontal gravity to the trajectory of the knife at the same time. Gravity Suppression, strengthen the gravity of the air near the knife. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireiha's mind. Asterisk. Chapter 24. In an instant, Seireiha felt her various abilities strengthened a lot. In my mind, there are also many abilities related to gravity manipulation. This time the progress of the template has been improved, and a lot of abilities have been added, but the gravity control is still at the intermediate level. After Seireiha let out a long breath, he muttered to himself. Although this time after the template is upgraded, the gravity control is still at the intermediate level. However, there are also many more abilities related to gravity manipulation. Also, Seireiha could feel just a little bit off. His gravity control should be able to reach an advanced level. Fortunately, this time, the progress of the template has been improved, and the ability Seireiha wants most has been obtained. Completion level observation haki. Seireiha flashed a smile. Is this the consummation level observation haki? Why is it so weak? After Seireiha began to use the full-scale observation haki with all her strength, she couldn't help frowning. Now Seireiha's observation haki, the range that can be perceived, reached an astonishing 100,000 meters. When Seireiha's observation haki is at an advanced stage, its perception range is only 10,000 meters. Now his observation haki perception range has been enhanced by a full 10 times. This is already a qualitative change. However, there is a big gap between this and what Seireiha expected. Originally, according to Seireiha's estimation, after observation haki reached the perfection level, it should be able to pull down the meteorite tens of thousands of kilometers above, like Fujitora's attack in the One Piece world. System, what's going on? Seireiha asked out the doubts in his heart. If you want to pull down the meteorite that is tens of thousands of kilometers above, you need the host's gravity control and observation haki to reach the perfection level. The host's current gravity control has not yet reached the perfection level. I see. After getting the system's answer, Seireiha finally resolved the confusion. Originally, Seireiha was a bit strange, but Fujitora's smile template has a perfect level of observation haki, and the range that can be perceived is only a maximum of 100,000 meters. Why can it pull down the meteorite tens of thousands of kilometers above? It turns out that it needs the observation haki perfection level and the gravity control degree perfection level to be able to do this. My current strength should be about the same as the weakest captain level. Seireiha touched his chin and muttered to himself. Seireiha estimates that with his current template progress of 60%, combined with the ability to control gravity, it should be not much different from Komamura Seijin, the weakest captain of the 13th Division. However, whether it can be fought or not depends on the fact that there is no actual battle. Seireiha is not sure about it either. Check-in task, check-in at the Urahara store. Task reward, template progress increased by 10%. Just when Seireiha was about to continue searching for wandering souls and finish the soul burial practice this time, a new check-in task appeared. Check-in at the Urahara store. Seireiha was a little surprised that another check-in task appeared so soon. Urahara Kisuke is not weak. Seireiha knows very well that Urahara Kisuke is now in Karakura town and has opened a small shop. If you just pass by so hastily. Although there is no danger. After all, although Seireiha's current strength cannot beat Urahara Kisuke. However, it is still possible to escape from Urahara Kisuke. Moreover, their Kukaki family has always had a good relationship with the Urahara family. Urahara Kisuke shouldn't have shot him. If it is not necessary, Seireiha really does not want to deal with the old silver coin Urahara Kisuke so early. Go and have a look first. If the situation is wrong, go immediately. Seireitei gritted his teeth when he thought that the reward for this task was to increase the progress of the template by 10%, and decided to go and have a look first. Anyway, there is no time limit for this sign-in task. If Urahara Kisuke really wants to attack him, then Seireitei can only leave temporarily. Come here again when the strength is not afraid of Urahara Kisuke in the future. Oh? It turned out to be a miscellaneous fish. Seireitei's observation Haki sensed the shadow. There was a 3 to 4 meter tall bat-like man with a hollow hole in his chest. He attacked Seireitei, opened his bloody mouth, and was about to swallow Seireitei. Roar! Heido 4. White Thunder! Seireitei extended her index finger, discarding the chanting of the mantra. This kind of nonsense is not even qualified for Seireitei to draw his sword. I saw a very thick lightning bolt coming from Seireitei's finger. It directly pierced through this virtual body. Accompanied by a painful roar, its body turned into little spirit particles, which dissipated into the air. Host, now the first template has reached 60%, you can check the opening conditions of the second template, whether to check it. Just as Seireitei was about to leave, the system notification sounded in his head. The opening conditions of the second template. Seireitei was a little surprised. Originally, Seireitei thought that it was necessary to wait for the progress of the Fujitora Smile template to reach 100% before being able to check the opening conditions of the second template. Unexpectedly, the progress of the template is only 60%, and the opening conditions can already be checked. Just the first template of Fujitora's Smile has already brought Seireitei a strength comparable to that of the captain. If the second template is opened, how strong should Seireitei be? Check. After Seireitei calmed down, she spoke. The opening conditions of the second template, Fujitora's Smile template progress 100%, not satisfied, and obtain the body of transformation, not satisfied, ... As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. Sure enough, Fujitora's Smile template needs to reach 100% progress to open the next template, the God Body? Isn't that an item invented by Urahara Kisuke that can perform Bankai crashes? Seireitei said to herself. When Seireitei first got Fujitora's Smile template, she guessed the conditions for opening the second template. Maybe you need to reach 100% progress in the Fujitora Smile template before you can get it. However, this is a divine body. Seireitei didn't think of it. Turning to God is one of the many inventions of Urahara Kisuke, the former captain of the 12th Division. The function is to help the user to perform Bankai crash props. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo is after using the God Body. It took only a day and a half to learn Bankai. For ordinary people, it takes at least 10 years to learn Bankai. As for the transformation of the divine body, this time can be greatly shortened to a few days. Seireitei Shunpo came into the sky. By the way, where is the Urahara store? Forget it, let's find it slowly. Seireitei murmured to herself. Seireitei only knows that Urahara Kisuke is in Karakura town. However, Seireitei does not know where the specific address is. Seireitei used observation Haki at full power, and started looking for the location of the Urahara store in Karakura town. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Somewhere in Karakura town. Kira, did you see that? This time you're doomed. I've already buried 3 wandering souls. Just wait for the dinner. After burying a wandering soul, Renji came to Kira Izuru, put Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and said proudly. Humph. I've been buried 3 times, so I don't know who will be invited to dinner. Kira Izuru pouted. Hinamori Momo also came over holding a Zanpakuto after burying a wandering spirit. Yo! Hinamori, how many ghosts have you buried? Seeing Hinamori Momo approaching, Renji asked loudly. I have buried 4 souls. Hinamori Momo showed a bright smile. What? Hinamori, you have already buried 4 wandering souls? How could it be so fast? After Renji and Kira Izuru looked at each other, they were a little surprised. I'm just lucky. Hinamori Momo touched his head and said with a smile. I don't know how many times brother Seireitei has been buried, at least 5 times. Renji said. Even the three of them were able to have 3 soul burials and 4 soul burials. Then be Seireitei, who is far stronger than them. The number of soul burials must be much more than theirs. Brother Seireitei is so strong, he must have been buried many times. Kira Izuru echoed. Brother Seireitei is so good, there must be many more than us, but it's a pity that Brother Seireitei can't be with us. Hinamori Momo lowered his head, a little depressed. Kira, Hinamori, follow up, I found 5 more wandering spirits ahead. Renji waved at the 2 of them, shouted, and rushed forward with Zanpakuto in his hand. Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo also sensed the 5 wandering spirits ahead with Ryotsu, and quickly followed them. The sky above Karakura town. The figure of Seireitei is constantly jumping with Shunpo. Found it. After using observation haki to search almost half of Karakura town, Seireitei finally found the location of the Urahara store tens of thousands of meters away. Seireitei immediately used Shunpo to rush towards Urahara's shop. Karakura town Urahara store. In the courtyard outside the Urahara store. Urahara Kisuke is holding a small white fan with a black cat beside him. Well, I always feel like I'm being watched. Urahara Kisuke always felt as if someone was watching him, with a puzzled look on his face. Urahara Kisuke didn't find any sign of Ryotsu around, though. He can only attribute this to his own illusion. Seireitei's observation haki, when used, does not have any Ryotsu. Therefore, Urahara Kisuke was not able to discover the existence of Seireitei. Yoryuki-chan, after seeing these trainee Shinigami who came to this world, I really miss the days when I was at the Spirit Art Academy. Urahara Kisuke looked up into the sky, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes, and he was about to touch the black cat's head with his right hand. Laugh. The black cat, namely Shihaoran Yoryuki, dodged it unceremoniously, and used its claws backhand, scratching 2 bloodstains on Urahara Kisuke's right hand. Shihaoran Yoryuki, former Gaudii 13th Division, Captain of the 2nd Division, former Commander-in-Chief of Secret Mobile, and Commander-in-Chief of the Criminal Army of the 1st Division, is also the head of the 20th second generation of the Shihaoran family, one of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. Kisuke, how many times have I told you not to touch me? Yoryuki cursed, and with the cat's claw in his hand, he scratched several bloodstains on Urahara Kisuke's face. It hurts? Urahara Kisuke yelled, covering his face with his hands. The manager, Mr. Yoryuki, please have some tea. A tall man, Tessai Tsukabishi, wearing reflective glasses and black and white short sleeves, came to Urahara Kisuke with a tray of tea, put down the tray, and said. Tessai Tsukabishi, Grand Kido Chief of the original Kido congregation. Thank you, Tessai. Urahara Kisuke was also polite, put the fan aside, picked up a teacup, and drank directly. Someone is coming. Yoryuki looked up at the sky hundreds of meters away, with a serious expression on his face, and said. Yoryuki sensed an unknown Ryotsu coming towards their location. As soon as the voice fell, Seireitei's figure appeared in the yard. The sudden arrival of Seireitei immediately caught the eyes of Urahara Kisuke, Yoryuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi. First meeting, Mr. Urahara, Ms. Yoryuki, and Grand Kido, Tessai Tsukabishi, please rest assured that I have no hostility towards you. Seireitei greeted with a smile. Observation haki is aware of every movement of Urahara Kisuke at all times. As long as Urahara Kisuke wants to shoot him, Seireitei will flee from here immediately. Intern at the Spiritual Academy, you seem to have come here specifically to find me. Urahara Kisuke pressed his hat, looked at Seireitei in front of him, and said with some doubts. It stands to reason that this is the place where Urahara Kisuke is located. Has Tessai Tsukabishi's sealing enchantment? Shinigami, who is an intern at the Academy of Spiritual Arts, is absolutely unable to detect any abnormalities. Moreover, Seireitei, an intern, revealed the true identities of Urahara and Kisuke in one go. Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Are you from the Kukaki family? Who are you, Byakuya Kuchiki? Yoryuki was a little surprised when he saw that the hair accessories on Seireitei's head and neck were the star-leading pliers exclusive to the Kukaki family. Yoryuki was in Byakuya Kuchiki as a child. Used to be the Shunpo teacher of Byakuya Kuchiki. Plus, Yoryuki comes from the Shihorin family, one of the four nobles of the Soul Society. He has a good relationship with the Kukaki family, which is also the head of the four great nobles. He is very familiar with the exclusive hair accessories of the Kukaki family. Recognized at a glance, Seireitei is from the Kukaki family. Yes, let me introduce myself, my name is Kukaki Seireitei, and Byakuya Kuchiki is my elder brother. Seireitei smiled lightly. It turns out that you are Kukaki Seireitei, Mr. Tessai, please go get some tea to entertain the guests. After confirming that Seireitei is not an enemy, Urahara Kisuke had a smile on his face. Urahara Kisuke has stayed in this world though. However, I still know something about what happened to Soul Society. Yes, manager. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded and walked back. After a while, Tessai Tsukabishi came back with a tray of teacups and put the tray in front of Seireitei. Thank you, Mr. Tessai, it tastes good. After thanking Seireitei, he picked up the teacup, took a sip, and praised. This cup of tea offered by Urahara Kisuke can be drunk even by Seireitei in a spirit state. How did brother Byakuya mention me to you? Yoryuki licked his paw, with a hint of levity in his tone. But as Yoryuki is now in the form of a black cat. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit weird. Seireitei was speechless. Byakuya Kuchiki has only one name for Yoryuki. Cat Demon. The reason is that when Byakuya Kuchiki was a child, Yoryuki would often transform into a black cat form and grab Byakuya Kuchiki's headband. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Okay, stop teasing you, you're not cute at all like Byakuya boy, Yoryuki said. Miss Yoryuki, may I ask, why are you able to turn into a cat? Seireitei wondered how Yoryuki turned into a cat. In the original book, there are only 3 reasons why Yoryuki can freely change between cat form and human form. Either this is Yoryuki's Zanpakuto ability. Either Yoryuki used props from the Shihorin family. The Shihorin family is known as the Heaven-given Bingzhuang Fan and has many magical weapons. Another possibility is that Urahara Kisuke, a cat lover, invented a prop specially for Yoryuki. However, Seireitei thinks the first possibility is more likely. After all, Yoryuki was able to transform into a black cat and play tricks on Byakuya Kuchiki when Byakuya Kuchiki was a child. Brother Seireitei, this is a secret. Yoryuki said. Seeing that Yoryuki didn't want to say anything, Seireitei didn't continue to ask, but just stretched out his right hand. Touched Yoryuki's head in the form of a black cat. After Yoryuki faced Seireitei's outstretched right hand, he didn't dodge or scratch Seireitei with his cat's paw. Miss Yoryuki, after you become a cat, you feel like a cat. Seireitei said with a smile after feeling the touch from his hand. Ah, I'm so sad, Yoryuki-chan, I just wanted to touch you, and you scratched me like this, why didn't you scratch Seireitei? Urahara Kisuke said a little angrily. He just wanted to touch Yoryuki's head with his hand, but Yoryuki scratched it with a cat's claw, leaving so many blood stains. And Seireitei touched Yoryuki's head, Yoryuki didn't resist. It's really people comparing people, it's maddening. Can you compare with brother Seireitei? Yoryuki sneered. So, Seireitei, what do you want to do when you come to me? This time, you should come to this world with the Spiritual Art Academy to practice soul burial. Urahara Kisuke put away his smile, pressed his hat, and asked. Urahara Kisuke didn't think so, Seireitei came to him specially this time. Just here as a guest. There must be something special. Mr. Urahara, I want to make a deal with you. Seireitei said bluntly. Seireitei came here, looking for Urahara Kisuke with only 2 purposes. The first purpose is to complete the check-in task in the Urahara store. The second purpose is to obtain the God-turning body in the hands of Urahara Kisuke. Turning to the divine body is an important thing related to whether Seireitei can open the second template in the future. Among the entire Soul Society, I am afraid that only Urahara Kisuke and Aizen have the God body in their hands. Aizen is a big boss, Seireitei doesn't think she can get the body from him. The only hope is to get it from Urahara Kisuke. Trading? Shiraiha, what kind of deal are you going to make with me? I'm just an exile from the Soul Society now, and I have nothing to trade with you. Urahara Kisuke wondered. There is something strange about Urahara Kisuke, and Shiraiha came to him specifically. Just to make a deal with him? Mr. Urahara, are you going to talk to me right here? Won't you invite me in? Shiraiha smiled lightly. Shiraiha didn't forget his check-in task. It is necessary to enter the Urahara store. To complete the sign-in. Ah, sorry, Shiraiha, please come in. While talking, Urahara Kisuke smiled apologetically, stood up, and walked into the store. Shiraiha smiled, and followed into the store. Yoryuki jumped directly onto Shiraiha's shoulder. Successfully sign in and get a task reward. Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Fujitora 1 smile template, 70%. Abilities, Observation Haki Perfection Level, Armament Haki Advanced Level, Swordsman Level Swordsmanship Perfection Level. Exclusive ability, Gravity Fruit Control Level is Advanced, can control 40 times the gravity within 100,000 meters, and can add gravity to weapons, weightlessness control, Gravity Knife Tiger, Gravity Suppression, Gravity Light, releases purple gravity waves. The gravity of the object hit by the gravity wave will be instantly strengthened, and the hit object can also be pulled over instantly. Hell Brigade, strengthen the gravity of the surrounding ground to the limit, it can press people on the ground and cannot move. The scabbard is closed at that time, a big hole was pressed in the ground. Just after Shiraiha entered the Urahara store, the system prompt sounded in his mind. In an instant, Shiraiha only felt that her various abilities were much stronger than before. In my mind, several abilities to manipulate gravity also appeared. Gravity control has really reached an advanced level. Shiraiha's face beamed with joy. Especially the ability to manipulate gravity has undergone a qualitative change. Originally, when the gravity control was at the middle level, the range of gravity that can be controlled is only 30,000 meters and 30 times the gravity. Now that the gravity control has reached an advanced level, the gravity range has reached 50,000 meters. The gravity that can be controlled has directly increased by 10 times. The ability of this Hell Brigade is pretty good. Shiraiha thought to himself. What's wrong? Seeing Shiraiha stop, Urahara Kisuke turned around and asked. It's nothing, just thought of one thing. Shiraiha said perfunctorily. Please come in. The staff knife in Urahara Kisuke's hand tapped lightly on the wall. There was a change in the wall, and a portal appeared. Urahara Kisuke walked in first. Shiraiha first used observation haki to perceive the situation inside. It was found that there was only a dark passage inside, and at the end of the passage was a room. After seeing that there was no danger, Shiraiha followed suit. With Shiraiha's current template progress of 70%, even if Urahara Kisuke really wants to be against him, it is not such an easy thing. Shiraiha followed Urahara Kisuke to the end of the passage. Urahara Kisuke opened the door, sat cross-legged on the futon, and began to pour a cup of tea for Shiraiha. Shiraiha sat on the futon as well. Yoryuki jumped off his shoulders and looked at the two. Mr. Tessai, please. Urahara Kisuke to Tessai Tsukabishi. 8 Yao Double Cliffs. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded understandingly, clasped his hands together, and chanted waste directly. A golden enchantment enveloped the room. Okay, Mr. Tessai has already set up an enchantment here, no one will be able to know our conversation, Shiraiha, you can rest assured. Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. There is an enchantment arranged by Tessai Tsukabishi, the chief Kido leader of the original Kido congregation. Unless forced to break through. Otherwise, no one will be able to hear the conversation between them. Mr. Urahara, I want the god-turning body in your hand. Shiraiha said directly what was needed. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Turning body? What do you want this thing for? With your talent, you shouldn't need this kind of thing. Although Urahara Kisuke was a little curious that Shiraiha knew about the transformation, but there was a trace of doubt on his face. According to the news he got, Shiraiha's spiritual talent is very powerful. There is no need for the help of the divine body at all. With Seireitei alone, it is enough to learn Bankai. Although turning into a god body can help Shinigami learn Bankai in a short time. But it has great side effects. If Zanpakuto cannot be subdued within 3 days, all spiritual power will be lost. Urahara Kisuke has been the only one who has used it since he invented it. Turning the body has been of great use to me, Seireitei explained. If Seireitei wants to open the second template, it is necessary to transform into a divine body. Since you said this is a transaction, what are you going to exchange for it? Urahara Kisuke asked. Mr. Urahara, you should know about Aizen's Zanpakuto ability. Seireitei said. That's right, Seireitei is going to tell Urahara Kisuke about Aizen's Zanpakuto true ability. It is used to exchange the god body. Yes, Kyoka Suijutsu is the Zanpakuto of the flowing water system. It has the ability to use fog and water to create hallucinations to disturb the enemy so that the enemy can kill each other. Is there any problem? Urahara Kisuke said strangely. Yoryuki on the side, licking the cat's paw, also looked at Seireitei, wanting to get an answer from it. Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is not a flowing water Zanpakuto. Seireitei shook his head. After a pause, Seireitei continued, Kyoka Suijutsu of Aizen is the strongest Zanpakuto of the illusion department, and his ability is complete hypnosis, which can control the target's senses and transform specific objects in the target's cognition, including the target's posture, shape, covering the 5 senses of touch, taste, and quality. What? After listening to Seireitei's words, Urahara Kisuke's pupils shrank suddenly. It's no wonder that Aizen showed off his Zanpakuto ability in the 13th squad. Yoryuki said as if thinking of something. As long as Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu Shikai is instant, it will be permanently hypnosis. There are only 3 ways to evade it. Either you have never seen Aizen launch Kyoka Suijutsu, or you touch Aizen Zanpakuto's hand before complete hypnosis is launched. Blade. Seireitei explained Kyoka Suijutsu's cracking method one by one. Seireitei brother, is there another one? Yoryuki asked hopefully. There is also a person like me who cannot see with both eyes. Seireitei pointed at herself and smiled lightly. It turned out to be like this. Urahara Kisuke frowned. So, Seireitei, how did you know about Aizen's Zanpakuto ability? I know Aizen's character, and he will never reveal his true ability. Urahara Kisuke asked. Aizen has been lurking in Seireitei for so many years. It would never be so easy to expose Zanpakuto's ability. This is my ability, sorry I can't tell you. Seireitei smiled lightly. Of course it is impossible for Seireitei to tell Urahara Kisuke that she knows the plot of the original work. Well. Seireitei, thank you for the information, it helped me a lot. After Urahara Kisuke thought for a moment, he thanked him. Urahara Kisuke doesn't know what Seireitei's purpose is though. But it can also be judged that what Seireitei said should be true. Seireitei didn't need to take a lie that could be easily exposed to deceive him. Is it just for a divine body? So, Mr. Urahara, I don't know if the information I gave you is enough to exchange your divine body. Seireitei asked. Okay, just wait for me, and I'll bring it to you. Urahara Kisuke stood up and walked out of the room. After a while, Urahara Kisuke came in with a white puppet and placed it in front of Seireitei. This is the transformation body you want. Although I don't know what you want to use it for, it's best not to use it to learn Bankai. This thing has a lot of side effects. Urahara Kisuke pointed to the body of the god, and warned. Mr. Urahara, don't worry, I just said that I will not use it for Bankai. Seireitei waved his hand. Seireitei doesn't even have Zanpakuto. Let alone learning Bankai. Well, Mr. Urahara, since the transaction is over, I will leave first. Seireitei picked up the body, stood up, and smiled. Anyway, the divine body has already arrived. Then, there is no need for Seireitei to stay here anymore. He still has to do soul burial practice. Miss Yoryuki, see you again when we have a chance. Seireitei knelt down, rubbed Yoryuki's head with his hands, and flicked Yoryuki's head with his index finger. Taking advantage of Yoryuki's stunned moment, Shiraiha Shunpo disappeared in place. Kukaki Shiraiha. Don't let me see you again. Only when Yoryuki came back to his senses did he realize that he had been played and couldn't help but yelled. Yoryuki, do you think what Shiraiha said about Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is true? After Urahara Kisuk straightened his face, he said solemnly. Urahara Kisuk didn't think Shiraiha lied. Instead, he was worried about whether Shiraiha would be used by others. False news was delivered to them. Whether it's true or not, if you have a chance, go test Aizen, and you'll know. Yoryuki pouted. If Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is really what Shiraiha said, then there's trouble. Urahara Kisuk looked worried. Shiraiha used Shunpo dozens of times in succession after leaving the Urahara shop with the Shunjin body in her hand. Almost. Shiraiha stopped in her tracks. At this time, Shiraiha's location is already more than 100,000 meters away from the Urahara store. Shiraiha used observation haki to perceive the surrounding environment of 100,000 meters. He was also relieved to find that no one else followed. Absorb. Shiraiha held the body and said. As soon as the words fell, the Zhuan Shen body in his hand disappeared, turned into a little bit of spirit, and entered Shiraiha's body. The opening conditions of the second template, Fujitora's smile template progress 100%, unsatisfied, transfer to the god body, satisfied, ... At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Shiraiha's mind. Now you only need to wait until the progress of the template reaches 100% to open the second template. Shiraiha beamed. His current template progress has reached 70%. Just getting a few more check-ins will increase the template progress to 100%. It's time for the soul burial. Shiraiha muttered to himself. After saying that, Shiraiha's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Outside a house, the Shiraiha spirit sheathes her stick and knife after burying a wandering spirit. Have you started gatherings so soon? Forget it, 6 soul burials are enough. Just as Shiraiha was about to continue searching for wandering spirits with observation haki, the badge on his chest flashed. It only takes 3 times to pass the soul burial practice. Completing 6 soul burials is neither too much nor too little. At this moment, Shiraiha found that ahead, there was a Ryotsu completely different from Shinigami. Full of evil, chaos, and corruption. It is very similar to the miscellaneous fish that Shiraiha killed before. However, Ryotsu's strength has reached the vice-captain level. Shiraiha uses observation haki to perceive the location of these Ryotsu, which happens to be the meeting point. Is it you again? Aizen. Shiraiha murmured to herself. In this world, it is impossible for a vice-captain level Ryotsu to appear for no reason. Thinking of this, Shiraiha used Shunpo and rushed towards the assembly point. Outside an abandoned factory in Karakura town. The 3 Renji and 24 students were gathered. Oh no, how many times have you buried your soul this time? My soul has been buried 8 times, isn't it amazing? Didn't Matsumoto tell us to gather? Why didn't you see her? The surrounding students began to show off their records of soul burials. Renji, you lost this time. When you go back, you have to buy me a meal for a month. Don't let me go. Kira Izuru put her hands on Renji's shoulders with a smug look on her face. I won't renege on my debts, you won this time, and I will definitely defeat you in the next soul burial practice. Renji clenched his fist and looked at Kira Izuru with gritted teeth. Brother Shiraiha, why haven't you come yet? Could it be that you are in some danger? After waiting for a long time, Hinamori Momo couldn't find any trace of Shiraiha, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Hinamori, don't worry, brother Shiraiha is so strong, there is no danger, and he is probably on his way now. Kira Izuru said with a smile. Kira is right, even if we are in danger, brother Shiraiha will not be in danger. Renji said. It's a pity that I didn't meet Su this time. I really want to compete with Su. Renji said with a look of disappointment on his face. Come on, Renji, with your strength, is it too much? Kira Izuru questioned bluntly. Well, I kept everyone waiting for a long time, the teacher is here. Matsumoto Rangiku appeared in front of the crowd, waved his hand and greeted with a smile. "Hello Matsumoto-sensei." Upon seeing Matsumoto Rangiku, the cadets bent over and shouted. "Seeing that you are so happy, this time the soul burial practice should be very smooth, the teacher is very pleased." Matsumoto Rangiku chuckled. "Huh? Why didn't you see Seireitei-san?" After looking around, Matsumoto Rangiku asked without seeing Seireitei. Logically speaking, with Seireitei's strength, he should be the first to come here. "Matsumoto-sensei, brother Seireitei should have been delayed by something, and he should be here soon." Renji explained. "Okay, when Seireitei comes back, we can return to Soul Society," said Matsumoto Rangiku. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a student pointed to the sky and shouted. "I saw, above the crowd, a black cavity appeared. A 6 to 7 meter owl with a hollow in the right chest. A humanoid owl jumped out of the black cavity and landed on a building. The black cavity also began to slowly close. The moment Xiao Xingxiu appeared, a powerful Ryutsu directly overwhelmed everyone, making them breathless. What is this? Why is it so powerful? I feel like I can't breathe. I don't want to die. I'm not officially a Shinigami yet. Under the pressure of the owl-shaped Ryutsu, everyone showed panic, but they still tremblingly pulled out the Zanpakuto from their waists. Haha! Such Ryutsu, you guys are Shinigami. Xiao Xingxiu laughed out loud after seeing everyone. This level of Ryutsu and wisdom. This is a Jichas. Damn, how can there be such a level of Minos Grande in this world? Matsumoto Rangiku drew out the Zanpakuto and looked at Owl with a serious face. Minos Grande is divided into 3 levels, Jillian, Ajichas, Vastolord. Ajichas is already a mid-level Minos Grande, able to control Jillian, has intelligence abilities, and can use virtual bullets and Zero. Even if he just transformed into Ajichas, he still has the strength of a vice-captain. And the powerful Ajichas is comparable to the captain level. The owl in front of him was obviously empty and had just transformed into Ajichas. Middle-level Minos Grande Ajichas appeared in Karakura town, and Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain of the 10th Division, applied for the release of restrictions. Matsumoto Rangiku said to the communicator next to his ear. Before the captain and vice-captain Shinigami came to the present world, in order not to bring unnecessary influence on the spirit of the present world, they would stamp their respective team crests on a certain part of the body with a limited spiritual seal. After engraving the limited spirit seal, Ryutsu will be extremely restricted, and the restriction rate is 80%, and the restriction can be lifted after being approved in the present world, and the full power is 5 times that of the present world. Swish! Suddenly, Owl Xingxiu rushed over at an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of Matsumoto Rangiku. False bomb! A red false bullet came out of his mouth and hit Matsumoto Rangiku. Boom! Matsumoto Rangiku blocked Zanpakuto in front of him, but was still sent flying tens of meters away, with a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. As for Xiao Xingxiu, he directly pierced through the bodies of the 3 students with his sharp claws. Just as Xiao Xingxiu's sharp claws pierced through a student's body, Matsumoto Rangiku appeared in front of the trainee, blocking the claws with Zanpakuto in his hand. Clang! When Owl Xingxiu's sharp claws collided with Zanpakuto, sparks shot out. Matsumoto Rangiku slashed hard, knocking Xiao Xingxiu back more than 10 meters. Everyone, run away! I'll help you block him, this is Ajichas from Minos Grande, and it's not something you can deal with. Matsumoto Rangiku turned his head and shouted to the students who were still stunned. Yes! The rest of the students, after reacting, immediately shouted, dispersed, and fled in all directions. Get rid of you first, your soul must be delicious. Xiao Xingxiu did not stop the fleeing students, but set his eyes on Matsumoto Rangiku, and laughed. He felt the spiritual power of Matsumoto Rangiku, the strongest among all the people present. Simply devouring Matsumoto Rangiku will speed up his evolution. The owl quickly charged at Matsumoto Rangiku. Asterisk. Chapter 29. After coming to Matsumoto Rangiku, the sharp claws in Owl Xingxiu's hand quickly stabbed Matsumoto Rangiku. Clang clang. The Zanpakuto in Matsumoto Ranjiku's hand kept parrying Owl Xingqiu's attacks. The body kept moving backwards. Haha. Shinigami, is this all you can do? Then let me obediently eat it. Xiao Xingqiu laughed when he saw that Matsumoto Ranjiku could only resist his attack with difficulty. Kun is coming. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, flying high, and the name of human beings. Scorching heat and chaos, across the sea to the south, step forward. Seeing that Matsumoto Ranjiku was at a disadvantage, the three Renji who were fleeing looked at each other, stretched out their hands, and started chanting mantras. Hados 31 Red Cannon. 3 crimson balls of fire shot out from the hands of the three of them and shot at Xiao Xingqiu. Boom! 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 3 balls of fire landed on Xiao Xingqiu's body, without even breaking through the defense. These 3 idiots! Why are you still here? Matsumoto Ranjiku said helplessly when he saw that the 3 of Renji not only did not escape, but came back to save her. How come? Why is the defense so strong? Hados 31 has absolutely no way to hurt him. After seeing this scene, the 3 of Renji couldn't believe it. False bomb. While attacking Matsumoto Ranjiku, Owl Xingqiu also had a red spirit in his mouth, and was about to shoot at the 3 of Renji. Matsumoto Ranjiku slashed at Owl Xingqiu's neck immediately after parrying the attack. But it only made his body take a few steps back, and did not cause any harm. But it also succeeded in making the firing direction of the imaginary bullet deviate. Boom! The red false bullet landed in a building behind the 3 of Renji at an extremely fast speed. The building was directly blown to pieces by the virtual bomb. The aftermath of the attack also caused the 3 of them to roll several times on the ground, directly losing their fighting ability. If it weren't for Matsumoto Ranjiku's just shot, which deflected the false bullet. With the strength of the 3 of Renji, they were hit by false bullets in the front. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Whisper, Hanko. Matsumoto Ranjiku directly liberated Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto's blade disintegrated into a cloud of smoke, leaving only the hilt in Matsumoto Ranjiku's hand. Under her control, the smoke directly enveloped Xiao Xingqiu's figure. Matsumoto Ranjiku started waving the hilt in his hand. Pft! 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 In the smoke, as Matsumoto Ranjiku waved the handle of the knife in his hand, the smoke began to attack the body of Owl Xingqiu. There were constant sounds of sharp weapons piercing the flesh and the rapid recovery of the wound. High-speed regeneration? What a trouble! Matsumoto Ranjiku frowned after seeing this scene. Minos Grande above Ajichas all have high-speed regeneration. As long as the brain or internal organs are not damaged, they can heal quickly. Boom! In the smoke, a crimson Siro shot out, attacking Matsumoto Ranjiku. Matsumoto Ranjiku swung the hilt of the knife in his hand, smoke blocking his way. This deep red Siro disperses the smoke directly. Unabated, it landed on the body of Matsumoto Ranjiku. Boom! Matsumoto Ranjiku coughed up blood after being attacked by Siro head-on. He flew upside down tens of meters away, crashed through a wall, and fell heavily to the ground. Matsumoto Ranjiku lay on the ground, watching helplessly as Owl walked towards her. Shinigami, it is your honor to be the nourishment for my evolution. The owl's mouth began to quickly condense red spiritual particles, ready to launch Siro. That's when Matsumoto Ranjiku closed his eyes, ready to wait for death. A purple crescent-shaped slash interrupted the owl-shaped Siro and severed his right arm. A pool of blood flowed out from Xiao Xingqiu's severed arm. Then may I ask, is it your honor that you died at my hands? Seireite's figure appeared in front of Xiao Xingqiu, holding the knife in his right hand, and smiled. Brother Seireitei! Not far away, Renji shouted in surprise after seeing Seireitei. Brother Seireitei is too powerful, one slash cut off this Su's right arm. Hinamori Momo looks adored. This strength is too terrifying. Kira Izuru's eyes widened. Seireitei classmate. Matsumoto Ranjiku was a little surprised by Seireitei's strength, and gave a weak cry. A hole! Who are you? Xiao Xingqiu's body exploded and retreated tens of meters away, cursing. While speaking, his broken arm began to recover continuously, and it returned to its original appearance in less than a second. I'm just an intern Shinigami, you hurt my classmate and teacher, use your life to apologize. Seireitei smiled. Seireitei sensed the Ryutsu strength of the owl in front of him, and he had just reached the vice-captain level. With Seireitei's current strength, it is easy to kill him. Haha. Just by you? Do you think you can kill me by cutting off one of my arms? After hearing Seireitei's words, Xiao Xingxiu laughed out loud. Owl Xingxiu didn't perceive how strong Ryutsu was from Seireitei. So he judges. Seireitei had just been able to cut off his right arm, maybe it was just luck. 40 times the gravity. Seireitei's flat voice echoed around. Seireitei manipulated 40 times the gravity, directly covering the body of the owl on the second floor. How come? Xiao Xingxiu only felt a huge gravity coming from his body, and his body directly fell heavily on the ground, making a loud noise. Ka ka ka. Under 40 times the gravity, Xiao Xingxiu's body began to be squeezed in various ways, and his body began to crack continuously, making crisp sounds. Roar. Accompanied by Xiao Xingxiu's screams, under 40 times the gravity, Xiao Xingxiu was directly squeezed into little spirit particles, which dissipated into the air. In this scene, Matsumoto Renjiku, Renji, and others were immediately dumbfounded. This is intermediate Minos Grande, Ajichas. Was it simply killed by Seireitei? Hey Kira, am I dreaming? Why do I feel like I'm hallucinating? Renji patted his cheek, eyes with a hint of confusion. It's not an illusion, brother Seireitei, it really killed that Minos Grande with one blow. There was a tremor in Kira Izuru's voice, and he looked at Seireitei with eyes full of admiration. Brother Seireitei's strength is really too strong. Hinamori Momo said softly. Matsumoto-sensei, get up. Seireitei turned around and held out her right hand to Matsumoto Renjiku. Seireitei classmate, you are really a monster. After being supported by Seireitei, Matsumoto Renjiku looked at Seireitei with surprise. Even if the restriction is lifted, nor does he have the strength to instantly kill an Ajichas. Seireitei, a freshman of the Spiritual Academy, was able to do this. It's just too scary. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Seireitei smiled, Matsumoto-sensei, I was just lucky. Seireitei classmate, you are too humble, this is not luck. Matsumoto Renjiku chuckled lightly as the Zanpakuto resheathed after unzipping the Zanpakuto. Just luck. There is no way to kill a mid-level Minos Grande. Matsumoto Renjiku had no doubts that once Seireitei graduated from the Spiritual Academy, maybe it won't take long to become the captain of the 13th squad. Renji and Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo, supporting each other, came over. After recovering just now, the three of them were able to barely walk. Brother Seireitei, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. After Renji glanced at the owl that had dissipated into a spirit child, he swallowed and said. The three of them tried their best just now, but they couldn't hurt Xiao Xingxiu. On the contrary, it was almost killed by this owl with a false bullet. On the other hand, Seireitei killed Xiao Xingxiu in just one blow. The strength is so great that it is like the gap between heaven and earth. You guys, don't be so reckless next time. If Matsumoto-sensei wasn't here, you wouldn't be so lucky. Seireitei scolded. If it wasn't for Matsumoto Renjiku pinning down the owl. In addition, the owl was ready to deal with the most threatening person, Matsumoto Renjiku, first. The three of Renji didn't just lose their combat effectiveness, it was as simple as that. Renji, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo all lowered their heads in shame. Okay, classmate Seireitei, the few of them have good intentions, so don't blame too much. Matsumoto Renjiku said softly. After a pause, Matsumoto Renjiku turned his head and said to the three of them, however, Seireitei is right. Next time you encounter this kind of situation, you must flee as soon as possible and wait for rescue. Yes. Teacher Matsumoto. The Renji three nodded. The few of them were indeed a little overwhelmed just now. Matsumoto Renjiku, vice captain of the 10th division, the restriction has been lifted, and the application for permission has been issued. A voice came from Matsumoto Ranjiku's headset. Immediately, the engraved seal on Matsumoto Ranjiku's chest also disappeared. A wave of Ryutsu that was more than 5 times stronger than before erupted from him. Thanks, but the ajichas that appeared in Karakura town has been dealt with. After Matsumoto Ranjiku expressed his thanks a little depressed, he reported the news truthfully. If only the restriction had been lifted earlier. She won't be so embarrassed anymore. It doesn't even need Seireitei, a student, to save her. Understood, Vice Captain Matsumoto Ranjiku, please return to the Soul Society and report the details to your team. After all, the headset has no sound. Seireitei-san, you can let me go now. Matsumoto Ranjiku said softly. After the restriction was lifted, Matsumoto Ranjiku not only strengthened Ryutsu 5 times, but also recovered more than half of his mobility. Seireitei smiled and let go of Matsumoto Ranjiku. So, Matsumoto-sensei, now that the matter is settled, shouldn't it be time for us to return to the Soul Society? Seireitei asked. Now that Owl has been beheaded by Seireitei, the soul burial practice is also over. It's time for these interns to leave this world. After Matsumoto Ranjiku responded, he took out a badge and input spiritual power. The students of the Spirit Art Institute came to Matsumoto Ranjiku from all directions one after another, holding Zanpakuto in their hands. Soon, except for the 3 students killed by Xiao Xingxiu, the remaining 21 students all came in front of Matsumoto Ranjiku. Matsumoto-sensei, where was that Minos Grande just now? Did you kill it? One of the students asked after seeing that Xiao Xingxiu was no longer around. No, that Minos Grande was killed by classmate Seireitei. Matsumoto Ranjiku shook his head and pointed to Seireitei. Nani? This Minos Grande was solved by Kukaki Shya? How is it possible? If Matsumoto-sensei didn't lie, doesn't it mean that Seireitei already has the strength of a vice-captain? After getting Matsumoto Ranjiku's answer, everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Seireitei in disbelief. Even Matsumoto Ranjiku, the vice-captain of the 10th Division, could barely support himself under the attack of the owl. Seireitei, a soul burial intern like them, was able to kill an intermediate Minos Grande. Doesn't that represent Seireitei's strength, at least the strength of the vice-captain? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Seireitei with more respect. What? Seireitei snorted lightly, with a strange expression on his face. After the surrounding students, the range of emotional fluctuations has greatly increased. Seireitei found that her observation haki could actually perceive the general emotions of these students. From these people, he felt various emotions such as anxiety, fear, excitement, loss, and sadness. Originally, Seireitei thought that the perfect level observation haki just expanded his perception range. Unexpectedly, he still has this ability. This was somewhat beyond his expectation. Originally, Seireitei should be able to discover this ability after reaching the perfection level observation haki. However, at that time, Seireitei mainly used observation haki to perceive the surrounding things, and did not try to perceive other people's emotions. If it wasn't for the students, Seireitei might not be able to discover this ability if the emotions fluctuated too much. However, this ability is a bit tasteless. Seireitei shook her head. If it is observation haki, who can predict the future from Rika 2 in One Piece world? Or Princess Otohime who can read observation haki in other people's hearts? There is still a lot of help for Seireitei. However, the observation haki of Fujitora's smile template can only perceive the emotional ability of others. It seems a bit tasteless. It has no effect on Seireitei's strength. Seireitei-san, what's the matter? Matsumoto Ranjiku asked after seeing that Seireitei's mood was not right. Nothing, just thought of something. Seireitei said. Everyone, the soul burial internship is over, we can go back to Soul Society. Matsumoto Ranjiku didn't intend to continue asking, but said softly to many students. Great! Finally able to go back. When that Minos Grande appeared just now, I almost thought I was going to die in this world. After learning that they will return to Soul Society, the students showed joy. What happened just now really shocked them. Now they just want to leave this world as soon as possible and return to the Soul Society. Untie the ingot. Matsumoto Rangiku pulled out the Zanpakuto, thrust forward, and turned slightly. A world transmitting door appeared in front of everyone, and the two doors began to open slowly. After sheathing the Zanpakuto, Matsumoto Rangiku was the first to enter. Shiraiha walked in with the three of Renji and the rest of the students. *. Chapter 31. Soul Society Spiritual Arts Academy. In an open space, a world transmitting door slowly opened. Matsumoto Rangiku stepped out of it, followed by students headed by Shiraiha. At this time, there were only scattered students around. Apparently, they were the last to return to Soul Society. A teacher came over after seeing everyone. Great, we're finally back. Yeah, this soul burial practice is really too dangerous. Without Shiraiha and Matsumoto, we would have been killed by that Minos Grande. It's a pity for Ono, Ryusuke, and Yamashita. After the students walked out of the world transmitting gate, they saw the familiar buildings and said happily. If not for Shiraiha and Matsumoto Rangiku, it is estimated that their fate will be the same as that of the three students who were killed by Minos Grande. Brother Shiraiha, it's great that I didn't encounter Kuryu and Kutu in the broken world just now. Hinamori Momo said happily. It's so easy to meet. Shiraiha smiled. Vice Captain Matsumoto, you have worked hard. The teacher came over and bowed towards Matsumoto Rangiku. Well, nothing. Matsumoto Rangiku waved his hand. You have worked hard. After seeing the teacher salute, the other students also bowed down to salute. Then, students, goodbye, teacher, I will go first, I wish you good grades in the graduation examination. Matsumoto Rangiku waved his hand and smiled lightly. After that, Matsumoto Rangiku used Shunpo and disappeared in place. She is going back to the Juban team to report what happened in this world. Students, please come with me. The teacher beckoned and walked forward. After the soul burial practice is over, it is necessary to test whether the trainees are qualified. A group of people followed. Matsudosuke, soul burial 8 times, qualified. Kira Izuru, soul burial 10 times, qualified. The students who participated in the soul burial practice stood in front of an instrument. Every time the teacher called out the name of a student would put a badge on the instrument. This badge was handed out by the Spiritual Art Academy before going to the soul burial practice to test the number of soul burials. Kukaki Shya. Soon, Shiraiha's name was called. I don't know how many times Shiraiha's soul has been buried. Renji said. By brother Shiraiha's strength, he can bury his soul at least 15 times. Kira Izuru guessed. Have you heard? Kukaki Shiraiha's team was attacked by Ajichas and Minos Grande in this world. This is the Minos Grande comparable to the vice captain. If it weren't for Kukaki Shiraiha's shot, it is estimated that their team will not be able to come back this time. I don't know what his soul burial grades are like. The eyes of the students in the room were all focused on Shiraiha, and heated discussions began to erupt. After Shiraiha and others arrived, many students learned this amazing news from Shiraiha's team. Kukaki Shiraiha actually beheaded a Minos Grande. And, also Ajichas in Minos Grande. This terrifying strength directly frightened them. After Shiraiha heard everyone's discussion, she calmed down, stepped forward, took off the badge on her chest, and put it on the instrument. The teacher also looked at Shiraiha with a smile on his face, curious about what kind of achievements this young man who can kill Minos Grande can achieve. Kukaki Shiraiha, soul burial 6, wait, soul burial 6. After the teacher saw the test result on the instrument, he stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, and after repeated confirmation, he announced the test result after finding that there was no error. Only 6 soul burials. I thought he would be able to bury his soul at least 20 times. Is this too little? My soul burials are more than his. Is this the shortcoming of genius? Many students were in an uproar after knowing that Shiraiha's soul was buried only 6 times. What's going on? Brother Shiraiha, why did you only get buried 6 times? Renji was a little puzzled. Maybe Brother Seireitei didn't find many wandering spirits. Kira Izuru said, pinching his chin with his hands. Student Seireitei, why did you only bury your soul 6 times, the teacher couldn't help asking. With Seireitei's ability to kill Minos Grande, it shouldn't just be buried 6 times. Teacher, according to the rules of the Spiritual Art Institute, as long as the soul is buried 3 times, it is already qualified, isn't it? Seireitei smiled lightly. He didn't pay any attention to the comments made by the students behind him. There are no illegal rules, but in order to make the grades better, other students will carry out more soul burials on this basis. The teacher looked at Seireitei and hesitated to speak. The teacher thought that Seireitei is not a normal graduate like other students. Instead, he applied for early graduation. As long as the Seireitei soul burial internship can pass, then you can get the qualification for early graduation. Kukaki Shya, soul burial practice, pass, said the teacher. Brother Seireitei, which team are you going to join after graduation? Hinamori Momo stared straight at Seireitei, wanting to wait for Seireitei's answer. Hinamori, does it need to be said? Brother Seireitei will definitely join the 6th team. Renji said carelessly. Yes, Brother Seireitei is from the Kukaki family, and the captain of the 6th team is Brother Seireitei. Kira Izuru echoed. This is also the thought in everyone's mind. After all, Seireitei comes from the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. Moreover, he is also the current head of the Kukaki family and the younger brother of Byakuya Kuchiki. Definitely will join the 6th division, that's right. I haven't thought about it yet. Seireitei shook her head. According to Seireitei's knowledge of the system, after he graduated from the spiritual academy, when choosing a team, maybe there will be a check-in task again, maybe. Then Brother Seireitei, let's leave first. After Seireitei walked out of the room with the 3 of Renji, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo, bowed to Seireitei and said goodbye. The 3 of Renji are just the 3rd reincarnation of the Spiritual Art Academy. Participating in the soul burial practice is just to train yourself. It didn't meet the graduation assessment standard of the Spiritual Art Academy. It's time to take the graduation assessment. Seireitei said to herself. Now that the soul burial internship has passed, then, Seireitei can go to the graduation assessment. Kukaki Seireitei, under the order of the deputy captain of the 1st team, Sōsukei, after you pass the practice of soul burial, I will take you to the practice field and start the graduation assessment. At this moment, a stealthy and mobile Shinigami appeared in front of Seireitei, said solemnly. Obviously, this stealthy and maneuverable Shinigami has been waiting here for a long time. Just to wait for the arrival of Seireitei. Well, let's go. Seireitei nodded slightly. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Matsumoto Rangiku after returning to the Juban team. As the soul burial trainee teacher who went to the present world this time. Immediately, there will be arrests in the broken world, and encounters with Minos Grande attacks in this world. Report to the captain of the 10th division, Hichuga Toshiro. After Hichuga Toshiro sorted out the information, he reported it to Chief Captain Yamamoto Genryūsai. This aroused the great attention of Yamamoto Genryūsai. Immediately asked the captain of the 12th division, Kuratsuka Mayuri, to investigate these 2 matters. Kuratsuka Mayuri knew Kukaki Shya, the new student of the Spiritual Arts Academy. After killing Ajichas of Minos Grande in one move, great curiosity about Kukaki Shya arose. Immediately leading the 12th squad, they began to investigate why Minos Grande appeared in this world. Generally speaking, the virtuals that can appear in the present world are only some low-level virtuals, and Minos Grande cannot reach the present world. Not to mention Ajichas in Minos Grande. Powerful Ajichas, even comparable to the captain class. Have you heard? Kukaki Shya, who broke the record of our spiritual power test at the Spiritual Academy, has completed the practice of soul burial today. I have known it for a long time. It is said that after he passed the internship in soul burial, he started the graduation assessment. If Kukaki Shya can really pass the graduation examination, then he should have broken the record for the earliest graduation from our Academy of Spiritual Arts, right? I really want to go over and see what his graduation assessment is about. It is said that even Minos Grande was beheaded by Kukaki Shya. What a horrible guy. Since Shya-Reha's soul burial practice ended and he returned to the Spiritual Art Academy, many people began to discuss this matter. In just 1 month of enrollment, he has accomplished what other colleges could not do in 6 years. While still alive, beheaded a Minos Grande. What kind of monster is this? Led by the stealthy and maneuverable Shinigami, Shya came to the training ground of the Spirit Art Academy. The practice field of the Spiritual Art Academy is located in the center of the Spiritual Art Academy. It was specially built by the Spiritual Academy when Shya went to the present world for soul burial practice. It covers an area as large as 3 or 4 ordinary dojos. If it is an ordinary student, graduate from the Spirit Art Academy, you only need to be approved by the teachers of Zhanquan Zugui and complete the internship of soul burial to graduate. However, since Shya is applying for early graduation, it's not just like that. After completing the soul burial practice, he still needs to take another assessment specially formulated by the Spiritual Art Institute. Only after passing it can one graduate from the Spiritual Academy. As soon as he walked into the practice field, Shya sensed it with observation haki. The practice field in front of him is larger than the dojo usually used for kendo training. There are still 5 seats on the high platform of the practice field. The 4 seats on both sides are already full of people. There was only 1 seat left in the middle, and no one was sitting. In a seat on the left, sitting the deputy captain of the first team, Kojiro Sōsuke, one of the invigilators for this graduation assessment. For Shya-Reha's graduation assessment this time, Siling Court attaches great importance to it. Therefore, Kojiro Sōsuke, the deputy captain of the first team who has followed Yamamoto Genryūsai for more than 2,000 years, was sent to serve as one of the invigilators. After all, the entire Spirit Academy. In recent hundreds of years, there are only 2 people, Ichimaru Jin and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who have applied for graduation in advance. And these 2 people have now become the captains of the Gaudii 13th Division. The other 3 seats are the dean and teacher from the Spiritual Art Academy. Kukaki Shya, please be patient, there is another examiner who has not come yet. Kojiro Sōsuke spoke. Shya was not in a hurry, just waiting in the practice field for the arrival of the last examiner. Shya didn't know exactly what the content of the assessment given to him by the Academy of Spiritual Art was. However, 1 or 2 can be guessed. It is nothing more than an assessment of his master level of Zhanquan Zugui. And Shya-Reha's actual combat level. In the middle seat on the high platform, a figure appeared and sat down. Well, I'm so sorry for keeping you guys waiting for so long. Ichimaru Jin put his hands on Kabuto and said with a smile. Being able to graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy ahead of schedule means graduating and becoming the seat officer of Team 13. For such an important student, SEI Lingting will naturally send a person with enough weight to act as an examiner. And Ichimaru Jin as the captain of the 3rd team. It is more than enough. Captain Ichimaru. The 3 elders on both sides saluted Ichimaru Jin. Kojiro Sōsuke nodded towards Ichimaru Jin. Yo, Shya-kun, long time no see. I didn't expect you to graduate from the Spiritual Academy so soon. You are such a scary young man. Ichimaru Jin waved his hand towards Shya below, looked at Shya with a look of surprise, and said with a smile. Ichimaru Jin remembers that when Shya fought against him, at most, he only had the strength of the vice-captain. At that time, Ichimaru Jin also speculated whether Shya would be like him. Will graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy within 1 year. Unexpectedly, Ichimaru Jin still somewhat underestimated Shya-Reha's strength. In such a short time, Shya has already been able to kill a mid-level Minos Grande, Ajichas, easily. This really made him a little surprised by Shya-Reha's strength. Nice to meet you, Captain Ichimaru. Shya smiled and nodded. Captain Ichimaru, can we start the assessment now? Kojiro Sōsuke, in the seat on the left, asked. Shya-kun, are you ready? This test is very difficult. Ichimaru Jin looked at Seireitei and said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm ready. Seireitei smiled. Then, let's start the assessment. I'm really looking forward to Seireitei-kun's performance. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. An old man on the right clapped his hands and said in a deep voice, the assessment begins. As soon as the words fell, 20 people rushed out from around the practice field, and surrounded Seireitei from 6 directions, leaving no gaps. These people were dressed in uniform black clothing, with their faces covered except for a pair of eyes. The costume is very different from the Death Bully costume on other Shinigami, resembling a ninja. It is the second team, secretly maneuvering. Moreover, it is still a combat unit belonging to the first unit of stealth maneuvering, Seeing Jun. After sensing this scene with observation haki, Seireitei smiled slightly, unmoved by it. Kukaki Shya, the first assessment is white hits and shunpo, the use of kendo and kido and zanpakuto abilities is prohibited. You have 5 minutes to beat them. The medical team of the 4th Division is ready, please rest assured. Kojiro Sasuke pointed to the 4th team members not far away, and then said. Using Seeing Jun to evaluate white hits and shunpo? Interesting. Seireitei murmured. Start. With Kojiro Sasuke's voice fell. The 20 Seeing troops surrounding Seireitei shot at the same time. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Seeing Jun, as a stealthy mobile combat unit. Possesses strong white hits skills and shunpo abilities. At the moment of the shot, Seireitei has already set up a sophisticated strategy. When attacking Seireitei, 6 people were separated and attacked Seireitei from 6 directions at the same time. Don't give Seireitei any opening to cast shunpo. The remaining 14 people shot together. Force Seireitei to only use the white hits technique against them. So, Seireitei-kun, what are you going to do about it? Ichimaru Jin in the stands looked at the battle in the drill field with a smile on his lips. It can be said that it is just pure white hits technique and shunpo. The combination of 20 Seeing troops is even enough to threaten a vice-captain. This tactic won't work against me. Seireitei shook his head after seeing through the intentions of these Seeing Jun with observation haki. Even without shunpo, Seireitei is not something that the Seeing army in front of him can deal with. These Seeing troops shot extremely fiercely, and at the same time attacked Seireitei's fatal part. Throat, chest, neck and other fatal parts. Boom! 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 When the fists of the 6 Seeing Jun landed on Seireitei, they felt as if their fists had hit a piece of steel, and there was a loud noise, which could not even make Seireitei shake. Seireitei was as early as the moment these Seeing Junmen shot. Armament haki is already covered all over the body. Greatly increased its own defense and power. When the 6 Seeing Jun were about to retreat, Seireitei made a move. Seireitei uses fists or feet. It landed directly on the bodies of the 6 Seeing Jun. The hands wrapped around armament haki are no different from the sharpest weapons. The Seireitei of today, armament haki, is not what it was then. Instead, it has reached the amazing armament haki advanced level. Every attack by Seireitei will cause a Seeing army to lose the ability to fight. In just 2 seconds, the bodies of 6 Seeing Jun flew upside down tens of meters away. On the body in front of the chest, there was an obvious fist print and palm print, and it was sunken. With just one blow, the 6 Seeing troops who attacked Seireitei were directly seriously injured and passed out. If Seireitei hadn't absorbed most of his strength, he would be wrapped around armament haki. These 6 Seeing Jun were not only seriously injured. Instead, it will die directly. After the 6 Seeing Jun were seriously injured, the encirclement around Seireitei was also broken. Interesting, not only the white hits technique is strong, but also the physical strength. Ichimaru Jin on the high platform squinted his eyes after seeing this scene. When fighting Seireitei at the Kukaki family mansion, Ichimaru Jin has already discovered that Seireitei's physical strength seems to be far stronger than others. Even his Zanpakuto attack was caught by Seireitei with his bare hands. The remaining 12 Seeing Jun didn't have the slightest mood swing after seeing their companion was seriously injured by Seireitei. Continuing towards Seireitei, a stormy attack was revealed. It's just that after they surrounded Seireitei, they were just about to attack. Seireitei in front of them disappeared directly in front of them. 12 Seeing Jun, with vigilant faces, gathered together, back to back, staring at the surrounding environment. Seireitei used Shunpo one after another, appearing and disappearing in front of 12 Seeing Jun. With the hands wrapped around armament haki, he attacked a man named Seeing Jun. Boom! 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 Every time it appears, a Seeing army will fall heavily to the ground, losing the ability to fight. These Seeing soldiers can only watch Seireitei knock down his companions to the ground again and again, and there is no way to stop them at all. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining 12 Seeing soldiers were all knocked down to the ground, seriously injured, and lost their ability to fight. After Seireitei finished all this, she began to wait for the examiner on the high platform to announce the test result. This Shunpo ability and White Hit's technique are already comparable to the captain. An old man on the right said with a look of admiration. That's right. Moreover, Seireitei's physical strength is not much different from that of the captain of the 11th team, Captain Zaraki. The old man on the left seat nodded and agreed. When the White Hit's techniques of those Seeing Jun just landed on Seireitei's body, nothing works. This kind of physical strength is extremely terrifying. The first test, pass. Kojiro Sōsuke stood up and shouted. White Hit's technique and Shunpo ability displayed by Seireitei. Even he was taken aback. Although he can also defeat these Seeing Jun. However, it is simply not as easy as Seireitei. And as Kojiro Sōsuke's voice fell, several members of the 4th Division came in outside the practice field, and carried out the Seeing Jun who had fallen into a coma on the ground one by one. Congratulations, Seireitei-kun, you passed the first test, and I knew that this difficulty will not trouble you. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Captain Ichimaru praised me, I just took a chance. Seireitei smiled. Ah, Seireitei-kun is so humble. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Ahem, the second assessment, Kido. Seeing the heated conversation between the two, an old man on the right seat coughed lightly. I will wait for the examiner to say the name of Kido at will. Kukaki Shya, you need to cast it immediately to pass. Captain Ichimaru, it's up to you to speak first. After speaking, the old man looked at Ichimaru Jin and said. You have to think about it. Ichimaru Jin looked distressed. Yes, Seireitei-kun, it is said that you used Bakudo's splitting void when you were in the Academy of Spirit Art, why don't you use this Kido for us, how about? Ichimaru Jin showed a bright smile and looked down at Seireitei. The elders on the seats on both sides were shocked. Even the first team vice-captain, Kojiro Sōsuke, was a little moved, looking at Ichimaru Jin in surprise. 81 of Bakudo splitting void. This is already a high-level Kido. Among the Seiling Court, only the captains of the 13th Division can display this ability. Captain Ichimaru, are you trying to overpower others? Let a freshman who has been enrolled for 1 month cast this level of high-level Kido. An old man on the left seat said in a deep voice, looking at Ichimaru Jin with a trace of suspicion. Could it be that Seireitei offended Ichimaru Jin in front of him somewhere? Otherwise, how could Ichimaru Jin propose such harsh conditions? Even among these examiners, few of them can display Kido above number 80. Let alone a student like Seireitei who has only been enrolled for a month. Didn't you ask me to mention this? Also, I also want to see what Seireitei-kun's Kido ability is like. Ichimaru Jin didn't care about the way the old man looked at him, and spread his hands. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Captain Ichimaru, change to a Kido, this does not meet the content of this assessment. Kojiro Sōsuke frowned and said. The Kido assessment content they set. It is between 1 and 60 Kido. This is already extremely harsh. You know, when ordinary students graduate from the Spirit Art Academy, it only takes Kido from Master 1 to 40 to complete the graduation smoothly. Even if you want to join the Kido, you only need Kido from Master 1 to 50 at most. You can give Seireitei-kun the right to choose. If Seireitei-kun is not willing, then I will change it. Ichimaru Jin looked at Seireitei with a smile and said, Seireitei-kun, what do you think? Kojiro Sōsuke raised his eyebrows, did not continue speaking, but looked down at Seireitei below. Since it's Captain Ichimaru's request, I can give it a try. Seireitei couldn't figure out what Ichimaru Jin was thinking, but she still smiled. 81 of Bakudo Splitting Void. Although it is a high-level Kido. However, Seireitei was able to barely cast it when the template progress was 50%. Let alone now. Now Seireitei's template progress has reached 70%. Ryutsu is much stronger than before. Casting Bakudo S81 Splitting Void will only make it easier than before. Then, please begin. Kojiro Sōsuke spoke. Now that Seireitei, the party concerned, has agreed to the conditions proposed by Ichimaru Jin, then, they will not obstruct too much. Kojiro Sōsuke also wanted to know if Seireitei's Kido was as powerful as Ichimaru Jin said. 81 of Bakudo Splitting Void. Seireitei stretched out her right hand, and directly chanted abandonment. As soon as the words fell, a huge transparent protective wall appeared in front of Seireitei. The examiners on the high platform, including Kojiro Sōsuke, were taken aback by Seireitei directly, and stood up one after another. They originally thought that even if Seireitei was able to use Bakudo S81 Splitting Void, it was on the premise of chanting mantras. Unexpectedly, Seireitei actually performed the chants of abandonment, and it was successfully used. A high-level Kido of this level is able to chant abandonment, which is amazing. An old man on the left looked surprised. Yes, Kukaki Shya's accomplishments on Kido are truly amazing. An old man on the right touched his beard and said with a smile. As expected of someone who can be valued by the captain. Kojiro Sōsuke looked at Seireitei with a look of admiration. This time, Kojiro Sōsuke came to serve as Seireitei's graduation assessment teacher. It was Yamamoto Genryūsai who gave him an order. If Seireitei can successfully graduate from the Academy of Spiritual Art, then, recruit Seireitei as much as possible into their first team. It's amazing, Seireitei-kun, to be able to chant the high-level Kido. Ichimaru Jin narrowed his pupils slightly and smiled. Hado's 54th Waste Flame. Ichimaru Jin stood up, stretched out his right hand, and chanted abandonment. A disc-shaped green flame, emitted from Ichimaru Jin's hand, hit the protective wall in front of Seireitei. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the green flame landed on the protective wall in front of Seireitei. But it didn't have the slightest effect on the protective wall, it turned into spirit particles and dissipated in the air. Captain Ichimaru, what are you doing? Please explain. Kojiro Sōsuke pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, looked at Ichimaru Jin with an angry face, and asked. Ichimaru Jin shot too fast just now. Moreover, several of their examiners were still immersed in Seireitei's ability to cast Bakudo S81 Splitting Void, and did not pay much attention to Ichimaru Jin. In addition, Ichimaru Jin also chanted the sabotage. Only then did the examiners Kojiro Sōsuke fail to stop it in time. The four old men on the left and right also stood up, with a hint of anger on their faces, looking at Ichimaru Jin, waiting for his explanation. You know, when conducting the Kido assessment, no one is allowed to make a move. Not even if Ichimaru Jin is the captain. If Ichimaru Jin does not give a reasonable explanation, then Kojiro Sōsuke and the four examiners will take action together to take down Ichimaru Jin and hand it over to the captain. Well, Vice Captain Sōsuke, don't be so nervous, I'm just testing the splitting void cast by Seireitei-kun, it's just stable and unstable. Ichimaru Jin quickly revealed that he didn't mean to. After Ichimaru Jin saw that his useless flame fell on the protective wall in front of Seireitei without any waves, his eyes were a little surprised. It was hard for Wu Shi to resist his blow just now. Obviously, the splitting void cast by Seireitei is not flashy, but real. Humph! Captain Ichimaru, I hope there will be no next time. Kojiro Sōsuke snorted coldly, sheathed the Zanpakuto in his hand, and sat back in the seat. Well, no. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. During the next Kido assessment, Kojiro Sōsuke and these examiners did not let Seireitei perform Kido, which was too advanced. Just let Seireitei cast Hado's 54th Fian and Hado's 58 Tianlan. And Bakudo is obvious, so there is no need to continue to test Seireitei. After all, even Bakudo's 81 Splitting Void, a high-level Kido, was cast by Seireitei. Kido, except Hado and Bakudo. There is also Kaido. However, Kaido is not within the scope of their assessment. Because, Seireitei, as a member of the Kukaki family, is simply impossible to become the medical team of the 4th division. Kukaki Seireitei, the second test, pass. After the Kido examinations are all passed, Kojiro Sōsuke begins to announce the results. Thank you, examiner, please start the next assessment. Seireitei below saluted and smiled. Kukaki Seireitei, your next assessment is a bit special, you will fight. Kojiro Sōsuke paused for a moment, then continued, Captain Ichimaru, I will fight you, as long as I can survive 10 years in the hands of Captain Ichimaru. Minutes are considered qualified. This time, the reason why Ichimaru Jin will come over. It was selected by Yamamoto Genryūsai to fight against Seireitei. Yo, Seireitei-kun, we're fighting again. Ichimaru Jin, a shunpo, came in front of Seireitei and waved enthusiastically. When Ichimaru Jin played against Seireitei, although he lost. But, at that time, even Ichimaru Jin didn't use Bankai. But it also hides some power. Otherwise, it is impossible to be defeated by Seireitei, who is only 20% of the progress of the template. Captain Ichimaru, please give me your advice. Seireitei smiled. Who is Kukaki Seireitei? At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the practice field. A man with a ferocious face, a scar on the left side of his face, jagged edges of the hem of his Captain Haori, hair tied into bunches with bells hanging on each strand, and a man with an eye patch over his right eye rushed into the practice field, came to Seireitei. On his shoulders lay a little girl with short shoulder-length pink hair and black eyes wearing a domineering outfit. This man with a ferocious face is none other than the captain of the 11th squad, Zaraki Kenpeki. Chapter 35. A strong riotsu came as Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzujishi Yachiru walked into the practice field. Show up in the practice field. Kojiro Sōsuke on the high platform and the 4 elders on the seats all felt the tremendous pressure. Yo! Captain Zaraki! Ichimaru Jin greeted with a smile. Zaraki Kenpeki didn't want to pay attention to Ichimaru Jin's meaning at all, but stared at Seireitei firmly. In the martial arts arena, except for the 4 old men on the high platform, Kojiro Sōsuke and Ichimaru Jin, there is only Seireitei in front of Zaraki Kenpeki. Obviously, Seireitei is the target of his trip. Captain Zaraki, what are you going to do here? Kojiro Sōsuke frowned and asked. Kojiro Sōsuke did not expect that Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 11th team, would come here when Seireitei was conducting the graduation assessment. Haha. I came here, of course, to find an opponent. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed. After Zaraki Kenpeki learned that Seireitei beheaded a middle-level Minos Grande like Ajichas, immediately rushed here from the Lingling court. The purpose is to find Seireitei. See if Seireitei has the qualifications to fight against him. I'm very sorry, Vice Captain Sōsuke, we were unable to stop Captain Zaraki. Several stealthy and maneuvering Shinigami ran in, and the leader Shinigami said with a look of shame on his face. It's okay, you guys back off. Kojiro Sōsuke waved his hand. Kojiro Sōsuke is well aware of the strength of Zaraki Kenpeki. I want to force my way in. Just relying on these stealthy and mobile Shinigami guarding the door, they are absolutely irresistible. Yes. Several Shinigami who were secretly maneuvering left the practice field immediately. Are you Kukaki Seireitei? Killed Ajichas alone? How come there aren't many riotsu? Zaraki Kenpeki looked at Seireitei in front of him with suspicion. Because of Seireitei, I can control my own riotsu well so that it does not leak out. Therefore, Zaraki Kenpeki could only perceive a faint riotsu from Seireitei. Yes, I am Kukaki Seireitei. I did kill Ajichas, Captain Zaraki, what advice do you have? Seireitei smiled. Seireitei already somewhat guessed the purpose of Zaraki Kenpeki coming to him. It's nothing more than wanting to fight him. As for Ryotsu, Seireitei began to burst out of her own Ryotsu. A strong purple Ryotsu erupted from Seireitei's body and scattered throughout the practice field. Things on the rehearsal field made a creak and creak sound after Seireitei's purple powerful Ryotsu appeared. Kojiro Sasuke and the four elders on the high platform could feel the strength of this Ryotsu, and they were surprised. This Ryotsu, it's getting stronger again. Ichimaru Jin was a little surprised. Ichimaru Jin remembers the first time he met Seireitei. Seireitei's Ryotsu strength is only comparable to the captain level. After fighting him, Seireitei's Ryotsu strengthened quite a bit again. And now, Seireitei's Ryotsu strength is much stronger than before. Yes, this is Ryotsu, great, great. Kukaki Shya, you are the opponent I have been looking for, come and fight with me. After Zaraki Kenpeki felt Seireitei's Ryotsu, he pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, with a mad look on his face, and laughed. Zanpakuto by Zaraki Kenpeki looks like a broken sealed state. The guard is in the shape of a three-dimensional polygon, the blade is slightly uneven, and the handle is wrapped with white cloth strips. Great, Ajian has found his opponent. Lying on Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder, Yakian Liu showed a bright smile. Sign in task, accept Zaraki Kenpeki's challenge and remain undefeated for half an hour. Task reward, template progress increased by 10%. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. Accept Zaraki Kenpeki's challenge? Still undefeated for half an hour. Seireitei muttered to himself. How powerful Zaraki Kenpeki is. Seireitei is still very clear. It can be said that among the entire Gaudii 13 divisions, in addition to the captain Yamamoto Genryūsai and Anohanaretsu, the first generation Kenpeki and Aizen, the strength of Zaraki Kenpeki can already be regarded as the strongest. And, with Zaraki Kenpeki's character, even if he really fights Seireitei, it also won't unblock all Ryotsu at once. Enjoy the thrill of fighting. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo just arrived at the Soul Society without even Bankai, so he still defeated Zaraki Kenpeki? This is only because Zaraki Kenpeki sealed his own Ryotsu and suppressed it to the same level as Kurosaki Ichigo. If it weren't for Kurosaki Ichigo's sudden burst of strength with the help of Uncle Zagetsu at the end, it is simply impossible to beat Zaraki Kenpeki. Moreover, it is impossible for Seireitei to let this task reward within easy reach slip away from her hands. As long as this check-in task is completed, Seireitei's template progress can reach 80%. Captain Zaraki, please restrain yourself, it's Kukaki Seireitei's graduation exam. Kojiro Sasuke Shunpo came to Zaraki Kenpeki from the high platform, grabbed Zaraki Kenpeki's right arm with his hand, and said in a deep voice. As Seireitei's examiner this time, Kojiro Sasuke, who is also the deputy captain of the first team, will not just watch Zaraki Kenpeki attack Seireitei. Sasuke, you know, you can't stop me, get out of the way. Zaraki Kenpeki erupted Ryotsu, forcing Kojiro Sasuke to let go. Captain Zaraki, please pay attention to your identity. This is Spiritual Arts Academy, not your 11th team. Kojiro Sasuke also pulled out Zanpakuto, pointing at Zaraki Kenpeki, said in a deep voice. Vice Captain Sasuke, Captain Zaraki, I have a proposal, why not let Captain Zaraki be Seireitei-kun's examiner this time, as long as Seireitei-kun can get the approval of Captain Zaraki, the examination will be passed. How? Just when the two were at war, Ichimaru Jin made a proposal. Seireitei-kun, do you think it's okay? Ichimaru Jin turned his head and asked with a smile. Okay. Seireitei smiled lightly. Seireitei originally wanted to complete the check-in task. He naturally agreed with Ichimaru Jin's proposal. Haha. Ichimaru Jin, I'm starting to like you a little bit. Zaraki Kenpeki said with a smile. Vice Captain Sasuke, what's your opinion? Ichimaru Jin asked. Ichimaru Jin also wants to know what is Seireitei's current strength. Since Seireitei was able to behead Ajichas, then, the strength must be stronger than before. In addition, Ichimaru Jin didn't want to expose his true strength too much. Therefore, it may be a more correct choice to let Zaraki Kenpeki play against Seireitei. However, there is another prerequisite: Kojiro Sōsuke needs to agree. On the surface, Ichimaru Jin, the captain, has a higher position than Kojiro Sōsuke. However, the fact is that Kojiro Sōsuke is Seireitei's examiner this time. Ichimaru Jin is just acting as Seireitei's final assessment candidate. If Kojiro Sōsuke disagrees with his proposal, then the proposal he said can only be voided. Asterisk. Chapter 36. I can't decide on this matter. I need to ask the captain before I can make a decision. Kojiro Sōsuke slowly sheathed the Zanpakuto in his hand, and looked at Ichimaru Jin with some surprise. Ichimaru Jin's proposal was indeed beyond Kojiro Sōsuke's expectations. Originally, Kojiro Sōsuke was going to join forces with Ichimaru Jin to subdue Zaraki Kenpeki, and then let Seireitei conduct the assessment. Now that Seireitei, the party involved, has agreed, well, he didn't have much to say. Go. I can't wait to start fighting Kukaki Shya. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed. Kojiro Sōsuke Shunpo left the place. After a while, he came back again and said to Seireitei, Kukaki Shya, the captain has already agreed to this proposal. As long as you can get the approval of Captain Zaraki, then you can not only graduate from the Academy of Spiritual Art, but also join the 13 division after the team. They will be able to become 3 seats. Okay, thank you, Vice Captain Sōsuke. Seireitei smiled, a little surprised. The captain, Yamamoto Genryūsai, not only agreed, but actually gave such a generous reward. You must know that after successfully graduating from the ordinary academy of the Spiritual Art Academy, they can only join the 13th team from the lowest level. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro and Ichimaru Jin, who graduated early, after joining the 13th division, it was just a low-level position. However, the premise of all this is that Seireitei can get the approval of Zaraki Kenpeki. You don't have to thank me, go ahead. Kojiro Sōsuke waved his hand. Yakuyan Liu, you go to the side first. Zaraki Kenpeki said to Yachiruya, who was lying on his shoulders. Yakuyan Liu nodded obediently, and jumped off Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder with a roll. Xiao Yu, come on. When Yakuyan Liu passed by Seireitei, he shouted. Seireitei was a little helpless when Yachiruya called him, but he didn't refute her. Moments later, only Zaraki Kenpeki and Kukaki Shya were left in the practice field. Ichimaru Jin, Kojiro Sōsuke, and Yachiruya retreated to the high platform, watching the two of them. Kukaki Shya, come on. Let me see if your strength is worthy of being my opponent. Zaraki Kenpeki tore off the haori on his body at once, pointed to his chest, and said, chop here, let me see your strength, it would be even better if you can kill me. Thank you, Captain Zaraki. Seireitei said with a smile on his face. Seireitei slowly pulled out the stick knife from his waist. At the same time, the burst of purple ryotsu on Seireitei's body became more intense than before. Things in the practice field, under the pressure of this powerful purple ryotsu, began to crack. Ka ka ka. The seat on the high platform was also broken into 2 pieces directly from the middle. The 4 old men behind Ichimaru Jin and others feel this powerful ryotsu. His complexion became extremely pale, and Ryotsu, who could only burst out of his body, struggled to support. Looking down, Seireitei's eyes were full of disbelief. Just using Ryotsu made them, the teachers of the Spirit Art Academy, look like this. On the other hand, Ichimaru Jin and others were under Seireitei's Ryotsu, but they didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and they still looked down with relish. That's right. That's right. That's it. Zaraki Kenpeki licked his lips after feeling the Ryotsu burst out from Seireitei. His face became more ferocious, and he laughed. Cut. Seireitei raised his right hand high, covered armament haki with the sword in his hand, and slashed forward. A purple crescent-shaped slash was issued from the stick knife. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a purple slash that was more than 10 meters long. On the way to attack Zaraki Kenpeki. Boom! Directly divide everything in front of you into 2. The ground was also cut into a deep gully with no bottom visible. Come on! Kukaki Shya, let me see, can you kill me? After Zaraki Kenpeki saw this slash, not only did he not resist, but instead smiled, he opened his hands and faced the slash. Pfft! After this purple slash landed on Zaraki Kenpeki's body, it cut a deep bone wound directly from the shoulder to the abdomen. A gurgle of blood, dripping from Zaraki Kenpeki's wound, flowed to the ground. Nearly able to kill me, that's right. That's the power. Kukaki Shya. Let's fight to your heart's content. Others would have fallen down long ago if they had such an injury, but Zaraki Kenpeki, like a normal person, laughed while holding the Zanpakuto in his hand. A golden ryotsu erupted from Zaraki Kenpeki's body, and the bleeding wound on his body stopped instantly. The intensity of this golden ryotsu, and the intensity of Shiraha's ryotsu, began to collide with each other. In the practice field, there was a wave of air. What a monster physique! After Shiraha sensed the scene in front of her with observation haki, she was a little surprised. Shiraha's slash just now, although it didn't have the ability to add gravity, it also added armament haki. Even if it is an ordinary deputy captain, if he receives this slash head-on, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. And Zaraki Kenpeki seems like a normal person. Kukaki Shya, I'm coming. Zaraki Kenpeki, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, strode forward and made a quick attack on Shiraha. 30 times the gravity. Shiraha didn't panic at all, and directly released 30 times the gravity. Zaraki Kenpeki only felt his body sinking, and under the huge pressure of 30 times the gravity, his feet seemed to be filled with lead. Is this your Zanpakuto ability? Great! After Zaraki Kenpeki felt the pressure, he grinned and burst out the ryotsu on his body, walking towards Shiraha step by step against 30 times the gravity. And the practice field was affected by 30 times the gravity. Ka. Everything in the practice field, including those buildings on the high platform, began to crack and twist. Under the influence of Shiraha's 30-fold gravity, everything in the rehearsal site was reduced to ruins in an instant. Ichimaru Jin and others, all broke out ryotsu, left from the high platform that had turned into ruins, and fell not far away. Kukaki Shiraha's Zanpakuto ability is so powerful? Can it manipulate the gravity of the surrounding environment? Kojiro Sōsuke exploded his own ryotsu, began to withstand the impact of 30 times the gravity, a little sweat appeared on his forehead, and said in shock. Although Kojiro Sōsuke is just a vice-captain, his real strength is much stronger than the average captain. Kojiro Sōsuke used Bankai 2000 years ago to hurt Yamamoto Genryūsai. To this day, Yamamoto Genryūsai still has a scar on his forehead. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Compared to last time, has Zanpakuto's ability strengthened again? It seems that his strength has been exposed. Ichimaru Jin's pupils shrank, and ryotsu burst out from his body, resisting the impact of 30 times the gravity. Don't look at Ichimaru Jin's powerless resistance under Shiraha's 15 times gravity. That's just Ichimaru Jin hiding most of his strength. And Yakian Liu seemed not to be affected by 30 times the gravity, and he was still walking around there at will. As for the 4 old men, they were not so lucky. Not only against Shiraha's ryotsu, but 30 times the force of gravity. Simply relying on their own ryotsu, simply can't do it. Under the tremendous pressure of 30 times the force of gravity, he prostrated himself on the ground, unable to move. Oh! Is the physique so strong? Shiraha used observation haki to see that Zaraki Kenpeki was able to walk towards him under the pressure of 30 times the force of gravity, and was a little surprised. Although Shiraha didn't use all of his gravity, he just wanted to hide some of his strength. After waiting for half an hour, the sign-in task is completed and the progress of the template is improved. In one fell swoop, defeat Zaraki Kenpeki. And Zaraki Kenpeki is now less than 10 meters away from Shiraha. Zaraki Kenpeki grinned, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, and under the pressure of 30 times the force of gravity, he quickened his pace and rushed towards Shiraha quickly. Weightlessness control. Shiraha manipulates gravity, acting within 10 meters of Zaraki Kenpeki's body and where he is. Boom! The ground within 10 meters where Zaraki Kenpeki was located began to make a loud noise. Pieces of soil and stones rose directly from the ground and floated into the sky. Zaraki Kenpeki himself, also affected by gravity, floated into the sky. In an instant, Zaraki Kenpeki was pulled by gravity and floated into the sky tens of meters above. Gravity Knife Tiger. Seireitei raised the stick knife, covered armament haki, then added gravity to the stick knife, and slashed towards Zaraki Kenpeki floating in the sky. A purple slash was issued from the stick knife. The ground in the practice field, being pulled by the gravity in the slash, began to crack and was swept into the sky. Immediately, this purple slash became tens of meters long, attacking Zaraki Kenpeki floating in the air. Haha! Kukaki Shya, this is decent. This is my dream opponent. Zaraki Kenpeki, who was floating in the sky, laughed, holding Zanpakuto in his right hand, and swung forward violently. Sword pressure. Zanpakuto in the hands of Zaraki Kenpeki issued a golden ryutsu. Boom! It collided with this tens of meters long purple slash. The purple and golden slashes are intertwined. The clouds in the sky were directly shaken away. Everything within 100 meters of Zaraki Kenpeki, in the two powerful ryutsu, turned into spirit particles and dissipated into the air. Bottomless knife marks and ravines appeared on the ground. Under the blessing of Seireitei armament haki and gravity, the purple slash directly crushed this golden sword pressure. After the purple slash defeated Zaraki Kenpeki's sword pressure, it continued to attack Zaraki Kenpeki unabated. Pft! 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 After Zaraki Kenpeki's body was attacked by the purple slash, wounds appeared all over his body. Blood continued to seep out from the wound. The haori on his body was directly stained more than half red by the bright red blood. But Seireitei has no intention of letting go of Zaraki Kenpeki. Gravity Chaos. Seireitei manipulated gravity again, clearing the gravity of Zaraki Kenpeki floating in the sky, and then applying 30 times the gravity again as he fell. Bakudo S61 6-foot beam. 62 of Bakudo 100 steps railing. Bakudo S63 lock bar lock. Moreover, Seireitei was worried that Zaraki Kenpeki would use ryutsu to resist, and then used 3 high-level Kido in succession, directly chant and destroy, restraining Zaraki Kenpeki's body, making him unable to resist. Zaraki Kenpeki just felt a light in his body and was about to fall to the ground when fighting Seireitei. Suddenly 30 times the gravity appeared on his body again. Immediately, the 6 paths light beam directly trapped his body tightly. A few sticks of light were also trapped around his body. A thick snake-like chain wrapped around Zaraki Kenpeki's body. Zaraki Kenpeki was trapped under Seireitei's 3 high-level Kido. With his current ryutsu strength, it is impossible to break free for a while. The whole person, under the influence of this huge pressure and the 3 high-level Kido, quickly fell to the ground. Boom! Zaraki Kenpeki smashed out a large pit of tens of meters directly on the ground under the blessing of 30 times the gravity from the sky of tens of meters, and the diameter range reached thousands of meters. The entire practice field was hit hard. As if an earthquake had occurred, it began to shake a few times, and cracks appeared on the ground. This fighting style and this powerful Zanpakuto ability is already comparable to the captain level. Kukaki Shya, I have to admit, is a terrible person. After Kojiro Sōsuke saw this scene, he was surprised and sighed. Kojiro Sōsuke followed Yamamoto Genryūsai for more than 2,000 years. I've seen geniuses big and small. But no one has ever been able to match the Kukaki Shya in front of him. Luckily, Kukaki Shya is a member of their Seireitei. Otherwise, if it becomes an enemy, Kukaki Shya's Zanpakuto ability will pose a huge threat to the entire Soul Society. Seireitei-kun is really scary, Captain Zaraki can't even touch him, don't you think so, Vice Captain Kalu? After Ichimaru Jin walked to Yachiryu's side, he said with a smile. To be honest, he was greatly surprised by the strength displayed by Seireitei. Not long after getting Zanpakuto, he was able to fight the Captain Zaraki Kenpeki for so long. Moreover, it has always been in the upper hand. This means that Seireitei's current strength is comparable to that of a captain. Just now Zaraki Kenpeki and Seireitei have been fighting for so long, and there is no way to even get close to Seireitei. It can only be used raw, as Seireitei's sandbag, and is beaten all the time. Ajian, I'm going to start getting serious. Yakian Liu looked at the deep pit in the training ground with both eyes, and said softly. Suddenly, from the deep pit, burst out a golden ryotsu stronger than before. In golden ryotsu, a skull also appeared. Kukaki Shya, will you just use your Zanpakuto ability and Kido? What I want is for you to slash me with Zanpakuto like you just did. After Zaraki Kenpeki came out of the deep pit, he showed displeasure. Asterisk. Chapter 38. At this time, the Haori on Zaraki Kenpeki's body became tattered, and there were wounds all over his body. Only due to the use of Ryotsu, the wound stopped bleeding for a while. And Zaraki Kenpeki's blindfold has been taken off his face, and the bell on his hair has also been taken off by him. This also means that part of the seal on him has been lifted. Isn't that because Captain Zaraki is too strong? Seireitei smiled slightly. Face opponents like Zaraki Kenpeki. Unless Seireitei has now completed the check-in quest, the template progress increases again. Otherwise, Seireitei would rather just use the kite-flying style of play and consume Zaraki Kenpeki all the time. Although it can't cause too fatal damage to Zaraki Kenpeki. However, Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't even get close to him. However, it is estimated that it cannot be done now. Now that Zaraki Kenpeki has lifted part of Ryotsu, 30 times the force of gravity is on him, and it doesn't have much effect. Unless Seireitei uses full gravity, which is 40 times gravity. Maybe Zaraki Kenpeki can be suppressed again. But that way, Zaraki Kenpeki will also unseal again, bursting out a more powerful Ryotsu. Unless, Seireitei has the certainty of winning with one blow. Otherwise, they will not use all their abilities at this time. If you don't come over, then I will go to find you in person. Kukaki Shya, let's experience the fun of fighting together, believe me, you will like this feeling. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed ferociously. Boom! Zaraki Kenpeki slammed his feet on the ground, and there was a loud noise on the ground, and then a big hole was cracked, and he quickly attacked Seireitei. 30 times the gravity had some effect on Zaraki Kenpeki, otherwise, his speed of attacking Seireitei would not be so slow. In the blink of an eye, Zaraki Kenpeki appeared in front of Seireitei, Zanpakuto in his hand, and began to swing towards Seireitei quickly, as if he wanted to kill Seireitei here. Clang! 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 However, it is a pity that every attack of Zaraki Kenpeki was blocked one by Seireitei with the stick knife covering armament haki in his hand. Every time Zanpakuto and Zaraki Kenpeki's hand collided with Seireitei's staff knife, there was a sound of weapons handing over, and sparks burst out. Haha! That's it, that's the feeling. Kukaki Shya. Enjoy the fun of fighting. Laughing maniacally, Zaraki Kenpeki swung his Zanpakuto quickly, slashing at Seireitei. Seeing this scene, Seireitei was a little helpless and didn't speak, but blocked Zaraki Kenpeki's attack with the stick knife in his hand. Immediately used Shunpo, trying to get out of Zaraki Kenpeki's attack range. But it's a pity that every time Seireitei uses Shunpo, it just appears. He was chased by Zaraki Kenpeki, waving Zanpakuto at Seireitei. The practice field is full of figures of two people fighting. Boom! The surrounding ground was also created by the aftermath of the two attacks, creating ravines with deep bottoms that cannot be seen. In the entire practice field, due to the two fighting, loud noises erupted. It was like an earthquake. Everything close to the attack range of the two was directly destroyed by the powerful Ryotsu and turned into spirit particles, which dissipated into the air. Even Ichimaru Jin and others not far away were involved in the aftermath of the attack that broke out from the two. With the help of observation haki, Seireitei has already seen through Zaraki Kenpeki's attack trajectory. While Seireitei blocked Zaraki Kenpeki's attack, he also launched a fierce attack on Zaraki Kenpeki. Although most of them were blocked by Zaraki Kenpeki. However, there are still a small number of attacks that cannot be defended. Now Zaraki Kenpeki's body has been cut with hundreds of wounds by Seireitei's stick knife. A gurgle of blood trickled from Zaraki Kenpeika's wound to the ground. However, Ryutsu soon stopped the bleeding wound. In such a short period of time, the two of them swung their slashes thousands of times. Zaraki Kenpeika's Ryutsu strength is indeed stronger than Shiraiha's now. However, Shiraiha's arm wrapped around armament haki, which greatly enhanced the body's defense and strength, and the staff knife in his hand also covered armament haki. Breaking through Ryutsu outside Zaraki Kenpeika's body was enough. Successfully sign in and get a task reward. Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Fujitora 1 smile template, 80%. Abilities, observation haki perfection level, armament haki perfection level, swordsman level swordsmanship perfection level. Exclusive ability, gravity fruit control degree is advanced, can control 45 times the gravity within 100,000 meters, and can add gravity to weapons, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression, gravity light, hell brigade. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Shiraiha's mind. In an instant, Shiraiha's various abilities have been strengthened a lot. Especially armament haki, after reaching the perfect level, has been greatly strengthened. However, the disadvantage is also quite big, which will greatly consume spiritual and physical strength. The control gravity has increased by 5 times, but the control range is still within 100,000 meters. I don't know because Shiraiha's observation haki can only perceive 100,000 meters. It was also because the degree of gravity control did not reach the perfection level. Now my strength should be about the same as that of an ordinary captain, and I can decide the outcome. Shiraiha smiled slightly. After the progress of the template reaches 80%, Shiraiha's strength has almost reached the level of an ordinary captain. If added, the ability to manipulate gravity. Ordinary captains may not necessarily be his opponents. Just now, when Shiraiha's template progress is 70%, his strength should be between the ordinary captain and the vice captain. Stronger than a vice captain, slightly weaker than a regular captain. Shiraiha, a shunpo, came hundreds of meters away. When Zaraki Kenpeika wanted to continue to charge forward as before, Shiraiha said with a smile, "Captain Zaraki, there is no point in continuing to fight like this. Let's decide the victory with one blow. Just been at war with Zaraki Kenpeika for so long. Shiraiha's own spiritual and physical strength has already been consumed a lot. Continuing to spend it with Zaraki Kenpeika endlessly is just doing futile work. Okay. Kukaki Shiraiha, come on then." Zaraki Kenpeika stopped in his tracks. Zaraki Kenpeika held Zanpakuto in his right hand and golden Ryutsu began to erupt from his body. Pouring all the spiritual power of the whole body into Zanpakuto, he rushed towards Shiraiha quickly and slashed forward. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeika attacking, Shiraiha was wrapped around armament haki, and the staff knife was also covered with armament haki. After adding 45 times the gravity to the staff knife, Shiraiha also rushed towards Zaraki Kenpeika. 45 times the gravity. Shiraiha is holding a staff knife and rushing towards Zaraki Kenpeika, manipulating the gravity on him, using all the gravity. Asterisk. Chapter 39. After 45 times the gravity was added to the body by Shiraiha, Zaraki Kenpeika only felt the pressure on his body increase sharply, his bones made a creaking sound, and his body was constantly being squeezed by 45 times the gravity. Under the strong gravity, the wounds all over his body began to tear apart and ooze blood. Haha. That's how it feels. Kukaki Shiraiha. Kill me with your power. Instead of feeling scared, Zaraki Kenpeika became even more excited, with a look of madness on his face, and collided with Shiraiha fiercely. Boom! Gold Ryutsu represented by Zaraki Kenpeika and purple Ryutsu represented by Shiraiha. The moment they collide, the ground and all the buildings in the whole practice field began to be cracked, torn apart by two powerful Ryutsu, and destroyed into little spirit particles, which dissipated into the air. After a long time, the two strands of Ryutsu dissipated, and the entire training ground had turned into a piece of bare ground. In the field, Zaraki Kenpeika, who was still standing, had a wound from his face to his feet. The wound was so deep that he could even see his beating heart. The Haori on Zaraki Kenpeika's body was directly stained red by blood, and a large amount of blood flowed from his body to the ground. Shiraiha's attack just now almost split him in half. If it were someone else, with such serious injuries and bleeding so much, they would have died long ago. Kukaki Shiraiha. It's a pleasure fighting with you. Zaraki Kenpeika grinned at Shiraiha and laughed. After saying that, Zaraki Kenpeika held Zanpakuto in his hand and fell down heavily. This monster-like physique is really... Shiraiha barely stood up, with a pale face, and slowly sheathed the stick knife in his hand. Shiraiha just had a duel with Zaraki Kenpeika, though he won. Moreover, there was no injury on his body. However, this is only because Shiraiha wrapped armament haki around his body, blocking Zaraki Kenpeika's attack. Now his physical strength and spiritual strength are almost exhausted, and he can barely stand, and it is not bad if he has not fainted. If it weren't for Shiraiha hiding part of his strength in advance, the progress of the template increased by another 10%, and suddenly bursting out with all his strength, he might not be able to beat Zaraki Kenpeika. Also, this time it was a coincidence, that was not the full strength of Zaraki Kenpeika just now. Shiraiha breathed a sigh of relief. Shiraiha could feel inside Zaraki Kenpeika, there was still a large part of Ryutsu not unsealed. This also means that Zaraki Kenpeika did not use his full strength in the previous battle. The reason why Zaraki Kenpeika will seal his own Ryutsu is to better enjoy the fun of fighting. But even so, Shiraiha still exhausted all means to defeat Zaraki Kenpeika with difficulty. Xiao Yu, I will take Ajian back for treatment first. Ajian can find an opponent like you. He must be very happy when he wakes up. Yakian Liu appeared in front of Shiraiha, with a small hand, directly raised Zaraki Kenpeika, waved to Shiraiha, and left with Shunpo. Yakian Liu's strength is not ordinary. Shiraiha smiled. Kuzujishi Yachiru, the vice-captain of the 11th squad. In the original book, no ordinary captain can beat this little girl. Swish. Just then, Kojiro Sasuke and Ichimaru Jin appeared in front of Shiraiha. Well, congratulations, Shiraiha-kun, your strength is really terrifying, even Captain Zaraki was defeated by you. Ichimaru Jin put his hands on Kabuto, and slowly walked in front of Shiraiha, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he smiled. Shiraiha's strength really surprised Ichimaru Jin. Even Zaraki Kenpeika, the captain of the 11th team, was defeated by Shiraiha. Although Zaraki Kenpeika didn't use his full strength, it was terrifying. When Ichimaru Jin and Shiraiha first met, Ichimaru Jin can be sure that Shiraiha's strength is only between the vice-captain and the third seat. In just a short time, Shiraiha has grown to this extent. Captain Ichimaru is awesome, it's just that Captain Zaraki is giving way to me. Shiraiha smiled lightly. Vice-Captain Sasuke, how's the result of my assessment? Shiraiha asked. Since Captain Zaraki no longer has the ability to fight, you have passed the graduation examination. Congratulations on joining the 13th Division. Kukaki White. No, Kukaki 3 seats. Kojiro Sasuke looked at Shiraiha, who was not injured at all, with a complex expression, and said in a deep voice. Originally Kojiro Sasuke thought that Shiraiha would probably be defeated by Zaraki Kenpeika. However, what he never expected was that Shiraiha actually hid some of his strength in the initial battle with Zaraki Kenpeika. It was not until the last moment that he used all his strength. The most important thing is that Shiraiha has no wounds at all except for some damaged clothes. Kojiro Sasuke even feels that Shiraiha has been hiding part of his strength until now. Thank you, Vice-Captain Sasuke. Shiraiha smiled. Sign-in task, become the captain of any team in the 13th team. Task reward, template progress increased by 10%. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Shiraiha's mind. Become the captain? This sign-in task is very challenging. Shiraiha thought to himself. Originally, Shiraiha guessed that the new sign-in task might be for him to join a certain team. Unexpectedly, he was directly made the team captain. The entire 13th team is already full, and there are no vacancies at all. Unless, forcibly challenge the team leader and win. As for Seireiha's current strength, the captains who can play well may only be the captain of the 12th Division Kuratsuka Mayuri and the captain of the 7th Division Komamura Seijin. As for the other captains, don't even think about it, with Seireiha's current 80% template progress, he can't beat it at all. This is all obtained by your own strength, no need to thank me. Kojiro Sasuke didn't notice the change in Seireiha's expression, but as he spoke, he took out a wooden sign and threw it to Seireiha. This is your ID card, remember to report to the first team building tomorrow morning, choose your fan team. After Seireiha took the wooden sign, he nodded and turned to leave. By the way, Kukaki is the third seat. The captain said that if you can graduate successfully, I hope you can consider joining the first team. The captain is very optimistic about you. Kojiro Sasuke stopped Seireiha and said in a deep voice. The captain is optimistic about me? Okay, Vice Captain Sasuke, I will think about it carefully. Seireiha was a little surprised. Yamamoto Genryūsai, the captain and general captain of the first team, actually invited him to join the first team? And still very optimistic about Seireiha? This is a bit strange. However, it is impossible for Seireiha to join the first team. Otherwise, it would be a long way off for him to complete this sign-in task. In the original book, Yamamoto Genryūsai survived the Millennium Bloody Battle. Kojiro Sasuke nodded, used Shunpo, and left. Chapter 40. Seireiha-kun, oh no, you should be called the third seat of Kukaki, you should be the youngest third seat in the Soul Society, and now even the captain is so optimistic about you, and invited you to join the first team, the future unlimited. After Kojiro Sasuke left, Ichimaru Jin put his hands on Kabuto and walked over, showing the same smile of 10,000 years, smiling and complimenting. Kojiro Sasuke invited Seireiha to join Team Ichiban on behalf of Yamamoto Genryūsai. This directly exceeded Ichimaru Jin's expectations. Captain Ichimaru, I was just lucky. Seireiha smiled, but didn't answer. Third seat Kukaki, you have graduated from the Academy of Spiritual Art, why don't you consider joining our third team? With your strength, as long as you join the third team, I can give you the position of vice captain. After Bankai, I will also recommend you to be the captain, what do you think? Ichimaru Jin throws a temptation. Thank you, Captain Ichimaru, for your interest. I will seriously consider your proposal, but my spiritual and physical strength are almost exhausted now, so I want to go back and rest first. Seireiha looks sorry. Accept Ichimaru Jin's invitation to join the third team? Once Seireiha does this, not only the sign-in task cannot be completed. Moreover, dealing with Aizen is inevitable. Before Seireiha reaches a certain strength, Seireiha doesn't want to have too much contact with Aizen. Seireiha never even went to the calligraphy class that Aizen offered in the Lingju Academy. When Renji, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo were at the Spirit Art Academy, they always wanted to take Seireiha to the calligraphy class. They were all rejected by Seireiha for various reasons. Well, then it's settled, Kukaki third seat, I'll be waiting for you in the third team. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Saying that, Ichimaru Jin a shunpo and left. Join the third team? Humph. After sensing Ichimaru Jin's departure with observation haki, Seireiha shook her head and strode out. Team number 5 Team Sherry. In the captain's room of the 5th Division. Aizen is lowering his head, correcting the government affairs of the 5th Division. A figure quietly appeared in front of Aizen. Silver, you are here, how about Kukaki Seireiha? Aizen raised his head, not surprised at the appearance of Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin acts as Seireiha's final examiner. It is controlled by Aizen. The purpose, naturally, is to have a clearer understanding of Kukaki Seireiha's strength. Well, Captain Aizen, Kukaki's third seat is as you expected. He has successfully graduated and will start to join the first team tomorrow. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Kukaki 3 seats. After noticing the change of Ichimaru Jin's address to Seireiha, Aizen pushed his glasses with his right hand and smiled. And Seireiha's ability to pass the graduation examination was completely within Aizen's expectation. Yet, Captain Aizen, Vice Captain Sōsuke was awarded the position of the third seat after Kukaki's third seat passed the graduation examination. Even Captain Zaraki was defeated by the third Kukaki seat. It's really scary, Ichimaru Jin said with a look of fear on his face. Zaraki Kenpei? Oh? It turns out that the two ryotsu that just erupted in the Spirit Art Institute are Zaraki Kenpei and Kukaki Shya. Interesting. Aizen smiled. Just now Aizen sensed the emergence of two powerful ryotsu. Because there are barriers set up by the Kido in the Lingju Academy. Unless the barrier is broken, no matter how powerful ryotsu is, he can only reveal a little bit. Aizen originally thought it would be Ichimaru Jin who was fighting Shya, but Zaraki Kenpei didn't expect it. Yes, Captain Aizen. After defeating Captain Zaraki, the third Kukaki didn't have any injuries at all. Captain Zaraki was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Now the third Kukaki should have captain-level strength. Don't we really make some preparations? Ichimaru Jin asked with a smile. Huh? No need, Silver, let's continue to implement the plan we made before. Kukaki Shya is just a variable, and it can't threaten our plan. Aizen smiled with surprise in his eyes. By the way, Captain Aizen, Vice Captain Sōsuke, on behalf of the captain, invited the third seat Kukaki to join the first team. I also tried to invite the third seat Kukaki to join the third team. However, the third seat Kukaki seems to be right to join us. The third team is not very interested. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. An invitation from Yamamoto Genryūsai? Interesting. I already want to meet this Kukaki Shya in person. Aizen stood up, walked to the window, opened the window, a ray of sunlight came in and fell on him, a ray of light reflected on the lens, and said in a low voice, Kukaki Shya, which team will you join? South Rukonga District 1. In a room in the mansion of the Kukaki family, the heads of the four nobles of the Soul Society. There are three people sitting. They are the former head of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Yinling, the current head of the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kuchiki, and Kukaki Shya. Haha. Shya, you really gave Grandpa a surprise. Not only did you join Spiritual Arts Academy for 1 month, you graduated early, and you became the third seat. Even Zaraki Kenpei was defeated by you. Kukaki Yinling, who was sitting across from Shya, couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Originally, according to Kukaki Yinling's idea, it was planned for Shya to study in the Academy of Spiritual Art for several years. Let Shya apply for early graduation. Unexpectedly, Shya not only graduated from the Spiritual Academy in 1 month, but also beheaded the intermediate Minos Grande Ajichas in the soul burial practice. After graduating successfully, he also obtained the position of the third chief officer. Even Zaraki Kenpei, the captain of the 11th team, was defeated by Shya. Grandpa was joking. I was just lucky. Besides, Captain Zaraki didn't use his full strength. Shya smiled lightly. Shya, don't be humble. Zaraki Kenpei is already at the top of the 13th team captain. If you can defeat him, I believe you should have the same strength as the captain. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Shya, his younger brother, with a look of surprise. The power of Zaraki Kenpei. Byakuya Kuchiki knows it all too well. Shya's ability to defeat Zaraki Kenpei was indeed beyond his expectations. Even if Zaraki Kenpei didn't use his full strength, it was already very impressive. Shya, if you choose the fan team tomorrow, go to your brother's 6th team first. With your strength, you can become the vice captain of the 6th team. Kukaki Silver Ridge spoke his mind. Since the establishment of the 6th division, the captain and vice captain are direct descendants of their Kukaki family. The captain of the 6th team is Byakuya Kuchiki, and the vice captain is still vacant. After Shya joins the 6th team, he can completely fill this vacancy. Grandpa is right, Shya, the current vice captain of the 6th division is still vacant, and it is just right for you to join the 6th division. Byakuya Kuchiki agreed. Grandpa, brother, I'm not going to join the 6th team, I want to be the captain. Shya shook his head and refused. Chapter 41. It's good that Seireitei joined the 6th division. You can even become the vice-captain once you join. However, want to be the captain. But it is impossible. The current captain of the 6th division is Byakuya Kuchiki, who is also Seireitei's eldest brother. It's impossible for Seireitei to compete with Byakuya Kuchiki for the captain's position, right? You refused to join the 6th division, just because of this reason. Kukaki Yinling was a little puzzled. Seireitei, even if you join the 6th team and wait for the captains of other teams to step down in the future, your strength will be enough to become the captain at that time. You don't need to be so anxious now. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Seireitei equally puzzled and said, Grandpa, brother, you don't need to persuade me anymore, I have already made up my mind. Seireitei said. Wait for the captains of other teams to step down in the future. Well, I'm afraid it will be time for Aizen to defect from the Soul Society. By then, Seireitei estimates that the progress of the first template will have already reached 100%. Even if this check-in task is completed, it will have no effect on Seireitei. What's more, with Seireitei's current strength, it is enough to win a captain's position. Why continue to wait? Okay. Kukaki Yinling wanted to say something else, but after seeing Seireitei being so determined, he swallowed what he wanted to say again. Kukaki Yinling has watched Seireitei grow up since he was a child, and he understands that once Seireitei makes up his mind, even Kukaki Yinling, his own grandfather, couldn't stop him. Seireitei, to be honest, you have this idea, maybe it's because you have already learned Bankai. Byakuya Kuchiki asked with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Although even Byakuya Kuchiki himself thinks that this sentence is a bit ridiculous. However, the fact that Seireitei defeated Zaraki Kenpeki is a fact. Even if Zaraki Kenpeki didn't use his full strength, it was impossible for an ordinary captain to defeat him. Not to mention Seireitei, who just acquired the Zanpakuto ability, not long ago. Unless, Seireitei has already learned Bankai. Otherwise, only relying on Zanpakuto, who is not Bankai, can have such strength. That must be too scary, right? No. Impossible? Seireitei, tell Grandpa the truth, have you really learned Bankai? Kukaki Yinling was startled by Byakuya Kuchiki's words, and quickly looked at Seireitei and asked. If it's what other people say. Kukaki Silver Ridge simply would not believe it. Even for talented people, it takes more than 10 years to be able to master Bankai. Even Byakuya Kuchiki took 7 or 8 years to learn Bankai. But Seireitei's record is so clearly laid out there. Not only killed the mid-level Minos Grande, Ajichas alone. Also defeated the captain of the 11th team, Zaraki Kenpeki. Perhaps, Seireitei really mastered Bankai, maybe. Thinking of this, Kukaki Yinling became even more excited when he looked at Seireitei. Brother, Grandpa, you are overthinking, I don't know Bankai, I don't even know Shikai. Seireitei shook her head. Seireitei also knew that the strength she showed was too amazing, which aroused the suspicion of Kukaki Yinling and Byakuya Kuchiki. But what is the truth? Seireitei himself can be said to be very clear. Let alone Bankai. The stick knife in Seireitei's hand is not Zanpakuto at all. The only function is that it can be used to open the gate of the world and bury the soul of the downstream. There are no other functions at all. The ability to manipulate gravity is nothing more than Seireitei's own ability. The stick knife is just an excuse to cover up Seireitei's ability to control gravity. Not even Shikai? You don't even know your Zanpakuto's real name. Kukaki Silver Ridge frowned. If Seireitei doesn't even know Shikai, so how did Seireitei use such a powerful Zanpakuto ability? I don't know, I just got Zanpakuto not long ago, and I can only use Zanpakuto abilities. Seireitei said with a troubled look on his face. Seireitei also didn't want to cheat Kukaki Silver Ridge. However, once the ability to manipulate gravity does not come from Zanpakuto, but from his own words. Maybe Aizen will be curious and want to study Seireitei. With Seireitei's current strength, it is far from being able to stop Aizen. Grandpa, could it be that Seireitei's Zanpakuto is too powerful, and Seireitei didn't get Zanpakuto's real name for a short time? At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki expressed his guess. Byakuya, you're right, I almost forgot, Seireitei, this kid, has done his best, and it's only been more than a month since he got Zanpakuto. Kukaki Yinling's frowning finally eased a little. Kukaki Silver Ridge was completely overwhelmed with joy just now. Had it not been for Byakuya Kukaki's reminder, he almost forgot that Seireitei had just obtained the sealed state more than a month ago. Moreover, Seireitei transformed the sealed state into Zanpakuto that day. In the entire Soul Society, there is no one who can do this in such a short period of time. Moreover, Seireitei also gained the extremely powerful Ryutsu and Zanpakuto abilities just after acquiring Zanpakuto. Now that Kukaki Yinling calmed down and thought about it, maybe it was really because Seireitei got Zanpakuto for too short a time and Zanpakuto was too powerful. That's why Seireitei still can't know Zanpakuto's real name. Seireitei, your Zanpakuto ability is indeed very powerful. In this regard, Grandpa and your elder brother can't help you. You can only rely on yourself to obtain the real name of Zanpakuto as soon as possible. Kukaki Yinling said. With Seireitei displaying such powerful Zanpakuto abilities, not even Zanpakuto's real name is known. Then, once Seireitei knows Zanpakuto's real name, she can perform Shikai. Even able to perform Bankai. How powerful should it become? Well, I'll try. Seireitei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Since Kukaki Silver Ridge and Byakuya Kuchiki credited this to this matter, well, it saves Seireitei from explaining too much. Seireitei, since you want to be the captain, then Grandpa will not stop you. Do you know the conditions for becoming the captain? After Kukaki Yinling touched Whitebeard, he said with a smile. I know one of the conditions for becoming a captain. It is to defeat the current captain in front of 200 active members. Captain Zaraki of the 11th team used this method to become the captain. After thinking for a moment, Seireitei replied. Seireitei only remembers that in the original book, under the witness of 200 active team members, defeating the current captain will replace him and become the captain. You are right. This is indeed one of the conditions for becoming a captain. The other two conditions are to pass the captain's exam under the witness of 3 captains including the chief captain. Second, it is recommended by the 6 captains and approved by 3 of the remaining 7 captains. As long as one of the 3 major conditions is met, you can become the captain. After Kukaki Yinling straightened his face, he said slowly. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Originally, Grandpa, I wanted to wait for you to join the 6th division and become the vice-captain. After the other captains resign in the future, then I can let the General Captain Genryūsai, your elder brother, and Captain Jushiro recommend you as the new captain. Kukaki Yinling said in a deep voice. Then, I should have only one choice now. Seireitei said calmly after learning the conditions for becoming the captain. One of the 3 conditions to become a captain. The first and second are simply not established. Even if you can really get recommendations from Yamamoto Genryūsai and the other 2 captains. However, there is no way to become a captain if there is no vacant captain position. Seireitei now has only one way to defeat the current captain. Yes, even if our Kukaki family is the head of the 4 nobles, we cannot help you become the captain until the other captains leave their posts. Kukaki Yinling stroked his beard and said. Even if they are, the Kukaki family is the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. It is also impossible to force Seireitei to become the captain when all the captains of the 13th division are full. Saruha, you can defeat Zaraki Kenpake, so with your current strength, you should be at the captain level. Which captain are you going to challenge? Kukaki Yinling asked. Komamura Seijin, captain of the 7th division, or Kuratsuki Mayuri, the captain of the 12th division. Seireitei expressed his thoughts and was going to ask Kukaki Yinling and Byakuya Kuchiki to give him some advice. After getting the sign-in task, Seireitei made up his mind. Prepare to choose one of Komamura Seijin and Kuratsuki Mayuri as your opponent. In the entire 13th division, there are only 2 people. Seireitei can beat it. As for the others, don't even think about it. Even if Seireitei increases the template progress of Fujitora's smile to 100%, at most it is about the same as Byakuya Kuchiki, Komamura Seijin and Kurotsuke Mayuri. These two are good choices. After Kukaki Yinling thought for a moment, he said in a deep voice. Shiraiha, I will build you and challenge Komamura Seijin. Kurotsuke Mayuri is very weird. Although his combat ability is not strong, as the director of the Technology Development Bureau, he has all kinds of weird inventions. Suits you. Byakuya Kuchiki offered his own suggestion. Kurotsuke Mayuri's combat ability is indeed not good. However, he has all kinds of weird inventions. Therefore, Byakuya Kuchiki felt that instead of Shiraiha challenging Kurotsuke Mayuri, it would be better to challenge Komamura Seijin. Komamura Seijin's combat ability is relatively simple. Only pure power. Even Zanpakuto's Bankai, Shiraiha's Zanpakuto ability is able to restrain it. Well, Komamura Seijin is indeed a good candidate. I will consider it carefully. Thank you, brother. Shiraiha said with a smile. Byakuya Kuchiki was right, even beating Kurotsuke Mayuri. The 12th squad is indeed not very suitable for Shiraiha. I will send the information of Komamura Seijin and Kurotsuke Mayuri to your room later. No matter what you decide, Grandpa and your elder brother will support you. Kukaki Yinling said in a deep voice. Well, Grandpa, brother, then I'll leave first. Shiraiha nodded and walked out of the room. Grandpa, are you really going to let Shiraiha challenge the current captain? Will it be too soon? After seeing Shiraiha leave, Byakuya Kuchiki frowned and asked. Byakuya, you know your brother's character. No one can stop him from what he is determined to do. Since he wants to do it, let him do it. If he can succeed, it will be the best. Kukaki Yinling picked up a cup of tea on the table, took a sip, and explained. Understood, Grandpa, I'm going back to Seireitei first. Byakuya Kuchiki also knew Shiraiha's character very well, sighed helplessly in her heart, bid farewell to Kukaki Yinling, and left the room. Shiraiha, I wish you success. Kukaki Yinling looked out the window and muttered to himself. Come together the next morning. Shiraiha put on the exclusive clothes of the Kukaki family, and on her head and neck, she wore the hair accessory star-leading pliers that only the Kukaki family has the right to wear. And the members of the first team have been waiting for Shiraiha in the Kukaki family early. Shiraiha followed the first team member and walked towards the team building of the first team. The first division leads the Gaudii 13th division, and is responsible for issuing Central 46 notices and holding regular meetings. The captains of the first division have also served as the general captain of the Gaudii 13th division. Walking into the Lingling court, on the way to the first team's team building. Is this Kukaki Shiraiha? It doesn't look like anything special. It's just handsome. Don't you want to live? Dare to call him by his full name? Vice-Captain Sōsuke informed the entire Seireitei yesterday, and now he is the third-seated officer. Isn't it too unfair to be able to become the third officer without choosing a fan team? Even if he is a genius who graduated early, it can't be like this. Have you forgotten? Captain Zaraki, the captain of the 11th team yesterday, was seriously injured by the third-seat Kukaki. If you can do this, you can also become the third-seat officer. Along the way, Shiraiha could hear passing Shinigami talking to him. For these people's comments, Shiraiha didn't care at all, and her heart was very calm. After a while, Shiraiha came to the first team building under the leadership of this first team member. Kukaki 3 seats, please go in, the captain and the captains of each division are waiting for you inside. The first team member bowed respectfully, then turned and left. Shiraiha didn't go in immediately, but used observation haki to perceive the environment of the team. The team building of the first team is quite different from the other team buildings. It covers a very large area, and there are several dojos in it, which are used for the training of the first team members. There are even several prisons. And this is all in full view in Shiraiha's observation haki. Like Shiraiha, students who graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy in advance must choose to join the team before joining. They will be called into the team building by the first team. For the captains of the 13th division, show their own strength. Then you can start choosing the team you want. This is a two-way choice. The captains of each team have the right to invite Seireitei, and Seireitei also has the right to refuse. It was the same with Hitsugaya Toshiro and Ichimaru Jin back then. Without further hesitation, Seireitei walked into the center of the first team building, which is the place where Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi used to call the team captains for a meeting. As soon as the door was opened, all eyes in the room were on Seireitei. After Seireitei sensed everything in the room with observation haki, she looked at everyone with a smile. The captain of the first team and General Captain Yamamoto Genryūsai sat on the center seat with a cane in his hand, overlooking the crowd, and Kojiro Sasuke stood behind him with a serious face. In the entire room, only Kojiro Sasuke, the deputy captain of the first team, exists. All the other captains of the 12th Division also arrived, standing on both sides. Even Jushiro Yukitake, the captain of the 13th Squad who has been on sick leave, came here. The captains of the 13th Division, all the members are assembled, and there is no omission. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Among them, Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th Division, wore an iron mask to cover his head, only a pair of eyes were exposed, and his hands were also wearing gloves. He looked very weird among the captains. Zaraki Kenpeki had many bandages wrapped around his body, and he could still see the bleeding wound beneath the bandages. And the culprit of all this is Seireitei. Seireitei has met the captains, please give me your advice in the future. Seireitei faced the crowd, and after performing a noble salute, smiled. Kukaki Seireitei. You are qualified to be my opponent. After I recover from my injury, let's fight again. Seeing Seireitei coming in, Zaraki Kenpeki was the first to shout out with a hideous face. Well, Captain Aizen, this is the third seat of Kukaki, he is very strong, you can try to invite him to join the 5th team. Ichimaru Jin said to Aizen beside him with a smile. Captain Ichimaru, you are right. The third seat of Kukaki is indeed very strong. I also want to invite him to join on behalf of our 5th team. Aizen glanced at Seireitei, then pushed his glasses slightly, and smiled. Vulgar. Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at Zaraki Kenpeki with contempt, and said. Byakuya Kuchiki, are you ready to fight me? Zaraki Kenpeki took a step forward and looked at Byakuya Kuchiki with a ferocious face. Boom! Yamamoto Motoyanagi, who was sitting on the seat in the middle, opened his eyes, and the wooden staff in his hand hit the ground heavily. Yamamoto Genryūsai said in a deep voice, quiet. This time, the captains are summoned for the third seat of Kukaki. Team issue. After Kukaki's third seat shows his strength, you can decide the team ownership with him. The captain in the room saw that Yamamoto Genryūsai had spoken, so he stopped discussing and waited for his speech. Then, Kukaki 3 seats, please show me how powerful you are. Yamamoto Genryūsai glanced at Seireitei, and said slowly. Yes, Captain. Seireitei nodded slightly. The captains present are very clear. Yamamoto Genryūsai wanted Seireitei to show his great power to everyone. After all, Seireitei has already obtained the position of the 3rd officer before officially joining the 13th squad. If you don't show a certain amount of strength, there is no way to get this kind of position so easily. Moreover, the captains except Zaraki Kenpeki and Ichimaru Jin also want to see for themselves what Seireitei's performance is like. And to show strength, naturally it can't be used in the room. Therefore, after a while, a group of people came to a dojo that the first team usually used for training. Now under the dojo, there is only Seireitei. On the 13 seats on the high platform were the captains of the 13th Division. Captain Kukaki, what do you think of your brother? It is said that his Zanpakuto ability is very strong, and old man Lien Shan thinks highly of him. Kiraku Shunsui approached Byakuya Kuchiki and asked. King Band Leader, Seireitei's power is far beyond your imagination. Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at Seireitei below, and said calmly. Byakuya Kuchiki knows, after today. Perhaps Seireitei's name will be recorded in the annals of Soul Society. Because, Seireitei wants to do something that is close to impossible in the eyes of others. Challenge the current captain. It seems that Captain Kukaki has a high opinion of the third seat of Kukaki. I am looking forward to his performance. Kiraku Shunsui said with a curious look on his face. Kiraku Shunsui knows Byakuya Kuchiki's character well. Knowing that Byakuya Kuchiki will not say such things just because Seireitei is his younger brother. Then, it means that Seireitei's ability may be really powerful. Captain Jushiro, Kuchiki's third seat is very powerful. Aren't you going to let him join your 13th squad? Ichimaru Jin said to Jushiro Yukitake with a smile. Ahem, Captain Ichimaru, don't be joking. The third seat Kukaki is Captain Kukaki's younger brother. Even if you choose the fan team, you should join the 6th team. Jushiro Yukitake said helplessly after coughing a few times. Jushiro's thoughts are similar to those of the other captains. Seireitei comes from the Kukaki family and is the younger brother of Byakuya Kuchiki. Even if he really chooses to join the fan team, he will probably only join the 6th fan team. These captains came here today just to see Seireitei's strength. Ah, I see that Kukaki has no interest in joining the 6th team. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Captain Aizen, I see that you think highly of the third seat of Kukaki. Later, you plan to represent your 5th team, invite him. 4th Division Captain Anohanaretsu asked with a smile. If a genius like the third seat of Kukaki is really willing to join our 5th team, I will naturally welcome it. Isn't Captain Anohana not interested in such a genius? Aizen said with a smile. Of course I would also like to have the third seat of Kukaki join our 4th team, but unfortunately, Zanpakuto of the third seat of Kukaki is not from the healing department. Anohanaretsu said pretending to regret. Captains, please be safe and don't be impatient. After the wooden stick in Yamamoto Genryūsai's hand hit the ground heavily, he said in a deep voice, Kukaki 3 seats, you can start now. The rest of the captains also stopped talking and turned their eyes to Seireitei below. Yes. Seireitei nodded slightly, and slowly pulled out the stick knife at his waist. A powerful purple ryotsu erupted from Seireitei's body and scattered throughout the dojo. Everything in the dojo, including the seats on the high platform where the captains sit, is under the influence of this purple ryotsu. They all made a creaking sound, as if they were about to shatter in the next second. Since the captains present want to know about Seireitei's strength, Seireitei should reveal a little bit of gravity. 30 times the gravity. With the stick knife drawn out, Seireitei's flat voice sounded in the dojo. Seireitei uses 30 times the force of gravity throughout the dojo. Moment. Crack. Under the huge pressure of 30 times the gravity, everything in the dojo began to twist and crack. The ground also began to crack, and cracks appeared. In an instant, everything in the entire dojo was reduced to ruins. Boom! Even the buildings on the high platform collapsed under the influence of 30 times the gravity, turning into ruins. The captains of the 13th Division headed by Yamamoto Genryūsai left with Shunpo at the moment the high platform collapsed. Under the tremendous pressure of 30 times the gravity, except for Yamamoto Genryūsai, the rest of the captains all exploded their own ryotsu to counteract the effect of Seireitei's 30-fold gravity. Among them, Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th Division, and Kurosuke Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division, even if ryotsu broke out, they were not as relaxed as the other captains. The feet of the two of them, even using their own ryotsu to counteract 30 times the force of gravity, still sank into the ground. There was a hint of surprise in Seireitei's gaze. They didn't seem to hear Seireitei Zanpakuto's liberation language just now. Kukaki Seireitei. When you fought with me yesterday, you were not so weak, use your full strength. Zaraki Kenpeiga showed displeasure and let out a loud drink. Well. Captain Zaraki is right, Kukaki 3 seats, yesterday your Zanpakuto ability is not limited to these. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Third seat Kukaki, please don't hide your strength, use your full strength, this will determine your future belonging to the team. Yamamoto Motoyanagi said slowly. Captain, once I use all my strength, I'm afraid the damage will be too great. Seireitei smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 44. The reason why Seireitei just used only 30 times the gravity. There are 2 reasons. The first is to worry that if you use 45 times the gravity with all your strength, the range of impact will be too large. The second is to hide part of his strength first, and then reveal it when he challenges the captain. Too destructive? Isn't the Zanpakuto ability that Seireitei just used the limit? All of a sudden, this question arose in the hearts of the other captains, and they looked at Seireitei with a little surprise in their eyes. Too destructive? Don't worry, the old man allows you to use all your strength. After Yamamoto Genryūsai looked down at Seireitei, he slammed the wooden stick in his hand on the ground, and said in a deep voice. The 30 times the gravity that Seireitei used just now covers only the dojo in front of him. And the dojo in front of him only has an area of a few kilometers. Therefore, Yamamoto Genryūsai thinks that the limit of Seireitei is at most that the gravity is stronger and the range that can be controlled is larger. Thank you for your understanding, Captain, then I can rest assured. Seireitei smiled. Now that Yamamoto Motoyanagi wanted Seireitei to use all his strength. Then, continuing to hide your strength is useless. All the captains present gathered around Seireitei. Want to know, where exactly is Seireitei's Zanpakuto limit? 45 times the gravity. Seireitei's flat voice echoed around. As Seireitei's voice fell, there was a force of gravity stronger than before. Exploded by Seireitei with full force. The enormous pressure of 45 times the force of gravity enveloped a radius of 100,000 meters. The entire first team building was instantly enveloped by 45 times the gravity. Boom boom boom. Buildings twisted, collapsed, and tore apart under the enormous pressure of 45 times the force of gravity. There were loud noises all around. In just a few seconds, the entire team building of the first team collapsed and turned into ruins. Under the pressure of 45 times the force of gravity, the ground began to split like a spider's web, splitting into countless deep cracks that couldn't be seen. Even the buildings next to the team building of the first team were affected by 45 times the gravity, and they collapsed one after another and fell apart. As for the players in the first team building, Seireitei didn't use 45 times the gravity on them. Otherwise, with the strength of these people, under the huge pressure of 45 times the gravity, it is estimated that they will be crushed into spirits in an instant. Even Ajichas in Minos Grande can't hold back 40 times the gravity for a long time, let alone the weaker team members. Seireitei used observation haki to perceive the positions of all the players of the first team before entering the team building. The 45 times the gravity controlled by Seireitei only acts on the team building of the first team, Yamamoto Genryūsai and other captains. Buzz. At the same time, there was a rush of sirens in the entire Lingling court. The captains of the 13th squad, including Yamamoto Genryūsai, are also within the envelope of 45 times the gravity. Under the influence of 45 times the gravity. The other captains, including Yamamoto Genryūsai, all exploded into ryotsu and began to resist the 45 times the gravity on their bodies. Streams of powerful ryotsu burst out from the ruins. Except for Yamamoto Genryūsai, the captain of the 13th division, who seemed relatively relaxed. Under the influence of 45 times the gravity, the other captains all seemed a little struggling. After all, before Bankai is performed, the captain may be able to talk and laugh under 30 times the gravity. However, I want to face the tremendous pressure of 45 times the gravity without performing Bankai. It is undoubtedly a very difficult thing. Ha ha ha. That's right. Kukaki Shya, that's the power. That's the pressure. That's your true strength. Zaraki Kenpaki's body felt the long-lost 45 times of gravity, his face showed madness, and he laughed. The bandaged body of Zaraki Kenpaki was under the tremendous pressure of 45 times the force of gravity. The wound that was not completely healed began to tear continuously, and a gurgle of blood seeped out from the wound, staining his clothes red. In an instant, the golden ryotsu erupting from Zaraki Kenpaki stopped the bleeding wound. Compared with the other captains, Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th division, and Kuratsuka Mayuri, the captain of the 12th division, looked a little embarrassed. The bodies of the two of them are under 45 times the gravity of Seireitei. Most of the body was directly submerged into the ground. The other captains looked at Seireitei with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Seireiha's Zanpakuto ability is really beyond their expectations. Kukaki 3 seats, please remove your Zanpakuto ability. After Yamamoto Genryūsai burst out Ryutsu, which was far superior to the other captains present, he looked at Seireiha and said, "Okay, Captain." After Seireiha smiled, he released the gravity covering the surroundings, and slowly returned the staff knife in his hand to its sheath. At the same time, at the moment Seireiha lifts gravity, the other captains, including Yamamoto Genryūsai, only felt a lightness in their bodies, and the pressure like a mountain disappeared immediately. Kukaki 3 seats, the ability to manipulate gravity just now is your Zanpakuto Shikai? Have you learned Bankai yet? Yamamoto Genryūsai looked at Seireiha with a little surprise, and asked in a deep voice. Shikai is one of the signs to start stepping into Bankai. If Seireiha really knows Bankai, then it makes sense that he can have such a powerful force without chanting the liberation language just now. The words of Yamamoto Genryūsai immediately attracted the attention of all the captains present, looking forward to Seireiha's answer. Seireiha, a freshman who just graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy, learned Bankai at such a young age? Wouldn't that be more terrifying than Toshiro, the captain of the 10th Division? The captain misunderstood. I can't even know Shikai, how can I know Bankai, it was just my Zanpakuto ability. Seireiha shook his head and smiled. What? You mean, it was just your Zanpakuto ability, not Shikai? A look of horror flashed in Yamamoto Genryūsai's eyes, and his expression that had not changed for a long time also showed a hint of emotion. He asked in a deep voice. Seireiha's answer made all the captains present look horrified. The destructive power of Seireiha Zanpakuto's ability just now, even if it is Bankai, is no exaggeration. And Seireiha actually said he can't Bankai, not even Shikai? If Seireiha hadn't lied. Well, take the destructive power of Seireiha Zanpakuto's abilities. When Seireiha learns Shikai in the future, and even learns Bankai, it could even be the same as Yamamoto Genryūsai's Bankai. Possesses the ability to destroy the Soul Society. Asterisk. Chapter 45. That's right, I just got Zanpakuto not long ago and haven't learned Shikai yet. Seireiha said with a calm voice and a faint smile. The captains present looked at Seireiha as if they were looking at a monster. Only Zaraki Kenpeiga looked at Seireiha with a look of fanaticism. I can't wait to rush to Seireiha now and have a good fight. You know, even Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 10th Division. None can compare with Seireiha in front of him. Well, it seems that the 3rd seat of Kukaki still hid some of his strength in the battle with Captain Zaraki yesterday. After a long time, Ichimaru Jin was the first to speak and said with a smile. Captain Ichimaru, I'm just worried that if I use all my strength, I'll destroy the Academy of Spiritual Arts. That's too much trouble. Seireiha said, neither humble nor overbearing. After a short pause, Seireiha showed an innocent look, spread his hands, and continued, besides, the captain asked me to use my ability with all my strength, didn't I? Yamamoto Genryūsai's expression also changed. Seireiha's answer, he really couldn't refute it. It was indeed Yamamoto Genryūsai who asked Seireiha to make a full shot just now. But he didn't expect Seireiha's Zanpakuto ability to be so destructive. It's good now. The entire first team building, under Seireiha's Zanpakuto ability, was reduced to ruins. What a crime! Captain Kukaki, the Zanpakuto ability of Kukaki's 3rd seat is really terrifying. It has such destructive power before Shikai. After learning Bankai in the future, it is estimated that it will be as strong as Ryujin Jaka of Old Man Shan. Don't you will have known about this for a long time, so you just wait for Old Man Shan to get embarrassed. After Kurako Shunsui walked up to Byakuya Kukaki, he pressed the bamboo hat and said with a smile. Kurako Shunsui was indeed somewhat taken aback by Seireiha's Zanpakuto ability. With Seireiha's Zanpakuto ability, once learned the world, even after learning Bankai. In the future, it is estimated that Yamamoto will inherit the name of the strongest Shinigami in Jinyanagi Shijikuni. It's also the first time I've seen Seireiha use her full power. Byakuya Kuchiki still had a look of surprise on his face, and after regaining his composure, he replied. Byakuya Kuchiki remembers seeing Seireitei use the Zanpakuto ability for the first time. It is far from being so strong. Now Byakuya Kuchiki understood why Seireitei wanted to be the captain. With such terrifying Zanpakuto abilities, it's Seireitei's thing to be the captain. Not an impossible thing. It's no wonder that the third seat of Kukaki was able to break the historical record of the Academy of Spiritual Art, and even his Zanpakuto is estimated to be able to be included in the history of the Soul Society. Aizen pushed the glasses with his hands, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he sighed. Yes, this is also a good thing. The more geniuses there are, the more powerful it will be for us to protect the Soul Society. Anohanaretsu showed a heartwarming smile and said with a smile. Kukaki Shya, interesting. Broken Bee glanced at Seireitei above the ruins, with a trace of curiosity in his tone. No wonder the captain, you are so optimistic about the third seat of Kukaki. Kojiro Sōsuke, who was behind Yamamoto Genryūsai, spoke. Before Yamamoto Genryūsai could reply, dozens of Shinigami dressed in team uniforms rushed in. Captain, all captains, Siling Court was attacked by an unknown force just now, and the first team's team building and surrounding buildings all collapsed. One of the leading Shinigami said with a worried look on his face. The other captains, with strange looks on their faces, glanced at Seireitei, the instigator. It was the Zanpakuto ability cast by Kukaki just now. It was not an enemy attack. How many casualties were there? Yamamoto Genryūsai asked in a deep voice. Report to the captain. No one died, but some of the team members were injured by the building. Our team building and the buildings thousands of meters around all collapsed. The leader Shinigami glanced at Seireitei next to him with a horrified expression, and replied honestly. No one died? Are you sure? Asked Yamamoto Genryūsai. Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability just now, manipulating gravity. Only the vice-captain level can barely survive. Below the vice-captain level, there is only death. Moreover, even the team building of the first team has been turned into ruins, and there are no casualties? This is really unbelievable. Captain, although I used my Zanpakuto ability with all my strength just now, it only affected the buildings with a radius of 100,000 meters and the captains present. Before the Shinigami could answer, Seireitei explained. Go down first. Yamamoto Genryūsai glanced at Seireitei in surprise, and said in a deep voice. Seireitei's subtle manipulation of his Zanpakuto abilities did surprise him a bit. A dozen Shinigami, after bending over and bowing, left here. Everyone, I think you have all seen the strength of the 3 Kukaki seats, and now you can decide for yourself. Yamamoto Genryūsai slammed the wooden staff hard, turned his head to look at the captains behind him, and said slowly. After that, the captains headed by Yamamoto Genryūsai came to Seireitei using Shunpo. Join our 8th squad, Seireitei, remember? When you were young, I used to visit your house a lot. Kuraku Shunsui began to play the emotional card. Kuraku Shunsui is from the upper nobles of the Soul Society, although not one of the 4 nobles. However, the relationship with the Kukaki family is not bad. Kuraku Shunsui did visit the Kukaki family often when Seireitei was a child. Hey, Hirusui, you're a bit shameless, Jushiro Yukitake said contemptuously. Ah, Jushiro, how can you say that? If you can do it, so can you. Kuraku Shunsui put on a rogue face. Captain of the Beijing band, you do often visit our Kukaki family, but you always come to steal my grandpa's wine. Seireitei said helplessly. Kuraku Shunsui did visit the Kukaki family often before he became the captain. However, almost every time they sneak up and steal Kukaki Silver Ridge's drink. After being discovered by Kukaki Yinling, they were beaten violently. The other captains looked at Kuraku Shunsui strangely, not expecting him to have such embarrassing things. Well, it's all the past, it's all the past. When Kuraku Shunsui saw that the other captains looked at him strangely, he showed embarrassment and laughed aloud. Seireitei, long time no see. In a blink of an eye you are so old, why don't you join our 13th team? I have a very good relationship with your grandfather, Captain Silver Ridge. I hugged you when you were born. Jushiro Yukitake said with a gentle smile after coughing a few times. Although Jushiro was born in a lower noble family. However, the relationship with Kukaki Yinling is very good. Otherwise, Kukaki Silver Ridge would not say anything that would make Jushiro recommend Shiraiha. *. Chapter 46. Long time no see, Captain Jushiro. Shiraiha smiled lightly. Jushiro, aren't you too cunning? Kiraku Shunsui showed an exaggerated expression. Chun Shui, I learned this from you. Besides, Shiraiha joined our 13th team, but he can directly become the vice-captain. I remember that your 8th team already has Nanao as the vice-captain. Jushiro said with a smile. The other captains were a little surprised that Jushiro would give Shiraiha the position of vice-captain. Jushiro, you are cruel, are you so optimistic about Shiraiha? Kiraku Shunsui said after looking at Jushiro in surprise. Of course, look at how powerful Shiraiha's Zanpakuto ability is, haven't we all seen it just now? Jushiro said with a smile. Well, the third seat of Kukaki, you can consider our third team. Our third team lacks talents like you the most. As long as you join, with your strength, I can give you the position of vice-captain. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile, and promised the position of vice-captain. Kukaki Shiraiha, you are so powerful, why don't you join our 11th team? As long as you can kill me, the position of the 11th team captain is yours. Zaraki Kenpaku's words made no secret of his fighting spirit towards Shiraiha. He didn't even care about his own captain position. I just want Shiraiha, a rare opponent, to join the 11th team. Fight him every day. Zaraki Kenpaku's words shocked everyone present. Everyone didn't expect Zaraki Kenpaku to be so crazy. In order to invite Shiraiha to join the 11th team, he actually said that as long as Shiraiha can kill him, he can become the 11th team captain. Kukaki Shiraiha, how about joining the 12th squad? Kuratsuka Mayuri crossed his hands, looked at Shiraiha with a strange smile on his face and said, as long as you are willing to join, even if you want to replace me in the future and become the captain of the 12th division, it is not impossible. Kuratsuka Mayuri just after discovering how powerful Shiraiha's Zanpakuto is. As a researcher, as long as Shiraiha is willing to join the 12th division, give him Zanpakuto to study. Even if Shiraiha wants to become the captain of the 12th division, it is not impossible. All of a sudden, Shiraiha seemed to be a rarity, attracting many captains and constantly promising many benefits. Just to get Shiraiha to join their team. In the following time, except for the captain of the 2nd division, Suifeng, the captain of the 4th division, Anohanaretsu, and the captain of the 6th division, Byakuya Kuchiki. The other captains all extended invitations to Shiraiha. The reason why the captain of the 2nd team, Suifeng, did not invite Shiraiha is because the 2nd team belongs to the hereditary Shihaoran family. Shiraiha comes from the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 nobles, and naturally cannot join. The 4th team belongs to a team that focuses on healing and backup, and it is even more impossible to invite Shiraiha. As for Byakuya Kuchiki, Shiraiha's choice has long been known. Kukaki Shiraiha, I invite you to join the 1st team. As long as you can learn Bankai and defeat the old man, you can become the captain of the 1st team and inherit the name of the strongest Shinigami. As soon as Yamamoto Genryūsai said this, everyone was shocked. Even Shiraiha, who was involved, was taken aback. Others, including the captain Yamamoto Genryūsai, thought Shiraiha's Zanpakuto was powerful and hadn't learned Shikai and Bankai yet. But Shiraiha knew very well in his heart that he didn't even have Zanpakuto, let alone learn Shikai and Bankai. The other captains did not expect that even Yamamoto, who is the captain and general captain of the 1st team, is so optimistic about Shiraiha. It is also said that Shiraiha can become the captain of the 1st team as long as he defeats Yamamoto Genryūsai after learning Bankai. What Yamamoto Genryūsai said was carefully considered. In the millennia of the Soul Society, no Shinigami's Zanpakuto abilities have come close to rivaling Yamamoto Genryūsai's Ryujin Jaka. And the appearance of Seireitei, and Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability, already entered the eyes of Yamamoto Genryūsai. It's not yet possible that both Shikai and Benkai's Seireitei, Zanpakuto abilities are so destructive. Well known. After Zanpakuto Shikai, it will have stronger power than normal Zanpakuto and its form will change. After Zanpakuto Benkai, it will be 5 to 10 times stronger on the basis of Zanpakuto Shikai. Once Seireitei has learned Benkai, the power of Zanpakuto is even comparable to his Ryujin Jaka. Old man Shan, are you so optimistic about Seireitei? Kiraku Shunsui pressed the bamboo hat with an exaggerated look on his face. Chun Shui, the teacher is right. Seireitei has not learned the power of Shikai and Benkai. Once Seireitei learns Benkai, it is estimated that it will be comparable to the teacher's Ryujin Jaka. Jushiro said with a smile. Captain Kukaki, did you invite the third seed Kukaki to join your sixth team? Or, the third seed Kukaki has already decided to join your sixth team? Seeing that Byakuya Kukaki had no intention of inviting Seireitei, Ichimaru Jin asked with a smile. Byakuya Kukaki just glanced at Ichimaru Jin indifferently, and didn't intend to speak. Captain Kukaki, don't be so indifferent. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Quiet. Yamamoto Genryūsai opened his eyes, and after hitting the wooden stick in his hand heavily on the ground, he said, then, Kukaki Seireitei, tell me which team you want to play for. The other captains stopped discussing and focused on Seireitei, looking forward to Seireitei's choice. They all want to know which fan team Seireitei, the talent that Yamamoto Genryūsai is so optimistic about, will join. I choose to join Captain Komamura's 7th Division. Seireitei spoke his thoughts slowly. The team chosen by Seireitei surprised everyone present. There was a sudden silence around. Even Komamura Seijin himself had a hint of confusion in his eyes, wondering why Seireitei chose the 7th team. The other captains felt that Seireitei might join Jushiro Yukate's 13th squad, or Ichimaru Jin's 3rd squad. The bigger possibility is to join Byakuya Kukaki's 6th team. But what they never expected was that Seireitei would choose to join Komamura Seijin's 7th team. Komamura Seijin's 7th team did indeed invite Seireitei just now. However, the position given to Seireitei is only the 3rd chief. From Seireitei's current position, not much has changed. Kukaki 3rd seat, did you say something wrong just now? Are you sure you want to join the 7th team? Ichimaru Jin had an exaggerated look on his face. Captain Ichimaru, I'm not mistaken, I'm sure I want to join Team 7. Seireitei smiled lightly. Chapter 47. Seireitei's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Seireitei, I think you should reconsider. You may not be clear about the responsibilities of the 7th Division. Captain Komamura's 7th Division belongs to the Inner Court Guard. I suggest you choose your elder brother's 6th Division or 1st Division. Jushiro Yukatake suggested with a smile. Jushiro Yukatake thinks that maybe Byakuya Kukaki didn't explain clearly to Seireitei the responsibilities of the 13th squad. That's why Seireitei mistakenly think that the 7th Division is a good place. Of course, Captain Komamura, I don't think the 7th Division is bad, I just think Seireitei is not very suitable for the 7th Division. Jushiro Yukatake said to Komamura Seijin beside him with an apologetic face. Captain Jushiro, I understand what you mean, no need to explain. Komamura Seijin waved his hand. Captain Jushiro, don't think about it. I am very clear about the responsibilities of the 7th Division. I am sure to join the 7th Division. Seireitei smiled. Seireitei went through all kinds of information on Kurotsuka Mayuri and Komamura Seijin last night. I think Komamura Seijin is easier to bully. Based on Seireitei's current 80% template progress, it is estimated that it is in the entire 13th squad. It can only beat Komamura Seijin and Kurotsuka Mayuri. Captain Kukaki, Seireitei actually chose to join Captain Komamura's 7th Division, aren't you going to persuade him? Kiraku Shunsui said with a smile. It was Seireitei's choice, and I respect his choice. Byakuya Kukaki said calmly. Seireitei, Can you tell us the reason why you chose the 7th division? Kuraku Shunsui asked. I think Captain Komamura is a very righteous person, and I also want to be like him, so I decided to join the 7th division and fight side by side with him. Shiraiha casually said a reason. The most important thing now is to let Yamamoto Genryūsai and Komamura Seijin, the captains of the 7th division, agree to him joining the 7th division. In this way, Shiraiha can challenge Komamura Seijin. Shiraiha's reason made everyone present look at him with weird faces. Such a nonsense reason. Everyone present would not believe it at all. Ahem. Shiraiha, your reason, well, it's really good. After Kuraku Shunsui coughed a few times, he said helplessly. Although Shiraiha's reason sounds nonsense. However, Kuraku Shunsui can only attribute this to the fact that geniuses may have weird ideas. When Byakuya Kuchiki saw Shiraiha giving such a nonsense reason, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Stick to justice. A gleam of light flashed in Aizen's eyes, and he muttered to himself. Captain Komamura, congratulations, you have a talent like the 3rd seat of Kukaki joining your 7th team. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. The old man did not expect such a result. Komamura Seijin said seriously, but the joy in the voice could be heard by everyone present. Komamura Seijin was really surprised that a talent like Shiraiha would be willing to join their 7th team. Hey! I don't agree. Kukaki Shiraiha, you have such great strength, why do you want to join the 7th team? Why don't you join our 11th team? Zaraki Kenpeiga suddenly became anxious and shouted. Captain Zaraki, what do you mean by that? Komamura Seijin said with a hint of anger in his tone. It was not easy for their 7th team to have a genius willing to join. He didn't want to be messed up by Zaraki Kenpeiga just like that. Komamura, stop interrupting. Am I talking to him now, or do you want to fight me? Zaraki Kenpeiga took a step forward, looked at Komamura Seijin with disdain and said. What did you say? Komamura Seijin also took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Stop arguing. It's outrageous. Now it's time to discuss the issue of Kukaki Shiraiha's team ownership. Let's start expressing your opinions now, whether you agree with Kukaki Shiraiha joining the 7th division. After seeing the two quarreling, Yamamoto Genryūsai knocked down the wooden stick in his hand and said. Although the most critical decision-making power is still in the hands of the captain, Yamamoto Genryūsai. However, he would usually take a look at the opinions of the other captains before making a final decision. I have no objection and agree that Kukaki Shiraiha will join the 7th division. Broken Bee clasped her hands and said calmly. Well, this is Kukaki's choice for the 3rd seat, I have no objection. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. I also respect the opinion of the 3 seats of Kukaki, and I agree. Anohanaretsu revealed a sunny smile and said softly. Agree. Aizen smiled after nudging his glasses. Then, it was the turn of the 6th team that Byakuya Kuchiki belonged to. The other captains also set their sights on Byakuya Kuchiki. Want to know what Byakuya Kuchiki thinks? After all, Byakuya Kuchiki is Shiraiha's big brother. I agree. To everyone's surprise, Byakuya Kuchiki answered very calmly. 3rd seat Kukaki, you are welcome to join the 7th division. I am very happy that you can agree with my justice, and I am also happy to fight side by side with you. There was a hint of joy in Komamura Seijin's voice. Komamura Seijin wears this mask to hide his appearance. It is because of their own appearance that they are prone to strange eyes and rejection from others. In the entire 13th division, except for his vice-captain and the captains present, no one else knew his real appearance at all. Therefore, Komamura Seijin was happy that Shiraiha, who recognized him, joined the 7th division. However, if Komamura Seijin knows Shiraiha's true thoughts about joining the 7th team, I don't know if he will be happy. Please give me your advice in the future, Captain Komamura. Shiraiha smiled lightly. Soon, it was Jushiro Yukite's turn. Seeing that the other captains agreed, Jushiro could only nod helplessly in agreement. All the captains present, except Zaraki Kenpeiga's life and death are different. It was agreed that Shiraiha joined the 7th team. Then, from now on, Kukaki Shya will officially join the 7th Division. Captain Komamura, regarding Kukaki Shya's position arrangement, it is up to your 7th Division to decide. Yamamoto Genryūsai said slowly. That's all for today's meeting, let's adjourn. After Yamamoto Genryūsai knocked down the wooden stick in his hand, he said in a deep voice. Captains, please wait a moment, I have something to say. Shya smiled lightly. Now that Shya has joined the 7th team. Then, it's time to challenge Komamura Seijin too. Is there anything else you want? Kukaki 3 seats. Yamamoto Genryūsai turned around and said in a deep voice. The other captains also stopped and looked at Shya. Captains, I want to challenge Captain Komamura. Shya smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Shya's words surprised everyone present. They all looked at Shya in surprise. Kukaki 3 seats, are you kidding us? Ichimaru Jin smiled exaggeratedly and said. Sure enough, geniuses are different, are you right? Captain Anohana. Surprise flashed in Aizen's eyes, and he smiled at Anohana Retsu beside him. Perhaps, I also want to know if the 3rd seat of Kukaki can succeed in the challenge. Anohana Retsu smiled kindly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. As soon as he joined his team, he challenged the current captain. In the history of the Soul Society, no one other than Zaraki Kenpeki has been able to do it. Maybe Shya can make history again. Shya, don't be joking, how can someone challenge the captain of their own team just after joining the team? Jushiro said. Haha. Kukaki Shya, you are so funny. Zaraki Kenpeki grinned and laughed after getting Shya to challenge Komamura Seijin. Well, Shya, it's better not to make this joke is a bit too much. Captain Kukaki, please persuade your brother. Kiraku Shunsui pressed the bamboo hat and said with a smile to Byakuya Kuchiki beside him. King Band Leader, this is Shya's decision, and I will respect his decision. Byakuya Kuchiki said flatly. Byakuya Kuchiki already knew about Shya's choice as early as yesterday. If you want to persuade Shya, you have already persuaded him, why wait until now? Kukaki 3 seats, are you sure what you just said is not a joke? Yamamoto Genryūsai turned around, raised his eyes, looked at Shya, and asked in a deep voice. What Shya did surprised Yamamoto Genryūsai. Originally, Yamamoto Genryūsai wondered why Shya chose to join Komamura Seijin's 7th team. It turned out that he wanted to challenge Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th Division. Captain, I wasn't joking just now, this is my real thought. Shya replied with a smile on her face. Yes, there is no violation of the regulations, Captain Komamura, what do you think? Kukaki 3 seats, you want to challenge me? Can I ask why? The eyes of Komamura Seijin, who was the party involved, flashed a look of surprise, and said in a deep voice. Komamura Seijin couldn't figure out why Shya challenged him at this time since he chose to join the 7th team. Is it for the position of captain of the 7th Division? Because I think my strength is stronger than Captain Komamura, and I am more qualified to be the captain of the 7th Division. Shya said bluntly with a smile. Arrogance. There was a hint of anger in Komamura Seijin's tone. Komamura Seijin admits that Shya's Zanpakuto abilities just revealed are amazing. However, it is not so simple to defeat him. Since you want to challenge the old man, then let the old man learn your strength. After Komamura Seijin regained his composure, he said in a deep voice. Captain, I remember that according to Seireitei's regulations, as long as you defeat the current captain under the witness of 200 active members, you can become the new captain, right? Shya smiled lightly. That's right, since Captain Komamura also agrees, then. After Yamamoto Motoyanagi glanced at Shya and Komamura Seijin, he said to Kojiro Sōsuke behind him, Sōsuke, let the 200 active members and vice-captains of the 7th Division come here. Kojiro Sōsuke nodded, and a shunpo disappeared in place. Captain, you have been notified. Soon, Kojiro Sōsuke reappeared behind Yamamoto Genryūsai, said in a deep voice. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, 200 active members of the 7th Division entered here. Chief among them is Shobetetsuzumon, Vice Captain of the 7th Division. This is Kukaki Shya, the new guy who joined our 7th Division? How dare he challenge Captain Komamura? What arrogance! Do you think you can challenge Captain Komamura just by graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy early? Captain Komamura's strength is not something that such a person can resist. After the 200 members of the 7th Division saw Shya, an argument broke out. They got to know Shya from Kojiro Sasakaibe, who just graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy. He dared to challenge Komamura Seijin as soon as he joined their 7th team. There are only 2 words in my heart's evaluation of Shya. Madness. Shut up, don't argue about Kukaki's 3 seats behind your back. Don't forget, the other party is capable of beheading mid-level Minos Grande, the existence of Ajichas. Kagaku Tetsuzumon spoke and stopped the team members who wanted to continue arguing. The other members of the 7th squad saw that the vice-captain had spoken, and they also shut up. 3rd seat Kukaki, Captain Komamura, 200 members of the 7th Division have arrived, you can start. Yamamoto Genryūsai said in a deep voice. After saying that, Yamamoto Genryūsai and the other captains used shunpo and came to the distance. The 200 members of the 7th Division and Tetsuzumon also retreated into the distance. On the ruins, only Shya and Komamura Seijin are left. The distance between the two is only tens of meters. Captain Kukaki, do you think Kukaki can beat Captain Komamura with 3 seats? Ichimaru Jin asked Byakuya Kuchiki with a smile on his face. Captain Ichimaru can see for himself, then he will know. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Ichimaru Jin and said flatly. Well, I'm really looking forward to it. If the 3rd Kukaki can really defeat Captain Komamura, then the 3rd Kukaki can really be recorded in the history of Soul Society. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. The other captains, including Chief Captain Yamamoto Genryūsai, also focused their attention on Shya and Komamura Seijin. Looking forward to whether Shya can defeat Komamura Seijin. Captain Komamura, please give me your advice. Shya smiled, and pulled out the stick knife at his waist. A strong purple ryotsu erupted from Shya's body and scattered around. The first to bear the brunt was Komamura Seijin in front of Shya. He also erupts with a powerful ryotsu that counters Shya's purple ryotsu. 207th Division members in the distance saw Shya's ryotsu fighting against Komamura Seijin's ryotsu. Actually faintly gained the upper hand. A look of surprise was revealed. Ryotsu of the 3rd seat in Kukaki is actually stronger than Captain Komamura. Shooting Field Taizamon looked surprised and looked at Shya in the distance. Roar, damn it! Komamura Seijin pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist and freed Zanpakuto. A gigantic arm and a gigantic long knife appeared from above Shya. With the Zanpakuto in the hands of Komamura Seijin, a quick fall. The arm and the long knife in the sky slashed straight at Shya. The ground within 100 meters of Shya was attacked by a huge long knife, and it began to crack directly, and a large pit appeared. Clang! A burst of dust surrounded Shya's figure, and a crisp sound sounded around. Captain Komamura, your Shikai is too weak, let's go directly to Bankai. Shya's flat voice was in everyone's ears. Asterisk. Chapter 49. After the dust dissipated, Shya's figure appeared in front of everyone. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. I saw that Shya blocked the huge knife with only his left hand. Nani? How is it possible? After seeing this scene, Komamura Seijin said with horror on his face. If Shya is Shikai who blocks him with Zanpakuto. Or if you dodge it with Shunpo. Komamura Seijin is also acceptable. Komamura Seijin's attack just now is comparable to the blow of an ordinary vice-captain. But Shya blocked his attack with only one hand. How strong should Shya's body be? To be able to do so? Am I dreaming? Kukaki Sanji actually blocked Captain Komamura's Shikai with one hand. Isn't Kukaki Sanji's physical strength too strong? Perhaps Kukaki's 3rd seat is really possible to beat Captain Komamura. The 200 members of the 7th Division said with horror on their faces that after seeing Seireiha's terrifying strength with their own eyes, they no longer called Seireiha by his first name, but changed into the 3rd seat of Kukaki. Block Komamura Seigen's Shikai with bare hands. Such terrifying physical strength. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. It's a monster to block Captain Komamura's Shikai with one hand without even releasing Zanpakuto. Kajaba Tetsuzumon frowned, somewhat in disbelief. Even as the vice-captain, he didn't dare to block Komamura Seigen's Shikai with one hand. It can be seen from this that Seireiha's strength has far surpassed him. Kukaki's 3rd seat is really surprising. Maybe Captain Komamura will really lose to him. Ichimaru Jin's pupils shrank, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Seireiha didn't even use the Zanpakuto ability. Blocked Komamura Seigen's Shikai with his hands. This really surprised Ichimaru Jin. Kukaki Seireiha, you are indeed my opponent. I really want to fight with you now. After seeing this scene, Zaraki Kenpeki became even more excited. If it weren't for the battle between Seireiha and Komamura Seigen, he would have fought Seireiha in the past. Well, Jushiro, it seems we underestimated Seireiha a little bit. Do you think he can beat Captain Komamura? Kiraku Shunsui asked Jushiro with a smile. Seireiha's monster-like physical strength, Kiraku Shunsui has only seen in one person. It is the captain of the 11th team, Zaraki Kenpeki. Ahem. Chun Shui, Seireiha's Zanpakuto ability has not been used yet. Captain Komamura wants to defeat Seireiha, but it is a bit difficult. Jushiro responded with a smile after coughing a few times. Captain Komamura, as I said just now, your Shikai is too weak, let's go directly to Bankai. Seireiha let go of the huge blade in his hand and smiled lightly. Komamura Seigen's attack just now was at best stronger than that of the general vice-captain. Seireiha's left hand, wrapped around armament haki, was enough to block it. Seireiha's current armament haki has reached the perfection level. The last time I fought Zaraki Kenpeki, neither Zaraki Kenpeki's attack could break Seireiha's armament haki, let alone Komamura Seigen's Shikai. Don't underestimate the old man. There was a hint of anger in Komamura Seigen's tone, and the Zanpakuto in his hand began to chop heavily. The huge blade in the sky also slashed towards Seireiha. Seireiha smiled slightly, covered armament haki with the sword in his hand, and slashed forward. When the huge blade collided with the staff knife in Seireiha's hand. Clang! There was the sound of weapons being handed over. Boom! The ground Seireiha was standing on was hit by the force of the huge blade. It started to crack and cracks appeared. Seireiha smiled slightly, and the stick knife in his hand added 30 times the gravity. The huge blade, affected by the huge pressure of 30 times the gravity, began to crack, and then shattered into countless spirit particles, which dissipated into the sky. How is it possible? Captain Komamura's Shikai was defeated by Kukaki's 3rd seat. The Shikai who defeated Captain Komamura with just one blow? What kind of strength is this? No wonder he dared to challenge Captain Komamura. It's hard to imagine that such strength will appear in a student who just graduated from the Spirit Art Academy. The 200 members of the 7th squad were stunned when they saw Komamura Seigen's Shikai being defeated by Seireiha. Seireiha didn't even liberate Zanpakuto, and defeated the Shikai of their 7th Division Captain Komamura Seigen with a single knife. It is really unimaginable that a person with such great strength would be a freshman who just graduated from the Spiritual Art Academy. Captain Komamura, we must win. Keba Tetsuzumon secretly prayed in his heart. 30 times the gravity. Before Komamura Seigen was surprised, Seireiha manipulated gravity and enveloped Komamura Seigen's body. Komamura Seigen suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure on his body, attacking his whole body. The Ryutsu on his body exploded in a hurry, trying to counteract the effect of 30 times the gravity of his body. Boom! The ground on which Komamura Seigen was standing began to crack and then collapsed. A large hole appeared in the ground. When Seireiha showed 45 times of gravity just now, Komamura Seigen stood beside the other captains and the captain. Ryutsu with the captain and the Ryutsu of the other captains helped offset most of Seireiha's gravity. Otherwise, Komamura Seijin and Kurotsuka Mayuri would not just be submerged in the ground when they are not performing Bankai. Captain Komamura, I just said that without Bankai, you can't be my opponent, why don't you believe it? Shiraiha shook her head. A shunpo appeared behind Komamura Seijin. As Komamura Seijin's body is affected by 30 times the force of gravity. Without Bankai, he couldn't move at all, and could only watch Shiraiha's stick knife attacking him. Pfft! In Komamura Seijin's surprised eyes, after the stick knife in Shiraiha's hand pierced his heart and lungs, a shunpo appeared tens of meters away. A gurgle of blood flowed from Komamura Seijin's chest to the ground. Sword pressure. Komamura Seijin pressed hard on the bleeding wound with his left hand, injected spiritual power into Zanpakuto, and swung forward. A red slash struck towards Shiraiha. Shiraiha smiled slightly. Shiraiha held up his right hand, covered with armament Haki's staff sword, and sent out 3 consecutive slashes forward. 3 purple crescent-shaped slashes were issued from the stick knife. Immediately, it turned into 3 purple slashes with a length of several tens of meters. After directly defeating the red slash, it attacked Komamura Seijin unabated. 3 purple crescent-shaped slashes, on the way to Komamura Seijin, cut deep ravines with invisible bottoms on the ground. Bankai Black Rope Heaven's Scourge. Komamura Seijin held Zanpakuto in both hands and gave a loud shout. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Accompanied by a loud noise. A wave erupted from Komamura Seijin, and Ryutsu, who was stronger than before, came out. A black-armored warrior with a height of 100 meters and a huge blade in his hand appeared behind Komamura Seijin. The face below the eyes was covered with a red veil, covered with thick armor, and tied behind with a huge black rope. With the appearance of this black-armored warrior, the ground began to shake like an earthquake. 3 seats of Kukaki, this is the old man's Bankai, the black rope god-damning king. Komamura Seijin gave a loud shout and swung the Zanpakuto forward in his hand. The 100-meter-tall black-armored warrior behind him also synchronized with the huge blade in his hand. The huge blade in his hand slashed at the 3 purple crescent-shaped slashes tens of meters long. When the 3 purple crescent-shaped slashes and the huge blade in the hands of the black-armored warrior touched together, the 100-meter-tall black-armored warrior blocked the attack with the huge blade in his hand. However, the powerful impact still caused the black-armored warrior's body to retreat tens of meters away. Boom! The surrounding ground, as the black-armored warrior retreated, there were loud noises. The ground began to crack continuously, and one big pit after another appeared. One of the purple crescent-shaped slashes fell on the chest of the black-armored warrior, causing a gap to appear. At the same time, a wound appeared on Komamura Seijin's chest, and blood flowed from the wound. However, the wound was stopped instantly by Komamura Seijin's Ryutsu. Is this Captain Komamura's Bankai? This is the first time I've seen it. Captain Komamura's Bankai is so huge. Unless the 3 Kukaki also have Bankai, it is impossible to defeat Captain Komamura. No kidding, it's true that the 3rd seed Kukaki is a genius, but he just graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy, how could he be Bankai? The 200 members of the 7th Division watching the battle from a distance were shocked when they saw Komamura Seijin use Bankai. Rewind. Captain Komamura Bankai's attack range is too large. Kajiba Tetsuzumon turned around and said to the players behind him with a solemn face. Shooting range Tetsuzumon is well aware of how large the attack range of Komamura Seijin's Bankai is. Once it is affected, except for him, the other members of the 7th Division will find it difficult to resist. The members of the 7th Squad, led by Keba Tetsuzumon, retreated hundreds of meters away using Shunpo. Stay out of fighting range of Komamura Seijin and Shiraiha. Captain Komamura used Bankai, I wonder if the 3rd Kukaki can stop it. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Captain Komamura, your Bankai, you put a lot of pressure on me. Shiraiha smiled slightly. Komamura Seijin's Bankai has really strong attack power. However, it has a fatal flaw, poor mobility. People with slightly better Shunpo ability, Komamura Seijin's Bankai can't hit the man at all. Moreover, the injuries on this 100-meter tall black-armored warrior will appear on Komamura Seigen's body simultaneously. Kukaki 3rd seat, let me see if you have the strength to get the captain of the 7th team. Komamura Seigen yelled, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed forward. The 100-meter tall black-armored warrior behind him rushed towards Seireitei. The huge blade in his right hand slashed hard at Seireitei. 45 times the gravity. Seireitei manipulated gravity and enveloped the black-armored warrior and Komamura Seigen. Accompanied by the impact of 45 times the gravity, the black-armored warrior who was attacking Seireitei started to slow down. Seireitei, a shunpo, came to the top of the black-armored warrior, with the staff knife covered with armament haki in his hand, and with 45 times the gravity added to the staff knife, he slashed on the top of the black-armored warrior's head. After being slashed by the stick knife with 45 times the gravity, the body of the black-armored warrior was directly subjected to the huge pressure of 45 times the gravity. Boom! He fell heavily to the ground with a loud noise. A large hole with a diameter of 1,000 meters was smashed into the ground. The black-armored warrior wanted to stand up, but under the influence of 45 times the gravity, he couldn't stand up no matter what. The dojo, which was already in ruins, had cracks like spider webs. And Komamura Seigen himself was under the influence of 45 times the gravity. I only feel the huge pressure on my body, multiplying. After Komamura Seigen just used Bankai, Ryutsu has been able to almost ignore 30 times the gravity. But now the 45 times of Seireitei's gravity directly allows Komamura Seigen to burst out all Ryutsu, barely resisting. The ground on which Komamura Seigen was standing began to be unable to bear the huge pressure of 45 times the gravity. In the blink of an eye, it began to collapse, and a large pit more than 10 meters deep appeared. The figure of Komamura Seigen directly submerged into this big pit. At the same time, due to the damage suffered by the black-armored warrior, it was also synchronized to Komamura Seigen's body. It's time to end, Captain Komamura. After sensing the scene in front of her with observation haki in the sky, Seireitei smiled slightly. Komamura Seigen's Bankai is certainly strong. But there is no doubt that Seireitei's ability to manipulate gravity, so to speak, restrains him perfectly. Moreover, from the previous battle, Seireitei found that Komamura Seigen's Bankai strength could not even beat Zaraki Kenpeki, who did not use his full strength. Hell Brigade! Seireitei strengthened the gravity of the ground around Komamura Seigen to the limit, and slowly sheathed the stick knife in his hand. Ka ka ka! In the pit below, there were continuous crackling sounds. Boom! At the moment when Seireitei's stick knife was sheathed, a large pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a depth of hundreds of meters appeared at the place where Komamura Seigen was. The 100-meter-tall black-armored warrior in the distance also began to turn into little spirit particles and dissipated. Seireitei sensed Komamura Seigen in the pit with the observation haki, and after the Zanpakuto had been broken in two, he released the 45 times the gravity on him. After Komamura Seigen barely crawled out of the pit, the mask on his head shattered with a click, revealing his true face, a dog's head. At this time, Komamura Seigen's body was covered with wounds, and blood was constantly oozing out. The captain's haori on his body also became tattered, and only half of the Zanpakuto in his hand was left. Your Excellency Yun Liuzai, I'm defeated, ahem. Komamura Seigen looked at Yamamoto Genryūsai, coughed up a mouthful of blood, turned around, and said to Seireitei with a weak voice, Kukaki Shya, you won. After finishing speaking, Komamura Seigen's body fell heavily to the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 51. For a while, it was extremely quiet. Everyone stared at this scene dumbfounded. Komamura Seigen, the captain of the 7th Division. It was so easy to lose in the hands of Seireitei. Captain Komamura lost 3 seats to Kukaki. Stupid. It's not the 3rd seat of Kukaki, it's the captain of Kukaki. Captain Kukaki is so strong that even Captain Komamura was defeated. Have you noticed, Captain Komamura is not human? After seeing this astonishing scene, the 200 members of the 7th Division were stunned in place. This is the captain. Just lost in the hands of Seireitei. Moreover, it is still in the case of using Bankai. As for Komamura Seigen's appearance as a dog's head, although they feel strange. However, he didn't say much. What are you still doing here? Send Captain Komamura to Team 4 for treatment. Tetsuzumon yelled at the players behind him. After hearing the words of their vice-captain, the others also came to their senses, and several team members came out immediately. Played Shunpo, got to Komamura Seigen's side, picked him up, and sent him to the 4th division. The other captains headed by Yamamoto Genryūsai also appeared in front of Seireitei. Kukaki 3 seats. No, I should call you Captain Kukaki now. I didn't expect you to actually defeat Captain Komamura. It's really amazing. Ichimaru Jin clapped his hands and said with a smile. Captain Ichimaru, you should call me Seireitei, I was just lucky. Seireitei smiled lightly. When Seireitei was still in the 3rd seat, he didn't think there was any problem with Ichimaru Jin's title. And now he has become the captain. If Seireitei is called Captain Kukaki again, it will be the same as Byakuya Kuchiki. Well, Captain Seireitei, this is not a fluke. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Captain, I wonder if I can become the captain of the 7th division now. Seireitei smiled. As long as he got the consent of Yamamoto Genryūsai, he officially became the captain. Then, Seireitei's check-in task can be completed. At that time, the template progress can reach 90%. It is not far from opening the 2nd template. Kukaki Seireitei, Komamura Seigen has been defeated by you. From now on, you are the captain of the 7th division. I hope you can take on the responsibility of defending Seireitei. Yamamoto Genryūsai glanced at Seireitei, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Please don't worry, Captain. Seireitei smiled. Successfully sign in and get a task reward. Fujitora's smile template progress increased by 10%. Fujitora 1 smile template, 90%. Abilities, observation haki perfection level, armament haki perfection level, swordsman level swordsmanship perfection level. Exclusive ability, advanced control of gravity fruit, can control 50 times the gravity within 100,000 meters, and can add gravity to weapons, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression, gravity light, hell brigade. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. In an instant, Seireitei felt that her various abilities had been enhanced a lot. In addition to 5 times the manipulable gravity. Others haven't changed too much. In particular, Seireitei's most important gravity control is still at an advanced level. Seireitei speculates that it may take a while for Fujitora's smile template to reach 100% before there will be a qualitative change. At that time, Seireitei's strength is estimated to be comparable to that of a high-ranking captain like Byakuya Kuchiki. The current Seireitei can only defeat some weak captains, such as Komamura Seigen and Kurotsuke Mayuri, and Zaraki Kenpeki who did not use his full strength. Later, I will ask Deputy Captain Sōsuke to report to Central 46 that you have become the new captain of the 7th Division. Yamamoto Genryūsai said in a deep voice, knocking heavily on the wooden stick in his hand, today's meeting will come to an end here. After saying that, Yamamoto Genryūsai and Kojiro Sōsuke used Shunpo and disappeared in place. With the head captain and Kojiro Sōsuke gone, most of the captains also left. Such as Suifeng, Ichimaru Jin, Tuan Kaname, Aizen, Kurotsuke Mayuri, and others. But there are also many captains who stayed and went up to talk to Seireitei. Hey, Kukaki Seireitei, after I recover from my injury, let's fight again. Zaraki Kenpeki yelled, grinning. Captain Zaraki, why don't you go to the leader of the Beijing band, he is much better than me. Seireitei said helplessly. Seireitei knew about Zaraki Kenpeki, and was probably ready to stalk him. With the character of Zaraki Kenpeki, once he is entangled by Seireitei, it is estimated that it will be really difficult to get rid of. Seireitei, don't get involved with me, I'm weak, Captain Zaraki, you should fight Seireitei. Kuraku Shunsui was afraid that Zaraki Kenpeki would come to him to fight, so he said hastily. Kuraku Shunsui doesn't want to be entangled by Zaraki Kenpeki, a fighting maniac. Humph. Kukaki Shya, I will come to you again when I recover from my injury. After Zaraki Kenpeka dropped this sentence, he left directly. Shya, I didn't expect you to actually defeat Captain Komamura, congratulations. Jushiro said with a smile. Captain Jushiro, you're amazing, I was just lucky. Shya smiled. To be honest, if it weren't for Shya's gravity ability, it just restrained Komamura Seijin. It's really impossible to beat Komamura Seijin so easily. Of course, Komamura Seijin's Bankai also has huge flaws. Well, Shya, if you have time, come to the 8th squad to ask me for a drink, so Jushiro and I will leave first. Kiraku Shunsui grabbed Jushiro's shoulders and waved to Shya. Jushiro looks apologetic to Shya. Shya, you did a good job. Grandpa will be very happy to know. Remember to go home after you finish dealing with the 7th division. A long-lost smile appeared on Byakuya Kuchiki's face. Since the death of Byakuya Kuchiki's wife, Hima. Except in front of Shya, he will show the appearance of belonging to the big brother. Byakuya Kuchiki has always maintained a cold look. I see, brother. Shya smiled. After all, Byakuya Kuchiki also used Shunpo to leave. Captain Shya. Seeing the other captains, after they all left, Kajiba Tetsuzumon led a group of 7th squad members to meet him and bowed to show respect. Well, take me to the team building of the 7th division first. Shya nodded slightly. Please come with me. Kajiba Tetsuzumon leads the way. Shya and the members of the 7th division followed behind. And Shya joined the 7th team and defeated the captain of the 7th team, Komamura Seijin, to become the new captain of the 7th team. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the entire Seiling Court. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Hey, have you heard? Kukaki Shya, who just graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy, challenged Captain Komamura on the day he joined the 7th division, and successfully defeated Captain Komamura. Doesn't that mean, Kukaki Shya, no, Captain Shya, is now the captain of the 7th division? What a monster, he became the captain right after graduation. It is said that Captain Shya has defeated Captain Komamura after Bankai without even learning Shikai. The members of the various divisions of Seireitei were shocked when they learned that Shya had defeated Komamura Seijin and became the captain of the 7th division. As soon as he joined the team, he became the captain of the team. This kind of news, if it is not the news from the captain Yamamoto Genryūsai, no one would believe it at all. It's amazing. Kukaki Shya, who graduated early from our Spirit Art Academy, has now become the captain of the 7th division. Really, Captain Shya is too powerful, right? He is indeed a genius who can break the records of the Academy of Spiritual Arts. I was able to graduate early after 1 month of enrollment, and even defeated the current captain on the day I joined the team. Why do I think this is a bit dreamy? The students of Spiritual Arts Academy couldn't believe it when they got the news. Originally, Shya could graduate from the Spiritual Academy alone. Moreover, he killed Minos Grande when he was practicing in soul burial. It has already shocked them extremely. Unexpectedly, on the day Shya joined the team, he brought them such amazing news. Now they are the students of the Spirit Art Academy. There is no envy for Shya anymore. Only respect and worship remain. Rukia, have you heard? Brother Shya, you have become the captain of the 7th division. In Spiritual Arts Academy, Renji came to Rukia with Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo looking excited, shouting loudly. I just heard from the teachers, Brother Shya, really, it's amazing. Until now, the shock on Rukia's face has not dissipated. Yet, Brother Shya is too strong. After I graduate from the Academy of Spiritual Arts, I will also join Team 7 and follow Brother Shya. Kira Izuru looked up in admiration, raised his head, and said. It's only been so long, Shya-san has become so strong, I'm still too weak. Hinamori Momo lowered his head and said in a low voice. Hinamori, you are already very good. We have seen your hard training during this period. Even the teachers have said that you are only a little bit close to liberating Zanpakuto. Come on. Kira Izuru comforted. Since the end of the soul burial practice, Hinamori Momo has been training very hard. Except for the time for eating and sleeping, basically it is used for training. The purpose is to catch up with Shiraiha's footsteps. I really want to see brother Shiraiha. Rukia said softly, looking up at the sky. There will be this opportunity. As long as we work hard to become stronger, we will be able to join the 13th division, or even directly join Shiraiha's 7th division. It is not impossible. Renji said with a smile. Shiraiha came to the back of the 7th division team building. Kajaba Tetsuzumon summoned all the members of the 7th division to a courtyard of the team building. And Shiraiha got his own Captain Hayori, and went to the captain's room to change. I didn't expect Captain Shiraiha to be so powerful. Captain Komamura is already Bankai, and was defeated by Captain Shiraiha. Captain Shiraiha's strength is truly terrifying. I don't know what kind of person Captain Shiraiha is. The members of the 7th division learned about Shiraiha, a new genius who joined their 7th division, from the gate of the iron left guard on the shooting range. After defeating Komamura Seijin, the original captain, they all exploded, anxiously waiting for Shiraiha to come out. Shiraiha also came out from the captain's room, replacing Captain Hayori. My name is Kukaki Shiraiha, and I will be the captain of the 7th division from now on. Please give me your advice. Shiraiha was dressed in Captain Hayori with 7 written on the back, and on his head and neck, he wore the hair accessories star-leading pliers that only aristocrats are entitled to wear. He faced everyone and smiled. Meet Captain Shiraiha. The members of the 7th division, headed by Keba Tetsuzumon, bowed and shouted respectfully. 3 seats in the shooting range. After Komamura Seijin was defeated by me, he became the vice-captain of the 7th division. You became the 3rd seat. The other seats will be moved to 1 later. Do you have any questions? Shiraiha nodded slightly, and smiled lightly. Komamura Seijin after being defeated by Shiraiha. Shiraiha became the new captain of the 7th division. And if Komamura Seijin is still willing to stay in the 7th team, then according to Komamura Seijin's strength, enough for the position of vice-captain. On the way, Shiraiha had already explained to Kazan Tetsuzumon. The positions of the other chief officers of the 7th division will also be postponed to 1 later. No problem, said Katan Tetsuzumon. For Komamura Seijin, the former immediate boss, to take his place. Keba Tetsuzumon dared not have the slightest objection. 3 seats on the shooting range. I remember that there is a 4th seat in the 7th team. Why isn't he here? Shiraiha frowned after sensing that there seemed to be one person missing with observation haki. On the way to the 7th division just now, Tetsuzumon explained to Shiraiha that the 7th division currently has only 1 vice-captain and the 4th seat, and the other seats are still vacant. Captain Shiraiha, he is always 4th on the board, shouldn't be 5th, he should be on patrol right now. Keba Tetsuzumon replied after thinking for a moment. Hey, shooting range, come, have a drink with me. At this moment, a burly man in a deadly costume, with a flat nose, small eyes and thick lips, walked into the team building reeking of alcohol. This person is the original 4th member of the 7th division, and now the 5th member, Yuguan Sifeng. Ikakan Banjibo, what are you doing? During the patrol, you actually ran out to drink? You still drink like this? Shiba Tetsuzumon's face became ugly, and he shouted. Shooting field, is this what you said you were patrolling? Shiraiha frowned slightly. The members of the 7th division team around knew that Yuguan Sifeng might really suffer. Not only ran to drink during the patrol, but was also caught on the spot by Shiraiha, the newly appointed captain of the 7th division. Persistent, wake up. Shirji Tetsuzumon walked up to Kanbanjibo, and slapped him on the face, trying to wake him up with pain, but it didn't work at all. Shogun, according to the regulations of Seireitei, what should be the punishment for the chief officer who went to drink without permission during his patrol? Shiraiha said in a flat voice. Deprive Shinigami of their identity and expel them from Seireitei. Katan Tetsuzumon's head became very ugly, and he replied with difficulty. Then let's punish according to the regulations. The Shinigami who has always been the fifth seat of Bansifang will be deprived of his identity and expelled from Seireitei, and it will be executed immediately. Seireitei said. Chapter 53. Seireitei came to the 7th team for the first time, and challenged the former captain Komamura Seijin to become the captain. The members of the 7th team may feel a little dissatisfied with Seireitei in their hearts. Now, Guanbansifang just happened to be delivered to your door. It can just be used as a means for Seireitei to stand up. Captain Seireitei, it's just a momentary negligence, can you? Kijo Tetsuzumon couldn't bear it, and wanted to plead for Ikabanjibo, but Seireitei stopped him. 3rd seat in the shooting range, you should know that the duty of our 7th squad is to protect Jinglingting, right? Look at his current appearance. Does he seem to be able to protect Jinglingting? Seireitei pointed to the Guanbansifang who smelled of alcohol all over his body, and said. It's all right. Knowing that Seireitei had made up his mind, Tetsuzumon sighed inwardly. 2 team members stepped out from the side, and took off the deadly costume and Zanpakuto from Yi Guanbansifang's body. Shinigami didn't talk about leaving the team. Once stripped of Shinigami identity, expelled from Jinglingting, Zanpakuto will be handed over to Seireitei. Deprive me of my Shinigami status? Why do you brat have the right to do that? At this time, Yu Guanbansifang was also a little more awake, and shouted at Seireitei. When Kojiro Sasuke came to the 7th division, Yu Guanbansifang is not in the team dormitory of the 7th division, but went to drink. Therefore, Yu Guanbansifang didn't know that Seireitei had become the captain of the 7th team. Ichiban, Captain Seireitei has defeated Captain Komamura, and now he is the captain of our 7th division team. Shooting Field Tetsuzumon said in a deep voice. I don't care who you are, since you want to deprive me of my Shinigami identity, I'm going to kill you. Yu Guanbansifang said with a hideous face. Hados 31 Red Cannon. Yu Guanbansifang stretched out his hands and chanted abandonment. A red fireball shot out from his hand and shot towards Seireitei. Humph! Seireitei didn't dodge or evade, and snorted coldly with a look of disdain. Ichiban, you are too arrogant. Bakudo's 39th round gate fan. 35. Keba Tetsuzumon yelled, and also chanted desolation. A circular protective shield appeared in front of Seireitei, directly blocking the fireball. Sin is more serious, said Seireitei in 2000. A shunpo appeared next to Guanbansifang, with the staff and saber in his hand. He pulled out the saber and put it back into the sheath. Pooh! A penetrating wound appeared on Yu Guanbansifang's body, a stream of dark red blood flowed out from his chest, and his body fell heavily to the ground. My spiritual power is disappearing, you have destroyed my knot and soul sleep. Yu Guanbansifang, who was lying on the ground, said with a hint of weakness in his voice. Once the knot and soul sleep are destroyed, all spiritual power will disappear. This also means that even if Yu Guanbansifang recovers from his injuries, he will never be able to become a Shinigami again. Usually Bansifang shot at the captain, and the reason is that he was sentenced to death. Send him to the 1st team first, and wait for the ruling of the 1st team. Seireitei said. Yes, Captain Seireitei. 2 members of the 7th division picked up Yi Guanbansifang who had passed out, and dragged him out. The members of the 7th division all around looked at Seireitei with apprehension, not daring to take a breath. On the first day of his arrival, he not only defeated the current captain, but also successfully became the captain of the 7th division. Moreover, they directly abolished the original 4th seat of their 7th division team, Yu Guanbansifang. This made them feel a little fear in their hearts towards Seireitei, the rookie captain. You have all seen it just now. Guanbansifang dared to attack Captain Seireitei. This is the result of his own fault. You don't have to worry. 5. After seeing the anxious look of the players around him, Kajaba Tetsuzumon opened his mouth and said. Although Tetsuzumon also felt that Seireitei's shot was too heavy just now. However, one thing is for sure. Yu Guanbansifang did indeed make a mistake. not only ran to drink privately during the patrol. Moreover, after being punished by Seireitei, he dared to speak rudely and attack Seireitei. This is already a capital offense. Seireitei just destroyed the lock knot and soul sleep of the consistent Bansifang, which is already very good. Xing Chang is right. As long as you get along with me for a long time, you can understand that I am a very easygoing person. 35. Seireitei smiled. If Yu Guan Bansifang accepts the punishment honestly, at worst, he will be deprived of his Shinigami status and leave Jingling, and he can still save his life. Now, those who wait for Yu Guan Bansifang will only be sentenced to death by the first team. The shooting range deputy. No, the third shooting range is right. Yu Guan Bansifang not only went to drink privately during the patrol, but also took the initiative to attack Captain Seireitei. It is normal to have such an ending. That's right, this Yu Guan Bansifang is really disgusting. He dared to attack Captain Seireitei, and he didn't even see if he had the strength. The team members around were also relieved, and they criticized Yu Guan Bansifang one after another. Okay, let's all disperse and go to perform their respective tasks. You can save the 3 seats in the shooting range. 39 Seireitei smiled lightly. Yes, Captain Seireitei. The other team members bowed, shouted respectfully, and left the yard one after another. Shooting field, do you also think that I shot too hard? Seireitei walked to a futon next to him, sat down, and asked. I dare not, but I think Captain Seireitei can give a warning. It is enough to be consistent with Bansifang. There is no need to directly deprive him of his Shinigami status. 35. Keba Tetsuzumon shook his head and replied. When I decided to challenge Komamura Seijin, I already collected all kinds of information, including your 7th team. Guess what I found? 35 Seireitei smiled lightly. Seireitei's words really didn't lie to Tetsuzumon. Yesterday, Kukaki Silver Ridge didn't just send him a message about Komamura Seijin. There is also various information about the seat officer of the 7th Division. Among them, Yu Guan Bansifang, the 4th seat of the original 7th Division. Relying on his identity as a Shinigami. Outside the Jingling court, it is very despicable to bully the good and fear the evil, and to speak rudely. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Seireitei to impose such a severe punishment on Yu Guan Bansifang. I don't know. Shiba Tetsuzumon was a little puzzled. Does this have anything to do with Ikebanjaibo? Hello from Wang, look for yourself. From his clothes, Seireitei took out a sheet about the bad things that Ikebanjaibo had done, and threw it to Tetsuzumon. Captain Seireitei, is this true? After Kajiba Tetsuzumon took the paper, he looked more and more angrily, and asked with a trembling tone. Keba Tetsuzumon usually stays in Seireitei and rarely goes out. Therefore, he was deceived by Yu Guan Bansifang. Do you think I have to lie to you? Seireitei smiled. I'm very sorry, I thought Captain Seireitei, you are because of Li. Keba Tetsuzumon showed shame, bowed to Seireitei, and said. No need to apologize, I'm telling you this, just so you don't get me wrong, come with me to visit the Vice-Captain Komamura, he should be recovering from his injury now. Seireitei stood up and said with a smile. After saying that, Seireitei walked out of the yard. Kajiba Tetsuzumon hastily followed. Chapter 54. Not for a while. Seireitei and Tetsuzumon came to the 4th Division team house. Is this the new captain of the 7th Division, Captain Seireitei? He looks so handsome. 99. Yeah, I heard that Captain Seireitei defeated the former 7th team Captain Komamura on the first day he joined the team. Then what is Captain Seireitei doing in our 7th Division now? Did you forget that Captain Komamura is currently treating us in our 4th squad? As soon as Seireitei walked in, there were many members of the 4th Division staring at Seireitei's handsome face, blushing and discussing in low voices. The 4th Division serves as the medical team in the 13th Division. Most of the players are women. Only a small percentage are men. Hi Captain Seireitei. Along the way, many members of the 4th Division greeted Seireitei. Seireitei smiled and responded one by one. Before Seireitei and Kajaba Tetsuzumon came to a treatment room, a man was wearing a death suit, with golden eyes, short, messy silver-grey hair, combed a few thin braids, and dressed in a suit. A pair of red strip earrings, a slender, choppy woman, greeted her. Captain Seireitei 603, are you here to visit Captain Komamura? I am Katetsu Aizen, Vice Captain of the 4th Division. Katetsu Aizen asked softly after bowing to Seireitei. Katetsu Aizen took a careful look at Seireitei in front of him. I only saw Seireitei with a handsome face, wearing the captain's haori, with 7 written on the back, and wearing the hair accessory star-leading pliers on the head and neck that only the nobles are entitled to wear. 0. Yes, me and the shooting range 3 seats, let's see how the Vice Captain Komamura's injury is doing. Is he okay? Seireitei said with a smile on his face. Ah, sorry, Captain Seireitei, I just said something wrong, I should have called Captain Komamura the Vice Captain. Katetsu Aizen blushed, showing regret. Katetsu Aizen has always called Komamura Seijin the Captain of Komamura. For a while, it hasn't changed yet. It's okay, Vice Captain Komamura, is your injury better now? 35. Seireitei showed tenderness, touched Katetsu Aizen's head, and smiled. Captain Seireitei is so gentle. Katetsu Aizen only felt Seireitei's approach, as gentle as their captain Anohanaretsu, and was stunned in place. BJFB, can you hear me? Seireitei waved at Katetsu Aizen. Ah, I'm so sorry, I was just thinking about something, Captain Seireitei, please come in with me, Deputy Captain Komamura, his injury is almost healed now. 99. After Katetsu Aizen came back to his senses, he lowered his head, opened the door of the treatment room in front of him, and said softly. Seireitei nodded, and Tetsuzumon walked in. Seireitei uses observation haki to perceive the layout of the treatment room, which is very simple. There are only a few hospital beds and some bottles and cans on the table. Seireitei guessed that it should be something like a healing potion. In the treatment room, there are now 2 people. They are Komamura Seijin covered in bandages. And Anohanaretsu, captain of the 4th squad. Captain Seireitei, you have come to visit Deputy Captain Komamura. Anohanaretsu came over and said with a gentle smile. Well, thank you Captain Anohana for your treatment, you can call me Seireitei. Seireitei smiled. Ah, then it's a deal, Seireitei. 99. Anohanaretsu was also polite, and directly changed the address. Seireitei, your Zanpakuto ability is really strong, and your sword is also very strong. Anohanaretsu sighed. The battle of Seireitei and Komamura Seijin. Anohanaretsu was watching from the scene. See firsthand how powerful Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability is. Moreover, I also saw the strength of Seireitei's Kendo ability. Captain Anokana's praise. Seireitei said with a slight smile. No matter how strong the way of the sword is, it cannot be as strong as your first-generation Kenpeki, Seireitei secretly complained. Seireitei is very clear, Anohanaretsu in front of him looks very gentle, as if there is no aggressiveness. In fact, Anohanaretsu was known as Anohana Yachirya thousands of years ago, killing people like hemp and being very warlike. Among the entire 13th squad, the strength is only second to Yamamoto Genryūsai. Without using Kyoka Suijutsu, Aizen is not necessarily a match for Anohanaretsu. Seireitei, you are too humble, sometimes you can't be too humble in swordsmanship. In Anohanaretsu's words, there is something to point out. Yuyan, let's leave first, Seireitei probably has something to discuss with Vice Captain Komamura. Anohanaretsu whispered to Katetsu Aizen. Katetsu Aizen nodded and walked out of the treatment room with Anohanaretsu. Vice Captain Komamura, I'm very sorry. After Seireitei walked to Komamura Seijin's side, said. Never mind, Captain Seireitei, if you lose, you lose. Komamura Seijin shook his head, indicating that it was all right. I don't know if the Vice Captain Komamura is still willing to stay in the 7th Division? Seireitei asked. Komamura Seijin has the strength of the captain. Although defeated by Seireitei, he lost his position as the captain of the 7th Division. However, it does not mean that Komamura Seijin needs to leave Jinglingting. On the contrary, Komamura Seijin can still stay in Jinglingting. It is even possible for Komamura Seijin to change teams. As long as Your Excellency Genryūsai doesn't let the old man leave, the old man will not leave. Captain Shiraiha, you can rest assured. Komamura Seijin said in a deep voice. Captain Shiraiha, what do you think of the 7th team managed by me after you have arrived in the 7th team? Komamura Seijin asked. Shooting range, you should talk to the Vice-Captain Komamura. Shiraiha said. Did something happen to Team 7? Komamura Seijin frowned. After a while, Tetsuzumon explained to Komamura Seijin exactly what happened in the 7th division. You Guanban Sifeng, that BD. How dare you do that? Especially after learning what Guanban Sifeng did, Komamura Seijin's tone was a little angry. For someone like Komamura Seijin who stands up for his own justice, it is absolutely not allowed that there is a person like Yu Guanban Sifeng in his team. Therefore, Komamura Seijin feels so angry. Captain Shiraiha, you've done a good job, I'm here to thank you. Komamura Seijin stood up, bent over, and bowed in thanks. Komamura Seijin is sincerely grateful to Shiraiha. If it weren't for Shiraiha helping him clear the Guanban Sifeng, even now, I'm afraid he will still be kept in the dark without knowing it. You're welcome. Shiraiha smiled. It's not good. Captain Shiraiha, the captain of the 2nd squad, Sapphire, came outside with a lot of stealthy mobile people. Katetsu Aizen ran in with a flustered expression, and said, Stealth maneuver. Shiraiha frowned. Chapter 55. Captain Shiraiha. Kijo Tetsuzumon opened the mouth and said, Yanjian, the man with secretive maneuvers, did you tell me what you are looking for? Shiraiha asked doubtfully. People who are stealthy and maneuverable, come to Shiraiha at this time. Could it be that something happened in Jingling Court? No, Captain Broken Bee just said that there are some things that require your cooperation in the investigation. Katetsu Aizen shook his head. Then go out and have a look first. Shiraiha said. Captain Shiraiha, I will go with you. Komamura Seijin barely stood up, put an iron mask on his head from the table next to him and said in a deep voice. Shiraiha nodded, and walked out of the treatment room with Komamura Seijin and Katetsu Aizen, as well as Katen Tetsuzumon. Once out of the treatment room, Shiraiha saw it with observation haki, and there is a secret maneuver, Shinigami, headed by the Broken Bee outside the treatment room. Captain Broken Bee, you brought so many people here to find me, is something wrong? Shiraiha smiled slightly. Captain Shiraiha, there are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation. Broken Bee replied calmly. Captain Shiraiha, an hour ago, did you ask 2 members of the team to escort the former 4th seat Yu Guanban Sifeng to the 1st team for trial? 35 Swifeng asked. That's right, what's the problem? During the patrol in Ban Sifeng, I went to drink privately and tried to attack me. I think my 2 team members should have reported it. Shiraiha smiled. Captain Shiraiha, an hour ago, not long after Yu Guanban Sifeng and 2 team members left the team building of the 7th Division, Ryotsu disappeared. According to our judgment, he was confirmed dead. Broken Bee said slowly, looking at Shiraiha with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Normally speaking, after the soul dies, it will leave the corpse and clothes behind. Unless the enemy encountered is too powerful, resulting in exceeding the upper limit of the soul. Only at the moment of death, it will turn into spirit particles and dissipate. In the entire 7th Division, there is someone with the strength to be able to do this. There are only Shiraiha and Komamura Seijin, the 2 captains. Komamura Seijin himself has been seriously injured and is being treated in the 4th team. Shiraiha is the suspected target of the Broken Bee. Shiraiha not only has the motive for committing the crime, but also the ability to commit the crime. What? Matsushita Kashuk is also dead? Who did it? 55. Before Shiraiha could speak, Taiziu Aoiman shouted with grief and indignation. As the former vice-captain of the 7th Division, Tetsuzumon Kakuba knows almost the names of the entire 7th Division team members like the back of his hand. Captain Seireitei, where were you an hour ago? Broken Bee asked. Understood, are you right to suspect me? Seireitei said calmly. Yu Guan Bansifang and those two players died just after they left the team building of the 7th Division. Moreover, Tongan Bansifang also had conflicts with Seireitei, and even wanted to kill Seireitei. In this way, there is also a motive for committing the crime. Seireitei has already guessed who did it. It is nothing more than one of Aizen, Tuan Kaname, and Ichimaru Jin. However, Seireitei wondered why they would do this. There is no way to bring any punishment to Seireitei for such an obvious thing that can be proved. It can't be Captain Seireitei. Captain Seireitei stayed with me just now. Kiji Tetsuzumon said in a positive tone. After he and Seireitei left the team building of the 7th team just now, they have never been separated, and went straight to the 4th team. Seireitei simply didn't have time to do it. That's right. The old man can also prove that this is definitely not done by Captain Seireitei. Komamura Seijin said solemnly. Captain Seireitei, please answer my question directly, where were you an hour ago? Broken Bee ignored the two, but looked at Seireitei and asked. Captain Broken Bee, please don't talk to me in the same tone you would treat a prisoner. I have been staying with the 3rd seat of the shooting range just now, and he can prove it for me. Seireitei said. After saying that, a powerful purple ryotsu erupted from Seireitei's body. In an instant, Sapphire and the stealthy and maneuvering Shinigami all around felt a huge pressure. As if he was about to suffocate in the next second. That's enough. Captain Seireitei, I'm just taking you to the maggot's nest to take care of it temporarily under the command of the captain. After the investigation results come out, I will let you out. Broken Bee said coldly. Seireitei also burst out a burst of ryotsu, and collided with Seireitei. It's just that Broken Bee's ryotsu, intertwined with Seireitei's ryotsu, directly gained the upper hand. Surrounding stealthy maneuvers, Shinigami and the members of the 4th Division all showed pale faces in the midst of the two powerful ryotsu. Well, Captain Sapphire, Seireitei, my 4th squad can't support the ryotsu of your two captains. Anohanaretsu walked over from the side with a smile on her face and said. Seeing that Anohanaretsu spoke, Seireitei took ryotsu back. Seeing this, Suifeng snorted coldly, and also retracted ryotsu. Ask for her flowers. Captain Broken Bee, since you said it was the command of the chief commander, do you have proof? Seireitei asked. No. Broken Bee replied. Since there is no proof, then why do you let me, the captain of the 7th Division, go to the maggot's nest to take care of it? Seireitei also withdrew her smile and asked in turn. Broken Bee was too angry to speak. Check-in task, check-in in the nest of maggots. Task reward, template progress increased by 5%. Check-in task, check-in in the endless hell. Task reward, template progress increased by 3%. A series of system prompts sounded in Seireitei's mind. Suddenly 2 sign-in tasks appeared in front of Seireitei. Point 0. The nest of maggots is okay, the place that the Broken Bee will take to Seireitei is the nest of maggots. But endless hell. Seireitei remembered that it was the place where Aizen was imprisoned in the original book. Seireitei doesn't think that his own affairs are worth being imprisoned in the endless hell. Fortunately, these 2 check-in tasks do not have a time limit. Nest of maggots? Endless hell? Why is the progress of the template getting less and less? Seireitei asked in her heart. As the host's template progress reaches 90%, the template progress that can be obtained by signing into the task will be lower. So that's the case, so isn't it only 2% or even 1% for the next sign-in task? Seireitei thought to himself. Originally, Seireitei thought that he had already reached 90% of the template progress of Fujitora's smile, and he could reach 100% of the template progress as long as he completed one more check-in task. Unexpectedly, completing a sign-in task can only increase the progress of such a template. However, Seireitei thought it was normal. Just like playing a game, at the beginning of the first level, the required experience points may be only 10 points, and at the 10th level, it may be 1,000 points. Captain Seireitei, the Commander-in-Chief has indeed issued an order, and he specifically asked me to convey it. After the investigation results come out, you will be released. At this moment, Kojiro Sasuke appeared in front of the two of them and said in a deep voice. Since it's the command of the chief commander, let's go, Captain Broken B. Shiraiha smiled. Shiraiha strode forward and walked straight out. Let's go. Sapphire behind him waved his hands to the Shinigami who were secretly maneuvering around, feeling a little depressed. Chapter 56. A Nest of Maggots. A prison specially set up by the 2nd Division to hold prisoners. The location is in the northwest of the territory of the 2nd Team's team building, and it is located inside the moat with an area of about 30 houses. The detainees are all judged as potentially dangerous elements by Jingling Court's existing regulations, and they do not necessarily have criminal facts. Just like Shiraiha, as the captain of the 7th Division, he comes from the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 nobles. Even if there is a crime, it will not be the turn of the 2nd team to judge. Instead, it will be referred to Central 46 for adjudication. Before it is proved that Shiraiha killed Yuguan Bansifang and 2 team members. Shiraiha needs to stay in this nest of maggots. Captain Shiraiha, no weapons are allowed in the maggot nest, please hand over Zanpakuto. 39. Broken B led Shiraiha into the team building of the 2nd team, and when he walked towards the nest of maggots, he said coldly, 607. Shiraiha nodded, and handed the stick knife at his waist to Broken B. After taking the stick sword, Swifeng handed it over to a stealthy and maneuverable Shinigami. Then, he walked forward alone, with a cold face, and walked northwest. The maggot's nest, the prisoners are all those who have been judged as potential dangerous elements by the Jingling Court. Among them, only white hits and shunpo can be used. Every 2 days, a body is transported out of it. Captain Shiraiha, you have to be careful. Broken B said slowly. Shiraiha smiled, not caring at all. Captain Broken B, do you know? When I was doing soul burial practice in this world last time, I met a person you've been looking for, Shihaorin Yoryuki. Shiraiha smiled lightly. Shiraiha is well aware that Sapphire has a special affection for Yoryuki. What did you say? Did you meet Yoryuki-sama? Broken B stopped and stared at Shiraiha, trying to judge whether it was true or not. That's right, it seems that Captain Sapphire cares about Ms. Yoryuki. Shiraiha smiled. Since you know the whereabouts of Shihaorin Yoryuki, why don't you report it to Seireitei? After Broken B regained his composure, he continued to walk forward and asked. Why? Because I don't want to, is that reason enough? After thinking for a moment, Shiraiha smiled and said. Then why are you telling me this, said Broken B. Because I can see that Captain Sapphire cares about Ms. Yoryuki. 55 Shiraiha said. Humph. Broken B snorted coldly, but did not refute, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. While talking, the two came to an iron gate with 2 Shinigami guards. On the iron gate, densely packed Kido incantations are arranged. Open it, said Broken B. Boom. A Shinigami guard next to the iron gate opened the iron gate and signaled that they could go in. Captain Shiraiha, go in by yourself. This is where you will stay for the next few days. I will come again after the investigation is clear. After hearing about Yoryuki's news from Shiraiha, Shivuchi's tone was not as indifferent as before. Shiraiha nodded and walked through the iron gate. Shiraiha perceives with observation Haki, inside the iron gate. It is a curved underground step, and at the end of the step is a door. After Shiraiha knew the gate, it was the location of the maggot's nest. I don't know if the progress of the template reaches 95%, will there be any changes? Shiraiha murmured as she walked down the steps. Now Shiraiha's template progress has reached 90%. If you complete the check-in quest for the lair of maggots, template progress can reach 95%. After a while, Shiraiha thought as he walked to the gate at the end of the passage. Shiraiha pushed open the door directly and walked in. Successfully sign in and get the task reward. The progress of Fujitora Smile template is increased by 5%. Fujitora 1 Smile template, 95%. Abilities, observation haki perfect level, armament haki perfect level, swordsman level sword skill perfect level. Exclusive ability, gravity fruit control degree perfect level, can control 60 times the gravity within 200,000 meters, can add gravity to weapons, can control gravity and cooperate with observation haki to pull down meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground. At present, it can control meteorites with a diameter of up to 200 meters, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression. Light of gravity, hell brigade, fire ritual, floating on the gravel under your feet, and then summoning a large number of meteorites, turning the battlefield into a sea of flames. In an instant, Seireitai only felt that the various abilities on his body had been strengthened a lot. Especially the ability to manipulate gravity has been enhanced a lot. The range of manipulating gravity has been improved qualitatively. Reached twice as much as before, an astonishing 200,000 meters. 200,000 meters is already equivalent to 200 kilometers. However, observation haki has not changed. It is still only able to perceive a radius of 100,000 meters. After the template progress reaches 95%, the gravity control has actually reached the perfect level? Seireitai said a little excitedly. Seireitai finally got the ability she wanted the most. Now Seireitai has been able to manipulate gravity and cooperate with observation haki to pull down meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers above and smash them to the ground. It's just that because the progress of the template is still at 95%, the largest meteorite that can be manipulated can only be manipulated with a diameter of 200 meters. However, this is already very scary. Also, Seireitai didn't use the power to summon meteorites though. However, he knew very well that if he summoned a meteorite, he would not need to use gravity to carry out fine control, and it would just fall from a height of tens of thousands of kilometers. The power will be very huge. In the original book, when Fujitora smiled and summoned the meteorite, it only took a few seconds for the meteorite to fall from space to the ground. That is to say, the falling speed of the meteorite is at least several hundred kilometers per second. Even if it's just a meteorite of a few hundred meters, falling down at a falling speed of several hundred kilometers per second. How powerful is it? At least it can destroy everything within tens of kilometers of 5.1. If it weren't for the fact that in the world of One Piece, Fujitora smiled and used gravity to exert fine control over those meteorites. It is absolutely impossible for the power to be as small as in the original work. However, this kind of trick can't be used casually, it can only be used as a trump card. Seireitai said a little depressed. If you don't use gravity to fine-tune the meteorite, the power is great. However, the falling speed of the meteorite is too fast, the falling speed of a second is hundreds of kilometers, and it can fall to the ground in just a few seconds. Moreover, there is no distinction between enemy and friend. Seireitai's current shunpo can only run thousands of meters per second at most. It is impossible to run away at all, the scope of the meteorite falling. Unless Seireitai immediately uses the portal to leave when he summons the meteorite. Otherwise, the only thing left is to die with the enemy. Chapter 57. Hey, rookie, which team are you from? What did you do to get in? Just as Seireitai was thinking about the newly acquired ability, a rough voice sounded. A man in white clothes with an ugly face looked Seireitai up and down with a very dangerous gaze. Others in the maggot's nest also set their sights on Seireitai after discovering that a newcomer had arrived. Those who were imprisoned in the nest of maggots were deprived of freedom because of being imprisoned. The mental state is more or less different from ordinary people. Shout! It turns out that he is blind. I thought he was some kind of great person. 5. Just such a blind man, I can kill 10 with one hand. I thought the person who came would be a nobleman. One after another unruly voices sounded around. Hey, UBD! Don't ignore me. Answer my questions. After seeing that Seireitai didn't answer his words immediately, the ugly man was about to hit Seireitai with his right fist. You bothered me at 19, please be quiet, please. Seireitai looked up and spoke softly. Boom! Seireitai stretched out a finger and directly blocked the attack of the ugly man in front of him. Immediately, the fingers bent, covered armament haki, and flicked hard. The ugly man in front of him seemed to be hit by a moving train. He was bounced tens of meters away, and his body hit the wall heavily. The wall was torn apart, and a large piece of the ugly man's chest was sunken. The whole person fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, unconscious. Hey, as a newcomer, you should look like a newcomer. A tall man, nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, appeared in front of Seireitei, with a ferocious face, and yelled violently. I told you to be quiet, don't you understand? Seireitei said calmly. A burst of purple ryotsu erupted from Seireitei's body, and scattered throughout the maggot nest. The one who bears the brunt is the man who looks like a giant in front of him. Hey! Under the influence of Seireitei's ryotsu, this almost giant-looking man seemed to be choked by the throat. The body is like a cooked shrimp, bending over and falling to the ground. Streams of blood flowed from his nose, eyes, and ears to the ground. Crack! Under the influence of Seireitei's ryotsu, his body began to deform continuously, making the sound of bones breaking. In less than a second, the whole body was bloody, and all the bones in the whole body were broken. The whole person exhales a lot of air and inhales less, as if he is about to die in the next second. Boom! Everything in the entire maggot nest is influenced by Seireitei's ryotsu. It began to make an overwhelmed creaking sound, as if it was about to shatter in the next second. Others, after being enveloped by Seireitei's ryotsu, one by one, they fell to their knees on the ground. Just feel the ryotsu hanging over them, it's just too powerful. They only felt a suffocating feeling, which spread from their bodies to all parts of their bodies. The body is constantly being squeezed by this purple ryotsu, as if it will die in the next second. Seireitei walked over slowly, came to a stone chair, sat down, and took ryotsu back. This ryotsu strength. It's the captain level. How could such a person come to the nest of maggots? Shouldn't he go to the endless hell? What on earth is Jing Lingting thinking, to let such a person be locked up with us? After Seireitei took back ryotsu, everyone began to breathe in fresh air, looking at Seireitei with a hint of fear in their eyes. If Seireitei hadn't just taken ryotsu back just in time, everyone present must die here. And after everyone saw that the little giant who spoke rudely to Seireitei had become inhuman, it even shuddered in my heart. The psychology of fear spread throughout the entire nest of maggots. Would you please be quiet, everyone? Seireitei smiled. The others, hearing Seireitei's words, nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. After a long time, Captain Seireitei, the results of your investigation have come out, please come out of the nest of maggots, Captain Broken Bee is waiting for you outside. A man's voice sounded from something that looked like a radio in the nest of maggots. Huh? Is the investigation over so soon? Seireitei waved his hand, signaling to the prisoners beside him not to continue massaging him, stood up and walked out. Everyone quickly made way for Seireitei to pass. One of them also took the initiative to open the door in front of Seireitei and bent over. Congratulations, Captain Seireitei. All the prisoners also came behind Seireitei, bowed, and shouted with a hint of relief in their expressions. Seireitei, the big devil in their eyes, is finally leaving. Not to mention how happy they were. Seireitei smiled, I will come back to see you when I have time. Embarrassment suddenly appeared on the faces of all the prisoners, and they cursed themselves in their hearts for being too talkative. After Seireitei came out of the maggot's nest, he used observation haki, and saw the shattered bee and 2 stealthy Shinigami, waiting for him. Captain Seireitei, please follow me to the team building of the first team and meet with the general captain. The suspicion about you has been investigated clearly. Broken Bee said. 607 Here is your Zanpakuto, returned to you. While talking, Broken Bee handed the stick knife to Seireitei. Well, let's go. After Seireitei took the stick knife, she smiled lightly. After saying that, Seireitei left here with Sapphire and 2 stealthy Shinigami. Shortly after Seireitei et al. Left, a figure appeared, outside the nest of maggots. Who? A Shinigami guarding the nest of maggots. When he saw someone approaching in front of him, he looked alert and yelled. Blue, Captain Aizen, what are you doing here? After seeing the appearance of the person coming, one of the Shinigami said in surprise. The person who came to the maggot's nest was none other than the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sōsuke. Aizen showed a gentle smile, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, held the handle of the knife, the tip of the knife drooped down, and said softly, "Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu." The blade broke and turned into spirit particles. Boom! The two Shinigami guarding the nest of maggots opened the iron gate behind them. "Silver, go!" Aizen smiled. "Well, Captain Aizen, your Kyoka Suijutsu is really getting better and better." Ichimaru Jin, who was wearing a black cloak, appeared from behind. After glancing at the two Shinigami who had already been completed by Kyoka Suijutsu complete hypnosis, he was startled, the expression on his face remained unchanged, and he smiled. Chapter 58. This black cloak worn by Ichimaru Jin. It was imitated by Aizen based on the research results of Urahara Kisuke. It can completely hide the user's Ryutsu, so that other Shinigami cannot sense the user's whereabouts. Even if the user is standing right behind him, no Ryutsu can be detected. At the beginning, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tuan Kaname were wearing this black cloak. For Hirako Shinji etal, hollow experiment was performed. Even when attacking Shiba Ishine, the former captain of the 10th squad, Shiba Ishine, didn't notice it at all. From here, we can see the power of this black cloak. Aizen smiled. "Silver, remember, don't use Ryutsu." 35. "Well, I see, Captain Aizen," Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Ichimaru Jin, wearing a black cloak, walked straight into the iron gate where the maggot nest was held. Seireitei followed Sapphire on the way to the first team's team building. "Captain Seireitei, where in this world did you see Shihaoran Yoryuaki?" Broken Bee kept asking Seireitei about Yoryuaki's whereabouts. "Captain Broken Bee, it looks like you want to know Miss Yoryuaki's whereabouts." 9. Seireitei smiled lightly after seeing the excited look of Broken Bee. Broken Bee, the captain of the second team. After encountering something about Shihaoran Yoryuaki, the whole person directly changed from the original high cold posture. It became what it is now. "It's really weird. I just want to capture Shihaoran Yoryuaki, don't think too much about it," said Broken Bee. "Understood, I can only tell you that Ms. Yoryuaki is living a very good life in this world. I won't tell you the specific location." Seireitei smiled. "Forget it, I will be able to find her sooner or later." Broken Bee snorted coldly. "About Yoryuaki's whereabouts. After Yoryuaki left Soul Society with Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi more than 100 years ago, Broken Bee, the captain of the second squad, has already used various methods. Attempt to find Shihaoran Yoryuaki's whereabouts. Today's Broken Bee, only found Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuke, etc., should be in this world. However, this world is so big. In addition, Suifeng himself is the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander of Seeing Jun's army, so it is impossible to go to the present world at will. It is even more impossible to find Yoryuaki. Hey, Captain Seireitei, if you meet Shihaoran Yoryuaki next time, give her a word for me, and I will definitely catch her." Broken Bee said softly. Sapphire knew that he could not get Yoryuaki's location from Seireitei's mouth, so he didn't continue to ask, as long as he knew that Yoryuaki was still alive. "Okay, if I see Ms. Yoryuaki, I will definitely tell her." Seireitei smiled lightly. "Consider that I owe you a favor." Broken Bee turned her head away and said in a low voice. After Seireitei used observation haki to see Suifeng's arrogant look, she smiled, didn't speak anymore, and continued to walk towards the team building. When Seireitei and Broken Bee came to the gate of the first team's team building, a few people are gathering outside the team building. They are, respectively, Kojiro Sasuke and Komamura Seijin. After taking Seireitei to the front and back of the first team's team building, Sapphire nodded to Kojiro Sasuke, then turned and left. "Captain Seireitei, are you alright?" Komamura Seijin said in a deep voice. "It's fine." Seireitei shook her head. What can Seireitei do? This time Seireitei went to the maggot's nest. But it's a big profit. Not only Fujitora's template progress reached 95%. Moreover, the degree of gravity control has also reached the perfection level. There has been a qualitative change. Shiraiha estimated that with his current strength, if you fight against Komamura Seijin again, it is estimated that it will be easier to beat Komamura Seijin. Captain Shiraiha, please come in with me to meet the chief captain. 35. Kojiro Sasuke came over and said in a deep voice. Kojiro Sasuke took Shiraiha and Komamura Seijin into the team building. Through a passage, into a room. In the room at this time, there were two people sitting. They are Yamamoto Genryūsai and Kuraku Shunsui. Captain, the leader of the Beijing band. Shiraiha smiled and greeted the two of them. Ah, Shiraiha, you look pretty good. Kuraku Shunsui said with a smile after pressing the bamboo hat. The captain of the Broken Bee, said that the matter about me has been investigated, right? Shiraiha asked. Yamamoto Genryūsai nodded slightly towards Kuraku Shunsui. That's right, according to Seeing Jun's investigation of Yu Guanbansifang and the two members of the 7th Division, the attackers have not been found yet, but it is already certain that you, Shiraiha, did not do it. Kuraku Shunsui said with a smile. However, because Shiraiha, you destroyed the soul sleep and lock knot of Tongbansifang privately before going through a series of trials. Central 46 is going to imprison you until. Speaking of this, Kuraku Shunsui withdrew his smile and showed a serious face. After a pause, he continued, Mao Underground Prison, the 8th floor, infernal hell. The detention time is 1 day as a punishment. To be honest, Kuraku Shunsui when he got Central 46's punishment for Shiraiha from Yamamoto Genryūsai. I was also very puzzled. Yu Guanbansifang went out to drink privately during the patrol, and also took the initiative to attack Shiraiha. Although Shiraiha did not go through a team of trials, he destroyed the soul sleep and lock knot of the consistent Bansifang. However, it won't be imprisoned in infernal hell. Captain of the Beijing band, is this a mistake? After Komamura Seijin frowned, he asked in a deep voice. Infernal hell only those who committed the most heinous crimes of the Soul Society will be imprisoned in it. Shiraiha is wrong though. But the mistakes he made did not warrant being imprisoned in the infernal hell. Infernal hell? 1 day in prison? Shiraiha looked indifferent and murmured. Shiraiha also has a check-in task, which needs to be completed in infernal hell. The punishment of Central 46 seemed to be a reward for him. Are you doing it again? Aizen. Shiraiha thought to himself. Shiraiha, as the captain of the 7th Division, is also a member of the Kukaki family. Not to mention destroying the lock knot and soul sleep of Guanbansifang. Even if Guanbansifang is killed, it is impossible to be imprisoned in the infernal hell. The only person who can make Central 46 make this decision. The biggest possibility is that Aizen did it. However, Aizen does not have any influence on Shiraiha. Unless, Aizen also has some kind of backhand against Shiraiha. Captain Shiraiha, do you have any objections to this punishment? After Yamamoto Genryūsai raised his head, he glanced at Shiraiha and said in a deep voice. No. Shiraiha shook her head. Okay then, Sasuke, take Captain Shiraiha to the infernal hell. 99. The wooden stick in Yamamoto Genryūsai's hand hit the floor heavily, and said. Captain Shiraiha, please follow me. Kojiro Sasuke said. After saying that, Kojiro Sasuke walked out of the room. Shiraiha nodded and followed behind Kojiro Sasuke. Chapter 59. Shiraiha followed Kojiro Sasuke to the entrance of the underground prison located under the squadron building. Kojiro Sasuke stopped, turned around, looked at Shiraiha, and said in a deep voice, Captain Shiraiha, the underground prison has 8 floors from top to bottom, and each floor has its own special rules. The endless hell you went to is located in the lowest level of the underground prison, and it is also the most special place. Please remember, no matter what you see after entering, don't ask. Well, I understand. Shiraiha nodded. Kojiro Sasuke took out a black wooden plaque from his waist, with the word engraved on it. As soon as the black wooden sign was taken out, Kojiro Sōsuke input spiritual power. Embedded in the gate at the entrance to the underground prison. The door opened slowly, and a passage appeared. Subsequently, the black wooden plaque returned to the hands of Kojiro Sōsuke. Captain Seireitei, please follow me. Kojiro Sōsuke walked in. Seireitei followed closely behind. After the two left, the door was closed again. After Seireitei followed Kojiro Sōsuke inside. Begin to advance to the endless hell on the 8th floor. After walking for a long time, the two of them passed through the 1st to 7th floors of the prison, and came to the underground prison, the 8th floor, the gate of the endless hell. Seireitei uses observation haki to perceive the surrounding scene. I saw 613 in front of the gate of infernal hell on the 8th floor. There is a huge gate densely covered with Kido spells. As if to seal something. Captain Seireitei, I would like to advise you one last time. In the endless hell, there is still a person imprisoned. Although he cannot move, it is best not to talk to him. This person is an extremely dangerous person. 99. Kojiro Sōsuke did not immediately open the door in front of him, but warned Seireitei. Infernal hell, is there anyone else? Who is it? Seireitei asked, pretending not to know. Seireitei knows very well who is imprisoned in the endless hell. Since the construction of the infernal hell, only one person has been imprisoned. It is the former captain of the 11th Division of the Seireitei combat force more than 200 years ago, who defeated the former 7th generation Kenpeikai to become the 8th generation Kenpeikai. Mole City Shuang Yet. As for Aizen, that was later in the original book. After Aizen was defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo, he was imprisoned in the infernal hell. Hueco Mundo was also discovered when trying to transform the residents of Rukonga and become a weapon of war against Hueco Mundo. Then he surrendered to Central 46 and was imprisoned to the bottom of the underground prison, the infernal hell. It's just that Seireitei is very clear that according to his current status, there is no way to know that Mo Chengshuang is also imprisoned in the infernal hell. Therefore, Seireitei can only pretend not to know. Anyway, Captain Seireitei, please remember what I said, I will open the gate in a day and come to pick you up. Kojiro Sōsuke did not answer Seireitei's words directly, but took out the black wooden plaque on his waist again. Holding the right hand of the wooden sign, he raised it high and began to chant the Kido mantra, the wheel of steel, the movement is the wind, the iron is shining, and it is silent until the end. Kun prominent. Coiled. Blocked. Penetrated. Bones of beasts scattered all over the sky, sky shooters that can't be reflected, the road of brilliance, fanning the wind of fire, gathering and gathering, don't be confused, just follow my instructions, light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 articles, heavenly scriptures, disease treasures big wheel. The hell named Avasai, the realm of immeasurable karma, the endless hell. Open. Accompanied by a shout from Kojiro Sōsuke. On the black wooden sign he held in his hand began to burst out, a dazzling white light. Covering the door in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the door slowly opened from the middle, and a passage appeared. Seireitei walked in directly, Kojiro Sōsuke also took back the black wooden sign upon seeing this, and left here. The gates of infernal hell also began to slowly close. There is no more sound around. Become as silent as death. Successful sign in, get the task reward, Fujitora Smile Template progress increased by 3%. Fujitora 1 Smile Template, 98%. Abilities, Observation Haki Perfection Level, BJFB, Armament Haki Perfection Level, Swordsmanship Perfection Level 39. Exclusive Ability, Gravity Fruit Control Degree Perfect Level, can control 65 times the gravity within 200,000 meters, can add gravity to weapons, can control gravity and cooperate with observation haki to pull down meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers to the ground, can currently control a meteorite with a diameter of up to 300 meters, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression, gravity light, hell brigade, fire sacrifice, floating on the gravel under your feet, and then summoning a large number of meteorites to turn the battlefield into a sea of fire. Just after Seireitei walked into this passage and entered the endless hell, the system prompt sounded in his mind. In an instant, Seireitei felt her own abilities and strengthened a lot. And to Seireitei's surprise, it only increased the template progress by 3%. It will allow him to control gravity on the basis of 60 times the original. Another 5-fold increase. The diameter of the meteorite that can be manipulated has also increased by 100 meters. Reached an astonishing 300 meters. However, the range of manipulating gravity is still 200,000 meters, and has not changed. Complete another check-in task, the progress of the template can reach 100%, and the next template will be opened. Seireitei muttered to himself. Now Seireitei's template progress has reached 98%. Seireitei estimates that as long as one more sign-in task is completed, it should be able to meet the requirements of opening the second template. Just now Seireitei was still immersed in the joy of signing in successfully. I didn't notice any difference in this endless hell. Until now, Seireitei senses everything around her with observation haki. In this endless hell, there is darkness everywhere, without the slightest light. There was no sound around. Moreover, the place is not very big, only the size of thousands of meters. Not far from Seireitei, there is a person, holding a lantern, walking slowly towards Seireitei. This person is none other than the 8th generation Kenpeki, Mole City Shuanja. He is also the only person imprisoned in the infernal hell. Seireitei used observation haki to perceive the appearance of Kenpeki, the Mole City, which is very elegant, but the clothes on his body are tattered. I'm Machen Shuanjai, tell me about the outside world. Moljo Soya came to Seireitei with a lantern in his hand. Hello, Captain Mole City, my name is Kukaki Shya, and I am currently the captain of the 7th Division. Seireitei smiled. Although Seireitei didn't feel much ryotsu from Mojo Shuang. However, Seireitei is very clear about the strength of Soya Moljo. That's all for Yamamoto Genryūsai. Oh? You seem to have heard my name before. Mo Chengshuang was also a little puzzled. Chapter 60. Captain Mole City, I heard your name mentioned by Grandpa. Seireitei smiled. These words are of course false. It's just to fool Machen Shuanjai. Although Mo Chengshuang was imprisoned in infernal hell. However, Zanpakuto of Shuanja, the Mole City, maintains the state of Bankai all the time. Even in the endless hell. You can also know what happened in Seireitei. However, Mo Chengshuang couldn't know anything outside of Jingling Court. Huh? Will Captain Silver Ridge tell you about me too? A smile appeared on the corners of Machen Shuanjai's mouth. I don't know the captain of Mole City, what do you want to ask? 35 Seireitei asked. Since Mo Chengshuang can also know what happened in Seiling Court. So, what else do you need to ask him? Kukaki Shya, what do you think of the current 11th team captain, Zaraki Kenpeki, asked Moljo Soya. Captain Zaraki is a powerful man with a passion for fighting. After pondering for a moment, Seireitei gave her own answer. Call. Powerful. Mo Chengshuang also showed disdain. However, you don't seem to be curious about me being able to know outside information. Mole Chengshuang also showed doubts. In the eyes of others, Machen Shuanja has been imprisoned in the infernal hell for more than 200 years. It should be impossible to obtain information from the outside world. However, Mo Chengshuang can also see that Seireitei is not surprised at all that he can know the outside information. Seireitei smiled, but didn't reply. Forget it, for the sake of your politeness, I remind you that you will be in big trouble after you go out. Seeing that Seireitei didn't want to answer, Mo Chengshuang also didn't continue to ask. After dropping a sentence, he held the lantern and walked forward. Trouble? Aizen. Seireitei murmured until Machen Shuang was shrouded in countless darkness. Seireitei was still puzzled at first. Aizen should be very clear, even if Seireitei is imprisoned in the endless hell. At most, it can only hold Seireitei for one day. And Machen Shuanjai, since he can feel all the information in Jingling Ting. Then, it is very likely that Aizen is still preparing for it. Then let me see how you plan to deal with me, Aizen. Seireitei muttered to herself. Early the next morning. First team house. 4 people are standing. They are Yamamoto Genryūsai, Kuraku Shunsui, Byakuya Kuchiki, and Kojiro Sōsuke standing behind Yamamoto Genryūsai. Ah, Captain Kukaki, why are you free to come and guide Seireitei? After Kuraku Shunsui came to Byakuya Kuchiki, he said with a smile. Captain of the Beijing band, is it strange that I am here? But you, have you settled the affairs of the 8th division? Byakuya Kuchiki said calmly with a calm expression. Ah, Captain Kukaki, you have misunderstood me. Xiaonaneo is already helping me with the affairs of the team. I am going to lead Seireitei back and have a drink together. Do you want to come together later? Kuraku Shunsui responded with a smile. Well, old man Chan, the time is up, can you let Seireitei out? Kuraku Shunsui pressed the bamboo hat and said with a smile. Sōsuke, you go. Yamamoto Genryūsai said in a deep voice. Kojiro Sōsuke nodded to Yamamoto Genryūsai and walked out. Byakuya Kuchiki and Kuraku Shunsui followed one after the other. In the endless hell. Time is up. With a heartbeat, Seireitei stood up from the ground. Seireitei is in this endless hell. It's been a day. Now is the time to leave. Captain Mole City, I'm leaving. Regardless of whether Mo Chengshuang heard it or not, Seireitei walked towards the gate of infernal hell after shouting this sentence. Call. In the dark space, Machen Xuanzai's voice sounded. Seireitei came to the gate of infernal hell and waited for a while. The door made a loud noise, began to shrink toward the sides, and then was opened. After Seireitei walked out of the gate, he used observation haki and saw the 3 people in front of him. Kojiro Sōsuke and Kuraku Shunsui, and Byakuya Kuchiki. With the closing of the gate of infernal hell, the black wooden sign engraved with the word returned to the hands of Kojiro Sōsuke. King Band Leader, Big Brother, Sōsuke Vice Captain. 99. After Seireitei walked in front of the 3 of them, she smiled and said. Yo, Seireitei, how does it feel to be in hell? Kuraku Shunsui waved his hand and asked with a smile. Seeking flowers. It didn't feel like much, Seireitei said. Maybe for others. In the endless hell, there is only darkness and no light at all. But, for Seireitei with observation haki, there is not much difference between infernal hell and the outside world. Seireitei, in order to celebrate your release from hell, come to our 8th team for a drink today. Jushiro has already joined the 8th team, and now you are the only one left. Kuraku Shunsui smiled. Captain Jing, it's not because you want to drink, you drag me and Captain Jushiro together? Seireitei said helplessly. Nonsense, I'm obviously just here to celebrate you. Kuraku Shunsui's confidence was a bit insignificant. Okay, Jing Band Leader, Seireitei Captain, get out of here with me first. 0. Kojiro Sōsuke saw that the 2 were chatting so passionately, so he couldn't help but speak. Kojiro Sōsuke led the way. Seireitei and others followed behind him. Brother, why are you here? On the way out of the underground prison, Seireitei asked. Logically speaking, this little thing. Byakuya Kuchiki shouldn't be here. It's not that Rukia and Grandpa specially asked me to come and pick you up. When talking about Rukia, Byakuya Kuchiki seemed to think of something, a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and said helplessly. After Kukaki Yinling knew that Seireitei was imprisoned in the endless hell, he didn't show any anger. Obviously, Yamamoto Genryūsai had already discussed this with him. It was just that Byakuya Kuchiki was specially asked to pick Seireitei back on the day Seireitei was released. So that's how it is. Seireitei nodded. After a while, the 4 of them walked out of the underground prison. Captain Seireitei, since you've come out, I'll report to the captain first. Kojiro Sōsuke said in a deep voice. Seireitei nodded slightly. Just when Kojiro Sōsuke was about to use Shunpo to leave here, Suifeng, the captain of the 2nd division, appeared in front of several people with a group of seeing troops. Blocked in front of Seireitei and others. Ah, Captain Broken Bee, what are you doing? Kuraku Shunsui wondered after seeing Suifeng appearing here with such a seeing army. The leader of the Beijing band, the prisoners in the maggot nest, all died. Broken Bee opened his mouth and said. Chapter 61. As soon as the words came out, everyone present was shocked. All the prisoners held in the nest of maggots died. It is no small matter. Although the prisoners held in it are all Shinigami who have retired from Jinglingting. However, there are more than 100 prisoners in the entire nest of maggots. Just died straight away. Moreover, look at the appearance of Broken Bee. The destruction of the maggot nest seems to be related to Seireitei. Aizen, is this your plan? Seireitei thought to himself. At this point, Seireitei has figured it out. What happened to the Big Trouble Mole City? Xuanja said. The death of all the prisoners held in the nest of maggots. Seireitei can be sure that Aizen probably did it. According to the identity of the captain of the Seireitei 7th Division and the identity of the Kukaki family. Common sin. Simply 637 can't do anything to Seireitei. However, if it is confirmed that Seireitei is the fact that killed the prisoners of the maggot nest, it is estimated that they will be severely punished. The first is to take advantage of the death of Yu Guanban Sifang and 2 team members. Temporarily imprison Seireitei in the lair of maggots. He was imprisoned in the infernal hell again. During this period, only Seireitei entered the nest of maggots. One ring after another, interlocking. Captain Broken Bee, what's going on? 99. Kiraku Shunsui also put away his smile and asked. Captain Broken Bee, have you found out who did it? Kojiro Sasuke said in a low voice. According to our investigation, in addition to the Ryotsu who held the prisoners in the maggot nest, there is only Captain Seireitei's Ryotsu. After Captain Seireitei left, no one has been near the nest of maggots. The biggest suspect right now is Captain Seireitei. After taking a look at Seireitei, Broken Bee said with a strange expression. 1, 2, 3 things. Both are related to Seireitei. It's hard not to wonder if Seireitei did it. Also, the smashing bee is told by the 2 Shinigami who guard the maggot's nest. After Seireitei left, nothing came near the maggot's nest. Until when the 3rd unit of the 2nd team, the captain of the supervisory team, entered the nest of maggots. Only then did I discover that all the prisoners in the maggot nest died. Captain Broken Bee, can you be responsible for what you said? Byakuya Kuchiki frowned, said. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't think that Seireitei would kill all the prisoners in the maggot nest. Seireitei has no reason to do this at all. Captain Kukaki, these things are all facts. If you don't believe me, you can go to the nest of maggots yourself. Broken Bee replied. Captain Seireitei, do you have anything to explain? Broken Bee looked at Seireitei and asked. Now almost, all the leads. All point to Seireitei who killed all the prisoners in the maggot nest. All I can say is that I didn't do it. 35 Seireitei shook her head. Now that the nest of maggots has been destroyed, Seireitei believes Aizen should be fully prepared to do this. Then, please Captain Seireitei, please come with me, the captain wants to see you in person. Broken Bee said. Well, let's go. Seireitei nodded slightly. Brother, don't worry, I believe Captain Broken Bee and Chief Captain will investigate clearly. Byakuya Kuchiki wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Seireitei. After saying that, Seireitei left with Broken Bee and a group of Seeing Jun. Byakuya Kuchiki swallowed what he wanted to say. Let's go, Captain Kukaki, let's meet Old Man Miyama. Kiraku Shunsui said. After saying that, Kiraku Shunsui, a Shunpo, disappeared in place. Byakuya Kuchiki and Kojiro Sasuke, after looking at each other, also used Shunpo and followed. Seireitei is led by Broken Bee and a group of Seeing Jun. Returned to the team dormitory. Before entering the team building, the Seeing Army did not follow Seireitei and Broken Bee. Broken Bee led Seireitei through passages, and finally stopped outside a room with a blue curtain. Captain Seireitei, I am the 3rd seat of the 1st team, Gen's Hero Chong Yat, the captain has gone to Central 46, I need you to wait here for a while. An old man wearing a deadly costume, with a beard and full hair, except that the right part of the hair is still black, walked over and said in a full-fledged manner. Central 46 found out so soon. Broken Bee frowned. Logically speaking, the nest of maggots had just been wiped out not long ago. Central 46 shouldn't know the news so soon. You know, even as the commander of the Seeing Army, Sui Feng himself. It wasn't long before I heard the news. That's right, Central 46 has just held an emergency ruling. Genshiro Konga glanced at the calm Seireitei, and said in a deep voice. Emergency ruling? Isn't this called when there is a first-level war in Jingling Court? Broken Bee was a little surprised. Emergency ruling by Central 46. In general, more than 10 sages are required to co-sign. Only then can it be held. Broken Bee felt the whole thing. It's all weird. As if behind the destruction of the nest of maggots, there is still something hidden. Emergency ruling. Seireitei muttered. Now Seireitei can be identified. Among the 40 sages and 6 inquisitors of Central 46, there are at least 10 people already used by Aizen for Kyoka Suijutsu, complete hypnosis. Otherwise, the news of the destruction of the nest of maggots. How long was it discovered? Just call an emergency ruling? I don't know, the specific situation, we need to wait for the captain to come back before we can know. 35. Minamoto Shiro shook his head. In that case, I will leave first. After Broken Bee regained his composure, he said. After saying that, Broken Bee turned his head, glanced at Seireitei, and a shunpo disappeared in place. Captain Seireitei, I heard the General 5.1 captain talk about you, and he thinks highly of you. There was a look of approval in Okuba Genshiro's eyes. While talking, Genshiro Okuga took out 2 blue futons from the side, sat on them, and said to Seireitei, please sit down, Captain Seireitei. Thank you very much for the captain's evaluation of me. Seireitei was also polite, and after thanking her, she sat directly on the futon. And at this moment, Kurako Shunsui and Byakuya Kuchiki, as well as Kojiro Sōsuke, also appeared in front of Seireitei. Ah, Seireitei, why are you alone with Kongaya, old man Shan? After Kurako Shunsui came to Seireitei's side, he sat directly on the floor, looked around, and found no shadow of Yamamoto Genryūsai, and said with some doubts. The leader of the Beijing band, the general leader has gone to Central 46. Central 46 just held an emergency ruling. Seireitei smiled lightly. Chapter 62. An emergency ruling was called? Kurako Shunsui and Byakuya Kuchiki looked at each other, and both could see the confusion in their eyes. Central 46. Once the emergency ruling is turned on. Well, that means Seireitei's guilt. Basically it has been judged. In this way, things are really troublesome. Just when the two were confused, Yamamoto Genryūsai and Anohanaretsu appeared in front of everyone. Captain. Seeing Yamamoto Genryūsai appear, Kojiro Sōsuke and Genshiro Konga bowed their heads and shouted. Old man Shan, what's going on? Why did Central 46 call an emergency ruling? Isn't the matter still under investigation? Kurako Shunsui asked with a puzzled look on his face. Captain Seireitei, Harusui, come in with me, Captain Kukaki, you are waiting outside. Yamamoto Genryūsai looked up at the crowd and said slowly. Yamamoto Motoyanagi lifted the curtain, and Anohanaretsu entered the room. Seireitei and Kurako Shunsui also walked in. Outside the room, only Byakuya Kuchiki and Kojiro Sōsuke and Genshiro Okuga were left. After entering the room, Seireitei used observation haki to perceive the layout of the room. Very weird. There are 4 blue futons in the whole room. On the surrounding walls, and where the gate is located, barriers have been arranged. The function of these barriers is to isolate all prying eyes. After sitting on the futon with Yamamoto Motoyanagi and Anohanaretsu, Anohanaretsu showed a gentle smile and said, well, Kyo band leader, Seireitei, don't be restrained, please sit down. 35. Kurako Shunsui sat down on a futon next to Yamamoto Genryūsai, and shouted at Seireitei, Seireitei, what are you still doing? Come here. Thank you, Captain. After thanking Seireitei, she sat on the futon. Old man Shan, can we talk now? What's going on? Why do you want to come to this kind of place? Kiraku Shunsui asked with a smile. Captain Seireitei, the prisoners of the maggot nest were all killed shortly after you left, do you have anything to explain? Yamamoto Genryūsai ignored Kiraku Shunsui, but looked at Seireitei and said with sharp eyes. Captain, I don't know about this matter, and there is nothing to explain. Seireitei said calmly. Seireitei knew that Yamamoto Genryūsai had brought him, along with Kiraku Shunsui, to this place. Most likely to tell him something. If Central 46 has indeed sentenced Seireitei, well, it's not Yamamoto Genryūsai and Anohanaretsu coming over. It's someone else. It is even more impossible to bring Seireitei to such a room full of enchantments. Captain Seireitei, Central 46, in the emergency judgment just called, decided to banish you to a Hueco Mundo, and you will be able to return to the Soul Society after 100 years. Yamamoto Genryūsai said the answer. Exile Hueco Mundo for 100 years. Basically, it is no different from exile. In Hueco Mundo, ghosts are everywhere. It wasn't just Jillian and Ajichas. Even Vastolord is not without it. Vastolord's strength has surpassed that of ordinary captains. Shinigami once entered into Hueco Mundo. Even if it is dead or missing. Jinglingting could not get a correct judgment either. Seireitei felt a chill in her heart. It seems that exiling him to a Hueco Mundo is the purpose of Aizen and others. Others don't know what Hueco Mundo is. Seireitei is very clear. Today's Hueco Mundo is estimated to have already become the base camp of Aizen. If Seireitei goes to a Hueco Mundo, with his current strength, there is no difference between courting death. Old man Shan, don't you think this is a bit too coincidental? First, some team members were killed inside the Jingling Court, and the maggot nest was wiped out after Seireitei left. Now even Room 46 has not been investigated clearly. Before, the ruling was made. Kiraku Shunsui expressed the doubts in his heart one by one, looked at Yamamoto Genryūsai, and waited for his answer. Yes, this is indeed too much of a coincidence. During the emergency ruling just held in the 46th room, the old man, Captain Anoka and Captain Yinling forced the 46th room to revise the ruling. Tomorrow morning, Central 46 will issue a new ruling. Go to the present world and stay there for 10 years. Yamamoto Genryūsai said slowly. Thanks to the captain and Captain Anohana for their help. 35. Seireitei thanked both of them. Go to this world. Much better than being exiled to a Hueco Mundo. Captain Seireitei, what I want to say next concerns the safety of everyone in Jinglingting. Yamamoto Genryūsai said in a deep voice. Old man Shan, are you talking about that? Kiraku Shunsui was a little surprised at what Yamamoto Genryūsai thought. Captain Seireitei, you should know that more than 90 years ago, the disappearance of the soul and the incident of the Captain Hollow happened in Rukanga, right? Yamamoto Motoyanagi said in a deep voice. Well, I know these two things, it is said that they caused quite a stir more than 90 years ago. Seireitei nodded. The event's spirits disappeared and Captain Hollow. Seireitei is well aware that this is exactly what Aizen created using Hogyaku. After that, Urahara Kisuke, the former captain of the 12th Division, and Ryutsu of Tessai Tsukabishi, the chief Kido, appeared at the scene of the Captain Hollow incident. They were rescued by the former captain of the 2nd Division, Shihaura Noriyuki, at 6:37 the night before being judged by the 46th room. I'm gone, and there's no more news from now on, Yamamoto Genryūsai said in a deep voice. We all agree that there is still a certain person, or a certain force hidden in Jinglingting. After a pause for a moment, Yamamoto Genryūsai continued, Captain Seireitei, your talent is too amazing. Not only the old man noticed it, but also this hidden person or force noticed it, so you will be specially noticed after you become the captain, creating so many coincidences to try to destroy you. 995. Therefore, after discussing with Captain Yinling and Captain Anokana, I decided to send you to the present world. On the one hand, it's to deal with the guys from room 46. On the other hand, I want to see if the person behind the scenes will personally attack you. 35. If someone really attacks you, with your strength, it should be enough to protect yourself in a short period of time, and investigate the ryotsu and real identity of the attacker. So, are you willing to accept this task? After Yamamoto Motoyanagi roughly explained the whole story, he looked at Seireitei, waiting for his answer. I accept this task. Seireitei agreed directly. Seireitei knew very well that Yamamoto Genryūsai was using him as bait. However, Seireitei also understood. There is no point in continuing to stay in Jingling Court now. Chapter 63. Even if Seireitei resolved the crisis this time. So, what about next time? Now he is really a person above the vice-captain of Jingling Ting. Basically all hit Kyoka Suijutsu of Aizen. If Aizen really wants to deal with Seireitei again. With Seireitei's current strength, it is impossible to resist. Now the progress of Seireitei's Fujitora smile template has reached 98%. But, I want to fight against the big boss Aizen. It's still a billion points away. Very well, I tell you these secrets, I hope you can always be vigilant. 39. Yamamoto Genryūsai nodded. Yamamoto Genryūsai is worried about Seireitei, a genius who is once in 1,000 years. Will be murdered. Only then will these secrets be told to Seireitei. In the entire Jingling Court, there are very few people who know about this matter. Only Kukaki Yinling and him, Kiraku Shunsui, and Anohanaretsu know about it. I understand, Captain. Seireitei smiled. Seireitei understood that Yamamoto Genryūsai told him all this. Not just for wanting him to be bait. Likewise, to protect Seireitei. Although Yamamoto Genryūsai and others have realized that there is something hidden in Jingling Ting. However, Seireitei does not intend to speak out about Aizen. Now the entire Shinigami at the vice-captain level and above, including Yamamoto Genryūsai himself, has already won Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu. Even if Seireitei really revealed that Aizen is the one hiding in Jingling Ting, also has no effect. Moreover, Seireitei has no evidence to prove that what he said is true. The most important reason is to improve one's own strength first and complete more check-in tasks. Later, Captain Anohana will convey the verdict about you to everyone in Jingling Ting on behalf of Central 46. And during the 10 years you have been stationed in the present world, you must not return to the Soul Society without permission. Kiffin, the position of the captain of the team is temporarily acted by Komamura Seijin. Yamamoto Genryūsai said in a deep voice. Captain Anohana, please excuse me. Yamamoto Motoyanagi nodded towards Anohanaretsu. Yes, Captain. Anohanaretsu smiled. After saying that, Yamamoto Genryūsai and Anohanaretsu walked out of the room. When Kiraku Shunsui passed by Seireitei, he said with a smile, Seireitei, old man Shan values you very much. He even told you such a secret thing. It seems that after you learn Bankai in the future, you will become my immediate boss. 9. Kiraku Shunsui is awesome. Seireitei smiled lightly. This is not a compliment, but a fact. By the way, tomorrow you will be stationed in the present world for 10 years. Why don't you go back to the 8th squad for a drink with me? After leaving Soul Society, you won't be able to drink such good wine. Kiraku Shunsui closed his eyes, showed a gesture of enjoyment, and said with a smile. Leader of Beijing Band, let's forget it, I'm going to go back to my family first, to see Grandpa. Seireitei declined Kiraku Shunsui's invitation. Well, Seireitei, you are as boring as your big brother, so I'll go first. Kiraku Shunsui walked out while talking. King Band Leader, please go ahead. Seireitei smiled lightly. Sign-in task, go to the present world and defeat a member of the Masked Legion. Task reward, template progress increased by 2%. Just as Seireitei was about to leave, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. Go to the present world? Defeat a member of the Masked Legion? Seireitei beamed and murmured. Now Seireitei's template progress has reached 98%. Only 2% of the template progress can reach 100%. Just complete this sign-in task. Then, Seireitei will be able to get the Fujitora Smile template, 100% strength. At that time, Seireitei is not using summon meteor. Just relying on the ability to manipulate gravity, it should be not much different from a superior captain like Byakuya Kuchiki. And, after the template progress reaches 100%, the second template will also be opened. If a strong template can be extracted, Seireitei's strength will be greatly enhanced. As for completing the sign-in task, all that is needed is to defeat a member of the Masked Legion. No candidate was named. That is to say, Seireitei can even go to defeat the Maguruma Kensei, who is known as the unit of measurement. I don't know, my strength is equivalent to how many boxers? A smile formed at the corner of Seireitei's mouth. Seireitei walked out of the room, only to see Byakuya Kuchiki left outside the door. Brother, let's go back. After Seireitei came to Byakuya Kuchiki's side, said. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't speak, just nodded. Just now he has learned from Kuraku Shunsui that Central 46 has ruled against Seireitei. Just as the two of them walked out of the back of the team building, the voice of Anohanaretsu rang in the ears of everyone in Jinglingting. 77 days of Bakudo, the sky is so empty. The effect is to be able to open the Ryotsu to do a web search, and to convey information to everyone in Jinglingting. People other than the target can also feel Ryotsu's vibrations, but cannot eavesdrop. All noble members who heard the voice, the captain, the vice-captain, and the members of the 13th Division, I am the 4th Division Captain, Anohanaretsu, and I am here to convey Central 46's verdict on Captain Seireitei. After hearing Anohanaretsu's voice, everyone in Jinglingting put down their things and waited quietly for Anohanaretsu's voice. Today, all the prisoners in the nest of maggots died. As verified by Seeing Jun, the reason why the prisoners in the maggots' nest died was because the captain of the 7th Division, Kukaki Shya, used Ryotsu in the maggots' nest, which caused the prisoners in the maggots' nest to kill each other, thus lead to death. Obviously, this reason was just used by Yamamoto Genryūsai and others to prevaricate the nobles of Seireitei and the people from Central 46. Central 46's verdict is as follows: Wang Mo's, because Kukaki Shya, the captain of the 7th Division, broke out Ryotsu in the nest of maggots privately, resulting in the death of all prisoners. Kukaki Shya is now sentenced to stay in the world for 10 years. 359. Before the time is up, without the order of Central 46, you are not allowed to return to the position of captain of the 7th Division of Soul Society, and the deputy captain Komamura Seijin will temporarily act as the deputy captain. The execution date of the ruling, go to the present world immediately tomorrow morning. Anohanaretsu's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in Jinglingting. After all, the effect of Tianting Kong Luo disappeared. The 5th team shouted at Shelley. Captain Aizen, your plan seems to have failed. Ichimaru Jin, who was wearing a black cloak, appeared in front of Aizen and said with a smile. It's okay, Silver, Kukaki Shya has already left Jinglingting, it will not affect our plan. After nudging the glasses with his hand, Aizen smiled. Captain Aizen is the best. Ichimaru Jin gave a compliment. Chapter 64. Next morning. After Seireitei wakes up. Wear the feathers of the captain of the 7th Division, and wear the hair accessory star-leading pliers. Out of the yard. Just out of the yard. Seireitei uses observation haki. Meet the smashing bee and a swarm of stealthy and maneuvering Shinigami. Waiting outside. Also, among them are Rukia and Komamura Seijin, as well as Jushiro Yukitake. To Seireitei's surprise, Jushiro and Komamura Seijin also came. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to come and see him off. Master brother! After seeing Seireitei, Rukia cried out with a sad face. Rukia, what's so sad? I'm not coming back? I just went to stay in this world for 10 years. Seireitei came to Rukia's body, rubbed Rukia's hair vigorously with his hands, and said with a smile. Brother, I believe in you, you will definitely not kill those prisoners. Rukia said confidently. Captain Jushiro, Vice-Captain Komamura, why are you here? Seireitei was a little puzzled. Ahem, Seireitei, Vice-Captain Komamura and I know that you are leaving today, so we came here to see you off. That guy Chun Shui drank too much last night, and he probably hasn't sobered up yet. Let me tell you for him sorry. Jushiro paled, coughed a few times, and expressed apology. It's okay, I'm already very happy that you guys can come and see me off. Captain Jushiro, is your 640's body really alright? Shiraiha asked. Shiraiha knows very well why Jushiro Yukitake often takes sick leave. The lower nobles to which Jushiro belongs, the Jushiro family, have suffered from a disease since its establishment, and every generation of males. Jushiro first suffered from the disease at the age of 3, causing his hair to turn completely white. When Jushiro was dying, his parents sent him to the ancestral hall of the One-Eyed God who was incarnated by the left arm of Ling Wang. One-Eyed God gave Jushiro the power to become a substitute for the Soul King at the cost of taking away his lungs. It's okay, it's just an old problem. Jushiro shook his head. Vice Captain Komamura, after I leave, the 7th Division will be entrusted to you to manage. Shiraiha smiled and said to Komamura Seijin. Please rest assured, Captain Shiraiha. Komamura Seijin nodded emphatically. Captain Shiraiha, the time is almost up, let's go. Broken Bee, who was silent at the side, walked over calmly and said. Well, let's go. Shiraiha smiled lightly. Not long after walking out of the Kukaki family mansion, Zaraki Kenpeki came to Shiraiha. On the shoulders of Zaraki Kenpeki, there is also Kuzujishi Yachiru. Hey, Ku, BJFB, Shiraiha. You must live well in this world, don't die. Your life can only be taken away by me. When you come back, let's fight again. 39. Zaraki Kenpeki shouted. After several days of treatment, Zaraki Kenpeki's injuries are almost healed. If it weren't for Shiraiha, she would have left Soul Society. I am afraid that Zaraki Kenpeki has already found Shiraiha and fought with him. Hi, Xiao Yu, thank you for making Ajian so happy. Ajian hasn't met an opponent for a long time. Lying on Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder, Yachiru waved to Shiraiha, expressing his gratitude. Zaraki Kenpeki, you should go to the band leader Jing. The band leader Jing is much better than me, believe me, he will definitely be the opponent you are looking for. 5. A smile formed on the corner of Shiraiha's mouth as he thought of a good idea to ask Zaraki Kenpeki to entangle Kiraku Shunsui. Yakian Liu, let's go. Zaraki Kenpeki turned his head slightly, and said to Yachiru. After learning from Shiraiha that Kiraku Shunsui is very powerful. Zaraki Kenpeki, this guy who likes to fight. I don't want to stay for a moment. Go directly to the 8th team where Kiraku Shunsui is. Goodbye, Kohane. Yakian Liu waved his hand. Shiraiha, this is not good, is it? Jushiro also knows how difficult Zaraki Kenpeki is, said. Don't worry, Captain Jushiro, Captain Zaraki will not be the opponent of the leader of the Jing band. 35. Shiraiha smiled. Don't look at Kiraku Shunsui, who looks like a salted fish on weekdays. In fact, Kiraku Shunsui's strength is in the entire 13th squad. In addition to Aizen, it is second only to Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai and Anoha Naretsu. If Kiraku Shunsui sobers up and knows that Shiraiha has introduced him to Zaraki Kenpeki, such a good opponent, he will probably hate Shiraiha so much. As for Shiraiha's bad taste, Jushiro could only smile wryly. Soon, a group of people came to a crossing gate in the 2nd team's dormitory and stopped. Captain Shiraiha, this is the portal to the present world. Broken Bee pointed to the world transmitting gate in front of him, and said. Goodbye, everyone. Shiraiha turned around and smiled. After saying that, Shiraiha pulled out the stick knife at his waist, inserted it into the portal in front of him, and turned his right hand slightly. Afterwards, put the stick knife back into the sheath. The transmigration gate in front of him began to open slowly. A passage of light appeared. Shiraiha went straight in. Present Karakura town. In the sky above Karakura town, a world transmitting gate slowly appeared and began to open slowly. A figure walked out from the world transmitting gate. The world passing gate also disappeared without a trace. I remember, the people of Masked Legion seem to be in Karakura town, right? 55. Seireitei stood in the sky and muttered to himself. Seireitei clearly remembers, in the original book, Hirako Shinji et al. The location is in Karakura town. However, because of Hirako Shinji and others, I was worried about being discovered by others. Therefore, in the position where it is located, many barriers have been set up. Hid his whereabouts. Seireitei used observation haki, after some searching. Still no trace of Hirako Shinji et al. Forget it, let's go to Urahara Kisuk first. Seireitei shook her head. At the beginning, Hirako Shinji and others were saved by Urahara Kisuk. Therefore, Urahara Kisuk should also know their whereabouts. Moreover, after Seireitei came to the present world, there was no place to live. Urahara Kisuk's store just happened to be the right place. Seireitei uses Shunpo and rushes towards the Urahara store. Karakura town Urahara store. In the courtyard outside the Urahara store, Urahara Kisuk is sitting on a futon with a small white fan in his hand. Sitting across from him is Tessite Tsukabishi. There is a small table in front of you. There is a tea set. Yoryuki, who was still in the form of a black cat, was lying lazily on the floor. Wait, this Ryotsu, so familiar, 35. Just when Urahara Kisuk picked up a cup of tea and was about to drink it, they felt a strong and familiar Ryotsu, which was attacking quickly towards their position. Seireitei? 99. Brother Seireitei? Urahara Kisuk and Yoryuki, who was lying on the floor, looked at each other and called out their names at the same time. Chapter 65. The voice just fell. Seireitei's figure appeared in front of Urahara Kisuk and Yoryuki. Long time no see, Mr. Urahara, Ms. Yoryuki. 35. After Seireitei came to Urahara Kisuk, she smiled. You became the captain of the 7th division? Urahara Kisuk was a little surprised when he saw the word 7 on the back of Captain Hayori on Seireitei's body. Urahara Kisuk remembers it well. Seireitei over a month ago. Only then did the internship end. It's just such a short period of 1 to more than a month. Even if Seireitei applied for early graduation. But, is this too outrageous? Urahara Kisuk was able to know some Soul Society news. But, after all, there is no Soul Society in person. Only some outdated information can be obtained. It has only been a few days since Seireitei became the captain of the 7th division. It was designed by Aizen and expelled from Jinglingting. Brother Seireitei, have you really become the captain of the 7th division? Yoryuki, in the form of a black cat, licked his paw, and said in surprise. Just graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy. You can become the captain. Or, there is a captain vacancy in the 13th squad, and at the same time, I have learned Bankai. Or, Seireitei is the same as Zaraki Kenpeki. Under the witness of 200 active duty team members. Defeated the current captain. That's right, I beat Vice Captain Komamura and became the current captain. Seireitei smiled. There is nothing to hide. Even if Seireitei doesn't say it. After a while. With the intelligence of Urahara Kisuk. Can also know. So, Seireitei, do you have any mission in this world? I remember that the duty of the 7th division is to protect Jinglingting, right? The duty of the 13th division is the mission of this world, right? After putting away his smile, Urahara Kisuk asked doubtfully. Generally speaking. Unless there is an Ajichas level Minos Grande in this world. Only then will the captain level Shinigami be sent over. And Seireitei, the captain of the 7th division. Come here at this time. It's a bit intriguing. Mr. Urahara, I have been expelled from Jinglingting court because of being designed by others. I need to stay in this world for 10 years. Please take care of me in the future. Seireitei smiled lightly. Even if Seireitei doesn't say it. After Urahara Kisuk got the news from Soul Society. It can also be roughly guessed. By the way, Ms. Yoryuki, captain of the 2nd squad, Sapphire, let me tell you something, she said that she will definitely catch you. Seireitei was also polite, and sat directly on a futon opposite Urahara Kisuk, hugged Yoryuki, and patted her head. After being hugged by Seireitei, Yoryuki didn't resist. It seemed that she had forgotten the last time Seireitei flicked her head with her fingers. This kid, Broken Bee, is still the same. It's just that when Yoryuki heard Seireitei and mentioned the Broken Bee, a complex color flashed in Yoryuki's eyes. While at Soul Society, Yoryuki didn't regard Suifeng as his subordinate. Instead, treat her like her own sister. The relationship between the two is very complicated. Did Aizen do it? Urahara Kisuke shrank his pupils, lowered his head, and said in a low voice. After meeting Seireitei last time, Urahara Kisuke has been roughly determined. What Seireitei said is very likely to be the truth. At first, when Urahara Kisuke went to save Hirako Shinji and others, just faintly felt that something was wrong. And after knowing that Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is complete hypnosis, Urahara Kisuke is already certain. Being able to force Seireitei, the captain of the 7th Division and a member of the Kukaki family, to leave Soul Society. There is a high probability that it was designed by Aizen. Just like at the beginning, Aizen designed Urahara Kisuke to be banished to the present world by the Soul Society. Maybe. Seireitei smiled lightly. Seireitei didn't answer Urahara Kisuke's question directly. Seireitei believed it, even if he didn't say it. Urahara Kisuke himself was able to judge. Seireitei, please drink tea. Urahara Kisuke showed a smile, pointed to the tea set in front of him, and said. Seireitei picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and stroked Yoryuki's head with his hand. Yoryuki didn't resist, but closed his eyes lazily. If Urahara Kisuke dared to do this, it is estimated that Yoryuki will give Urahara Kisuke 2 paws if he goes up. Urahara Kisuke saw Seireitei touch the back of Yoryuki's head so easily. He also reached out tentatively. Want to touch Yoryuki's head? Result. Tragedy. Laugh. Yoryuki opened his eyes, unceremoniously, with 2 paws, scratched Urahara Kisuke's outstretched hand. There were 2 deep bloodstains on it. Yoryuki-chan, you are being treated differently. Why don't you scratch Seireitei when you touch you? If I want to touch your head, you just scratch me 5. Urahara Kisuke covered his scratched right hand and said with some grief and indignation. Ask for flowers. Urahara, as I said, don't touch me. Yoryuki said in a flat voice, and once again curled up in Seireitei's arms. Seireitei, why did you come to find me this time? Shouldn't you just tell me about it? Urahara Kisuke pressed the hat with his hand, fanned it with a small fan, and asked. Mr. Urahara, I would like you to arrange a residence for me and tell me the location of the Masked Legion. Seireitei said what she wanted directly. The location of the Masked Legion? Forget it, I won't ask any more questions. Urahara Kisuke was a little curious about why Seireitei knew that the Masked Legion and others were behind Karakura town. After thinking about it, I still didn't continue to ask. Just like Seireitei told him back then, Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is the same. Even so, Urahara Kisuke continued to question. Seireitei wouldn't answer him either. In exchange, in the future, when you are going to deal with that person, I can help you. Seireitei smiled lightly. Seireitei was forced to leave Jinglingting and stay in the present world. That's what Aizen did. Seireitei and Urahara Kisuke both share a common enemy. Okay, I'll let Yoryuki-chan take you to Hirako and the others later. Urahara Kisuke knew that the person Seireitei was talking about was Aizen, so he agreed directly. Seireitei has such great talent. Enroll in Spiritual Arts Academy and graduate early. And, also beheaded Ajichas. He is now the captain of the 7th Division. In the future, when dealing with Aizen, with Seireitei's strength, it may be able to achieve a considerable effect. As for the accommodation, how about it, I will ask Mr. Tessai to arrange an accommodation for you in the shop. 39. After a smile appeared on Urahara Kisuke's face, he said. Yoryuki-chan, Mr. Tessai, sorry for your trouble. Urahara Kisuke turned his head, facing Yoryuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi, said. No problem, store manager, I'm going to clean Mr. Seireitei's room now. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded, turned around, and walked into the shop. Little Seireitei, come with me. After Yoryuki broke free from Seireiha's arms, he used Shunpo and disappeared in place. Seireiha also used Shunpo to follow. Seireiha and Yoryuki appear outside an abandoned building in Karakura town. Brother Seireiha, this is where Hirako and the others usually stay. Yoryuki pointed at the abandoned building in front of him with his cat paw, and after licking the corner of his mouth, said she. Chapter 66. No wonder I couldn't find it just now. It turned out that an enchantment was set up. Seireiha muttered to himself. Seireiha uses observation haki. Perceive the abandoned building in front of you. Seireiha found the surroundings of the abandoned building. They were all set up with barriers. If not near here, there is simply no way to find out. Seireiha guessed that these barriers should be arranged by Aizen, the former Kido deputy leader of the Masked Legion. The purpose is to isolate Ryutsu and hide his whereabouts. Not be discovered by others. Brother Seireiha, what are you going to do when you come to find Hirako and the others? Yoryuki wondered after jumping on Seireiha's shoulder. According to Yoryuki's knowledge of Hirako Shinji about them, Seireiha should have no contact with the Masked Legion. It's worth Seireiha coming here specifically. Probably only Hollow. However, if Seireiha really wants Master Hollow 643, well, Urahara Kisuke should have been able to find out a long time ago. Miss Yoryuki, how should I say, I am also stationed in the present world. The captains of the former 13th Division are in my territory, so I have to go and see them in person. Seireiha smiled slightly. Naturally, Seireiha couldn't tell the truth to Yoryuki. After saying that, Seireiha walked in through a half-opened shutter door at the entrance of this abandoned building. Seireiha and Yoryuki just entered the abandoned building. The originally pitch-black building. The lights flickered. 8 figures walked out of the darkness slowly. Distributed in every corner. Surrounded, holding a Zanpakuto, looking at Seireiha warily. These 8 are all members of the Masked Legion. Hirako Shinji, Saragaki Hiri, Yadomaru Lisa, Aizen, Maguruma Kensei, Love Ikawa, Kuna Mashiro, Odori Bashirajuro. Yoryuki, what are you doing here with this Shinigami? Holding a Zanpakuto idly, Hirako Shinji leaped down from the top floor, came to Seireiha, and said. The other 7 people also jumped down and came around Seireiha. Kukaki Shya, captain of the 7th Division, has met you all. 35. Seireiha smiled slightly, not paying attention to Hirako Shinji and others' vigilance towards him, and began to briefly introduce his identity. The captain of the 7th Division is actually a member of the Kukaki family? Are you here to arrest us? Hirako Shinji twirled Zanpakuto in his hand and asked casually. As soon as the words came out, the other 7 members of the Masked Legion Zanpakuto were pulled out one after another. Captain Hirako misunderstood, we are not enemies, on the contrary, we have a common enemy, Aizen Sōsuke. Seireiha smiled slightly. Aizen, 35. After Hirako Shinji and others heard Seireiha's words, a trace of hatred flashed in their eyes. Although many years have passed. However, Hirako Shinji and others have never forgotten their hatred for Aizen. At the beginning, if Aizen hadn't conducted a hollow experiment on them, they will not be judged as false by Jingling Ting. In the end, if it weren't for Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi saving them, it is estimated that all of them will die in the hands of Aizen. Why should I trust you? Hirako Shinji asked after regaining his composure on his face. The others also looked at Seireiha, waiting for Seireiha's answer. If it weren't for Seireiha having Yoryuki by his side. The moment Seireiha came in just now, the 8 of them have already shot together and captured Seireiha. Miss Yoryuki, you should explain to them. Seireiha smiled lightly. That's why Urahara Kisuke asked Yoryuki to bring Seireiha himself. Just for Yoryuki, to explain the existence of Seireiha. Otherwise, if Seireiha is left alone to find Hirako Shinji at all, I'm afraid there will be a conflict as soon as the 2 sides meet. After a while, Yoryuki takes Seireiha's identity. And the cause and effect of why Seireiha came to this world. After explaining clearly to Hueco Shinji et al., Hueco Shinji and others also resheathed Zanpakuto, and put away their vigilance against Seireitei. With Yoriyuki, the man who saved them, vouching for Seireitei himself. Although they are still a little wary of Seireitei, they are not like just now. So, Seireitei-kun, what are you looking for us exiled into the world for? Hueco Shinji was a little puzzled. As the captain of Seireitei's 7th Division, they were all framed by Aizen and exiled to the present world. Hueco Shinji didn't think there was anything they could do to help Seireitei. Moreover, Hueco Shinji did not perceive any virtual existence from Seireitei. Obviously, Seireitei didn't come to them to learn Hollow. Captain Hueco. As soon as Seireitei opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Hueco Shinji reaching out his hand, and said with a lonely expression, Seireitei-kun, you don't need to call us captain, just call us by name. Hueco, I would like to meet you in person, and by the way, find out about your current strength, whether you have the strength to fight against Aizen. Seireitei lied. Seireitei is always impossible, and he asked to fight the Masked Legion when he came up. The reason can only be fabricated. I understand. After Hueco Shinji nodded, he turned his head and said, then, Kensai, it's up to you to fight Seireitei-kun, let Seireitei-kun know our strength. Meguruma Kensei, wearing a black tank top, pierced eyebrow and earrings, white hair, sideburns and back hair cut short, came out from the side. Kenichi is the former captain of the 9th Division, and he also became the master of Hollow, so he should be qualified to be your opponent, right? Seireitei-kun. Hueco Shinji said with a smile. Just now Yoriyuki has already talked to Hueco Shinji, and Seireitei has just become the captain of the 7th team not long ago. Therefore, he will choose Meguruma Kensei, as Seireitei's opponent. Please teach me a lot. Seireitei said with a strange expression on his face. Originally, Seireitei thought that Hueco Shinji would let former 7th team captain Love Ikawa play against him. Unexpectedly, Hueco Shinji would let Meguruma Kensei, the unit of measure, fight him. Well, I also want to know what the strength of Jinglingting's captain is now. Meguruma Kensei responded with a smile, not seeing the change in Seireitei's expression. You won't be disappointed. Seireitei smiled lightly. Hagen, open the double fault barrier. Hueco Shinji said. Okay. Aizen, a portly man in a light green suit with short pink hair emblazoned with black crossbones, agrees. Subsequently, Aizen clasped his hands together. 5.1. The outside of this abandoned building was surrounded by a layer of golden enchantment. Zanpakuto in Hueco Shinji's hand, after a knock on the floor. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. A layer of cement slabs on the ground began to rise slowly. An underground passage appeared. Seireitei-kun, come with me. After dropping these words, Hueco Shinji walked into the underground passage with Zanpakuto in his hand. Seireitei followed the others and walked in. After a while, Seireitei followed the members of the Masked Legion and walked out of the underground passage. Just use observation haki to perceive the surrounding scene. The surrounding area is very large. There are many tens of meters long stones clustered on the ground. Seireitei perceives the size of the space in front of him, at least several kilometers in size. Unbelievable, a tiny basement. How could it be that big? Chapter 67. Interesting, this should be written by Urahara Kisuke. Seireitei thought to himself. Except Urahara Kisuke. Seireitei doesn't think that the people of the Masked Legion have the technology and ability to transform such a large basement. Yoriyuki jumped off Seireitei's shoulders and landed on the ground, standing beside Hueco Shinji and others. Seireitei, a shunpo, came to a clearing. Meguruma Kensei also used shunpo, came across Seireitei, and drew Zanpakuto. Yoriyuki, how long do you think it will take Kensai to beat Seireitei-kun? Hueco Shinji said casually. Hueco Shinji just learned from Yoriyuki that Seireitei is a genius who broke the Spiritual Arts Academy, spiritual power test record. Moreover, I graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy in not only 1 month. Moreover, it was still on the day of joining Jinglingting. He defeated the current captain of the 7th Division and became the new captain of the 7th Division. However, Hirako Shinji does not think that Shiraiha will be Meguruma Kensei's opponent. Hirako, what you should consider is how long Kensei can last in Shiraiha's hands. Yoryuki said lazily. Yoryuki after Shiraiha's departure from the 19th world. Get a general idea of some of Shiraiha's Zanpakuto abilities. Yoryuki didn't think that Meguruma Kensei would be Shiraiha's opponent. It seems that Yoryuki thinks highly of Shiraiha-kun. Hirako Shinji touched the back of his head and said with a smile. Hey, bald man, is this guy really the current captain of the 7th Division? Why isn't the Ryutsu on him very strong? With blonde hair in 2 braids, wearing a red tracksuit, a pair of slippers, and carrying a Zanpakuto, the former 12th Squad vice-captain, Sarugaki Hiri, looked skeptical. Hiri could only feel some faint Ryutsu from Shiraiha. If you don't look carefully. Can't even feel it. Hiri, don't underestimate Shiraiha-kun. Since Shiraiha-kun can get such a high evaluation from Yoryuki, he must have some advantages. Let's see the battle between Shiraiha-kun and Kensei up. Hirako Shinji was used to Hiri addressing him, and said with a smile. After saying that, the others also cast their gazes on Shiraiha and Meguruma Kensei in the distance. Meguruma Kensei stared at Shiraiha, trying to find a flaw in him. Captain 6, let me see the strength of your masked army. Shiraiha smiled. The voice just fell. A powerful purple Ryutsu erupted from Shiraiha's body. Scattered around. The first to be affected was Meguruma Kensei, who was standing opposite Shiraiha. Meguruma Kensei also exploded his Ryutsu, trying to resist Shiraiha's Ryutsu. It's just, Meguruma Kensei who doesn't even have Shikai. There's no way Ryutsu could be Shiraiha's opponent. When 2 strands of Ryutsu collide. Boom! The hundreds of meters of stones nearby all collapsed. Torn apart. And Meguruma Kensei's Ryutsu, in Shiraiha's Ryutsu collision. Directly at a disadvantage. As if it will be defeated in the next second. At this point, Shiraiha's template progress has reached 98%. Ryutsu's strength is also much stronger than when he fought Komamura Seijin before. How is it possible? How could there be such a powerful Ryutsu? 99. Meguruma Kensei had a little sweat on his forehead and flowed to the ground, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Originally, Meguruma Kensei also felt that Hirako Shinji let him, the former captain of the 9th Division, deal with Shiraiha, who just became the captain. Should be a very easy thing. Didn't expect Shiraiha to just burst into Ryutsu. It has such a powerful power. And Hirako Shinji and others who were watching the battle in the distance also showed a hint of surprise in their eyes after feeling the strength of Shiraiha's Ryutsu. No wonder Yoryuki you think so highly of Shiraiha-kun, said Hirako Shinji. I didn't expect Shiraiha's Ryutsu to be so powerful. Yoryuki was also a little surprised. Hey, bald man, Kensei may be in danger now. Hiri said with a serious expression on the 35th. Kukaki Shiraiha, you go first. Meguruma Kensei shouted, holding Zanpakuto in front of and behind him. Then I won't be polite. Next, Senior Luce must take it seriously, otherwise he will die. Shiraiha said with a smile on his face. Bakudo S61 6-foot beam. Shiraiha stretched out his right hand, and chanted abandonment directly. In an instant, the 6 paths beam directly appeared on Meguruma Kensei's body. What? Meguruma Kensei began to struggle violently, trying to get out of the restraint, but there was no way. Is this chant an abandonment? Can all the Kido of Bakudo 61 chant abandonment? With this kind of Kido attainment, Kensei is in danger. After seeing this scene, Hirako Shinji and others were a little surprised. Bakudo S61 6-foot beam. Meguruma Kensei without Shikai. There is simply no way to break free. After abandoning the chant, he can still have such power. He is indeed the youngest captain of the Soul Society. Yoryuki was a little surprised. Generally speaking, after chanting and destroying the power that can be exerted, only 1/3 of the original Meguruma Kensei even without Shikai. It's only slightly weaker than the general vice-captain. Cut. Seireitei raised his right hand high, covered armament haki with the stick knife in his hand, and swung towards 643 violently. A purple crescent-shaped slash, issued from the stick knife, quickly attacked Meguruma Kensei. In an instant, it turned into a purple crescent-shaped slash that was more than 10 meters long. The ground was also struck by this purple crescent-shaped slash, creating a deep ravine. Let's be wiped out. The ground wind. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Meguruma Kensei freed Zanpakuto. Originally Zanpakuto who laughed like a sealed state. In an instant, it became a short dagger. Crack. 35. Meguruma Kensei holds a short dagger and swings it towards the Six Paths beam on his body. When the Six Paths light beam was touched by the short dagger, a gust of wind blew directly. Immediately, it shattered into little spirit particles and dissipated into the air. Boom! Just after Meguruma Kensei got out of trouble, this purple slash that was more than 10 meters long also came in front of him. In a hurry, Meguruma Kensei quickly slashed dozens of times with the dagger in his hand. There was a violent gust of wind. Collided with this purple slash. This purple crescent-shaped slash directly defeated the violent wind. Unabated, it fell on Meguruma Kensei's body. Pfft! Meguruma Kensei's body shook, and he dodged backwards, but was still struck by the purple slash on the shoulder, leaving a wound. Drops of blood flowed down his shoulder and onto the ground. Chapter 68. This purple slash, after being dodged by Meguruma Kensei. After destroying hundreds of stones with a length of more than 10 meters, a crack with a length of several hundred meters was cut on the ground. Finally dissipated. Just then, Meguruma Kensei, holding a short dagger, a shunpo, appeared behind Seireitei. With the appearance of Meguruma Kensei. Who? Behind Seireitei, there was also a gust of wind. The short dagger in Meguruma Kensei's hand stabbed straight at Seireitei's chest without mercy. However, Meguruma Kensei's everything moves. It has already been clearly perceived by Seireitei's observation haki. Clang! Seireitei turned around and wrapped his right hand around armament haki, grabbing the short dagger in Meguruma Kensei's hand directly. The moment the two came into contact, they made a sound like weapons being exchanged, and sparks shot out. How? To grab my Zanpakuto with bare hands. Meguruma Kensei's eyes widened. Seireitei grabbed his Zanpakuto with his bare hands. How strong is this guy's physical strength? He actually grabbed Kensei's Zanpakuto with his hands. Is this his Zanpakuto ability? It's really incredible. Did this guy really just become captain? Hirako Shinji et al. Were somewhat surprised by Seireitei's physical strength. They guess. Seireitei was able to grab Meguruma Kensei's Zanpakuto with his bare hands. It could be Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability. Brother Seireitei's physical strength should be comparable to that monster Zaraki Kenpeki. Yoryuki was also a little surprised after seeing this scene. Bomb attack! Meguruma Kensei shouted loudly, and the dagger in his hand burst out with blue spiritual power. Break free directly from Seireitei's shackles. Then a shunpo appeared tens of meters away. Senior Liuch, is this the strength of your masked army? It's really disappointing. 39. Seireitei didn't care either, and smiled. Seireitei just played against Meguruma Kensei. Can feel it. Meguruma Kensei's Shikai attack power. Not even comparable to Komamura Seigen's Shikai. Seireitei was able to defeat Komamura Seigen's Shikai with one blow. Against Meguruma Kensei. That's not the same as playing. BD. Don't underestimate people. Meguruma Kensei gave a loud shout. Then I invite Senior Liuch to experience my Zanpakuto ability. Seireitei smiled. 40 times the gravity. Seireitei's flat voice sounded around. Seireitei manipulated gravity and directly enveloped Meguruma Kensei's body. Meguruma Kensei only felt his body, as if he was being crushed by a mountain. It was directly crushed to the ground by the huge pressure of 40 times the gravity. Meguruma Kensei exploded with all the Ryutsu in him. Want to offset 40 times the force of gravity. However, it is a pity. Meguruma Kensei still in Shikai state. There is simply no way to offset the effect of 40 times the gravity. Even Komamura Seijin after Bankai can only support himself under the influence of 45 times the force of gravity. Not to mention Meguruma Kensei, which Bankai doesn't even use. Meguruma Kensei only felt difficulty in breathing, and the Zanpakuto he was holding fell to the ground. Ka. Under the strong pressure of 40 times the force of gravity, Meguruma Kensei's whole body began to be squeezed. Wounds appeared on the surface of his body. A gurgle of blood flowed down from his wound. The bones of Meguruma Kensei's body seemed to be broken, and there was a crisp sound. Boom! The ground of Meguruma Kensei station. It began to fall apart, and then collapsed into a large pit tens of meters deep. Meguruma Kensei's body was directly submerged into this big pit. And Hirako Shinji and others who were watching the battle in the distance were also affected by 40 times the gravity. One by one, all of them erupted their Ryutsu, freeing Zanpakuto. After using Hollow again, it barely withstood the huge pressure of 40 times the gravity. No mess like Meguruma Kensei. Yoryuki has received special care. Not enveloped by Shiraiha's 40-fold gravity. After all, Shiraiha manipulated gravity and enveloped the people of the masked army just to let them know Shiraiha's strength. And the surrounding ground was not enveloped by Shiraiha's 40-fold gravity. This is not the Soul Society. Just such a small place, if it is under the huge pressure of 40 times the gravity. It is estimated that it will be destroyed directly in a few seconds. Brother Shiraiha, you have a conscience. Yoryuki said after discovering that everyone but herself was affected by Shiraiha's Zanpakuto ability. Didn't say the liberation language, did Shiraiha have already learned Bankai? Yoryuki muttered to himself. Yoryuki still remembers Shiraiha from Urahara Kisuke. Gotta turn God body. And turn the role of the body. Just be able to help others, fast master Bankai. Obviously. Yoryuki also took Shiraiha's gravity ability and thought he became Shiraiha's Shikai. Why is this guy's Zanpakuto ability so strong? Hiri looked at Shiraiha in some shock. At this time, Hiri wore a mask on his head. It is using Hollow. Of all those present, except Hirako Shinji didn't do Hollow. Others, basically after Shikai, used Hollow. It only resisted 40 times the gravity of Shiraiha. Just using the Zanpakuto ability, there is such power, it's a monster. Hirako Shinji said in surprise. The other members of the Masquerade Corps also looked at Shiraiha with horror on their faces. Bankai! Iron Fist broken wind. In the tens of meters of the big pit, there was a loud shout. A powerful Ryutsu burst out from the pit. A figure shrouded by the hurricane walked out of the big pit. After the hurricane dissipated, Quangzai's Wang Zhao figure slowly appeared. After using Bankai, Kensai holds a toothed knife in each hand, his arms are wrapped with caterpillars, the caterpillars of both arms are connected behind his back, and his back is also armored. Oh? Bankai yet? But, 6-car senior, without using Hollow, you are no match for me. Shiraiha smiled. Shiraiha senses with observation haki, after Kensai's Bankai. The Ryutsu bursting out of the body can't compete with Komamura Seijin at all. Although it can barely withstand Shiraiha's 40 times of gravity. But, that's just to no avail. Fist quickly attacked Shiraiha's position. Holding the toothed blades in both hands, a hurricane emerges from the surface of the body. Everything that stands in his way. It was directly cut into pieces. Since this is the case, then, I will use a little more force, 50 times the force of gravity. 35. Shiraiha didn't rush, and on Kensai's body, increased the gravity 10 times. Chapter 69. After Kensai used Bankai, 40 times the force of gravity could barely be offset by Ryutsu. And now Shiraiha, this sudden, has increased the gravity 10-fold. Boom! Immediately let Quan Shi who was attacking Shiraiha fall to one knee on the ground. The ground began to crack. Ryutsu exploded from his body, and began to fight against 50 times the gravity. A hole. While struggling to support 50 times the force of gravity, Quan Shi yelled. The bleeding wound had already been stopped with Ryutsu. Now because of the strengthening of gravity, the wound that caused Quangzai was torn apart again. The current Quangzai, under the huge pressure of 50 times the force of gravity, can't even move. There is no way to attack Seireitei at all. And Hirako Shinji and others are not feeling well. On the body, after a sudden increase of 10 times the gravity. In addition to Hirako Shinji, Love Ikawa, and Lujuro, 3 captains. The feet of the others sunk directly into the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Where the others stood, it collapsed. The ground began to appear, one big pit after another. The bodies of several of them directly and heavily sank into these big pits. Among them, the original Kido Vice Prime Kido head Yuzhao 647 Tianbakshan was the most miserable. Aizen wasn't very good at fighting himself. Even after using Hollow, the strength is only slightly stronger than the ordinary vice captain. The light green suit that Aizen was wearing burst into pieces. The body was heavily crushed into the big pit. The sound of bones breaking resounded around. Even Hirako Shinji, the most powerful person in the masked army. Under the influence of 50 times the gravity, it is not as easy as before. After using the same hollow, it was barely offset, 50 times the gravity. This guy, how can Zanpakuto's abilities continue to grow? A look of surprise flashed in Hirako Shinji's eyes. Originally, Hirako Shinji thought that it was amazing that Seireitei could erupt such a powerful ability just by relying on Zanpakuto's ability. Unexpectedly, Seireitei's Zanpakuto can also be enhanced. And, by the looks of it, Seireitei didn't seem to be using her full strength yet. The only thing around that is not affected by gravity is your Yuaki. Little Seireitei, where is the limit of your Zanpakuto ability? Yoryuki asked curiously. Since Kensei Senpai, if you don't use Hollow, then stop here. 99. Seireitei smiled lightly. Now that Meguruma Kensei is not going to use Hollow. Well, Seireitei is ready to end the fight. Seireitei's purpose was originally to defeat a member of the Masked Legion. Good to be able to complete the sign-in task. Increase the template progress to 100% to open the second template. In Seireitei's hand, the staff knife covered with armament haki sent out 6 paths slashing forward continuously. In the blink of an eye, 6 paths made a purple slash dozens of meters long. Attacking from 6 directions towards Quangzai. Just when the purple slash from 6 paths was about to come in front of Quan Shi. Since you want to see my hollow, I'll let you see it. Quan Shi let out a loud shout. Ryutsu on his body became violent. It brought an evil breath to people. At the same time, a mask appeared on Meguruma Kensei's face. Kensei's virtual mask is rectangular, and there are 6 rectangular holes on the mask. Boom! Ryutsu erupted from Kenshi's body, and the blades held in both hands created a hurricane. Slash on 6 paths purple slash. Only a loud bang was heard. 6 paths purple crescent-shaped slash was defeated by the blades of Quan Shi's hands. The ground was affected by the hurricane. After being destroyed, a large pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters came out. Kensei holds a blade in both hands and wears a hollow mask on his face, walking slowly towards Seireitei. Is this your hollow? Interesting. It's not enough, though. 35. After sensing the scene in front of her with observation haki, Seireitei smiled. After Quangzai used Bankai, he performed hollow again. The strength is slightly stronger than Komamura Seigen's, BJFB. Moreover, the Ryutsu already on Kensei has been able to offset the influence of 50 times the gravity. Therefore, it is possible to walk towards Seireitei. A shunpo appeared in front of Seireitei, and the blades in both hands slashed fiercely. Seireitei smiled slightly, covered armament haki's stick knife, and directly blocked Kensei's attack. Clang! 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 When the stick sword in Seireitei's hand collided with Kensei's double swords, sparks burst out. And when the double knives in Quangzai's hands attacked Seireitei, Seireitei only felt a sense of tearing, transmitted from the 2 knives to his body. However, Seireitei has already covered armament haki all over his body. Therefore, Quan Shi's attack could not do any harm to him at all. The two kept appearing and disappearing in the open space. In such a short time, the two have collided hundreds of times. Boom! 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 Every collision will cause the ground to be smashed out one after another. Take the ground within a kilometer radius of the two of them. It began to crack, and countless deep ravines appeared. 60 times the gravity. Once again, Seireitei, on Kensei's body, increased the gravity tenfold. This time, Seireitei did not put 60 times the force of gravity on Hueco Shinji and others in the distance. 60 times the force of gravity is no longer something vice-captains like Kuna Mashiro and Hiri can withstand. Even with hollow, it doesn't work. Under the huge pressure of 60 times the gravity, unless it is the captain level. Otherwise, it can only be crushed into a puddle of meat sauce. A huge pressure of 60 times the force of gravity. All of a sudden, it pressed on all parts of Meguruma Kensei's body. The mask on Meguruma Kensei's face was directly shattered in half. The body also began to be torn apart by 60 times the gravity. The original wound was torn even bigger. A gurgle of blood directly stained his clothes red. Quan Shi's body was directly crushed to the ground, and he couldn't even raise his head. Kukaki Shya, you are nothing short of a monster. Being pressed down to the ground by 60 times the gravity, Quan Shi said with a hint of weakness in his voice and a look of horror on his face. Immediately, the ground within 100 meters where Yu Kuangzai was located began to split apart. A huge pothole appeared. Quan Shi's body fell directly into the pit. Kensei, I'm about to lose. Hueco Shinji murmured. I'm right, Kensei can't be Seireitei's opponent. Yoryuki said. What happened? Seireitei frowned. Seireitei just used observation haki to see Kensei, who obviously lost consciousness and passed out. Why the sign-in task has not been completed yet? Roar. 99. At this moment, an evil, chaotic riotsu erupted from the pit where Kensei was, and let out a roar like a void. Chapter 70. A figure crawled out of the pit and appeared in front of Seireitei. At this time, Quan Shi's appearance has changed greatly. He has a white armor on his back and a mask on his face. The riotsu emanating from the body is also almost the same as Su. Originally, after Bankai, the blades of both hands have also turned into bony gloves. Huh? Out of control. After seeing this scene with observation haki, Seireitei was a little surprised. Seireitei originally thought that Kensei had lost. Unexpectedly, Quan Shi lost control directly. A large part of this, though, is Seireitei's fault. Seireitei uses 60 times the force of gravity. It enveloped Quan Shi's body. As a result, Quan Shi suffered great injuries. Only then will it cause the loss of control in the body. Not good. The void in Kenshi's body is out of control. Seeing Kensei like this, Hueco Shinji frowned. Logically speaking, after so many years of control, Meguruma Kensei has been able to control the void in the body very well. And when doing hollow, you can still keep conscious. But judging by Kuangzai's current state, he is indeed out of control. If not controlled in time, then, the emptiness in Quan Shi's body might completely get out of control. At that time, even they are powerless. Baldi, Lu Shilang, Luo Wu, hurry up and save Kuangzai. 9. Hiri shouted while resisting the gravity of his body. Now among the people of Masked Legion, except for the 3 captain ranks Hueco Shinji, Lu Juro and Luo Wu, they can barely withstand the influence of 50 times the gravity. Others couldn't even move at all. Can only stand in place, struggling to support. Needless to say, it was to control Quan Shi who was out of control. The 3 of Hueco Shinji nodded, and without talking nonsense, they were about to rush forward and control Kensei first. Boom! At this moment, Seireitei manipulated the gravity and increased the gravity tenfold on the bodies of the 3 Hueco Shinji. The footsteps that made them want to leave suddenly stopped. He could only explode the riotsu on his body, barely offsetting the huge pressure of 60 times the gravity. Kukaki Shya, what are you doing? Hirako Shinji shouted with a hint of anger in his tone while using Ryutsu to counteract the huge pressure of 60 times the gravity. The ground where the three of Hirako Shinji stood also began to crack, as if it was about to collapse in the next second. All three of them looked at Seireitei with a hint of anger in their eyes, wanting to wait for his explanation. "Brother Seireitei, are you going to deal with Kensai's hollow alone?" A look of surprise flashed in Yoruiki's eyes. After Quangzai's hollow lost control, the strength is already stronger than the ordinary captain level. Even people from the Masked Legion, Hirako Shinji, Lu Juro and Love Ikawa are also required to be 3 captains. "Let's do it together." Only then was he able to control Quan Chi. "That's right, you guys just stand by and watch obediently, the hollow on Senior Liuch, I will help you solve it." Seireitei smiled slightly. Seireitei wouldn't let them come and make trouble. Otherwise, wait a while to sign into the task, what if it fails? This check-in task is the key to whether Seireitei can improve the Fujitora smile template to 100%. It is also the key point for Seireitei to open the second template. What's more, Seireitei also has this confidence to be able to defeat the boxer who has lost control of hollow alone. "Senior Liuch, can you still hear what I say?" Seireitei waved at Meguruma Kensei and smiled. "Roar!" Meguruma Kensei responded to Seireitei with only a hollow roar. Meguruma Kensei, who has gone berserk from hollow, began to condense white substances on the surface of his body. The body was originally wounded by 60 times the gravity. Also began to recover quickly. Immediately afterwards, it was under the enormous pressure of 60 times the force of gravity. There were wounds. High-speed regeneration? After seeing this scene with observation haki, Seireitei was very calm. Roaring, Meguruma Kensei rushed towards Seireitei under the pressure of 60 times the force of gravity. Every time Meguruma Kensei walks, one big pit after another will be stepped on the ground. This is all due to the fact that Meguruma Kensei has 60 times the gravity on his body. In that case, 65 times the gravity. Before Meguruma Kensei could get close, Seireitei manipulated the gravity and increased it 5 times. A full 65 times the gravity. Directly shrouded in the body of Meguruma Kensei. In an instant, Meguruma Kensei's body was heavily crushed to the ground by the huge pressure of 65 times the gravity, making a loud noise. "Ask for flowers." Crack. 99. Under the gravity of 65 times, Meguruma Kensei's body began to be squeezed in various ways, and the body began to crack continuously, making a crisp sound. Accompanied by the scream of Meguruma Kensei and the recovery sound of high-speed regeneration. Hirako Shinji and others who were watching from a distance were a little startled. Meguruma Kensei, who was pressed to the ground by 65 times the gravity, raised his right hand with difficulty. The right hand began to quickly gather red siro. It is about to launch towards Seireitei. Pfft! Seireitei, a shunpo, appeared in front of Meguruma Kensei, and the staff knife in his hand cut off Meguruma Kensei's right hand directly. Roar! 39. Meguruma Kensei cried out in pain, a gurgle of blood flowed from his severed arm to the ground. Immediately, in less than a second, the severed arm of Meguruma Kensei has recovered a complete arm. High-speed regeneration, it's really a distressing ability. Seireitei was a little surprised. The recovery speed of Meguruma Kensei's high-speed regeneration, already comparable to the real Minos Grande, Ajicha's weightlessness control. Seireitei manipulates gravity to make the ground weightless within 10 meters of where Meguruma Kensei is. Boom! In an instant, Meguruma Kensei and everything within 10 meters of the ground began to rise from the ground and quickly lifted into the air. In the blink of an eye, it floated into the sky more than 10 meters away. Gravity chaos. 35. Seireitei directly lifted the gravity on Meguruma Kensei. The 65 gravity on Meguruma Kensei had just been lifted before he could escape. The huge pressure of 65 times the gravity appeared on Quangzai's body again. Under the support of 65 times the gravity, Quan Chi quickly hit the ground and hit it. Boom! After Kensei's body fell to the ground, accompanied by a loud bang. A large pit of hundreds of meters was directly smashed out. Bottomless cracks appeared in the ground. The entire basement covers an area of several kilometers. As if there was an earthquake, everything was destroyed by this powerful impact and turned into dust. Hell Brigade. Seireitei manipulates gravity, and uses gravity to the limit around Kensei's body. Chapter 71. Ka. In the pit below, there was a constant crackling sound. Boom. At the moment when Seireitei's stick knife was sheathed, a large pit with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground where Meguruma Kensei was. The surrounding ground was directly under the huge pressure of a full 65 times the gravity. It was destroyed so much that nothing remained but the bare ground. Using observation haki, Seireitei perceives Meguruma Kensei below. Now passed out. The clothes on his body were like rags, with only strands left. The physical features that were already close to hollows have also regained their human form. The mask on his face was also broken. There were wounds all over his body. Blood is continuously flowing to the ground. Seireitei also relieved the gravity of Meguruma Kensei, Hueco Shinji, and others. 650 Sign in successfully and get the task reward. The progress of the Fujitora Smile template is increased by 2%. Fujitora 1 Smile template, 100%. Abilities: Observation Haki Perfect Level, Armament Haki Perfect Level, Swordsman Level Sword Skill Perfect Level. Exclusive Ability: Gravity Fruit Control Degree Perfect Level, can control 70 times the gravity within 200,000 meters, can add gravity to weapons, can control gravity and cooperate with observation haki to pull down meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground. At present, it can control a meteorite with a diameter of up to 1,000 meters, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression. Gravity light, Hell Brigade, fire ritual. 9. Just after Meguruma Kensei's consciousness disappeared and passed out, a system prompt sound appeared in Seireitei's mind. In an instant, all the abilities of Seireitei's body improved a lot. The biggest improvement is Seireitei's gravity ability. The range of controlling gravity is still 200,000 meters. But the gravity that can be controlled has increased from 65 times to 70 times, an increase of 5 times. And the ability to summon meteorites has changed from the original 300 meters to a maximum of 1,000 meters. Only a 2% increase in template progress has more than tripled. This is something Seireitei didn't expect. Now, my strength should be about the same as that of a high-ranking captain like Byakuya Kuchiki. Seireitei murmured. After reaching 100% with Fujitora's Smile template, Seireitei feels that his strength should be about the same as that of high-ranking captains such as Byakuya Kuchiki and Tuan Kaname. If it is compared with Ichimaru Jin, maybe slightly worse. However, Seireitei's single target attack is not too big. The attack range is very large. Let's imagine. If Seireitei pulls the meteorite tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground to the ground by gravity, how powerful can it explode? For a meteorite with a diameter of 1,000 meters, Seireitei does not use gravity to finally control it. Just hit it straight. It is estimated that everything on the ground can be destroyed tens of kilometers, or even hundreds of kilometers. However, there are still some disadvantages. People like Yamamoto Genryūsai and Aizen who have surpassed the captain level. You can destroy the meteorite summoned by Seireitei directly before the meteorite hits the ground. And most importantly, Seireitei is now at 100% template progress. The opening condition for opening the second template has been reached. Just when Seireitei was about to open the second template, Hueco Shinji and others appeared in front of Seireitei. Seireitei can only temporarily open the second template. Because Seireitei doesn't know either, after opening the second template, will there be any changes? Yo! Seireitei-kun, as expected of the captain of the 7th Division, is really strong. He defeated Kensei so easily, or let me be your opponent next. Hueco Shinji looked at Seireitei with a hint of horror in his eyes, but said with a smile on his face. Just now Hueco Shinji has been watching Seireitei and Meguruma Kensei's fight. The strength displayed by Seireitei, it made Hueco Shinji terrified. He never saw Seireitei perform Bankai at all. Just Meguruma Kensei after Hollow went berserk, styled like this. Even Hirako Shinji needs to unite with the rest of the Masked Legion to act together. Only then was Meguruma Kensei pulled back from Hollow's out of control state. Hirako, you're joking. Senior Liuch's strength is very strong. I was almost defeated by him. I have already seen the strength of your masked army, so there is no need to continue. Seireitei smiled. During the battle with Meguruma Kensei, Seireitei has figured it out. Meguruma Kensei even after using Bankai plus Hollow. Even weaker than Komamura Seijin, the weakest captain of Jinglingting. The strength is probably stronger than the vice-captain, and slightly weaker than the ordinary captain. As expected of Meguruma Kensei, which is called a unit of measurement. Seireitei feels that he has at least the strength of 106 cars. And after Meguruma Kensei's Hollow lost control, he was slightly stronger than Komamura Seijin. But it is far from reaching the strength of a high-ranking captain like Byakuya Kuchiki. Therefore, Seireitei was able to defeat him so easily. And Seireitei has completed the check-in task. There is no need to continue fighting with the Masked Legion. Lujuro and Hachijin brought out Meguruma Kensei who had passed out from the pothole hundreds of meters deep. Bakushin, I will trouble you to treat Kensei. After taking a look at Meguruma Kensei's injuries, Hirako Shinji said. No problem. Hachijin responded. Hachijin clasped his hands together and started using Kaido to heal Meguruma Kensei. The other Masked Legion members also looked at Seireitei as if they were looking at monsters. Are the captains of Jinglingting Court so powerful now? Brother Seireitei, you didn't have Bankai just now, right? There was a hint of affirmation in Yoryuki's tone after jumping onto Seireitei's shoulders. Yoryuki watched Seireitei and Meguruma Kensei fight from the sidelines throughout. She was pretty sure Seireitei didn't use Bankai. Just pure use of the Zanpakuto ability. Even, Yoryuki suspects, Seireitei doesn't even use Shikai. Well, not bad. Seireitei didn't hold back either. This is not something to hide. Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke if they want to know. After a while, 5.1 can also be obtained from Soul Society. Brother Seireitei, maybe you can really fight against that guy Aizen in the future. 35. After getting Seireitei's answer, there was a hint of surprise in Yoryuki's tone. The other members of the Masked Legion. They all looked at Seireitei in horror. Since the matter is over, then, Seireitei brother, let's go back. Yoryuki said. Miss Yoryuki, you and them should leave first. In the battle with Senior Liuch just now, I have some insights. I want to try it out here. Seireitei smiled. Yoryuki didn't ask any further questions, and left the basement with the Masked Legion and others. Seireitei sensed that there was no one around with observation haki, and after confirming that Masked Legion and Yoryuki had left, she said in her heart, open the second template. Template extraction, get the template, Gojo Satoru. Chapter 72. Moment. Seireitei felt the body, and a new template came out. There are also several more abilities. Especially the eye color, from the original light purple, to blue. A powerful Ryutsu of purple mixed with blue. From Seireitei's body, it burst out and scattered into the surrounding space. The surrounding ground was also hit by this powerful Ryutsu, making loud noises. As if it was about to shatter in the next second. After a long time, Seireitei breathed a sigh of relief, opened his eyes, and looked at the surrounding scene. At this time, Seireitei's eyes were ice blue. It looks extremely good looking. For the first time since Seireitei was born, she saw the light again. After extracting the Wujo Wu template. Not only did Seireitei's eyes change color, but they were back to normal. First template, Fujitora 1 Smile Template, 100%. 35. Abilities, Observation Haki Perfect Level, Armament Haki Perfect Level, Swordsman Level Sword Skill Perfect Level. Exclusive Ability, Gravity Fruit Control Degree Round 19 Full Level, can control 70 times the gravity within 200,000 meters, can add gravity to weapons, can control gravity and cooperate with observation haki to pull down meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers above on the ground. At present, it can control meteorites with a diameter of up to 1000 meters, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression, gravity light, hell brigade, fire sacrifice. The second template, Wujo Wu template, 10%. Ability, 6 eyes consummation level, 360-degree long-distance vision. Pre-requirements for using no lower limit spells, no lower limit spells, spell stop power perfection level, no active aggressiveness. Any attack except poison will become slower and slower, as if stopped, and in this state, any attack cannot hit. 99. Exclusive ability, not opened. The opening condition requires a template progress of 20%, and the current template progress of 10% is not met. In Seireiha's mind, the system prompt also sounded. Wujo Satoru from the world of magic return? This template is not bad. Seireiha muttered to himself. Gojo Satoru's template is indeed a good complement to Seireiha's defensive means. Especially this no lower limit technique, incantation power of stop. Although it is only a passive ability, it is not an active attack ability. However, it is an invincible defensive ability. Imagine, no matter how powerful the enemy's attack is, it can't attack Seireiha either, so you can see how terrifying it is. Even Yamamoto Genryūsai used Bankai. However, Seireiha cannot be attacked either. It can be said. There is this ability. Seireiha cannot be hit by any attack other than poison. Moreover, Wujo Satoru's template ability can also complement Fujitora's Uxiao template ability. If Seireiha pulls the meteorite tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground by controlling gravity, enemies must bear the attack of meteorites. And Seireiha has the defensive ability of magic and stopping power. The attack produced by the meteorite cannot harm Seireiha at all. Not even close to Seireiha. In this way, Seireiha doesn't have to worry about manipulating gravity as before, and when he summons the meteorite, he is crushed to death together with himself. System, what's going on? Why did the 6 eyes and the curse stopping power reach the perfection level with only 10% template progress? 35 Seireiha asked in his heart. Host, because 6 eyes and spell stopping power are passive abilities, there is no level division. I see. Seireiha said to herself. Wait, the Gojo Satoru template progress can only be increased by completing the check-in task. Seireiha asked. Now the progress of Seireiha's first template is 100%. Seireiha has just discovered that the original daily task of swinging a knife 10,000 times a day for 5 years to increase the progress of the template by 1% has disappeared. Host, the daily task of Gojo Satoru's template is to close his eyes, last for 1 year, and the progress of the template will increase by 1%. It's a nice daily quest, Seireiha said. Seireiha is not interested in opening her eyes or not. Anyway, Seireiha's eyes have been lost for so many years. Getting stronger quickly is the most important thing for Seireiha right now. And, Haki has a perfect level of observation. It doesn't make much difference whether you open your eyes or not. Seireiha's current perfection level observation Haki has an astonishing range of 100,000 meters. What is the concept of a range of 100,000 meters? Everything equivalent to a radius of 100 kilometers can be perceived by Seireiha. Therefore, it doesn't make much difference to Seireiha whether the eyes are closed or not. Huh? How can you increase the template progress so much in daily tasks this time? Seireiha wondered. The daily task of Fujitora's smile template requires 10,000 sword swings every day for 5 years to increase the progress of the template by 1%. Now, for the daily tasks of the Wujo Wu template, you only need to close your eyes and continue for 1 year to increase the progress of the template by 1%. This also means that even if Seireiha does not complete the check-in task, it only takes 90 years to increase Wujo Wu's template progress to 100%. Because the strength of the host is stronger, the difference between the second template and the first template extracted is not too big. 35. So it is. Seireiha said to herself. Compared with Fujitora's smile template, the destructive power of Gojo Satoru template has not increased much. It can even be said that, in terms of destructive power, the Gojo Satoru template is far inferior to the Fujitora Uxiao template. The only outstanding ability is this no lower limit spell, incantation power of stop. Then, that is to say, Gojo Wu's exclusive ability should be Gojo Wu's domain, infinite space. 99. After rubbing his chin, Seireitei guessed. 653 Gojo Wu's ability can be judged as exclusive ability. It may be the domain of Gojo Satoru, infinite space. Let's try out what this spell, the stopping power, is like. First, let's use a 100-meter meteorite. Seireitei is going to try the ability of this spell, the power of stopping. Seireitei began to use observation haki with the gravity ability, and sensed a meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters above tens of thousands of kilometers. He raised his right hand high and fired a purple gravitational wave. In an instant, it enveloped the meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters, and then pulled it down. Seireitei did not use gravity to control it finally, but guided the meteorite to fall to this location. Boom! 99. 5 seconds later, the meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters, which looked like a fireball and radiated hot heat from the surface, directly smashed through the abandoned building above the basement where Seireitei was. Even all the buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer were destroyed by this meteorite and turned into ruins. And the basement above Seireitei was also instantly smashed into a hole by the meteorite. The meteorite fell rapidly towards Seireitei. When this meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters was within 1 meter of Seireitei, its speed became slower and slower, as slow as a turtle. Also, the closer to Seireitei, the slower the speed of the meteorite. Chapter 73. Seireitei used observation haki to perceive the scene in front of her. After walking over, he stretched out his right hand, wanting to touch the meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters in front of him. But they found that the meteorite in front of them was more than 100 meters in diameter. After Seireitei stretched out his right hand, the speed of the meteorite's forward speed also became more and more slow, as if it had stopped. Is this the ability of the incantation, the power of stopping? It's really interesting. Seireitei muttered to himself. In a sense, there is no lower limit of the spell of Gojo Wu template, mantra power of stop. It is already equivalent to the ability of the rule class. It is almost the same as a new Orium's Dun Shun Liu Hua in the original book. Seireitei pulled out the stick knife at his waist and slashed hard in his hand. Boom! The meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters in front of him split into countless small stones in an instant, and fell to the ground. This power is indeed a bit big. After Seireitei sensed everything around her with observation haki, she clicked her tongue. Seireitei just manipulated gravity to pull down a meteorite from tens of thousands of kilometers above. All buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer have been destroyed. Even this abandoned building on the basement where Seireitei is located, has become a ruin. If Seireitei hadn't just controlled a meteorite more than 100 meters away. It's about manipulating a 1,000-meter meteorite. If a meteorite with a diameter of 1,000 meters falls to the ground from tens of thousands of kilometers above, the destructive power generated, it is estimated that the entire Karakura town will be destroyed. Also, Seireitei can manipulate more than just one meteorite at a time. If Seireitei wanted to, he could pull down a dozen meteorites at the same time. It's just that the physical strength consumed will also increase. Just when Seireitei was about to leave, Urahara Kisuke, Yoryuki, Hirako Shinji and others appeared in front of him. Seireitei, what's going on? Urahara Kisuke asked after walking up to Seireitei with a small white fan in his hand. Brother Seireitei, that meteorite that just fell from Karakura town was not made by you. After Yoryuki jumped onto Seireitei's shoulder, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just after Hirako Shinji and others left with the injured Meguruma Kensei, they went to Urahara Kisuke. When preparing to ask Urahara Kisuke to help with Meguruma Kensei's injuries, I felt that a meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared in the sky above Karakura town. It didn't wait for a few of them to stop it. This meteorite quickly fell to the abandoned building where Hirako Shinji and others lived. Moreover, in an instant, the huge impact force produced by the meteorite. All the buildings within 1 kilometer of this abandoned building were directly destroyed. Fortunately, the abandoned building where Hirako Shinji and others lived has long since been inhabited by others. Otherwise, with the blow just now, Rukonga would have at least tens of thousands more wandering souls. Hirako Shinji and others also looked at Seireitei curiously. That's right, I learned about Shikai in the battle with Senior Liuch just now. Seireitei smiled. In a sense, Seireitei can manipulate gravity and pull meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground to the ground. It can already be regarded as an advanced level of gravity ability. Therefore, it is not impossible to disguise this ability as Shikai of Seireitei. It's just to fool other people anyway. Brother Seireitei, what do you mean to say that you didn't use Shikai in the fight with Kensai just now? Yoryuki was a little surprised. Yoryuki already had some doubts that Seireitei hadn't used the Zanpakuto Shikai at all just now. After getting confirmation from Seireitei, Yoryuki had only one thought in mind. That is, Seireitei is simply a monster. Even Zanpakuto didn't have a Shikai, and defeated the former 9th Division captain, Maguruma Kensei. Also, Bankai was used in Maguruma Kensei, and Hollow was used again. In the end, Maguruma Kensei even got Hollow out of control. Both were defeated by Seireitei with Zanpakuto ability. That's right, my Shikai is also just realized. Seireitei smiled lightly. Hey Baldi, can you beat Hollow's out of control Kensei without Hollow? Hiri asked. Can't. Hirako Shinji shook his head. Let alone Hirako Shinji not using Hollow. Even if he used Hollow, it's also tricky to beat Hollow's out of control boxer. Luowu, are the captains of the 7th team after you all this strong? After Odoribashi Rajuro put his right hand on the shoulder of the former 7th team captain Love Ikawa, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. At that time, we didn't have such monsters at all. Luowu shook his head. They were back then, if only there were monsters like Seireitei. How can it be Love Ikawa's turn to become the captain of the 7th team? Seireitei, I have to say, your Zanpakuto ability is really scary. Urahara Kisuke shrank his pupils, fanned the wind with a small fan in his hand, and said with a smile. Mr. Urahara is awesome. Seireitei smiled. However, Seireitei, it's better not to use your Shikai in the city in the future. It's too powerful, and it's easy to affect ordinary people. Urahara Kisuke reminded. The meteorite summoned by Seireitei may not be strong alone. However, the destructive power that can be caused is very huge. If used in the city, just that one blow, at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of ordinary people will die directly. Don't worry, Mr. Urahara, I have my measure. Seireitei smiled. By the way, Mr. Tessai has packed your room, you can go over and see if you are satisfied. Urahara Kisuke said. Thank you Mr. Urahara, then Ms. Yoryuki, let's go. Seireitei smiled. After saying that, Seireitei, a shunpo, took Yoryuki with him and disappeared in place. Urahara, you can't go, Seireitei-kun was brought by you, our residence has been destroyed by Seireitei-kun, you have to compensate us. Just when Urahara Kisuke was about to leave, Hirako Shinji grabbed his hand and said. The other members of the Masked Legion also stared at Urahara Kisuke and surrounded them. This was caused by Seireitei. Why didn't you ask him for compensation when he was here just now? Urahara Kisuke shouted. You asked Yoryuki to bring Seireitei-kun, so you have to pay for it, otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Hirako Shinji looked at Urahara Kisuke grimly. Seireitei, I hate you. In the basement, Urahara Kisuke, Wang Lihao, shouted with grief and indignation. Over the next few days, Seireitei, who lives in the Urahara shop, can be said to be extremely leisurely. When I have nothing to do, I just make tea and chat with Urahara Kisuke. Or, just play around with Yoryuki's black cat form. Or go to the basement of the Urahara store and practice your ability to cut fists and walk away ghosts. The space in this basement is dozens of times larger than the basement of Hirako Shinji and others. Seireitei has used observation haki to perceive that it has an area of more than 60,000 meters. Moreover, the entire basement has been decorated with many enchantments by Tessai Tsukabishi. Don't fight, Seireitei, your Zanpakuto Shikai ability is too rascal. In the basement of Urahara store, Urahara Kisuke said a little depressed. Shop manager, Mr. Seireitei, Tenmi no Grande appeared in Naraki City, and, there is one. Arrancar's Ryotsu. Tessai Tsukabishi poked his head out from the passage above the basement, and shouted nervously. Chapter 74. Arrancar? And Tenmi no Grande. Urahara Kisuke's pupils shrank, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Generally speaking, even if Yusu accidentally came to this world from Hueco Mundo, at most, it's just Jillian. Last time, when Seireitei was practicing in Soul Burial, a mid-level Minos Grande, Ajichas appeared in Karakura town. It's already outrageous. Now even Arrancar has appeared. This made Urahara Kisuke feel that someone might be behind the scenes. This one who released Arrancar into the present world. Most likely, Aizen Sōsuke. Arrancar? Espada. Seireitei thought to himself. Seireitei estimated that 80% of this was done by Aizen again. The purpose may be to completely kill Seireitei in this world. After all, Seireitei serves as the Shinigami who garrison this world. There are so many Minos Grandes and Arrancars comparable to the superior Minos Grandes in the cities of the present world. Definitely need to go to support. At that time, Seireitei died directly at the hands of Arrancar. Even if Yamamoto Motoyanagi finds this weird, it can only be blamed on Seireitei's bad luck. Thinking of this, Seireitei felt a chill in her heart. However, Aizen, you underestimated my strength. Seireitei thought secretly. A smile was drawn at the corner of her mouth. Even if Aizen wants to break the sky, it is impossible to think of it. Not long after Seireitei came to this world, her strength has been greatly enhanced. It is almost the same as a high-ranking captain like Byakuya Kuchiki. What's more, there is no lower limit spell with 5 comprehension templates, incantation power of stop. Even if all the Espada attack Seireitei together, they can't hurt Seireitei at all. Seireitei, since I, your Yuki-chan, and Mr. Tessai cannot reveal our whereabouts, this time we can only go in person. Urahara Kisuke said with a trace of apology on his face. The 3 of them, Urahara Kisuke, have been exiled to the present world by the Soul Society. Moreover, there is Aizen who has been trying to get their whereabouts behind him. Therefore, they can't make a blatant shot at all. It's okay, Mr. Urahara. It's my duty to eliminate the Minos Grande that appeared in this world. Seireitei waved his hand and smiled. Seireitei, I think you may not understand what Arrancar is. 99. Seeing Seireitei's indifferent look, Urahara Kisuke said solemnly. Know about Arrancar? Only Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi and Yoryuki. And Aizen et al. Others, including the BJFB, people from Gaudii 13th Division. Everyone only knows that in Hueco Mundo, there are Minos Grande, Jillian, Ajichas, Vastolord. Urahara Kisuke began to explain slowly, the so-called Arrancar is that after breaking the limit, they will gain the same ability as our Shinigami. At the same time, their masks will also be broken, and their bodies will become human-sized. Arrancar has a skin as hard as steel, which Zanpakuto can hardly penetrate. 35. According to my research, every Arrancar is evolved from middle-level Minos Grande Ajichas. In terms of strength alone, the strength of each Arrancar is already comparable to that of their superiors, Minos Grande and Vastolord. However, Urahara Kisuke did not tell Seireitei how these studies came about. Not to mention anything about Hogyaku. Apparently, Urahara Kisuke has not completely reassured Seireitei yet. Well, I see, thank you for your answer, Mr. Urahara. Seireitei nodded pretending not to know. Even if Urahara Kisuke doesn't explain, Seireitei knows exactly what Arrancar is. For Urahara Kisuke does not explain Hogyaku to him. Seireitei didn't care at all. At this moment, something like a headset on Seireitei's body flickered. This headset, before Seireitei came to this world. People from Jingling Court specially handed it over to him. A prop researched by the Technology Development Bureau of the 12th Division. There is only one function, that is, if Jinglingting needs to contact Seireitei urgently. We'll contact Seireitei through this headset. After Seireitei put on the headset and pressed a red switch, a male voice said in an anxious tone, "Captain Seireitei, just now the 12th team discovered that 10 Jillions Minos Grande appeared in Naraki City in the present world, and a suspected superior Minos Grande of Vastolord, please go to support immediately." 99. Because of the inmates on the first to third floors of Mao's underground prison, there was a riot, and the other captains have already gone to suppress it. After the suppression is over, Captain Zaraki and the band leader will go to the world to support you, please be careful. I see, I'm going to Naraki City now, Seireitei said. After saying that, Seireitei turned off the headset. Interesting, Mr. Urahara, do you really think there is such a coincidence? As soon as Arrancar appeared in this world, the prisoners of the Mao underground prison in Jinglingting began to riot. Seireitei smiled lightly. Seireitei knows without guessing. This matter, 80% was done by Aizen. Apparently, Aizen really wanted Seireitei to die in this world. This is indeed a coincidence, Seireitei, please be careful. Urahara Kisuke frowned. Urahara Kisuke also found strangeness in these things. And his guess is almost the same as Seireitei's. It is all determined that this time the incident. 8 achievements is what Aizen does. Mr. Urahara, I'm going to Naraki City, we'll talk when I come back. Seireitei stood up and smiled. After saying that, Seireitei used Shunpo and disappeared in place. Only Urahara Kisuke was left there, frowning, wondering what to think. Boom! Yoryuki's figure appeared in front of Urahara Kisuke, jumped into the air, slapped his paw on the head of Urahara Kisuke who was still thinking, and asked, "Urahara, Tessai said that there were 10 Minos Grande and 1 in Naraki City Arrancar, where's Seireitei brother?" Pain! 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 Yoryuki's paw immediately woke up the pensive Urahara Kisuke. He covered his head with his hand and swelled up, crying out in pain. "Seireitei, he has gone to Naraki City." Urahara Kisuke said. "Urahara, what are you trying to do? You don't think Seireitei's brother will be Arrancar's opponent, do you?" Yoryuki frowned and said. "Yoryuki-chan, that's not necessarily the case, Seireitei's Zanpakuto it's not as simple as you think." Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. Urahara Kisuke looked at the direction Seireitei was leaving, as if thinking of something, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The present world Naraki City. Located in the neighboring city of Karakura town. A black hole appeared in the sky above Naraki City. 10 Jillions with a height of 40 to 50 meters walked out of the black cavity, landed in the city, and scattered in all directions. The moment 10 Jillions appeared in Naraki City, the whole city seemed to be shaken by an earthquake. Ordinary people in the city, because they couldn't see Jillian's existence, thought there was an earthquake and fled in a hurry. 3 figures walked out of the black cavity. Afterwards, the black chamber slowly closed. Shout! Is this the real world? The spiritual power is so low. One has light blue broken hair, sky blue eyes, a few bangs hanging in front of the forehead, a row of sawtooth masks on the right cheek, the 6th tattoo representing the 6th blade is located on the lower right of the back waist, and the empty hole is located on the abdomen. The man with his hands in his trouser pockets spat in disdain after feeling that the spiritual power around him was so low. This man is number 6 in Espada, Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques. Chapter 75. The 2 men standing on either side of Grimjo were his subordinate officers. They are number 11 Sharon Qfang and number 15 Ilford Grants. With long light blonde hair, deep purple eyes, a mask on the top of the left head, and a hollow hole in his chest, Glanz looked at the ordinary people fleeing in Naraki City below, and said arrogantly, "I really don't know Aizen, why did your lord specifically send us here from Hueco Mundo to kill a Shinigami?" "Shut up! Grants, don't mention that lord's name." With a braid on the back of his head, and a mask covering the top of his head and his left eye, Xiao Long said in a deep voice. call, Xiao Long, are we waiting here for this Shinigami to come over on his own initiative? Grimmjow put his hands in his pockets, bent over, overlooking Naraki City below, said. Grimmjow has no interest in these ordinary humans below. If Aizen hadn't told him, there would be a powerful strong opponent in this world. Grimmjow won't be specifically coming into the world either. And those 10 Jillians were sent by Aizen to destroy Naraki City. The purpose is to attract Seireitei over. Grimmjow, since the Lord said it, the Shinigami that the Lord said must come soon, we just have to wait patiently for a while. Xiao Long said. In Naraki City, 10 Jillians are constantly devouring the souls of ordinary people. Still using Zero from time to time, destroying surrounding buildings. Boom! There are many high-rise buildings. In front of Jillian, who was 40 or 50 meters high. It's as fragile as a toy. It was destroyed into ruins. On the streets, there are corpses of ordinary human beings who have lost their souls. A Shinigami wearing a Zanpakuto, holding a Zanpakuto, and with an afro head looked at the Jillian Queen in front of him with a look of horror. This person is a member of the 13th Squad, and also a living Shinigami stationed in Naraki City, Yoshinosuke Kuratani. Damn! Damn! How come there are so many Jillians in this world, and how come the support hasn't arrived yet? Yoshinosuke Kuratani yelled into a mobile phone in his hand with an ugly expression. This mobile phone was before Yoshinosuke Kuraya went to the present world. The people from the Technology Development Bureau distributed it to him to be able to contact the Soul Society. Members of Kuratani, Kukaki Shya, the captain of the 7th Squad stationed in the present world, has come to support now, please wait patiently. A voice came from the 55 mobile phone. What's the wait? Didn't you find out? It's 10 Jillians menos grande, shouted Yoshinosuke Kuratani. At this moment, a Jillian also found Yoshinosuke Kuratani on the ground, and red Zero began to condense rapidly in its mouth. When Yoshinosuke Kuratani saw it, his eyes widened, and he immediately released the Zanpakuto in his hand. Good morning, to you. The shape of Zanpakuto changes to a ring with 2 bells next to the handles. At this time, the red Zero in Jillian's mouth is also condensed. Launched towards Yoshinosuke Kuratani below. Boom! Seeing this, Yoshinosuke Kuratani immediately used his Zanpakuto ability to summon multiple 3 to 4 meter high soil pillars from the ground to block them in front of him. At the same time, Yoshinosuke Kuratani fled from the place with the help of multiple soil pillars, a shunpo. Red Zero is unabated after smashing Yoshinosuke Kuratani's soil pillar. Bombarded on the houses. Directly through the houses. Who are you? When Kuratani Yoshinosuke was running away, he found Grimmjow and the 3 of them stopped in front of him. After sensing the powerful Ryutsu on the 3 of them in front of him and something similar to Zanpakuto in the back waist, there was a tremor in his voice. If it wasn't for Yoshinosuke Kuratani seeing the 3 Grimmjows with holes in their bodies, they would have thought that the 3 Grimmjows were Shinigami. Hey, Xiao Long, is this Shinigami the target? Is it too weak? Grimmjow showed disdain when he sensed that Yoshinosuke Kuratani Ryutsu was so low in front of him. Grimmjow, this Shinigami, isn't the one your lord is looking for. Xiao Long shook his head. Before coming from Hueco Mundo, Aizen showed Xiao Long Seireitei's appearance and Seireitei's Ryutsu. In that case, Granz, kill him. Grimmjow curled his lips. Yoshinosuke Kuratani didn't even have the desire to let Grimmjow do it himself. Yes, Lord Grimmjow. Glanz said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Glanz's figure appeared behind Yoshinosuke Kuratani. Before Yoshinosuke Kuratani could react, the Zanpakuto in Glanz's hand stabbed him in the heart. If stabbed, rely on the strength of Kuratani Yoshinosuke. There is no doubt that he must die. Boom! Ask for flowers. At this moment, a huge force of gravity directly crushed Glanz's body to the concrete floor. A large pit of tens of meters was smashed out. Glanz only felt his body being squeezed under a huge pressure. Wounds appeared all over the body. The bones of the body began to creak and creak. As if it was about to break. BD. Who? 39. Glanz broke out into Ryutsu, barely offsetting the impact of the huge pressure on his body. Holding Zanpakuto in hand, he looks around. The three of Grimjo saw a figure 1,000 meters away, moving quickly towards them. Every time it flickers, this figure will approach them several hundred meters. In an instant, this figure appeared in front of them. 0. This person is Seireitei, who rushed over from Karakura town. Captain of the 7th Division, Kukaki Shya, I have met you all. 35. Seireitei said with a smile on his face. Just now, Seireitei's gravity-shrouded glance's body was only 10 times. Are you the captain of the 7th Division, Captain Seireitei? Yoshinosuke Kuratani looked at the Seireitei who was wearing the captain's haori with 7 written on the back in front of him, and said happily. Cheo team member, step back, this place is beyond your control. Seireitei smiled. Seireitei knows this Afro Shinigami, it looks like it's weak. But in the original book, Yoshinosuke Kuratani's Zanpakuto ability can seal Aizen for 5 seconds. Yes, Captain Seireitei, please be careful, these three are very weird. Yoshinosuke Kurata nodded. Without looking back, he used Shunpo and ran to the back. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a small black dot and disappeared from the sight of the three of Grimjo. Grimjo, this Shinigami is the target. Xiao Long felt that Seireitei Ryutsu in front of him was exactly the same as what Aizen showed him, and said in a deep voice. Shout! Shinigami, let me see if your strength is worth it. I'll come here from Hueco Mundo to find you 9. Cried Grimjo. Wang Su's flash. Grimjo pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and slashed the blade with his right hand. With the blood as the medium, a blue siro quickly condensed from the palm of his hand, and then released from the palm, and quickly attacked Seireitei. Chapter 76. In the sky above Naraki City, there are 2 people in black robes standing. The appearance revealed in the black robe is Urahara Kisuke, who followed behind Seireitei, and Shihaorin Yoryuki, who transformed back into human form. The black robe worn by the 2 of them is the black cloak, one of Urahara Kisuke's inventions, which completely hides the user's Ryutsu. Shihaorin Yoryuki, who has been transformed into a human form, has long purple hair, a tall, curvy figure, and brown skin, which looks very sexy. Urahara, are you going to let Seireitei brother deal with such a guy? This is Arrancar beyond the captain level. Shihaorin Yoryuki was a little worried after seeing Grimjo. Originally Urahara Kisuke didn't want to come, but because Yoryuki was worried about Seireitei's safety, forcibly force Urahara Kisuke to follow. If Seireitei loses to that Arrancar, Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke 660 will come to the rescue at the critical moment. Yoryuki-chan, don't worry, Seireitei is not as simple as you think, he is a real genius, his Zanpakuto Shikai ability is beyond your imagination. Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. Seireitei, I wonder if this Arrancar can force your full strength out. Urahara Kisuke cast his eyes on Seireitei in Naraki City and murmured. This blazing gleam unleashed by Grimjo. Before Seireitei was 1 meter away, it seemed to stop. Do not stop. When it was within 1 meter of Seireitei, the speed became very slow, as if the world had stopped. How is it possible? The flash of Wang Su actually stopped in front of this Shinigami? What kind of ability is this? Glanz was a little surprised. This is the exclusive ability of Espada. Wang Su's flash. Now it actually stopped in front of Seireitei. No wonder that Lord asked Grimjo to do it himself. This kind of Zanpakuto ability is really terrifying. 35 Xiao Long also expressed surprise. Haha. Not bad. Shinigami, you are very good. I came here from Hueco Mundo to kill you, you are indeed a strong opponent. A look of excitement flashed in Grimjo's eyes, and he laughed. The opponent in front of him is worth fighting with all his strength. Is this what you Espada call Wang Su's flash? It's a good ability. Seireitei smiled slightly. Seireitei just used observation haki to perceive the power contained in the flash of Wang Su in front of her. Probably between the full blow of the vice-captain and the ordinary captain. To put it simply, it is roughly equivalent to the strength of Sich Quangzai. Seireitei slowly pulled out the staff knife at his waist, wrapped armament haki around the staff knife, and slashed forward. In front of Seireitei, the cyan blue flash of Wang Su split into two halves, turned into little spirit particles, and dissipated in the air. Then, a powerful burst of purple mixed with blue Ryutsu erupted from Seireitei's body, scattered to the entire Naraki city. The first ones were Grimmjow, Xiaolong and Glanz standing in front of Seireitei. Damn! Damn! Is this Shinigami really just a captain? How can a mere captain have such a powerful Ryutsu? Glanz's face became a little distorted. The Ryutsu erupted by Seireitei made Glanz's soul tremble with fear. Xiaolong didn't speak, but looked at Seireitei solemnly. Ryutsu, whose body exploded, barely fought against Seireitei's Ryutsu. It's just his Ryutsu, who is completely at a disadvantage. This Ryutsu intensity. That's right. You are the opponent I've been looking for, Glanz, Xiaolong, you two stand down, I'm going to fight this Shinigami. Grimmjow said excitedly after feeling Seireitei's powerful Ryutsu covering his body. Sharon and Glanz, who also knew Grimmjow's character, nodded afterward. Use the ring to turn and disappear in place. Appeared hundreds of meters away. Ring to turn. It is a high-speed movement technique unique to Arrancar, similar to Shinigami's Shunpo or Quincy's flying legs. Roar! 35. The 10 Jillians in Naraki City were not as good as the 3 Grimmjows. After being enveloped by Seireitei's powerful Ryutsu, they roared in pain and attacked Seireitei. As if he wanted to devour Seireitei, a Shinigami who exudes high spiritual power, in one bite. Aren't there many living people already? If that's the case, there's no need to hold back, let's clean up these Jillians first. Seireitei sensed that there were not many humans in Naraki City in front of him. Before Seireitei came, the 10 subordinate Minos Grande Jillian have basically devoured the souls of the entire humans in Naraki City. 40 times the gravity. Seireitei manipulates gravity, directly covering everything within 200,000 meters. When Seireitei used 40 times the gravity on a newly transformed Minos Grande, Ajichas, he instantly killed that Ajichas. Not to mention those 10 Jillians around. Crack. 35. Under 40 times the gravity, the bodies of these 10 Jillians with a height of 40 to 50 meters began to be squeezed in various ways, and their bodies began to crack continuously. The bone mask on their faces was directly broken, making a sound crisp. Roar! In less than a second, with the screams of each Jillian, under 40 times the gravity, each Jillian was directly squeezed into little spirit particles and dissipated into the air. Boom! All the buildings in the entire Naraki City are also under the huge pressure of 40 times the gravity. In an instant, it fell apart and collapsed. The buildings were directly crushed into pieces of ruins by 40 times the gravity. The ground within 200,000 meters around Naraki City was completely sunken tens of meters deep. Pieces of ruins fell directly into these pits that were more than 10 meters deep. In an instant, the entire Naraki City almost completely disappeared. There is only a bare ground, and one after another potholes as deep as tens of meters. 5.1. After Grimmjow felt a mountain-like pressure everywhere in his body. The Ryutsu on his body began to explode, offsetting the huge pressure of 40 times the gravity. Xiaolong and Glanz were not so lucky. Before returning to the edge, 40 times the pressure of gravity is no longer something they can resist. Even if Ryutsu exploded all over the body, it would not have the slightest effect. The enormous pressure of 40 times the force of gravity continuously tore apart the bodies of Xiaolong and Glanz. Wounds appeared on the surface of their bodies. Crush it, Prince Ashenhorn. Glanz holds the Zanpakuto in his right hand and begins to return the blade. Glanz takes the form of a white bony bull with large horns. Chapter 77. After returning to the blade, the wound on Glanz's body has recovered to the original state. After Arrancar returned to the blade, unless it was already physically disabled before returning to the blade. Otherwise, general injuries can be recovered. Cut it off, 5-claw worm. Xiaolong also returned to the blade. Xiaolong's body changes into an insect's skin and armor, the scissors insect's tail appears on the blade the mask on the face expands from the left half of the face to the chin, and the arms and hands become longer and become bone like the sharp blade. Xiaolong and Granz returned to the blade. The strength is between the vice-captain and the ordinary captain level. The battle between Seireitei and Grimmjow was a duo that simply couldn't intervene. Shinigami, show me your true strength. Grimmjow let out a cry of excitement. The voice just fell. Grimmjow spun and disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Seireitei. Zanpakuto, in Grimmjow's hand, slashed hard at Seireitei. When Seireitei saw Grimmjow attacking him, he smiled and didn't resist, just stood there. What's going on? 19. Grimmjow looked horrified. As soon as Grimmjow was within a meter of Seireitei, Zanpakuto in his hand swung towards Seireitei. Suddenly, I felt my body began to slow down. Obviously Seireitei's body was right in front of Grimmjow. Grimmjow couldn't get any closer. You can't even get close to me, how can you kill me? Seireitei smiled. There is no lower limit spell with 5 enlightenment templates, spells and the power to stop any attack, except poison. There is simply no way to touch Seireitei. Let alone Grimmjow for this espada. Even if Yamamoto Genryūsai uses Bankai, there is no way to get close to Seireitei. In a sense, this ability of Wujo Satoru template. Almost unsolvable. Grimmjow's strength is strong though. It is even enough to compare with a high-ranking captain like Byakuya Kuchiki. But what's the use if there's no way to attack Seireitei? 60 times the gravity. 35. Seireitei's flat voice echoed around. Seireitei manipulated 60 times the gravity, directly covering the bodies of Grimmjow, Glanz, and Xiaolong. The first to bear the brunt is Grimmjow. Grimmjow's body felt an unprecedented gravity. Appears all over the body. A huge pressure of 60 times the force of gravity. Clang! 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 Grimmjow's body was under the tremendous pressure of 60 times the gravity, and there were continuous sounds of weapons being exchanged on the surface, and even sparks burst out. Crack! 60 times the gravity began to continuously squeeze the inside of Grimmjow's body, and there was a crisp sound, and the bones of the whole body seemed to be broken. Even if Grimmjow bursts out with all Ryutsu, it won't help. Seireitei's gravity is not just able to act on the surface of the body. As long as the enemy's Ryutsu, there is no way to counteract the gravity. Even the internal organs of the body are also affected by 60 times the gravity. Before Grimmjow returns to Blade, the strength of Ryutsu is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary captains. The bodies of Xiaolong and Glanz were under the tremendous pressure of 60 times the gravity. Everywhere in the body is bearing a pressure like a mountain. The bodies of the two were directly and heavily crushed to the ground by 60 times the gravity. Blood spewed out continuously from the mouth. The body began to be squeezed continuously, and wounds were torn out. Boom! And the ground the two of them were standing on simply couldn't bear the pressure of 60 times the gravity of their current bodies. It collapsed directly, and a huge deep pit appeared. The bodies of the two of them directly sank into the deep pit, unable to move at all. This Shinigami's Zanpakuto ability, what the hell is it? How can it be so powerful? There was a tremor in Granz's voice. Ahem, hope Grimmjow can take care of that Shinigami. Xiaolong said after coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. At this time Xiaolong could only concentrate on resisting the huge pressure of 60 times the gravity. There is simply no way to care about anything. Now Xiaolong can only pray in his heart that Grimmjow can defeat Seireitei. Otherwise, both he and Glanz would die under this gravity. I don't believe it anymore, my attack really can't attack you. Grimmjow was under the pressure of 60 times the force of gravity, and the wounds all over his body were constantly oozing blood. He gritted his teeth and attacked Seireitei. Under the enormous pressure of 60 times the force of gravity. Grimmjow can't use the ring at all. Grimmjow, holding Zanpakuto, keeps appearing around Seireitei. But every time, the Zanpakuto in Grimmjow's hand just came within a meter of Seireitei. The speed will immediately slow down, and it will be impossible to touch Seireitei at all. Grimmjow, as I said just now, you can't get close to me. Seireitei smiled lightly. Just when Grimjo's figure appeared in front of Seireitei again, Seireitei held up his right hand, which was wrapped around armament haki, and the staff knife in his hand covered armament haki, and after adding 60 times the gravity, he made 10 slashes. 10 purple crescent-shaped slashes, issued from Seireitei's staff knife. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a purple slash tens of meters long. Scattered in all directions, they attacked Grimjo's body together. 660 on the way to Grimjo. Everything that stood in front of the 10 purple slashes tens of meters long was cut into 2. Bottomless gullies also appeared on the ground. Bakudo's 61 6-foot beam. In order not to let Grimjo dodge the attack, Seireitei stretched out his left hand and chanted the broken 6 paths beams appear on Grimjo's body. Not only does Grimjo have to withstand the enormous pressure of 60 times the force of gravity, he was trapped in the body by Bakudo's 61 6-foot light beam. For a while, it was impossible to break free. He could only watch 10 purple slashes with a length of tens of meters hit Grimjo's body. Clang! With the Zanpakuto in his hand, Grimjo blocked 2 purple slashes and made the sound of weapons changing. Grimjo's body was also subjected to 60 times the gravity of the 2 purple slashes. He fell heavily to the ground. There was a loud bang. A powerful impact force fell to the ground. The ground within a kilometer of Grimjo began to crack in cracks, and then split into 4s and 5s. The remaining 8 purple slashes directly submerged his body. Kill him, Leopard King! Grimjo let out a low cry, held the Zanpakuto, and performed the homing blade. Chapter 78. A powerful blue Ryutsu wrapped around Grimjo's body, and directly defeated the 8 purple slashes attacking him. After returning to the blade, Grimjo's body turned into a white leopard, his hair turned into long blue hair hanging down his waist, his mask moved to his forehead, his whole body was equipped with white tight armor, and he grew quite long mane and sharp claws. Shinigami! This is my return state. You are dead! Grimjo yelled. The blue Ryutsu that erupted from his body swept towards Seireitei. The 60-fold gravity that was supposed to hang over Grimjo, completely offset by this powerful blue Ryutsu. SHH! 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 Grimjo's elbow fired 5 emerald green weapons, blasting towards Seireitei. The claw of the Leopard King. At the same time, Grimjo appeared behind Seireitei using the spinner, and 2 huge blue light streaks came out from his claws, attacking Seireitei. Just as Grimjo was smiling, as if he had seen Seireitei die under his claws. I saw Seireitei was still standing there, looking at him with a smile on his face. Grimjo, I just made it clear that you can't get close to me without my permission. Seireitei smiled. After Grimjo returns to the blade, his strength is already stronger than that of the upper captain. However, no matter how strong the strength is, it is useless. As long as you can't attack Seireitei, it's useless. The 5 pieces of emerald green launched from Grimjo's elbow still stayed in front of Seireitei on schedule, and could only attack Seireitei at an extremely slow speed. And when Grimjo appeared behind Seireitei, he stretched out his claws and was about to grab it. I just feel that my body seems to be controlled by some kind of force. The speed of the outstretched claws became extremely slow. Obviously Seireitei is standing in front of Grimjo, as long as he moves forward a little bit, he can attack. But this little distance is like a natural moat. No matter how you can't touch it. How is it possible? What the hell is going on? How is it possible to have this ability? 99. Grimjo couldn't believe it. 70 times the gravity. While Grimjo was stunned, Seireitei spoke calmly. Seireitei manipulated gravity, and in Grimjo's body, increased it by a factor of 10. A full 70 times the gravity shrouded Grimjo's body. Grimjo's body, therefore, stopped and began to burst out of its own Ryutsu, counteracting a large part of the effect of gravity. Relying on his steel skin as Arrancar, he forcibly resisted the remaining part of gravity, and attacked Seireitei. The 2 Grimjo subordinates, Glands and Xiaolong, were not spared by Seireitei either. The bodies of Glands and Xiaolong hundreds of meters away were under the huge pressure of 70 times the gravity. Crack! 35. Shinigami! Grimmjow will avenge us. The bodies began to twist and crack continuously, and inch by inch cracks appeared from the bone masks on their bodies. Everywhere in the body, including the organs in the body, was squeezed by huge pressure. In an instant, all the bones in the whole body were shattered into residues, and the internal organs were also squeezed into balls of blood mist. After uttering an unwilling scream, the bodies of Glands and Xiao Long were directly crushed by 70 times the gravity, turning into little spirit particles and dissipating in the air. Shinigami, you are very good. How dare you kill Glands and Xiao Long? I want you to be buried with them. I don't believe that your ability can be used all the time. Grimmjow looked at Seireitei with killing intent, and gritted his teeth. Grimmjow doesn't believe that Seireitei's ability will last forever. He feels that Seireitei's ability is so powerful, it must consume a lot of Seireitei itself. If you can try. Seireitei smiled. There is no lower limit to the Wujo Satoru's template ability, mantra stopping power, which is Seireitei's passive ability. The consumption is basically zero. The only disadvantage is that it cannot defend against poison attacks, and Grimmjow obviously does not have the ability to use poison attacks. As for other attacks, Seireitei cannot be attacked at all. There is no way to even get close. Seireitei, a shunpo, appeared in front of Grimmjow, wrapped armament haki with his right hand and staff knife, and slashed at Grimmjow's neck. Grimmjow immediately blocked Seireitei's staff knife with his armored double claw block, BJFB. Clang. 99. When Seireitei's staff knife struck Grimmjow's claws, there was a sound like the handover of weapons, and sparks burst out. Crack. 99. However, there was also a crack in the armor that Grimmjow had just used to block the stick knife. After Grimmjow returns to the blade, Ryutsu is indeed stronger than Seireitei. However, since Grimmjow is not only using his own Ryutsu, it is counteracting Seireitei's 70-fold gravity that hangs over him. Also be attacked by Seireitei from time to time. Seireitei kept using Shunpo, his figure was like a ghost. One moment behind Grimmjow, the next moment to his left. Clang clang clang. In the sky and on the ground, the figures of Seireitei and Grimmjow are constantly shining. The clouds in the sky were also shaken away by the aftermath of the attacks of the two. Boom! The ground with a radius of tens of thousands of meters was also hit by the aftermath of the attack, creating bottomless ravines. Every attack of Seireitei produces a powerful impact. It made the ground shake like an earthquake. Repeatedly, Seireitei covered armament haki's staff knife in Seireitei's hand. It has been hacked all over Grimmjow's body thousands of times. Pft! Pft! Although Grimmjow blocked most of Seireitei's attacks with his claws and the armor on his body. However, there were still some attacks that were not blocked. Each of Seireitei's cuts left Grimmjow with gash after gash on Grimmjow's unarmored body. A gurgle of blood dripped from Grimmjow's wound onto the ground. During this period, Grimmjow was not without thoughts of fighting back. However, Grimmjow just came within a meter of Seireitei. The speed of movement became the same as before, extremely slow, and it was impossible to touch Seireitei at all. I can only stand there like this, being Seireitei's living target. When Seireitei slashed at Grimmjow's body again with the staff knife that covered armament haki. The suit of armor worn by Grimmjow shattered into countless tiny iron bodies with a click and scattered on the ground. Pft! Seireitei seized this opportunity, and stabbed Grimmjow's heart straight with the staff knife wrapped around armament haki in his hand. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Grimmjow used the spinner to avoid Seireitei's fatal blow and appeared hundreds of meters away. Fufufo, a mere Shinigami, how can he have this ability? Doesn't it cost nothing to use this ability? Grimmjow, who was hundreds of meters away, was panting heavily, his eyes fixed on Seireitei, and drops of blood flowed from the wounds on his body to the ground. Seireitei's ability is really too stupid. The attacks of other people can't attack Seireitei, and they can't even get close to Seireitei. Seireitei, on the other hand, can attack other people at will. In the long run, even Grimmjow, who is stronger than Seireitei. He will also be killed by Seireitei, who exhausts his spiritual power and all his physical strength. Chapter 79. In the battle with Seireitei just now, Grimjo has consumed a lot of physical strength and suffered a lot of injuries to his body. The strength of Ryutsu on him is also much weaker than before. It looks like you're dying, so I'll be good to the end and send you to see those two Arrancars. Seireitei shook her head after seeing Grimjo's miserable appearance with observation haki. Today's Grimjo's strength has been greatly reduced compared to before. Today's Grimjo is stronger than ordinary captains and a little weaker than high-ranking captains. It is not too difficult for Seireitei to kill him. Gravity chaos. Seireitei manipulated gravity, taking it away from Grimjo and causing him to float hundreds of meters into the sky. Grimjo's body just felt the pressure off him. In an instant, Seireitei slammed on Grimjo's body again, using a full 70 times the force of gravity. Let Grimjo fall towards the ground below at an extremely fast speed. Bakudo S75 5 pillars of iron guns. Bakudo S79 9 obsidian bonds. When Grimjo's body fell hundreds of meters into the ground, Seireitei feared that he would resist, so he used 2 high-level Kido in succession and chanted abandonment. In an instant, 5 huge iron pillars smashed into Grimjo's head and limbs. Immediately afterwards, 9 dark Ryutsu sealed the 8 sides and center of Grimjo. And Grimjo's current strength is much stronger than Seireitei imagined. Even bound by 2 high-ranking Kido. Shinigami, do you think you can trap me like this? Grimjo burst out the powerful blue Ryutsu on his body, struggled hard, and let out a roar. The 2 high-level Kido bound to his body began to shake. It seemed that Grimjo would be able to get out of it in the next second. Boom! At this moment, Grimjo also fell to the ground from hundreds of meters in the sky, under the blessing of 70 times the gravity, and directly on the ground, he smashed a large crater thousands of meters in diameter. Reached tens of thousands of meters. The surrounding ground, after receiving this heavy blow, as if an earthquake had occurred, it began to shake a few times, and cracks appeared on the ground. Then it collapsed. The ground within 10,000 meters where Grimjo was located began to crack and crack. Bottomless ravines appeared one after another. Ahem! Shinigami, is this all you can do? Then you can't kill me. Grimjo crawled out of the 1,000-meter deep pit, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a grim face. Although Grimjo suffered a lot of damage in the impact just now. Even a large piece of his chest was dented, but it didn't pose any danger to his life. Just suffered a lot of damage. Bakudo no 99 forbidden. Seireitei once again used, currently the strongest Bakudo that he can chant abolition. In an instant, strips of leather and nails covered with Kido spells sealed Grimjo's arms, immobilizing them. In the past few days, when Seireitei was staying at the Urahara store, she learned some Kido from Tessai, who used to be the chief Kido leader of the Kido congregation. And this Bakudo S99 forbidden. It's just right for Grimjo. Today's Grimjo is greatly weakened. Even the 2 Bakudo 75 and Bakudo 79 just now were able to trap Grimjo for a little while. Not to mention this Bakudo S99 bands. Trap Grimjo for at least 30 seconds. Still not a problem. Fire Festival. 35. A Shunpo and Seireitei appeared hundreds of meters above the sky. Seireitei began to use observation haki with the gravity ability, and sensed more than a dozen meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters above tens of thousands of kilometers. He raised his right hand high and fired more than a dozen purple gravitational waves. In an instant, these dozen or so meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters were enveloped and pulled down. Seireitei did not use gravity to fine-tune these dozen meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters, but guided these meteorites to fall to where Grimjo is. 5 seconds later, these dozens of meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters, which looked like fireballs one after another, exuded blazing heat on the surface, and quickly fell to Grimjo, who was trapped on the ground by Bakudo S99 forbidden. Boom! Only a loud explosion sound was heard. Grimjo was impacted by more than a dozen meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Everything within 10 kilometers from Grimjo was destroyed. The ground instantly turned into a sea of flames. Where Grimjo was originally, there was also a bottomless pit. This is not dead? What a tenacious vitality! Seireitei said with envy in her tone. Seireitei originally thought that he was attacked by more than a dozen meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Grimmjow should be dead. Unexpectedly, Grimmjow's vitality is so tenacious. With such a serious injury, he was still alive. It really surprised Seireitei. Seireitei used observation haki to perceive the bottomless pit below. Most of Grimmjow's body was charred black. Even his right arm was broken, and more than half of the mask on his forehead was destroyed. But Grimmjow's body was still firmly locked in place by Bakudo S99. At this time, Grimmjow was not far from death. Since this is the case, then let me use this strongest move to send you on your way. Speaking of which, I have never seen the power of a meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters. Seireitei smiled. The power produced by a meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters is many times stronger than the dozen or so meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Seireitei began to use observation haki with the gravity ability, and sensed a meteorite with a diameter of 1 kilometer above tens of thousands of kilometers. A purple gravitational wave was emitted. In an instant, the meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters was enveloped, and the gravity was controlled to pull it down. 3 seconds later, this meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters fell nearly half faster than the meteorite summoned by Seireitei before. Like a huge fireball, it fell straight towards the deep pit where Grimmjow was. Hello Wang Wang. At the moment when this meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters fell at the location of Grimmjow, Grimmjow, who was trapped in place and could not move, could only feel a breath of death, passing through his whole body. Move! Move for me! Grimmjow burst into Ryotsu, screaming with a ferocious face, trying to use the ring to escape from the spot, but he couldn't move. He could only helplessly watch the huge great fireball in front of him getting closer and closer to him. Boom! Everything within a radius of 100 kilometers was directly destroyed into countless powders by the powerful impact force at the moment this meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters fell. On the ground, a sea of flames stretching tens of thousands of meters appeared, and meteorite fragments were everywhere. The moment Grimmjow's body came into contact with the meteorite, his body was destroyed by the scorching heat and powerful impact, and he turned into spirit particles and dissipated into the air. So far. Espadon no. 6 Grimmjow. Die. Chapter 80. A meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters is really powerful. Seireitei, standing hundreds of meters in the air, muttered to himself after seeing this scene with observation haki. Today's Naraki City. Under the destruction of the dozens of meteorites with a diameter of more than 100 meters and the meteorite with a diameter of 1000 meters just now. It has long been wiped out. Only a desert was left. And Grimmjow this espada. There was not even a complete corpse left, and it directly turned into a spirit child. But the power is great. The consumption is also great. Seireitei smiled wryly, and slowly sheathed the stick knife in his hand. Seireitei now has less than half of his spiritual and physical strength left. Pulling the meteorite down from tens of thousands of kilometers, although the destructive power produced is great. However, the physical strength consumed has also increased several times. Especially Seireitei's final blow. Pull down a meteorite with a diameter of 1 kilometer. It also consumes 1/10 of Seireitei's physical strength. Even with Seireitei's physical strength at its peak, it can only pull down 10 meteorites with a diameter of 1000 meters at most. Miss Yoryuki, Mr. Urahara, you can come out now. Seireitei said to the air beside him. As soon as the words fell, 2 people in black robes appeared beside Seireitei. These 2 are Urahara Kisuke and Chihaorin Yoryuki who have been watching from the shadows. When Seireitei was rushing from Karakura town to Naraki City, he used observation haki to find that Urahara Kisuke and Chihaorin Yoryuki were right behind him. So, just when Seireitei manipulates gravity, it didn't hang over the 2 of them. Ah, Yoryuki-chan, I told you that Seireitei had discovered us a long time ago, you still don't believe me. 35. Urahara Kisuke, wearing a black robe, said with a smile. He just looked down at Naraki City, which had turned into a desert. There was still a hint of horror in his eyes. When Seireitei was in Karakura town a few days ago, he had already summoned the meteorite. It's just that at that time, the meteorite summoned by Seireitei was not as powerful as it is now. Urahara, stop talking nonsense. After Yoriyuki hit Urahara Kisuke's head with a fist, a flash of horror flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Little Seireitei, your Shikai is not only powerful in destructive power, but also has such weird abilities, it's hard to imagine that this is just a Shikai. Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability, perhaps not the most offensively capable. However, it is definitely the one with the largest attack range and the most destructive power. Even Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, the strongest in Yamamoto Genryūsai's Yan family, was in Shikai. Nor is it as destructive as Seireitei's Zanpakuto ability." And, just now when Yoriyuki and Urahara Kisuke watched from afar, Grimmjow, who is Espada, cannot attack Seireitei at all. Whether it's Zero or something else. There is no way to even touch Seireitei. Can only be hit as a living target by Seireitei. Living consumption of spiritual and physical strength. Even swapping Yoriyuki and Grimmjow. Yoriyuki also had a hard time attacking Seireitei. Miss Yoriyuki, after Zanpakuto Shikai, the ability will be greatly enhanced. I am just a little bit stronger than other people's Zanpakuto ability. Seireitei smiled lightly. A little stronger? You call this a little stronger? It's a billion points, right? Yoriyuki growled inwardly. Seireitei, how did you find out about me and Yoriyuki-chan? There shouldn't be a hint of Ryutsu leaking from the two of us. 35. Urahara Kisuke was a little puzzled. For their own inventions. Urahara Kisuke is still very confident. He and the black cloak Yoriyuki wears as long as Ryutsu is not released voluntarily. Even if you stand behind the captain, you won't be noticed. Mr. Urahara, this is my ability, sorry I can't tell you. Seireitei smiled. In front of Seireitei's observation haki. The black cloak on Urahara Kisuke and Yoriyuki is like a fake. Seireitei can clearly see both of them even if they don't use Ryutsu. However, Yoriyuki-san looks really good looking when she turns back into a human. Seireitei gave a compliment with a smile on her face. I have to say that Yoriyuki, who has turned back into a human, has a curvy figure, a sexy and tall body, and an exquisite appearance. Ahem. Seireitei, aren't you unable to see? How can you still see Yoriyuki's face? After Urahara Kisuke coughed lightly, he felt a little strange. Seireitei is a congenital blind person. Being able to use Ryutsu, and fight enemies normally, is already pretty amazing. From the looks of it now, it seems that even the appearance of other people can be seen. Seireitei smiled and lied, this is my Ryutsu speciality. I can see the appearance of Mr. Urahara and Ms. Yoriyuki with Ryutsu, especially Mr. Urahara, you are very unique. Ask for flowers. As long as Seireitei doesn't say she saw it with observation haki. No matter how hard Urahara Kisuke thinks, he can only attribute this matter to the particularity of Seireitei Ryutsu. Your Ryutsu is a bit special. I think it was your Ryutsu who discovered me and Yoriyuki-chan just now. 35. Urahara Kisuke said in a certain tone. Seireitei smiled without saying a word. However, if your Ryutsu is known by the current captain of the 12th Division, Kurotsuke Mayuri, I guess he will be very interested in studying you. Urahara Kisuke thought that Seireitei had acquiesced, so he didn't continue to ask, but said it jokingly. Let alone Kurotsuke Mayuri. Even Urahara Kisuke herself, for what Seireitei calls Ryutsu particularity. I was also very curious and wanted to study it. It's just that because Seireitei has a good relationship with him, he didn't speak directly. Boom. Yoriyuki slapped Urahara Kisuke on the head, and said angrily, Urahara, don't think I don't know what you think, if you want to study Seireitei, there is no way. I'll just say it. Urahara Kisuke clasped his hands, whispered behind his swollen head. At this moment, a world transmitting gate appeared in the sky. Yoriyuki-chan, someone is coming, let's go first. 35. When Urahara Kisuke saw it, he immediately shouted. As soon as the words fell, Yoriyuki and Urahara Kisuke disappeared in place. Is Soul Society finally here? Seireitei was speechless. After the battle is over, people are sent over. If Seireitei hadn't turned on the second template, it is estimated that it is impossible to beat the Espada of Gojo at all. Even if people from the Soul Society come, they can only collect Seireitei's body. As the world transmitting door in the sky slowly opened, Kuraku Shunsui, who was wearing a pink feather jacket embroidered with patterns, often wore a cape on his head, and had a little beard on his chin, was the first to come out of the world transmitting gate and looked at the surrounding scene. All of a sudden, his eyes widened and he was stunned. No? I came to the wrong place? What about Naraki City? Could it be that the world crossing gate opened in the wrong place? Kuraku Shunsui opened his mouth and stared wide-eyed, a little unbelievable. Chapter 81. There was no sign of any city at all. There is only a desert, a sea of fire stretching tens of thousands of meters on the ground, and meteorite fragments scattered everywhere. What about Naraki City? Where did my big Naraki City go? Who will tell me, where is Naraki City? Hey! Kukaki Shya. Is he dead? Just when Kuraku Shunsui was stunned, the figure of Zaraki Kenpeki came out from the world transmitting gate, holding Zanpakuto and shouting. Kuzujishi Yachiru stood firmly on the shoulders of Zaraki Kenpeki. After Zaraki Kenpeki and Yakian Liu came out from the crossing gate, the world transmitting gate also slowly closed, and then disappeared without a trace. Captain Zaraki, leader of the Beijing band, Vice Captain Yachiru. 35. Seireitei, a shunpo, appeared in front of the three of them, and greeted them with a smile on his face. Haha! Kukaki Seireitei, I knew you wouldn't simply die like 667. What about the superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord? Where is it? When Zaraki Kenpeki saw Seireitei, he held Zanpakuto in his right hand and carried it behind his back, laughing loudly. After Zaraki Kenpeki learned that in this world, there appeared a superior Minos Grande that surpassed the captain level. Immediately wanted to go to the present world to fight this Vasto Lord. However, due to the riot in the Mao underground prison, followed the other captains to suppress the prisoners, so it took some time. Hello, Xiao Yu, Ajian, I, and the leader of the Beijing band are here to support you. Where's the enemy? After jumping off Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder, Yachiru greeted Seireitei with a smile, and began to look around, trying to find traces of the enemy. Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuraku Shunsui after suppressing the riot at the Mao underground prison. So he took Yakian Liu and immediately rushed from the Soul Society to the present world. Seireitei, what's going on? This is Naraki City, right? Kuraku Shunsui asked with some doubts. This is indeed Naraki City, but it was destroyed during my battle with that Vasto Lord. Seireitei pointed to Naraki City, which had turned into a desert, and continued, as for the Vasto Lord, I have already killed it. Seireitei is not going to tell Kuraku Shunsui about Arrancar. What? That Minos Grande has been killed by you? I remember that you have only been in this world for a few days? Are you sure you are fighting with Minos Grande, Vasto Lord's superior? Kuraku Shunsui was a little shocked, and a little worried that Seireitei mistook the middle-level Minos Grande Ajichus for the upper-level Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Kuraku Shunsui clearly remembered that Seireitei had just arrived in this world for a few days. You can kill a Minos Grande who seems to be Vasto Lord. You know, Minos Grande, Vasto Lord's superior, has already surpassed the ordinary captain level in strength. And when Seireitei was in Soul Society, he was slightly stronger than Komamura Seijin. King Band Leader, I can be sure that the one fighting me is Vasto Lord's superior, Minos Grande. If I hadn't learned Shikai a few days ago, and my strength has increased a lot, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to kill that Vasto Lord. Seireitei smiled lightly. Road. Gojo, though, is merely made of mid-level Minos Grande Ajichus Arrancar. However, after Gojo was transformed into Arrancar, in terms of strength, he was actually not much different from the real superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Shikai? Seireitei, have you learned Shikai? Kuraku Shunsui was a little surprised, and at the same time was a little curious about what Seireitei's Shikai is. Even after learning Shikai, he was able to kill a Vasto Lord's superior, Minos Grande. Yes, I was lucky enough to learn Shikai. Otherwise, the Beijing band leader, you will probably collect my body when you come this time. Seireitei smiled. Haha. Kukaki Shya, since you can kill that Vasto Lord, let's have a good fight. Enjoy the fight. 35. Zaraki Kenpeiga laughed. Zaraki Kenpeiga rips off the blindfold and the bell in his hair, bursting out into a golden powerful Ryutsu. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, he slashes towards Seireitei. Come on, Ajiun. Come on, Xiaowu. Yachiria shouted to Zaraki Kenpeiga and Seireitei from the side. Seireitei, what will your Shikai be? Kiraku Shunsui didn't stop Zaraki Kenpeiga, but touched the beard of his chin with his hand, and looked at Seireitei with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He also wants to see what Seireitei's Shikai really is. Only then can Seireitei have the strength to kill the superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord just after learning Shikai. Zaraki Kenpeiga felt something was wrong when he attacked Seireitei. This time, Seireitei didn't dodge or evade, just stood where he was. Also, Seireitei did not use the Zanpakuto ability on Zaraki Kenpeiga. Although Zaraki Kenpeiga felt strange in his heart. However, the speed at which the body erupts is a bit faster than before. In an instant, he was about to come to Seireitei. Kukaki Shya, haven't you pulled out your Zanpakuto yet? Are you looking down on me? After seeing Seireitei still standing still, Zaraki Kenpeiga attacked Seireitei and shouted angrily. Captain Zaraki, I think you misunderstood. I don't look down on you, but there is no need to draw the sword at all. Seireitei smiled slightly. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeiga, holding Zanpakuto, also approached within 1 meter of Seireitei. Zaraki Kenpeiga only felt the movement speed of his body, which began to become slower and slower. Obviously in the past, it only took a moment to rush in front of Seireitei. But now, the speed has become slower than that of the tortoise. Kukaki Shya, what did you do? Zaraki Kenpeiga yelled. Zanpakuto in his hand wanted to continue cutting towards Seireitei. But the speed of Zanpakuto's swing has become extremely slow. As if time stood still. Ah! Seireitei's Shikai ability, is it space ability? Kiraku Shunsui was a little surprised after seeing this scene. Kiraku Shunsui still knows the strength of Zaraki Kenpeiga very well. Since Zaraki Kenpeiga followed Seireitei's instigation to challenge Kiraku Shunsui. Kiraku Shunsui has been entangled directly by Zaraki Kenpeiga these days. And Seireitei's Shikai actually made it impossible for Zaraki Kenpeiga to even get close. It's really scary. Come on, Ajiun. 5.1. Yakian Liu waved his small fist and shouted. Captain Zaraki, I did nothing but free Zanpakuto. Seireitei spread her hands and smiled. Fun. Kukaki Shya, that's fun. It's exciting. 99. Zaraki Kenpeiga shouted excitedly. Zaraki Kenpeiga is constantly moving rapidly in the sky, appearing in every corner of Seireitei, wanting to attack Seireitei. But whenever Zaraki Kenpeiga appeared within 1 meter of Seireitei, he would move extremely slowly just like before. After Zaraki Kenpeiga tried hundreds of times in a row, finally discovered that he had previously unfavorably attacked. There is no way to even get close to Seireitei. Zaraki Kenpeiga's expression also changed from excited to depressed. Not even Seireitei can get close. How to fight this? Chapter 82. How is it? Captain Zaraki, do you want to continue? Seireitei said with a smile on his face. Seireitei had some headaches before and Zaraki Kenpeiga kept pestering him. However, Seireitei after opening the Wujo Satoru template. I am no longer afraid of the entanglement of Zaraki Kenpeiga, a combat madman. There is no lower limit spell, the power of spell and stop. Zaraki Kenpeiga couldn't even get close to Seireitei, let alone attack Seireitei. Humph. Don't fight. It's boring. After Zaraki Kenpeiga put Zanpakuto away, he snorted coldly. Originally, Zaraki Kenpeiga thought that even if he came to this world, he would not be able to fight against the superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. At least you can have a good fight with Seireitei. Unexpectedly, he can't even get close to Seireitei now, let alone fight. Oi, Xiao Yu 1. Yaqian Liu jumped up a few times with a cheerful expression, like a child, and said with a smile. Kurako Shunsui and Yachiru, using Shunpo, came to Seireitei. Ah, Seireitei, your Shikai ability is really scary, even Captain Zaraki can't get close to you, can you tell me what your Zanpakuto Shikai ability is? Kurako Shunsui pressed the bamboo hat, 19 showed curiosity. After Seireitei's Zanpakuto Shikai, the abilities are quite different from before though. However, the ability shown is really too powerful. Zaraki Kenpeiga just after ripping off Seal Ryutsu's blindfold and the bell in his hair. The strength of the Ryutsu that erupted is already much stronger than that of ordinary captains. But even so, Zaraki Kenpeiga was under Seireitei's Shikai, so he couldn't attack him no matter what. Zaraki Kenpeiga and Yachiru also looked at Seireitei. Especially Zaraki Kenpeiga stared at Seireitei with piercing eyes, and wanted to wait until he knew Seireitei's Shikai ability. Try to find a way to get rid of it. There is nothing to hide, after my Zanpakuto Shikai, no one can attack mine without my permission, unless the Ryutsu strength, which is 10 times stronger than mine, is immune. Seireitei smiled lightly, deliberately throwing out a false weakness, just to confuse others. Most importantly, want to confuse Aizen and Ichimaru Jin hidden hundreds of meters away. When the portal opened, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin were wearing a set of black cloaks similar to Urahara Kisuk that can block all Ryutsu. Following Zaraki Kenpeiga and Yaqian Liu, they walked out from the world transmitting gate. Also, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin also used Bakudo's 26 bent light. The 26th function of Bakudo is to make Ryutsu into a transparent canvas and cover it on itself to make itself invisible. If you use this Kido together with the black cloak that shields Ryutsu, you can completely conceal your existence, and even the sound you make will not be noticed by others. The reason why Kurako Shunsui and Zaraki Kenpeiga and Yachiru were not found. Seireitei guessed that it might be because Aizen liberated Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, complete hypnosis, and Kurako Shunsui 3 people, making the trio ignore the existence of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. If it weren't for Seireitei's perception of everything around her with observation haki, it's really not necessarily possible to find Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. As for whether Aizen believes what Seireitei said, Seireitei is not sure. Anyway, Seireitei's 5 enlightenment templates, the no lower limit spell, mantra power of stop, don't have this weakness at all. Even if Zaraki Kenpeiga's Ryutsu strength is 100 times stronger than Seireitei, 1,000 times is useless. Only poison can break through the effect of the spell and stop force and attack Seireitei. In the entire 13th division, only the 12th division Captain Kurosuke Mayuri's Zanpakuto has the effect of poison. And Kurosuke Mayuri's strength is too weak to pose any threat to Seireitei. Ah? Seireitei, are you sure you're talking about Zanpakuto Shikai ability, not your Bankai ability? After receiving Seireitei's answer, Kurako Shunsui showed horror. Block any attack. And that's just Seireitei's Shikai. For Shikai who want to be immune to Seireitei, Ryutsu needs to be 10 times stronger than Seireitei. In the entire 13th division, Kurako Shunsui estimates that only the strength of Ryutsu after Yamamoto Genryūsai Bankai and those in the 0 division can be 10 times stronger than Seireitei. Even Kurako Shunsui himself, Ryutsu is not 10 times stronger than Seireitei. After all, Seireitei's own Ryutsu strength is already stronger than that of ordinary captains. And after Shikai, Seireitei's Ryutsu strength must have increased a lot. This also means that even if Kurako Shunsui is Bankai, he cannot attack Seireitei. You are joking, leader of the Beijing band. I have just learned Shikai, so how could I know Bankai? Seireitei smiled lightly. Ajian, it looks like you won't be able to challenge Xiao in the future. After Yaqian Liu jumped onto Zaraki Kenpeiga's shoulder, he said. Yaqian Liu, I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger than now. Zaraki Kenpeiga's eyes showed firmness, and the Zanpakuto held in his right hand tightened even more. Zaraki Kenpeiga knows very well that even if he unblocks all Ryutsu, it is impossible to be 10 times stronger than Seireitei in Ryutsu strength. Therefore, Zaraki Kenpeki, become stronger than you are now. Ajian, I believe in you. Yakian Liu said with a smile. Yakian Liu, let's go back. Zaraki Kenpeki yelled. Xiao Yu, Ajian, and I will go back to Soul Society first. After Yachiya greeted Seireitei, he pulled out Zanpakuto, opened a gate through the world, and walked in with Zaraki Kenpeki. I always feel that things like 667 are too coincidental. Just after Minos Grande appeared in this world, the prisoners in Mao's underground prison rioted. All these seem to be aimed at you. Have you found any suspicious people in this world? Appear. After Zaraki Kenpeki and Yakian Liu left, Kurako Shunsui also put away his smile and said seriously. The reason why Yamamoto Genryūsai sent Kurako Shunsui this time. Except to support Seireitei. Another reason is the force or person hidden in Jinglingting. Have you shot Seireitei in this world? King Band Leader, I understand what you mean. Unfortunately, number 35 Seireitei shook his head. Although Seireitei knows who the mastermind behind the scenes is. However, Seireitei was unable to speak out. Instead, deliberately pretend not to know. After all, even Jinglingting could not find any clues. Where did Seireitei, a Shinigami stationed in the present world, know about it? Well, if that's the case, then Seireitei, I'll leave first. After you go back to Soul Society, remember to find me for a drink at Team 8. 5. Kurako Shunsui said with a smile after pressing the bamboo hat. After saying that, Kurako Shunsui pulled out the Zanpakuto, opened a gate through the world, and walked in. It's time to go back. After Seireitei breathed a sigh of relief, he didn't even look at Aizen and Ichimaru Jin who were peeping from the shadows, used Shunpo and disappeared in place. Chapter 83. After all three of Seireitei and Kurako Shunsui left. With a wave of his hand, Aizen removed Bakuto's 26 bent light. Accompanied by mirror shattering. The figures of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin in black robes are revealed. Well, Captain Aizen, Captain Seireitei's Zanpakuto Shikai is really scary, no wonder even Grimmjow was killed by him. Ichimaru Jin, who was wearing a black robe, shrank his pupils slightly when he mentioned Seireitei's Shikai, but still smiled. If Seireitei hadn't just lied. Then, Seireitei's Zanpakuto Shikai ability is even stronger than Aizen's Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu complete hypnosis. After all, Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu has no effect on someone like Seireitei who was born blind. Silver, do you think what Kukaki Shya said about Shikai's ability is true or false? A gleam of light flashed in Aizen's eyes, and after nudging his glasses with his right hand, he showed a gentle smile and said. At this time, Aizen is still somewhat skeptical about Seireitei's Zanpakuto Shikai ability. Aizen doesn't know that Seireitei has just discovered him and Ichimaru Jin with observation haki. Therefore, what Seireitei said to the Kurako Shunsui three people has a high probability of being true. Ah, Captain Aizen, you're embarrassing me a little bit. Presumably, given the relationship between Captain Seireitei and the leader of the Jing band, you shouldn't deceive him. After thinking for a moment, Ichimaru Jin smiled. Kukaki Shya, what a variable. Aizen smiled. Speaking of Captain Aizen, shall we continue to implement the plan for Captain Seireitei? Ichimaru Jin asked with a smile. No, Kukaki Shya has defeated even Grimmjow, and if his Zanpakuto Shikai is what he says it is useless to send other espadas. Also, Yamamoto Genryūsai has already found some clues, so let Kukaki Shya stay in this world. After shaking his head slightly, Aizen smiled. As soon as the voice fell, the figures of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin used Shunpo. The next moment, the two appeared at the place where Grimmjow died. Grimmjow, are you unwilling? Eager to beat Kukaki Shya? Interesting. Let me see how far you can go. Aizen put away a trace of remaining Grimmjow Ryutsu with his hands, closed his eyes, and said softly. Aizen took out a black metal box from his clothes, put the trace of Ryutsu left by Grimmjow in it, and smiled. Silver, let's go back. After Ichimaru Jin saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly, as if thinking of something, but his face didn't change at all, still smiling, followed Aizen and disappeared in place. In the courtyard outside the Urahara store, Urahara Kisuke was reclining on the floor, fanning himself with a small fan in his hand. Yoryuki also turned back into a black cat form, lazily lying on a futon. "Manager, please drink tea." Tessai Tsukabishi came over with 2 cups of tea and put them in front of Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki. "Thank you, Mr. Tessai." Urahara Kisuke picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile. Yoryuki also came over, stuck out his tongue, and licked the tea in the cup. "Shop manager, why didn't Mr. Seireitei come back with you?" Tessai Tsukabishi asked with some doubts. Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki followed behind Seireitei. "How Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki are back? Seireitei hasn't come back yet." These days, Seireitei often asks Tessai Tsukabishi for Kido knowledge, and respects him very much. Therefore, Tessai Tsukabishi also has a good impression of Seireitei, so he will ask about Seireitei. "Mr. Tessai, don't worry, please make another cup of tea, Seireitei should be back soon," Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded, turned, and walked into the shop. After a while, I took out a steaming cup of tea, put it aside, walked into the store, and started cleaning. Shortly after Tessai Tsukabishi entered the store, Seireitei appeared in front of Urahara Kisuke. "Mr. Urahara, Miss Yoryuki." After sitting directly on a futon next to Yoryuki, Seireitei rubbed Yoryuki's little head and said hello. "Seireitei, this cup of tea, I just asked Mr. Tessai to prepare it for you, please." Urahara Kisuke pointed to a cup of tea next to him and said with a smile. "Brother Seireitei, is everything over?" Yoryuki asked. "Mr. Tessai's tea-making skills are still so good." After taking a sip from the teacup, Seireitei gave a compliment, and said with a light smile, "After the Beijing band leader and Zaraki captain came to this world, they found that Arrancar was dead, so they went back to the Soul Society to return to life. Seireitei, can you tell us what your Zanpakuto Shikai ability is? When you fought with that Arrancar just now, that Arrancar's attack couldn't get close to you at all. Is it your Shikai?" Urahara Kisuke asked curiously. Yoryuki also looked at Seireitei curiously. Seireitei smiled, and told the two of them again what he said to Kuraku Shunsui. Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki, after knowing Seireitei's Zanpakuto Shikai ability, there was a hint of disbelief in Seireitei's eyes. How can there be such an outrageous Shikai like Seireitei? Seireitei, are you sure you're not kidding us? Urahara Kisuke clicked his tongue a little. "Mr. Urahara, when I sparred with you in the underground training ground a few days ago, didn't you already experience it yourself? Besides, you and Ms. Yoryuki also witnessed the battle between Arrancar and me just now." Seireitei smiled slightly. These days, Seireitei is in the basement of Urahara store. That is, in the underground training ground created by Urahara Kisuke and Tessai in the Urahara store. Played against Urahara Kisuke several times. They all have the power to show no lower limit spell, Wang Wang Zhao, spell and stop. At that time, I thought that Seireitei, your Shikai should be related to space ability, who would have thought it would be so strong? No wonder that Arrancar would be consumed by most of your spiritual and physical strength, and died in your hands, no loss. Urahara Kisuke sighed. "Little Seireitei, your Shikai is a monster just like you," said Yoryuki. Check-in quest, touch the Hogyaku made by Urahara Kisuke. 39. Task reward, the progress of Wujo Wu template is increased by 10%. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. Hogyaku. Seireitei was a little surprised when she saw this check-in task. Hogyaku possesses self-awareness, and can absorb and materialize the hearts of things that exist around him. And it can protect the host's body from death and immortality. When the host's ability reaches the limit or life is threatened, Hogyaku can make the host evolve to the next level. Chapter 84. Hogyaku in the hands of Urahara Kisuke, and Hogyaku in the hands of Aizen, are currently in progress. Only when two Hogyaku are fused can it become a complete Hogyaku. It's a bit difficult to complete the sign-in task this time. 99 Seireitei thought to himself. Although Seireitei is very clear now, Hogyaku is in the hands of Urahara Kisuke. But, how to get Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuke? This is a huge problem. Therefore, Seireitei decided to change the method to see if he could touch Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuke. Just complete this sign-in task. Then, Wujo Wu template can reach 20%. At that time, the exclusive ability can be activated. For Seireitei's strength, it can also be greatly strengthened. Mr. Urahara, the Arrancar I fought with must have been artificially created. Seireitei said. Seireitei was not about to forcibly snatch Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuke. After all, even if this sign-in task is completed, at most, it would only increase the progress of Wujo Wu template by 10%. If it is to increase the template progress by 100%, Seireitei will also consider it. Moreover, Urahara Kisuke's own strength is not weak at all. Plus with Yoryuki and Tessai Tsukabishi by his side, Seireitei did not have the confidence that 670 could forcibly take Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuke. Yes, Seireitei, your observation is very keen. Arrancar is indeed artificially created. Urahara Kisuke took a deep look at Seireitei, sighed, and said. Mr. Urahara is awesome, didn't you say that? Most Arrancars are evolved from mid-level Minos Grande, Ajichas. Seireitei said. After a short pause, Seireitei picked up the teacup, took a sip, and continued, since Arrancar evolved from Ajichas, why has the Soul Society never heard of the existence of Arrancar? Only Jillian, Ajichas, Vasto Lord 3 levels Minos Grande. 99. Furthermore, the Arrancar who fought me in Naraki City has already surpassed the ordinary captain rank, and is comparable to the superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Mr. Urahara, can you explain to me why you know Arrancar so well? Did you make Arrancar? While speaking, Seireitei's Ryutsu began to erupt, covering Urahara Kisuke's body, and slowly pulled out the stick knife at his waist. In order to get a chance to touch Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuke, complete the check-in quest. BJFB. Seireitei also began to desperately show off her acting skills. Even Seireitei couldn't help admiring her acting skills. Tessai Tsukabishi, who was cleaning in the shop, felt this Ryutsu post. In the blink of an eye, he came to Seireitei's side, just when he was about to use Kido to control Seireitei. Mr. Tessai, stop. Urahara Kisuke shook his head at Tessai Tsukabishi. Brother Seireitei, don't be impulsive, this matter is very complicated, let Urahara explain it to you. Yoryuki broke free from Seireitei's embrace, stretched out a paw, and pressed it on Seireitei's hand, said. Looking at Seireitei's appearance, Yoryuki was really worried that Seireitei would attack Urahara Kisuke without saying a word. Since Miss Yoryuki has spoken, Mr. Urahara, please explain to me. 35. Seireitei resisted the urge to laugh, retracted Ryutsu, sheathed the stick knife, and said in a cold tone. Ugh! Urahara Kisuke gave a wry smile. Urahara Kisuke knew what to keep hiding from Seireitei. Maybe, Seireitei will really have a gap with them. At that time, things will really end badly. Seireitei, come in with me and tell me it's not safe here. Urahara Kisuke stood up, picked up the small white fan, and walked into the shop. Mr. Tessai, please open the barrier. 35 Urahara Kisuke said. Understood, manager. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded, clasped his hands together, and began to chant abandonment. An oval-shaped blue enchantment enveloped the entire Urahara store. Seireitei followed behind Urahara Kisuke with Yoryuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. After a while, they came to a room decorated with enchantment. Seireitei, please sit down. Urahara Kisuke walked into the room, sat on a futon, made 2 cups of tea, and said. Seireitei was also polite, and sat directly on a futon next to him, and said coldly, Mr. Urahara, can you explain to me now? The birth of Seireitei, Arrancar, is one made of one thing. Urahara Kisuke explained. What? Can turn a middle-level Minos Grande Ajichas into an Arrancar comparable to an upper-level Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Seireitei pretended to be puzzled. Seireitei naturally knew that what Urahara Kisuke was talking about was Hogyaku. Only currently Seireitei wants to touch Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuke. Still need to keep playing. Urahara Kisuke tapped the wall with a stick knife. A black circular hole appeared in the wall, a rectangular box with many enchantments and Kido spells arranged on the surface, which was taken out by Urahara Kisuke. With a wave of Urahara Kisuke's right hand, all the barriers on the surface of the rectangular box disappeared. The box was slowly opened, and inside was a gemstone shining with blue-black light. It's this thing, it's called Hogyaku, and it's something that I made unintentionally. At first I thought that the function of Hogyaku was something that could break the boundary between Shinigami and virtual reality, but later I discovered that the real function of Hogyaku is to manifest what people want in their hearts, but the condition for realization is that the need itself has this strength. Moreover, when I was researching Hogyaku, I found that the power contained in Hogyaku is far from that of captain-level Ryutsu. Luo. 5. Urahara Kisuke began to explain slowly. There are two Hogyaku in this world. The owner of another Hogyaku, I think you should be able to guess it, is Aizen, those Arrancars that evolved from Ajichas. I guess Aizen should use the power of Hogyaku to test it out. Urahara Kisuke raised his teacup and took a sip, said. Mr. Urahara, I'm very sorry, I misunderstood you. Seireitei said with an apologetic expression. Seireitei's heart is about to blossom now. Since Urahara Kisuke basically told him everything about Hogyaku. Then, Seireitei's certainty of touching Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuke's hand also increased greatly. It's okay, Seireitei, it's a good thing you have this vigilance. Urahara Kisuke waved his hand and said with a smile. In Urahara Kisuke's view, Seireitei's vigilance is a bad thing. Mr. Urahara, since this Hogyaku can manifest the hope in people's hearts, then I have a request, can you let me touch Hogyaku 5? Seireitei stood up, bent over, and begged. Chapter 85. Seireitei has laid the groundwork for so long. Just to touch the Hogyaku in the hands of Urahara Kisuke. Good to be able to complete the sign-in task. And, Seireitei also wanted to know. This semi-finished Hogyaku in the hands of Urahara Kisuke. Whether it can work on Seireitei. What? Touching Hogyaku? Why? Urahara Kisuke was a little puzzled. Seireitei doesn't even learn Bankai now. Seireitei's current Ryutsu is about the same as the upper captain. Not to mention, breaking Shinigami boundaries. What does touching Hogyaku do? Hogyaku should have no effect on Seireitei. Brother Seireitei, what are you trying to do by touching Hogyaku? Yoryuki asked. Mr. Urahara, Miss Yoryuki, didn't you just say that Hogyaku can manifest what people desire in their hearts? Seireitei smiled. That's right, but Seireitei, you shouldn't have anything to manifest, right? Besides, using Hogyaku, there may be some kind of bad hidden danger. Urahara Kisuke said. In Urahara Kisuke's view, Seireitei has only learned Shikai now. It has such a powerful ability. Hogyaku's help is not needed at all. As long as Seireitei takes a while longer. You can also learn Bankai by yourself. At that time, the ability will be 5 to 10 times stronger on the basis of Shikai. Seireitei's Shikai ability, unless Ryutsu is 10 times stronger than Seireitei. Otherwise there is no way to attack Seireitei at all. And if Seireitei's Shikai ability is 5 times stronger, or even 10 times stronger. Well, that means after Seireitei Bankai. Unless Ryutsu is 50 to 100 times stronger than Seireitei. To be able to attack Seireitei. Even if it is Yamamoto Genryūsai, the strongest Shinigami and the person of the Zero Team in the Millennium. It is also impossible to be 50 to 100 times stronger than Seireitei in Ryutsu strength. Yet, brother Seireitei, I know you may want to quickly increase your strength, but Urahara is right, there are hidden dangers in using Hogyaku to become stronger, and there is no need for you to do so. 35 Yoryuki persuaded. Mr. Urahara, Ms. Yoryuki, I think you may have misunderstood, I am not trying to use Hogyaku to improve my strength. Seireitei smiled and shook her head. Joke. Even the full version of Hogyaku. It is impossible to be as strong as Seireitei's template. Why should Seireiha be so far away? Seireiha just got Gojo Satoru's template now. Then he got the spell with no lower limit, incantation power of stop. This bug ability. Not to mention if Seireiha extracts a more powerful template in the future. Isn't that better than Hogyaku? Brother Seireiha, what do you want to do by touching Hogyaku? 35. Yoryuki jumped into Seireiha's chest, curiously. Since Seireiha wasn't trying to use Hogyaku to boost his strength. So, what does Seireiha want to manifest? Mr. Urahara, Ms. Yoryuki, you should know that I am congenitally blind. I want to use this Hogyaku to see if I can restore the light. 99. Seireiha smiled. If Seireiha said that he wanted to use Hogyaku to improve his strength. With the character of Urahara Kisuke, it is absolutely impossible to agree. And if Seireiha said, want to use Hogyaku, restore the eyes. There is a high probability that you can agree. This is Seireiha's plan. But, Seireiha, can't you see the appearance of other people through your Ryutsu? It shouldn't make any difference to you if your eyes are cured or not, right? Urahara Kisuke said with a strange expression. Originally, Urahara Kisuke thought that Seireiha wanted to improve his strength through Hogyaku. Unexpectedly, it was Seireiha who wanted to heal his eyes. This is something both Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke miss. Because Seireiha's usual behavior is no different from ordinary people. They all subconsciously ignored that Seireiha is actually a blind person. Boom! Yoryuki jumped out of Seireiha's arms and patted Urahara Kisuke's head with his paw. Urahara, if you can't speak, don't speak. Yoryuki thought he understood what Seireiha was thinking. For people like Seireiha who have been blind since birth. After learning that there is hope for a cure. Only then will I ask Urahara Kisuke to touch Hogyaku to see if I can restore the eyes. Pain, pain, pain. Urahara Kisuke also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly said, Seireiha, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Mr. Urahara, don't apologize, I'm used to it. Seireiha put on a look of sadness on his face, and waved his hands. At this time, Seireiha felt his acting skills in his heart. It is estimated that they can reach the actor level. Brother Seireiha, you don't need Hogyaku to heal your eyes. You can ask Urahara to help you research to see if there is a possibility of healing. Yoryuki said. No need, Ms. Yoryuki, since I was born, my grandfather has asked someone to come and heal my eyes. Even Captain Onokina of the 4th Division said that my eyes have no possibility of healing, so I can only hope, it's up to Hogyaku 5. Seireiha shook her head. Seireiha's words are really not a lie. At the beginning, Kukaki Yinling discovered that Seireiha was congenitally blind in both eyes. Asking for flowers. Many people were found, wanting to come and heal Seireiha's eyes. Even Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division. All helpless. Seireiha, I agreed to your request, but if you want to touch Hogyaku, you need to be in front of Mr. Tessai and me, and if something unexpected happens, Mr. Tessai and I will immediately stop it. Urahara Kisuke said after correcting himself. Urahara Kisuke is also worried about Seireiha when using Hogyaku. Will something bad happen? No problem. Seireiha smiled. Seireiha's heart is literally bursting with joy now. It took so long to act in front of Urahara Kisuke and others. Finally able to touch Hogyaku. Brother Seireiha, you have to be careful, if there is anything wrong, call it out immediately. Yoryuki said. Relax, Miss Yoryuki. 35.0 Seireiha rubbed Yoryuki's little head and said with a smile. Yoryuki-chan, with me and Tessai-san here, Seireiha will be fine. 35. Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. Urahara Kisuke pushed the box containing Hogyaku in front of him, pushed it in front of Seireiha, and stepped aside. After making a space for Seireiha, Yoryuki and Tessai Tsukabishi stared at Seireiha's movements. Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi were on the move as soon as anything came up. Successful sign-in, task reward, Wujo Wu template progress increased by 10%. First template, Fujitora 1 Smile template, 100%. Abilities, observation haki perfect level, armament haki perfect level, swordsman level sword skill perfect level. Exclusive ability, gravity fruit control degree perfect level, can control 70 times the gravity within 200,000 meters, can summon a meteorite with a diameter of 1,000 meters, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression, gravity light, hell brigade, fire festival. The second template, Wujo Wu template, 20%. Ability, six-eyed perfect level, no lower limit spell type, mantra stopping power perfect level. 35. Exclusive ability, not opened, the opening condition requires a template progress of 20%, and the current template progress of 20% has been met. When Seireitei stretched out his right hand and touched the blue-black gemstone in front of him, a system prompt sounded in his head. In an instant, Seireitei's own Ryutsu was enhanced a lot. The ability of Wujo Satoru's template hasn't changed much. It's just that the opening conditions of the template's exclusive ability have been met. Activate the exclusive ability. Seireitei thought to himself. The exclusive ability is activated. The exclusive ability was successfully activated. Chapter 86. First template, Fujitora 1 Smile template, 100%. 35. Abilities, observation haki perfect level, armament haki perfect level, swordsman level sword skill perfect level. 99. Exclusive ability, gravity fruit control degree perfect level, can control 70 times the gravity within 200,000 meters, can summon a meteorite with a diameter of 1,000 meters, weightlessness control, gravity knife tiger, gravity suppression, gravity light, hell brigade, fire festival. 35. The second template, Wujo Wu template, 20%. Ability, six-eyed perfect level, no lower limit spell, mantra stopping power perfect level. Exclusive ability, domain, boundless space elementary, the domain can cover 1,000 meters, the attack within the domain is enhanced plus the attack must be hit, within the range of the domain. 0.2 seconds can fill the enemy's brain with invalid information for almost half a year, making it paralysis. The paralysis time is related to the strength of the enemy, it can be used 3 times a day, only the host and the person touched by the host cannot be affected. 670. A mechanical sound sounded in Seireitei's mind. In an instant, Seireitei felt that she had an extra ability. The exclusive ability of Wujo Satoru template. Domain, infinite space. Seireitei can feel that he can expand the field anytime and anywhere. The scope of the exclusive ability of Wujo Wu template is not too large. It's only a short distance of a kilometer. However, the current field is still only elementary, and it is reasonable. Domain, infinite space, more effective for Seireitei. That is, within the scope of the field, it can use 0.2 seconds to instill half a year's worth of useless information in the enemy's brain. I don't know how long this 6 months of useless information can paralyze the captain. Seireitei thought to himself. In the magic war world, half a year of useless information can paralyze an ordinary person for 2 months. The special grade mantra was paralyzed for about 5 minutes. And if it is for the captain level, Seireitei is estimated to be paralyzed for only a minute or 2. Even less. However, this is also expected by Seireitei. After all, the strength of the captain level is much stronger than the super-level spell spirits in the spell return world. Moreover, in the current field, infinite space, the level is only elementary, and half a year's worth of useless information can be instilled. If it reaches the perfection level, how much useless information can be instilled? 10 years? Or 20 years? However, this Hogyaku seems to have no effect on me. Is it because of the template? Or is it because this Hogyaku is only a semi-finished product? Seireitei secretly thought. Just after Seireitei reached out and touched Hogyaku, I didn't feel any changes in my body. After Seireitei put his hand off Hogyaku, Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki and Tessai Tsukabishi came over. Seireitei, how is it? Urahara Kisuke asked curiously. Seireitei brother, have your eyes recovered? Yoryuki asked. No. Seireitei shook her head. Shiraiha's eyes are opened after Gojo Satoru template. It was already restored. It's just that the daily tasks of Gojo Satoru's template are still to be completed. Just don't open your eyes for now. It shouldn't be. Urahara Kisuke frowned, stroked his chin, and paced back and forth. This was completely unexpected for Urahara Kisuke. Originally according to his idea. After Shiraiha touched Hogyaku with her hand. Hogyaku should restore Shiraiha's eyesight according to what Shiraiha thought in his heart. But just when Shiraiha used Hogyaku, Urahara Kisuke observed that Hogyaku was the same as usual, there was no change at all. Brother Shiraiha, you don't need to be too sad, it's okay even if you can't restore your eyesight, your Ryutsu can see others anyway. Yoryuki jumped on Shiraiha's shoulder and whispered comfortingly. It's okay, Miss Yoryuki, I'm used to it. Shiraiha smiled slightly. After a short pause, Shiraiha continued, however, although I didn't regain my eyesight, I also gained an ability after using Hogyaku. Shiraiha's words are half-truths and half-truths. In a sense, the exclusive ability of the Gojo Satoru template activated by Shiraiha. It is indeed opened after touching Hogyaku and completing the check-in task. What ability? Urahara Kisuke stopped and looked at Shiraiha with a hint of doubt in his eyes. I call it Realm, Infinite Space. Shiraiha smiled. The reason why Shiraiha will expose the domain, the infinite space. The main purpose is to test what is the effect of domain, boundless space. And Urahara Kisuke, a person with captain-level strength, can just be used as Shiraiha's test product. Though Shiraiha doesn't know how strong Urahara Kisuke is. However, at least it is much stronger than a high-ranking captain like Byakuya Kuchiki. Shiraiha estimates that Urahara Kisuke's strength may be weaker than Anohanaretsu's. Huh? Domain, boundless space? What kind of ability is that? Urahara Kisuke asked curiously. Shiraiha did not recover her eyes after using Hogyaku. Instead, it gained a new ability. This made Urahara Kisuke, a person who loves research, feel curious. Brother Shiraiha, looking at you, the ability you have acquired should be very good. Yoryuki said. After I opened the domain, the range covered by the range of the domain is 1000 meters, which can strengthen the attack within the range of the domain plus attack must be hit. Within the scope of the field, 0.2 seconds can infuse the brain of any living body with invalid information for half a year, causing it to be paralyzed. The paralysis time is related to the strength of the instilled object, and it can be used once a day. 99. Shiraiha began to give a few people a brief explanation of the role of the field, infinite space, hiding the number of uses. Shiraiha didn't mind being exposed. Anyway, the current field, boundless space is only elementary. Wait until the progress of Gojo template increases in the future. Domain, the level of infinite space will also increase. At that time, the news that Urahara Kisuke and others know will be out of date. Shiraiha, this ability you've gained is somewhat similar to the Kido-type Zanpakuto ability and Holmanjutsu. Urahara Kisuke pondered for a moment after listening to the function of infinite space, said. Brother Shiraiha, you just said that as long as you are within 5.1 of your domain, you can instill half a year's worth of useless information into any living body, right? Yoryuki asked. Yes, Miss Yoryuki. Shiraiha smiled. Urahara. Yoryuki called out to Urahara Kisuke. After Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki looked at each other, they both thought of one thing. Will this ability of Shiraiha work for Aizen? Shiraiha, if you use this ability well, you will be more confident in dealing with Aizen 5. Urahara Kisuke opened the mouth. Mr. Urahara, you are right, but I have just acquired this ability and have never used it. I wonder if you can try it for me. Shiraiha revealed his purpose with a smile on his face. Shiraiha, I can see it, you are going to use me as a test subject. Urahara Kisuke smiled wryly. Chapter 87. Isn't this because you are the only suitable candidate, Mr. Urahara? Shiraiha smiled lightly. If it is Tessite Tsukabishi and Yoryuki as test subjects. Not to mention whether the two of them agree or not. Just say Shiraiha would not be willing. After all, Tessai Tsukubishi is now barely Seireiha's Kido teacher. Well, Yoryuki is Seireiha's cat pick. The only object left is Urahara Kisuke. Brother Seireiha, you still have a conscience. Yoryuki took the initiative to put his little head in front of Seireiha, and said. Not in vain Yoryuki has been taking such good care of Seireiha. Of course, Miss Yoryuki. Seireiha was also polite, touched Yoryuki's head and smiled. Seireiha, why don't you let Mr. Tessai be your test subject? Urahara Kisuke asked. Mr. Tessai and Mr. Urahara are too weak to compare. Besides, Mr. Tessai has been teaching me Kido these days. Seireiha smiled lightly. Tessai Tsukubishi didn't have much expression on his face, but looked at Seireiha with a hint of relief in his eyes. These days, there is no Seireiha Kido for nothing. Urahara, why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't hurry up and try. Yoryuki shouted. Well, forget it, let me experience it myself at 19. Seeing that Yoryuki had spoken, Urahara Kisuke shook his head helplessly, stood up from the futon, and said with a smile. Tessai Tsukubishi and Yoryuki also looked curiously at what Seireiha was going to do. The field expands, and there is no limit to the space. Seireiha's flat voice echoed in the room. The next moment, a field centered on Seireiha, covering everything within a radius of 1 kilometer. Seireiha manipulated the field, and spent 0.2 seconds to infuse Urahara Kisuke's brain with half a year of useless information that repeated perception and transmission countless times in order to live. In an instant, Urahara Kisuke felt his brain go blank, his body could not help but limp on the floor, and his face became dull. The manager. Seeing this scene, Tessai Tsukubishi shouted. Hey, Urahara! Urahara Kisuke heard the voices of the two, but did not respond at all. In the next second, Urahara Kisuke's sluggish eyes finally became a little brighter, and his body returned to normal. The domain is released. After Seireiha saw that Urahara Kisuke recovered, he lifted the surrounding domain. Mr. Urahara, how do you feel about my ability? 35. Seireiha was a little surprised that Urahara Kisuke was able to lift the paralysis so quickly, and asked. After half a year of useless information was instilled in Urahara Kisuke's brain. It actually only paralyzed Urahara Kisuke for a second. Urahara Kisuke's strength is indeed far beyond Seireiha's imagination. Seireiha, your ability is indeed very strange. 39. The clothes on the back of Urahara Kisuke were soaked with sweat. With a look of fear on his face, he said in surprise. Don't look at Urahara Kisuke just paralyzed for a second. But for the Shinigami battle, 1 second is enough to do many things. Even if Seireiha has ill will towards Urahara Kisuke. In the second that Urahara Kisuke was paralyzed just now, he could have shot and killed him. Brother Seireiha, the ability you have obtained can paralyze this guy Urahara for a second, which is really remarkable. Yoryuki praised. Others don't know the strength of Urahara Kisuke. Yoryuki was a little clearer. This field of Seireiha, infinite space, can paralyze Urahara Kisuke for a second. So that means, among the 13 divisions, except for Yamamoto Yuan Ryūsai, Aizen, and Anoha Naretsu, the other captains were paralyzed for much longer than a second. Mr. Urahara and Ms. Yoryuki praised. Seireiha smiled. The ability of infinite space really surprised Seireiha. Although it was only able to paralyze Urahara Kisuke for a second. But, that's already amazing. Moreover, the number of times instilling useless information to other people is not the only one. It can be used 3 times a day. What's more, after the progress of Wujo Wu template increases, exclusive abilities will also become more powerful. At that time, it may not be just 3 times, but 5 times, 10 times, and it is not impossible. Seireiha, your ability can paralyze me for a second, but if it is used on Aizen, it is estimated that it can only paralyze him for 0.5 seconds, or even lower. Urahara Kisuke spoke out his conjecture. Urahara Kisuke is very clear that his own strength is not comparable to Aizen. Even he was able to break free from Seireiha's boundless space in just a second. Not to mention Aizen who is stronger than him. I see. Seireitei nodded. And, Seireitei also understands a little bit. That is, in Shinigami battles, Ryutsu is the most important. People with weak Ryutsu simply cannot break the defense of people with strong Ryutsu. When Ichimaru Jin and Seireitei fought, Seireitei was able to break Ichimaru Jin's defense. Just because, Ichimaru Jin hid most of his strength, and at the same time did not expect Seireitei to have the existence of armament haki. Will be hurt by Seireitei. Even now Seireitei can use infinite space to paralyze Aizen for 0.5 seconds. It's useless if you can't break through Aizen's defenses. Urahara Kisuke reached out and put the Hogyaku box back on the lid. Tessai Tsukabishi on the side is on the box again, after laying out several layers of enchantment. Urahara Kisuke put the box again, and put it in the black circular hole in the wall next to 670. With a light tap of the stick knife in his hand, the black circular hole on the wall began to close slowly, returning to a normal wall. Seireitei, let's go out, leave it to Mr. Tessai here. 99. Urahara Kisuke led the way out. Seireitei followed Yoryuki with her. Tessai Tsukabishi stayed outside the room, began to chant Kido, and set up a barrier. Urahara Kisuke and Seireitei and Yoryuki just arrived in the yard not long ago. Urahara Kisuke was reclined on the floor, fanning himself with a small fan in his hand. Seireitei is on the sidelines, teasing the black cat that Yoryuki transformed. Urahara, are you at home? 35. Just then, a rough voice came. A middle-aged man with short black hair, wearing a casual shirt and a white coat, ran in. Mr. Kurosaki, where else can I go besides being in the store? You came to see me this time, what's the matter? Urahara Kisuke, who was reclined, asked with a smile after seeing Kurosaki Ahine's appearance. Ah, Urahara, so you have guests, so I'll go first. When Kurosaki Ahine saw Seireitei who was teasing the cat and the Captain Hayori he was wearing, his pupils shrank slightly, he said hello, and wanted to leave. Don't be in a hurry, Kurosaki Ahine, or rather, Shiba Ahine, former captain of the 10th Division of SEI Ling T. 99. Seireitei said with a smile on his face. Chapter 88. Kurosaki Ahine looked nervous when he saw Seireitei calling out his identity, took a step back, sighed helplessly, and walked over. Kurosaki Ahine knew that Seireitei, the captain of the 7th Division, was there. There is simply no way out of here. You should have noticed that I don't have the power of Shinigami anymore. If you want to arrest me and bring me back to Soul Society, can you give me a few days? Kurosaki Ahine spread his hands and begged. Kurosaki Ahine wants to stay in this world for a few days. He just wanted to ask Urahara Kisuke to help him cause the death of his skeleton. In order to avoid sudden disappearance, it will worry the family. Well, Mr. Kurosaki, don't be nervous, Seireitei didn't come to catch you, you won't forget, you have been sentenced to death at the Soul Society, right? Urahara Kisuke, who was reclined on the floor, said with a smile while fanning the air with a small fan. Let me introduce myself, I'm Kukaki Shya, the current captain of the 7th Division. Seireitei smiled. Kukaki Shya? Who are you, Byakuya Kuchiki? A look of surprise flashed in Kurosaki Ahine's eyes, and asked. When Kurosaki Ahine left the Soul Society and came to the present world. It was already 10 years ago. At that time, Seireitei was still staying in the Kukaki family's mansion, hadn't been out much, and his reputation was not very loud. Naturally, Kurosaki Ahine had never heard of Seireitei's name. He's my big brother. Seireitei smiled lightly. So, Captain Seireitei, now that you have found out that I am still alive, are you going to report it to Jing Lingting? 35 Kurosaki Ahine asked. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. I'm not so boring. Now I'm just a Shinigami stationed in this world. Seireitei shook his head. Reporting to Jing Lingting that Kurosaki Ahine is still alive is of no use. Kurosaki Ahine now has no Shinigami power on him. Just an ordinary human being. Moreover, doing so would not do Seireitei any good. Stationed in the present world? I understand, thank you, Captain Seireitei. Kurosaki Ishine was a little puzzled, but he was not familiar with Seireitei, so he didn't ask, but bent down and thanked him. "You're welcome." Seireitei waved her hand and smiled. "Well, Mr. Kurosaki, you came to see me, what happened?" Urahara Kisuke asked with a smile. "It's not that Masaka said that in a few days, I will take the children to visit Naraki City for a few days, but today's news said that Naraki City was destroyed by a meteorite. I came here just to ask you, what happened?" After mentioning his wife and children, Kurosaki Ishine couldn't help touching his head, tenderness appeared in his eyes, and said. As soon as the words came out, Urahara Kisuke and Yoriyuki and Tessai Tsukabishi all looked at Seireitei. Naraki City was destroyed. Seireitei is one of the culprits. Moreover, the credit for the destruction of Naraki City. Seireitei occupies at least 9 floors. Grimjo and those 10 Jillions, the destructive power. Not even 1/10 of Seireitei. Captain Seireitei, Naraki City, you were the one who destroyed it, right? After seeing Urahara Kisuke and others looking at Seireitei, Kurosaki Ishine was a little shocked. Although the population of Naraki City is not large, there are only a few 100,000 people. However, hundreds of thousands of people died. It also means that there will be hundreds of thousands more wandering souls in the world. That is the Shinigami who will come to this world for soul burial, completely crazy. Not to mention, among the hundreds of thousands, there are still some wandering souls who will become virtual. However, this is all just what Kurosaki Ishine didn't know about Seireitei before destroying Naraki City. The souls of people in Naraki City have already been swallowed by Minos Grande. In a sense, I did destroy it, but before I destroyed Naraki City, the souls of those ordinary people had already been swallowed up by Minos Grande. Seireitei smiled lightly. If the souls of those ordinary people had not been devoured by 10 Jillions, it is also impossible for Seireitei to directly destroy Naraki City. So it is. After thinking about it, Kurosaki Ishine said. Then, Captain Seireitei, Urahara, I'll go first, excuse me. After Kurosaki Ishine greeted with a smile, he turned around and left. Mr. Kurosaki, your wife must be a Quincy. Seireitei smiled. In the original book, Kurosaki Masaki is a pure-blood Quincy. And it has the strength to defeat the captain class. Good, what's the matter? Kurosaki Ishine was a little puzzled. Then, Mr. Black Knight, you have to be careful. In a few years, the power of Quincy in your wife will disappear. Seireitei smiled slightly. In a few more years, Yubaha, sanctification will be activated. Take away the spiritual power of all the mixed blood Quincy in the world to restore the former power. And Kurosaki Ishine's wife, Kurosaki Masaki. It was originally a pure-blood Quincy master. Later, when saving Kurosaki Ishine from Subai, being bitten by Subai, resulting in the phenomenon of hollow appearing on his body. If it wasn't for meeting Urahara Kisuke who helped suppress hollow, Kurosaki Masaki has to completely hollow. Because of this, Kurosaki Ishine also lost Shinigami power in order to restrain Kurosaki Masaki's hollow. Captain Seireitei, what do you mean? Kurosaki Ishine stopped in his tracks, frowned, and asked hurriedly with a worried look on his face. Seireitei, the hollow in Kurosaki Masaki's body has been suppressed by me. As long as I don't use the power of Quincy for a long time, it will not disappear. Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. Urahara Kisuke wasn't surprised that Seireitei knew that Kurosaki Masaki was the Quincy, as well as the White Thing. After all, Seireitei was able to even know the abilities of Aizen's Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu. Not to mention these two things. You should know, Jubashare. Seireitei smiled slightly. Yubaha? The ancestor of the Quincy. By Wang Zhao. Urahara Kisuke said in surprise. Yubuk, the son of the Spirit King, is the common ancestor of all Quincy. More than 900 years ago, the Quincy team led by Yuhabok fought against the Godi I-13 led by Yamamoto Genryūsai. In the end, he was defeated by Yamamoto Genryūsai and sealed. Yes, Mr. Urahara, that's him. Seireitei smiled. In the original book, after 900 years of being sealed by Yamamoto Genryūsai, Yubak regained his heartbeat. Another 90 years later, Yubak regained consciousness. 9 years later, Yubak used holy sanctification to forcibly take away the spiritual power of all the mixed blood Quincy in the world in order to restore the former power. And now Yubak has regained consciousness. In a few years' time, the holy sanctification will begin. Captain Seireitei, you said that the disappearance of the Quincy power on Masaki was related to Yubak. Kurosaki Ishine asked. Chapter 89. Kurosaki Ishine has only heard of Yubak's name. And, according to the Soul Society, Yubak was defeated and sealed by Yamamoto Genryūsai more than 900 years ago. That's right, Yubak has broken the seal, and now he has recovered his own consciousness. In a few years, he will launch a sanctification to seize the power of all the mixed blood Quincy in the world, so as to restore his own power. Seireitei slightly smiled. Yubak has broken the seal? Are you planning to launch the sanctuary? Seireitei, how do you know this? Urahara Kisuke said strangely. This kind of secret, even Yamamoto Genryūsai has no way to know. Logically speaking, Seireitei has no way of knowing. This is my ability, sorry I can't tell you. Seireitei smiled lightly. Seireitei was able to talk the matter out. I also hope that Urahara Kisuke can make some preparations earlier. After all, according to Seireitei's current strength. Not to mention the all-knowing and omnipotent Yubak. Even Aizen can't beat it. Unless, Seireitei is able to obtain a more powerful template. But, Captain Seireitei, Masaki is a pure-blooded Quincy, shouldn't this have anything to do with Masaki? 35,673. Kurosaki Ishine was a little puzzled. Kurosaki Ishine understands that Kurosaki Masaki is the Quincy. Moreover, I also know that Kurosaki Masaki is a pure-blood Quincy. Mr. Kurosaki, don't forget, Miss Masaki, she was bitten by Subai back then, and hollow appeared on her body, which means that Miss Masaki already has the power of hollow in her body, and she has become a mixed blood me but the teacher. Urahara Kisuke said solemnly. Although Urahara Kisuke used Kurosaki Ishine's Shinigami power to help Kurosaki Ishine restrain the hollow in his body. However, Kurosaki Masaki still has the power of hollow in her body. Captain Seireitei, since you know about this, there should be a solution, right? Kurosaki Ishine looked at Seireitei and asked nervously. If what Seireitei said about the holy effect is true, then, if the mixed blood Quincy all over the world will be robbed of their power. Which means it's not just his wife. And the children born to Kurosaki Ishine and Kurosaki Masaki. Mr. Kurosaki, I can't help it, but you don't have to worry too much, even if the Quincy power in your wife's body is taken away, she won't die, even from now on, she can only be an ordinary human that's all. Seireitei smiled lightly. With Seireitei's current ability, there is no way to prevent Yubak from launching the holy thing. In the original book, Kurosaki Masaki after being sanctified. It's just that he lost the Quincy power in his body. The reason why it will die in the end. It's just that the soul was swallowed by a ghost. As long as you can live, that's fine. After Kurosaki Ishine got Seireitei's answer, the big stone hanging in his heart also fell down. If Kurosaki Masaki just lost the power of the Quincy, that would not be unacceptable. If you are really worried, you can ask Mr. Urahara to help you research and see if there is any way to stop it. 35 Seireitei said with a smile. With Urahara Kisuke's ingenuity, maybe it is possible to research something that hinders sanctification. Kurosaki Ishine cast his eyes on Urahara Kisuke with a hint of hope in his eyes. Well, Mr. Kurosaki, don't look at me like that, that's the ancestor of the Quincy, Yubak, even Seireitei can't do anything, what can I do? 35. Urahara Kisuke quickly waved his hands. Urahara Kisuke is really not the slightest way. No matter how smart he is. It is also impossible to research something that hinders sanctification in this short period of a few years. Unless Urahara Kisuke is given 10 years. Maybe it will be possible to research it. Thank you very much for your reminder, Captain Seireitei. If you need my help in the future, just ask. Kurosaki Ishine bowed to Seireitei and said sincerely. "BJFB, Mr. Kurosaki, then I will not be polite." 35 Seireitei smiled. Kurosaki Ishine is indeed like an ordinary human being now. But wait for the future, after Kurosaki Ichigo Hollow. Kurosaki Ishine's Shinigami power will also gradually recover. At that time, maybe Seireitei will really need his help. "Urahara, Captain Seireitei, I won't bother you," said Kurosaki Ishine. After saying that, Kurosaki Ishine walked out. "Seireitei, this is not your style." 35. After Kurosaki Ishine left, Urahara Kisuke said strangely. "Mr. Urahara, now we have to deal not only with Aizen, but also with Yubuk. Time is running out." Seireitei smiled. It has only been more than 10 years since Yubashare completely appeared. During these 10 years, Seireitei wants to improve her own strength as much as possible. Seireitei estimates that there must be at least a third template, or even a fourth template. "I understand." After seeing Seireitei's appearance, Urahara Kisuke also knew that their time might really be running out, lowered his head, and said in a low voice. "Brother Seireitei, I didn't expect you to know these things. I'm really curious, what else is there that you don't know?" Yoryuki, who was silent for a long time, asked curiously. "Of course, Ms. Yoryuki, how did you switch freely between the two forms of cat and human?" Seireitei said with a smile while touching Yoryuki's head. "It's also a secret." After Yoryuki dropped this sentence, he broke free from Seireitei's claw and ran into the shop. Seeing Yoryuki like this, Seireitei smiled and shook his head. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Seireitei has been stationed in Karakura town for 4 years. When Seireitei came to Karakura town for the 3rd year, Seireitei learned from news from the Soul Society. Renji and Kira Izuru, along with Hinamori Momo and Rukia, have successfully graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy. The difference from the original book is that Renji joined the 11th team and is now the 6th. Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo, however, both joined the 7th team. Kira Izuru is now the 5th member of Team 7. Hinamori Momo is only a member of the 7th division. Rukia is the same as the original book, and also joined the 13th team. In the past 6 years, Seireitei has basically learned Kido from Tessai Tsukabishi, or Shunpo from the Flash Goddess Yoryuki. When Seireitei lived in the Urahara store for the 2nd year, Urahara Kisuke found 2 children from nowhere. Hanakari Jinda and Tsumui Rain. It is Jinda and Xiao who do odd jobs in the Urahara store in the original book. Has the power to rival Shinigami. Seireitei guessed that Jinda and Xiao are probably the reformed souls created by Urahara Kisuke. Chapter 90. I'm sorry to trouble you, Miss Yoryuki. Seireitei held Yoryuki in the form of a black cat in her arms, stroking her small head with her right hand, and smiled. "We came out of Urahara store and came to the yard. Brother Seireitei, you are simply a monster in learning Kido's talent and Shunpo's talent. You have learned everything from Tessai and me in the past few years." Yoryuki closed his eyes and lay lazily in Seireitei's arms, without any resistance, and said very comfortably. During these 4 years, when Seireitei stayed at the Urahara shop, generally learning Kido from Tessai Tsukabishi, or learned Shunpo from Yoryuki, Kido of the master held by Tessai Tsukabishi. In 4 years, except for the forbidden technique Kido, which was banned by the Soul Society, it was basically learned by Seireitei. Yoryuki this Flash Goddess masters Shunpo technique. In particular, instantaneous opening was also learned by Seireitei. At first, Tessai Tsukabishi and Yoryuki were a little surprised after seeing Seireitei's terrifying talent. But as time goes by, it will be broken. It's all thanks to Miss Yoryuki and Mr. Tessai. Seireitei smiled. It's raining today. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Using observation haki, Seireitei sensed that outside, the sky was covered with dark clouds and it was raining lightly. Not far away, a little girl with 2 braids was being played by a little red-haired boy. These 2 children are Yu and Jinda, who were brought back from somewhere by Urahara Kisuke a few years ago. Good afternoon, Mr. Seireitei. Good afternoon, Mr. Seireitei. Xiao Yu and Jinda also stopped fighting after seeing Seireitei come out, ran all the way to Seireitei, and shouted. Xiao Yu and Jinda respect Seireitei very much. Because when the two were just brought here by Urahara Kisuke. Except that Tessite Tsukabishi usually talks to the two of them. Only Seireitei will chat with them. As for Yoryuki, except for teaching Seireitei Shunpo, he basically lay in place and slept late every day. And Urahara Kisuke didn't know where to fiddle with his invention. Moreover, after the two of them occasionally finished their work, they also saw Seireitei practicing Kido and Shunpo in the underground training ground. Jinda, how many times have I told you not to bully Xiao Yu? Seireitei smiled. Mr. Seireitei, I didn't bully Xiao, don't you think so? Xiao. Jinda pouted. Mr. Seireitei, Jinda is right, he didn't bully me. Xiao Yu's small face said timidly. Forget it, you two go play. Seireitei said with a smile on his face. After Xiao Yu and Jinda bowed to Seireitei respectively, they ran to the distance and continued to play and fight. Another bad weather. Urahara Kisuke stepped on a pair of wooden clogs, stretched his waist, walked out of the shop, sat next to Seireitei, and said. When Urahara Kisuke saw Yoryuki who was closing his eyes, he reached out his right hand by mistake, trying to touch Yoryuki's head while Yoryuki wasn't paying attention. Hey! 35. Yoryuki opened his eyes suddenly, and then scratched Urahara Kisuke's right hand fiercely with two claws, drawing two deep bloodstains on it. Yoryuki-chan, isn't this too unfair for you? Seireitei can touch you, but I can't touch you, it's too different. After Urahara Kisuke yelled in pain, he whispered. Since Seireitei lived here, Urahara Kisuke had never touched Yoryuki's head. Although before Seireitei came, he didn't touch it much. However, after Seireitei came, Urahara Kisuke's family status was greatly reduced. This is a huge torture for a cat maniac like Urahara Kisuke. Humph! Urahara, don't touch me with your hands. Yoryuki snorted coldly, closed his eyes again, and continued curling up on Seireitei's chest. Mr. Urahara, have you researched anything about Yubicha in the past few days? Seireitei gently stroked Yoryuki's head and smiled lightly. No, I can't find a clue at all. The holiness of Yubikach seems to have appeared automatically from Quincy's body. After taking away Quincy's power, that power disappeared. Urahara Kisuke shook his head, frowning. In recent years Urahara Kisuke has been researching about the ability of Holy Yubika. However, it is a pity that no clues have been researched. Only after research, Holy is almost the nemesis of every mixed blood Quincy. Ask for flowers. How is Miss Masaka doing now? Seireitei asked. In the past few months, Jubashare has used Holy. I heard from Mr. Kurosaka that it's not bad, but it just lost its power and turned into a human being. After being bitten by Sushiro, Kurosaka Masaki has now become a mixed blood Quincy. Therefore, after being sanctified, the power of the Quincy has completely disappeared. Fortunately, although the power of the Quincy has disappeared, but it just became an ordinary human being. Did not die. However, Mr. Kurosaka's children can also be regarded as half-blood Quincy, but the Holy didn't take away their power. 35 Urahara Kisuke was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the child born to Kurosaki is Hine and Kurosaka Masaki. It does not belong to the pure blood Quincy division. However, Urahara Kisuke discovered that after Holy Holiness was activated, Kurosaka Masaki was the only one who was robbed of the power of the Quincy division. Her children showed no trace of being robbed of their power. It's possible that the Quincy power in them wasn't activated, Seireitei guessed. In the original, Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaka Natsurai, it is not deprived of power by sanctification. Seireitei guessed that maybe it was because they themselves hadn't activated the Quincy power in their bodies. Therefore, it will not be sanctified. If you don't activate the power of the Quincy in your body, won't you be sanctified? I haven't studied this direction, Seireitei, I'll go first. After receiving Seireitei's guidance, Urahara Kisuke frowned, paced back and forth, dropped a word, and left in a hurry, ready to continue researching on holiness. Seireitei used observation haki, and shook his head after seeing this scene. Sign and task, save Kurosaki Masake, kill Grand Fisher, the time limit is 1 hour. Task reward, Gojo Satoru template increased by 10%. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Seireitei's mind. Save Kurosaki Masake, behead Grand Fisher? Is the time limit 1 hour? So that means, is today the day when Kurosaki Masake is killed by Su? Seireitei secretly thought she. Chapter 91. Seireitei though knows that Kurosaki Masake will be in the same year after being sanctified. Killed by a ghost named Grand Fisher. But, which day is it? Seireitei is not sure. Originally, Seireitei didn't want to pay attention to it. But now that this sign-in task has appeared, then, it is not impossible to complete this sign-in task. After 4 years, Seireitei's current Wujo Satoru template progress has reached 24%. It only increased the progress of the template by 4%, but it didn't give Wujo Wu template any new abilities. The current Wujo Wu template ability is still the same as before. There are only 6 eyes consummation level and no lower limit spell, curse stopping power consummation level, and domain, boundless space elementary. Seireitei estimates that the progress of the Wujo Satoru template must reach at least 30% before the new 673 ability can be activated. After completing this sign-in task, I don't know if it will activate the spell Kang, or the spell reversal He. Seireitei secretly thought. Thinking of this, Seireitei stood up and put Yoryuki in his arms on the ground. Brother Seireitei, what's wrong? Yoryuki was puzzled when he saw Seireitei put her down. It's nothing, Miss Yoryuki, I have something to go out. Seireitei smiled. Did something happen? Do you want Urahara to join you? Yoryuki's eyes also became a little serious. No, it's just a trivial matter. Seireitei waved his hands. Grand Fisher this imaginary power. Not even Jillian, who didn't need anyone else's help. After saying that, Seireitei used Shunpo and disappeared in place. Outside a karate dojo in Karakura town. A little boy with short orange hair in a yellow raincoat, holding a small umbrella, waved his hand to a little girl with dark blue short hair and shouted, "See you tomorrow. Ichigo, we should go back, otherwise Dad should be worried." A woman with long orange wavy hair smiled warmly and said softly, "Got it, Mom." Holding a small umbrella, Kurosaki Ichigo said obediently. Kurosaki Masaki and Kurosaki Ichigo were walking on the road and were about to cross the traffic lights. A large truck whizzed by. As the wheels passed by, the water stains swept up and landed on Kurosaki Ichigo's little face. What? Kurosaki Ichigo was completely chilled by the sudden splash of water and shouted. Look, what a bad truck, Ichigo, are you okay? Seeing this scene, Kurosaki Masaki squatted down, showed a warm smile, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and began to wipe Kurosaki Ichigo's small face. I'm sorry, let's change places and let Mom be closer to the road. Kurosaki Masaki wiped Kurosaki Ichigo's water-stained face with a handkerchief, showing regret. It doesn't matter, I want to stand here, anyway, it doesn't matter if I wear a raincoat, as I did just now, I can protect my mother. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile while closing one eye. Excuse me, but no, I won't allow you to stand on the side of the road until you defeat Longui in one day. Kurosaki Masaki smiled slightly and began to wipe Kurosaki Ichigo's hair with a handkerchief. But, Mom, I got a point recently. Kurosaki Ichigo was somewhat dissatisfied. Okay, that's clean, let's go. After Kurosaki Masaki wiped off the water stains on Kurosaki Ichigo's body, she stood up and smiled. Mom, can I hold your hand? Holding a small umbrella in both hands, Kurosaki Ichigo asked in a low voice. Of course it's fine. Kurosaki Masaki smiled warmly and extended her right hand. When Kurosaki Masaki took Kurosaki Ichigo by the hand, he went through the traffic lights and walked towards home. Just past a river embankment, Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head and saw a child with short black hair and white clothes sitting on the river bank. After seeing the figure of this little girl about to fall into the embankment. Wait a moment. Kurosaki Ichigo broke free from Kurosaki Masaki's hand, threw the umbrella to the ground, shouted, and rushed over. Ichigo, no, Ichigo. Come back. Kurosaki Masaki was still a little puzzled at first, but after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo running down, she yelled, threw away the umbrella in her hand, and ran over. Although Kurosaki Masaki was sanctified, she lost the power of the Quincy. But still has the ability to see the spirit body. The little girl on the embankment was not human at all. It is an illusion created by fiction. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo's little hand was about to catch the little girl who fell into the river bank, the figure of the little girl disappeared without a trace. The body of Kurosaki Ichigo also fell heavily on the grass. Ichigo, are you okay? Kurosaki Masaki squatted down in front of Kurosaki Ichigo distressedly, and said with concern. Mother. After Kurosaki Ichigo fell down, he felt a little pain in his body, barely opened his eyes, and looked at Kurosaki Masaki. Woman, delicious woman. A ghost with a bone mask and a lantern-like ghost appeared on the riverbank, watching Kurosaki Masaki drooling. When Grand Fisher appeared, for Kurosaki Ichigo, a powerful Ryutsu enveloped his body. Kurosaki Ichigo felt his eyelids start to roll and his head became dizzy. Grand Fisher? Damn it! If I hadn't lost the power of the Quincy. Kurosaki Masaki also recognized the identity of the ghost in front of her, and said solemnly. Grand Fisher, Kurosaki Masaki has also been mentioned before. It's just because Grand Fisher has the ability to hide his body and Ryutsu, and he doesn't appear in Karakura town very much. Therefore, Masaki Kurosaki has only heard the name of G5.1 Grand Fisher. If it weren't for Kurosaki Masaki being sanctified a few months ago, he lost all the power of Quincy. As for the Grand Fisher in front of her, she could kill it with a single arrow. Delicious woman, let me eat it. 35. Grand Fisher's white bone mask was drooling as he walked towards Kurosaki Masaki. Bad fish. Don't you know that Karakura town is my territory? A voice sounded around. The figure of Seireitei appeared in front of Kurosaki Masaki. Are you a Shinigami? When Grand Fisher saw Seireitei, he flew into a rage, opened his bloody mouth, and was about to